Chapter 142. What was stolen? Ch 162. What a disgusting excuse for a human being. Inside a dimly lit chamber lined with shelves of skin and hair care products and exaggerated portraits of himself, Gilderoy Lockhart lay sprawled across an absurdly ornate bed, seemingly asleep. His golden silk pajamas shimmered under the flickering glow of a single floating candle, and his mouth hung open slightly, drooling onto the embroidered pillow beneath him. Though his eyes were half-lidded and he muttered nonsense under his breath, he snored loudly, oblivious to the world. And he was not alone. The room appeared empty, save for Lockhart himself, but standing beside the bed, utterly invisible beneath the magic of true concealment, was someone else. Maverick stood still, and his hand was hovering inches above Lockhart's temple, with his fingers poised as if he were about to pluck a thread from the air. Right now, he was deep inside the man's mind. Maverick was rummaging through Lockhart's memories, and he was searching for anything that could serve as undeniable proof of the man's deceit. Faces passed before him, and snippets of conversation drifted by. It did not take long before he found what he needed. 4 wizards whose memories Lockhart had erased. Of course, they were not the only people the fraud had obliterated, but they were the ones whose deeds he had stolen and claimed as his own. Fortunately, the man had not killed them. He had simply left them alone, firmly believing that there was no way for them to recover what had been taken from their minds. And he had been right to assume so, because such a brute force obliviate could not be reversed by ordinary means. If there was one thing Maverick could begrudgingly admit, it was Lockhart's skill with memory magic. Unfortunately for Lockhart, Maverick was a master of memory magic as well, better than him not only in casting Obliviate, but also in the delicate art of memory recovery. And he was confident that he could help the victims recover, at least to some extent. Because too much time had passed, even Maverick might not be able to restore their minds to the state they had been in before the attack. But that did not mean he could not help them recover their memories, or remember who had betrayed them. He believed he could heal them enough for the truth to return, though the deeper wounds to their spirits would likely never fully mend. As he dug deeper, Maverick discovered another unexpected memory. It seemed Lockhart had been far too confident in his ability to cover his tracks, because he had not destroyed his original manuscripts. In those early drafts, he had not yet replaced the names or claimed the glory for himself. The real heroes were still there, clearly described, their stories intact. Only later, when polishing the work for publication, had he rewritten the deeds with himself as the central figure. Those drafts were still hidden away, and they were exactly what Maverick needed. Now, it was a matter of how he would use all this evidence to expose Lockhart's fraud to the world. Of course, Maverick could present the memories directly, but doing so would mean explaining how he had obtained them, and he had no interest in that. After all, memory magic was a highly restricted branch of magic in this world. It would not matter much to him, given his current influence, but he still preferred to avoid giving anyone a reason to point fingers at him, at least for now. He withdrew his hand, and Lockhart's half-open eyes fluttered shut. The snoring echoed even louder than before, but Maverick was not done just yet. He flicked his finger at the sleeping fraud once more and sent him into an even deeper state of sleep. Then, he pointed his index finger between the man's brows and cast another spell. Moments later, wisps of silvery white smoke began to curl out from Lockhart's head as Maverick carefully extracted the memories he needed. He took out a few empty vials from his storage ring and guided the wisps inside, sealing the strands of memory for future use. Once that was done, everything he needed for the next course of action was complete. Then, without wasting a second, he turned and walked out of Lockhart's office. With December came a biting chill that swept over Hogwarts, wrapping the castle in frost and blanketing the grounds with a thin layer of snow. Inside the castle, the warmth of enchantments and roaring fireplaces offered comfort against the winter weather, and the school continued to function without interruption. Midterm exams were drawing near, and although they weren't as stressful as the year-end tests, most students had begun focusing on revision, some taking it lightly, while others approached it with varying degrees of panic and determination. Yet beneath the surface tension, everyone's minds were already drifting toward the Christmas holidays. the promise of going home, seeing family, and escaping the rigid routines of school life. It was the second week of December, a weekend, and Maverick woke up to a pleasant surprise. He pulled open the curtains with a smile and gazed out at the clear sky. The drizzling rain that had fallen for nearly 3 days had finally stopped, and the clouds had parted to reveal a dazzling blue sky that contrasted beautifully with the white snow. After a quick breakfast, Maverick returned to his office and checked the time. His plan for the day, no, the whole weekend, was to visit all 4 of Lockhart's obliviation victims, assess their condition, relocate them to one place, and if possible, begin treatment right away. So, without wasting another moment, he stepped out the window, flew past the castle wards, and apparated to his first destination. His first stop was Peru. According to the memories he'd pulled from the fraud, this was where Lockhart made his first attack. The victim's name was Carlos Mendoza, a skilled cursebreaker who had solved the mystery of the vanishing village, where an entire magical community had disappeared due to a cursed artifact. Lockhart had obliviated him and then published Vanishing Villages, My Triumphs Over Dark Magic under his own name. But there was something Lockhart had overlooked. Maverick had matched the dates, and the event clearly happened while Lockhart was still a student at Hogwarts. How has no one noticed this? He thought. Just from this case alone, if someone had tried to fact-check him, they'd have found so many holes. But no one had even bothered to confirm whether the man's stories were true. Still, Maverick could use that to expose the fraud. Unfortunately, some digging revealed that Carlos Mendoza had died 5 years ago by suicide. If he had fallen into a coma, there might have been a chance to save him. But Mendoza had remained conscious. His mind had been shattered, and over time, he became increasingly paranoid until, in the end, he took his own life. Alas, let's hope the other 3 are still alive. With that thought, Maverick disappeared and reappeared in Siberia. Lockhart's year with the Yeti had actually stolen credit from a witch who grew up there, a woman who had driven off a horde of Dementors from a magical enclave using a rare Patronus variant. Lockhart had twisted the truth, replacing Dementors with Yetis to suit his story. Maverick's search brought him to a small magical village near Irkutsk. It reminded him of Hogsmeade. Before long, he found the house he was looking for. Sensing one person inside near the door, he raised a hand to knock, then hesitated. He thought about forcing his way in magically, but chose not to. A moment after he knocked, footsteps sounded and the door creaked open. A woman appeared, mid-50s or early 60s. She studied him with cold eyes. "What do you want?" she asked in Russian. Switching to her language, Maverick replied politely, "Excuse me for disturbing you, ma'am. I was wondering if I could speak to Ms. Daria Morozova." "I am," she said, narrowing her eyes. "Who's asking?" His magical sense told him this was her. Her features matched the older version of the woman he'd seen in Lockhart's memories, and her emotions had spiked when he said her name. "I'm a private investigator," he explained, looking into a series of obliviation attacks. Again, her emotions surged, suspicion, alarm, confusion. But she didn't seem mentally broken, not like those whose memories had been torn apart carelessly. Just as he began explaining more, she interrupted. "Who are you? What do you want?" He blinked, thrown off. "I'm Maverick Caesar," he said again. Her emotions repeated themselves exactly. A few minutes later, she asked again, "Who are you?" It finally clicked. She wasn't insane. She had severe short-term memory loss. Maverick sighed when she asked the same question a 4th time and left the house. He stayed in the village, asking around about her. She had no family, no one to care for her. That night he returned. As expected, she asked who he was again. He looked at her with sympathy, then gently put her into a deep sleep with a wave of his hand. He took her to the facility he had prepared for their treatment. By morning, he was on his way to Australia. This time, the victim was a wizard who had made a breakthrough in the wolfsbane potion. Lockhart had stolen both the man's discovery and his story, claiming the invention as his own. How in Merlin's name did no one suspect him? Maverick thought, flabbergasted. Is the wizarding public just blind, or do they not know how to spot a pattern? Sadly, he was once again too late. The man had passed away just a year ago in a magical hospital for the mentally damaged. Another life lost to Lockhart's greed. Shaking his head, he moved on to the final lead. Ireland, not too far from home. Lockhart had claimed in one of his books that he had gotten rid of a banshee just by smiling at it. Utter nonsense. From his stolen memories, Maverick knew the truth. A local witch had driven the creature away with a clever charm. Lockhart had watched, obliviated her, and claimed the credit. Before noon, Maverick reached the place. Bandon, a small Muggle town, hence the Bandon Banshee. He found the house easily. Using his magic, he sensed 3 people inside. Hopefully, she's alive, he thought, then knocked. The door opened with a soft click. A girl around his age stepped out. She had red hair like the Weasleys and freckles on her chin. "Hello," she greeted. Maverick smiled kindly. "Good afternoon, miss. My name is Maverick Caesar. I'm a part-time private investigator looking into a string of obliviation crimes. I was wondering if a Tgthegood lives here." Chapter 143. What was stolen, ch 163. "Good afternoon, miss. My name is Maverick Caesar. I'm a private investigator looking into a string of memory-related cases. People who may have had their minds tampered with. I was hoping to speak with someone named Tgthegood. Does she live here, by any chance?" Maverick's senses did not miss the way the young woman stiffened slightly at the mention of the name, though she kept her expression mostly neutral. There was certainly a flicker of recognition there, but she seemed to hesitate, unsure of what to say. However, before she could answer, a man's voice echoed from somewhere deeper inside the house. "Who is it, honey?" Footsteps approached, and a moment later, a man in his 40s stepped into view. He bore a striking resemblance to the girl, same dark eyes, same chin. And the moment his eyes landed on Maverick, his eyes widened as if he were seeing something unbelievable. You're," he stammered, struggling to find the words. It seems Maverick was not a stranger to him, but Maverick was not really surprised. After all, he's sort of a celebrity as well nowadays. When the girl saw the man's strange reaction, she glanced back and forth between him and Maverick, trying to understand the cause of it. Her eyes finally stopped on Maverick's face, and she narrowed them as if trying to place him. Then, moments later, just like the man, her eyes, too, widened in sudden recognition. "Master Caesar," she breathed. "You're the Master Caesar, the master alchemist, the one from the news." Maverick offered a small nod, mildly amused. It was probably the first time he had met a fan from outside Britain, and it had been some time since his name had appeared in the news, so they must know about him rather well to show such a reaction. "Hello," he spoke calmly, looking at the man. "I was just asking this young lady here if a woman named Tgthegood lives at this address." "Mother," the man repeated, frowning slightly. "Yes, she lives here, but she's not in any condition to speak." Maverick exhaled softly, so she was still alive. That was something. "Please," the man said quickly, stepping aside with his daughter. "Come in, Master Caesar." The inside of the house was modest but tidy. It wasn't large, but it didn't feel cramped either. A warmth hung in the air, along with the faint scent of lavender and old books. Maverick was led to a small sitting room and took a seat across from the man, while the girl quietly slipped away to make some tea. "I'm David," the man said, introducing himself. "Bridget's my mother, and that was my daughter, Irene." Maverick inclined his head. "Thank you for agreeing to speak with me." They talked as they waited. David explained his mother's condition in response to Maverick's questions, noting that it had been nearly 5 years. According to the Irish Aurors, she had been attacked by an evil spirit, a banshee, and the curse had left her in a near-comatose state ever since. She was alive, yes, but spent most of her time sleeping. She woke only to eat or use the bathroom, but rarely interacted with anyone. She hadn't spoken a word in years. "She can nod sometimes," David added, "if we ask her simple yes or no questions. That's all." When Irene returned, she carried 2 glasses of lemon juice and offered one to Maverick before sitting beside her father. "Master Caesar," she said carefully, "can you tell us why you're looking into my grandmother's case? And also, what did you mean earlier when you mentioned something about obliviation crimes?" Maverick paused, glancing at the girl, then at her father. "I'll explain everything, but first, would you mind if I had a look at her?" Father and daughter exchanged a quick look. Neither seemed eager to say no, not because they completely trusted him, but because they knew enough about him to believe he wasn't likely to cause any harm. And besides, having a master alchemist take a look gave them a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe. They talked some more, and by the time Maverick finished his drink, he had learned a few things about the family from their brief exchange. He had been right to assume they were fans because, well, they had said so directly. He had also noticed several of his company's products scattered around the room. David was apparently an alchemist himself, a beginner, according to him, just past the apprentice rank. He ran a small shop selling defensive magical gadgets that he made himself, and Irene was following in his footsteps. That explained their familiarity with him. Among alchemists, Maverick was no stranger. Soon, Maverick was led upstairs to a quiet bedroom where the air carried a faint scent of lavender. An old woman, presumably Brigid Kina, lay motionless beneath a thick quilt, her breathing soft and steady. "She's not exactly in a coma," David emphasized again. "She wakes up to eat, and she can use the bathroom, but she doesn't speak. She can nod yes or no, that's about it. Most of the time, she just sleeps." Maverick approached the bed, studying her for a long moment before turning back toward them. "Would it be all right if I performed a diagnostic spell?" he asked. "Please rest assured, I am very proficient in healing magic." David hesitated, glanced at his daughter, then back at Maverick and nodded. "You can try. Many healers have looked at her already. They all said the same thing. The banshee did something horrible to her mind, shattered it, beyond help." Maverick just nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Then, without another word, he lifted his left hand and held it just over the woman's head, closing his eyes. Next, his right hand moved, fingers flicking as if pressing invisible keys. Spell after spell flowed from his fingertips, silent, wandless, and precise. Soft light drifted over Brigid Kina's body, washing across her like moonlight through water. David and Irene watched in awe, saying nothing. Half their thoughts were on the woman lying in the bed, their own blood, and the other half was simply stunned by the display of magic unfolding before them. They were just an ordinary magical family, and it was safe to say they had never seen magic being cast like this before, not even during their school years from their professors. The room remained quiet throughout the process, save for the soft pulse of magic and the occasional spark as invisible patterns wove themselves through the air. About 5 minutes later, Maverick exhaled slowly and lowered his hand, then turned to face the woman's son and granddaughter. "This is not the work of a banshee, or any creature for that matter. It was done by a wizard." David and his daughter, who had been watching him expectantly, widened their eyes. "What?" they echoed together, stunned. "Obliviation," Maverick added. "Brutal, straightforward obliviation." "How is that possible?" David took half a step back. "But why?" Irene asked, equally as shocked. "Grandma's never been hostile to anyone. She was kind to everyone. Why would someone do this to her?" "I told you," Maverick said, keeping his tone calm and neutral. "I've been following the trail of a serial criminal who specializes in this kind of magic. She's not the only one. There are others left in a similar condition." "Is there a way to help my mother?" David asked, stepping forward and grabbing Maverick's hand. "Sir, please." He quickly realized he was being too forward and let go, stepping back. His voice was a bit calmer now, but just as desperate. "Can you help, or at least tell us who's behind this? Have you found any leads in your investigation?" Maverick let out a slow sigh. The person responsible has hidden their tracks well, at least from the eyes of everyday witches and wizards, and their motives are unique, so unique that no one had even thought to look in that direction. After a pause, he went on, "I do know who it is, but before I can take legal action, I need to cure at least one victim, someone who can testify." "Can you really cure Grandma?" Irene asked, her voice hopeful. Maverick didn't answer immediately. To be honest, after his diagnostic, he wasn't confident he could fully heal the woman's mind. It had been far too long since she was put into this state. "I'd like to request that she be taken to a location of my choosing. There, I have another victim, someone in a similar condition. I want to try healing them both. That place has the equipment I need." "Please do as you see fit, Master Caesar," David said quickly. Neither he nor Irene hesitated. Maverick gave a small nod. Then, after a moment of thought, he added, "You're welcome to come and stay with her. It might actually help the treatment if a close family member is present." "I'll go," David said immediately. "Me too," Irene added. They had spoken in unison. Maverick nodded again, then stepped back. He raised his hand, then paused and glanced at them. "Do not be alarmed." He waved his hand, and under the astonished and equally frightened gaze of the two, a visible crack appeared in the middle of the room. It soon stretched and expanded, turning into a gate that, to them, seemed to lead straight into the abyss. "A spatial rift," Maverick explained before they could spout out anything. "If you had graduated from a magic school, I'm sure you know what kind of magic this is, and..." He paused, turning to face them, and added, "What rank of wizards can wield it?" The father and daughter gulped and nodded at his words. Of course they knew. They had read about spatial rifts before, but it was something they, ordinary as ordinary could be, never imagined would one day witness with their own eyes. Maverick did not wait for their response. He turned back to Tgthegood, who still lay asleep, completely unaware of the strange events unfolding around her. With a quick flick of his fingers, he sent her into a deeper sleep, then gently levitated the bed. "Follow me," he said calmly, and turned toward the rift, walking straight into it with the floating bed gliding behind him. David snapped out of his daze first, though his heart hadn't yet caught up. He turned to his daughter and gripped her shoulder, shaking her gently. "Don't, Dad." "I know," he said, quickly agreeing with the disbelieving look in his daughter's eyes. His gaze flicked to the gaping rift still hovering in the middle of the room, and he made the decision. "But we don't have time to talk about it." "I know, Dad." Irene's voice was steadier this time. She followed her father's gaze to the impossible sight before them, then nodded with quiet resolve. "Let's go, for Grandma." She took a step forward, ready to lead, but David reached out, gently pulling her behind him. "Stay close, I'll go first." London. Inside a spacious, brightly lit room, Maverick gently landed the hovering bed carrying Lockhart's victim onto the floor. Beside the bed, not far from it, was another bed, and a woman lay there as well, deeply asleep. "Is this the last one, boss?" came a woman's voice from behind him. Maverick didn't glance back and instead began setting up the equipment near the bed, connecting it to the woman. "Yes. Unfortunately, only 2 survived," he replied while working. The equipment was standard medical gear, meant to monitor their vitality and condition. Nothing magical, just basic monitoring. "How's the first patient?" Maverick asked, glancing briefly at the man sitting beside the bed of the first patient. "Still asleep," the man replied. Just then, through the rift that had been open a moment ago, 2 figures stepped through, causing Aisha and Bucky to turn their heads. "Are we expecting company?" Aisha asked, eyeing the unfamiliar faces. "These are the son and granddaughter of the second patient," Maverick explained. "They'll stay here while I work on helping the patients." Saying that, he turned to David and Irene, who had rushed over as soon as they saw the woman and now stood beside her bed, watching her closely with worried expressions. "These are standard Muggle monitoring equipment," Maverick wanted to explain, just in case they asked some silly question. But fortunately, that wasn't necessary. The 2 simply nodded, giving him a grateful look. "I forgot they're Muggle-born," Maverick thought to himself as he made the final connection of wires. The monitors flickered to life, and soon, it started displaying the data. "Right then," he said, glancing at the father and daughter. "Like I said, I'll do my best to help her recover, but no promises. In the meantime, you 2 can check out the table." He pointed to a metallic-looking table in the corner of the room and continued, "There's a file there called the Banded Banshee, should give you some context." On the table, Maverick had laid out copies of Lockhart's original manuscripts. Reading them would give David and Irene at least some understanding of what had happened to their relative. David and Irene nodded, and then moved toward the table. Maverick turned to Tgthegood once again as he stood beside her bed. His mind was already churning through the steps, the spells, and the magic he might use to mend the fractures in her mind. There were several methods, actually, but none promised a full recovery. Even so, it would be better than leaving her as she was now. Just because he was an archmage didn't mean he excelled at everything. Mind arts, especially the healing aspect, were a vast and intricate field. Powerful mages like him could brute force their way through weaker minds and extract thoughts, but healing was different. It demanded patience, precision, and a delicate touch. Mind reading, Maverick paused as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Would it work? He hesitated, unsure. In the end, he decided it was worth a try if all else failed. He pulled out a phone, not his personal one, and scrolled through the contacts until he found the name he was looking for, and then pressed dial. The phone rang, and after a few moments, a middle-aged man's voice came through, rough and distant. Well, wasn't expecting your call. Make it quick, kid, I'm kinda busy waging war over here." His voice was relaxed, almost amused, with the easy confidence of someone who knew Maverick well, and didn't care much for formalities. Maverick didn't mind the tone either, but his brow twitched when the unmistakable sounds of moaning and creaking furniture came through the speaker. Doing his best to ignore the background noise, he spoke quickly. "James, I need an urgent favor." "Oh, does your lordship require this humble mortal's assistance?" came the sarcastic reply. Maverick sighed, rolling his eyes before getting straight to the point. "Charles Xavier, a mutant. Check MI6's database for him. If he's there, help me track his latest location without raising any alarms. I'll owe you one." At the mention of the favor, the sounds of the so-called battle on the other end paused, followed by a chuckle. "I'll text you the data in a moment, kid." Then, the phone went dead with a click. Maverick stared at the phone for a moment, then slipped it into his pocket and turned his attention back to the woman before him. "Let's get started," he muttered, taking a deep breath. Chapter 144. What was stolen? CH 164. They say the eyes are a window to one's soul, and in the world of magic, that isn't far from the truth. Here, the eyes serve as more than just a mirror of emotion. They are a doorway, a conduit through which magic can form a connection. If one wishes to delve into another person's mind, to truly explore their thoughts, memories, and the very essence of who they are, there must be a bridge, a threshold. And more often than not, that threshold lies behind the eyes. Of course, skilled mages, or those born with a natural knack for mind magic, can get by without it. But even then, all they're doing is brushing the surface. Going deeper isn't about raw power or talent. In the end, everyone needs the same key to unlock the door. Maverick took a deep breath and raised his right hand, holding it just above the woman's temples. His fingers twitched, glowing with a soft, eerie light. A moment later, her eyes creaked open, not fully, just enough to reveal the vacant stare beneath. It wasn't her doing, of course. His magic had forced them open. Literally. Then the current began to flow. A slow pulse of magic slipped from his hands and into her, and the connection started to form. It was faint at first, thin and delicate, but just enough. Once it steadied, Maverick leaned in slightly and whispered the spell under his breath. The magic took hold at once, and the world around him slipped away. The room faded away. The steady beeping of monitors, the gentle rustle of clothes, even the hum of distant conversation, all slipped into silence. He was inside Bridget Keena's mind now. It was nothing like Bucky's, before Maverick had pulled his former self back from the edge. Bucky's mind had been a void, empty and cold, but his memories, though broken, had still clung together in a central place. Bridget's mind was worse, much worse. This place looked like a battlefield, torn apart by madness. Shattered fragments of memory lay scattered across the ground, like a desolate wasteland. Maverick found himself standing in the middle of the chaos, and it truly was a mess. The sky above was gray, as if someone had drained the color from it and left only the idea of a sky. Beneath his feet, the ground was dry and brittle, with veins of glowing blue cracking through it like spiderwebs of lightning. Every few steps, the ground dipped away into jagged pits, filled with glass shards that flickered with unstable light. Maverick crouched near one of the pits, and his brow furrowed as he assessed the situation. Each pit was a shattered mess, a fragment of the woman's memories. This wasn't going to be easy, he figured. He moved forward, spreading his mental senses as he scanned the landscape, and soon gained a solid understanding of the areas he needed to work on. Although it was in much worse condition than the Winter Soldiers, it was still not unfixable. And while it had only taken a few hours for Bucky, this would take much, much longer. A week, maybe 2. If I dedicate myself fully, I should be able to bring her back enough to communicate, at least, to remember some things. But thinking back to Hogwarts, the school still had about 2 weeks before the holidays began, so he couldn't afford to invest that much time right now. He sighed, then took a moment to gather his thoughts and reminded himself to be patient. Healing a mind, especially one damaged this severely, could not be rushed. But Lockhart's nuisance was something he still planned to deal with before the holidays. The only reason he was going through all this trouble wasn't necessarily to get rid of Lockhart. For him, it would be easy to make the man disappear permanently without anyone finding out. And if he wanted to go by the book, simply sending the memories anonymously to the right newspapers would be enough to destroy his image. But Maverick's plan from the beginning was to use Lockhart while exposing him to increase his people's reputation. So, he had to take this more legal approach. Then there was only one way. He nodded to himself, making up his mind. But first, let's get started with the treatment of this woman. 3 hours later, his consciousness returned to the room. There was progress, just a sliver, but enough to count. He had poured every ounce of focus into the process, and even then had only managed to mend a small percentage of the damage. It's going to take time, a lot more time, he thought. Are you back? How is Grandma? Just as he was gathering his thoughts, he heard Irene's concerned voice from the side. He turned slightly and saw the father and daughter standing at the back of the bed, and from their expressions, it looked like they had been there for quite some time. There's been a little progress, he said honestly. But progress, I can't say exactly how long it'll take, but she's not beyond saving. Their eyes lit up with cautious hope, so Maverick quickly raised a hand to temper their expectations. He explained everything truthfully, what he had diagnosed, the limits of what he could do, how much he expected her to recover, and how long it might take, as clearly as possible. Despite the realism in his words, they did not seem too disappointed. After all, they had already given up hope, so even if this path did not promise a full recovery, it was still far better than what they had imagined possible. They also agreed to his suggestion that she stay at the facility until the treatment was complete, and one of them would always remain by her side. The location, after all, was in central London, not remote or difficult to access, so they didn't mind. Maverick then spent another hour working on the second woman, who was suffering from a severe case of short-term amnesia. Compared to the first woman, she was much easier to treat, though still more complicated than Bucky had been. He estimated that a full recovery would take less than a week, but only if she remained in a controlled, comatose state during that time. And he intended to keep her that way, because despite her short-term memory loss, she could still walk, talk, and handle daily life without much trouble. He did not want to complicate things by having to explain everything to her, since even if he did, she would forget soon after. It was better to keep her in a controlled sleep until the treatment was over. Fortunately, David and Irene offered to take care of her as well. After making all the necessary arrangements, and informing Bucky and Aisha that one of them should stay to oversee everything and alert him if anything urgent came up, Maverick didn't linger. He left the quiet room, stepping into a stairwell that led up to a spacious living room. Still no messages from James. He pocketed the phone, pulled out another, and made a quick call to Lord Greengrass, giving him a few instructions. Then, without wasting another moment, Maverick apparated back to Hogwarts. The next day, Ministry of Magic, Britain. Inside a modest, neatly kept office, a formally robed witch, seemingly in her early 40s, stepped in with an air of familiarity. She had dark hair, sharp eyes, and she carried herself with authority and confident purpose. The office walls were lined with shelves packed with thick, leather-bound books and scattered magical artifacts. Near the window stood a large oak desk, cluttered with parchment and quills, yet everything seemed deliberately placed. A warm glow from the desk lamp filled the room as she settled into her chair and clasped her hands on the surface. Following her, a middle-aged man came in shortly after, quietly closed the door behind him, and took a seat across from her. "So, what is it you want to talk about, Lord Greengrass?" The lord in question was Jameson Greengrass, head of the most ancient and noble house of Greengrass, and at the moment, a guest in this office. The witch seated across from him was none other than Lady Amelia of the most ancient and noble House of Bones, deputy head of magical law enforcement at the British Ministry of Magic. They were peers in power and legacy, which perhaps explained the lack of ceremony in Amelia's voice. Or maybe that clipped, to-the-point tone was just pure Amelia, blunt, and never one to waste words. "I came on the instruction of a certain someone, who would like a word with you, Lady Bones." "Instruction," Amelia muttered, arching an eyebrow. It was a very particular choice of a word, but she did not press. Instead, she asked, "If it's just to ask for an appointment, why go through all the trouble of meeting me alone in my office?" Greengrass slowly adjusted the sleeve of his robe. "You shall know soon enough." Her curiosity was piqued, and she nodded slowly. "Very well. I have no pressing matters on my schedule right now, or we could arrange it for tomorrow." Instead of answering right away, Lord Greengrass lowered his head, fiddled briefly with a small gadget in his hand, then pocketed it before meeting her gaze again. "Now would be fine, my lady." Amelia tilted her head, puzzled, silently asking for more, but Greengrass said nothing and just kept his gaze fixed on the desk. A flicker of irritation soon crept into her expression, and finally she could not hold it in any longer and spoke up. "Whoever it is you want me to meet. Will they come to the ministry? Because, frankly, I cannot make any trips today." "That will not be necessary." Before she could finish, a new voice cut through the room, low, steady, and definitely not Lord Greengrass. Her wand was in her hand before she even realized it, snapping toward the sound as she shot to her feet. "We meet again, Lady Bones." Chapter 145, What Was Stolen IV, ch. 165. Amelia Bones had seen her fair share of strange things within these walls. From her early days as a green auror to now, as deputy head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, few moments had ever made her heart jolt quite like this. Her wand was in her hand before she even realized it, the tip trembling ever so slightly as she pointed it at him. "We meet again, Lady Bones." The words drifted out so casually, like he was greeting an old friend over tea. He had his back to her, one hand closing a book and sliding it back onto the shelf. The movement was almost lazy, like he had been there the whole time, quietly browsing her collection without a care in the world. When he finally turned, she recognized him at once. Her pupils widened in a flash. How could she possibly forget the man who had saved her and her team, and in doing so, demonstrated what true power really looked like? "It's you," she breathed. How did you get in here?" All she received was a smile, as if her shock were merely a mild amusement to him. And then she noticed Lord Greengrass, seated across from her, rising to give the man a respectful nod. There was no fear in the gesture, only recognition. Respect. Her arm trembled slightly as she focused back to the familiar, yet somehow unfamiliar man. He stepped forward, and then a high-backed chair materialized behind him before he lowered himself onto it, all in one smooth motion. She saw no arrogance on that young face, only calm, quiet confidence. "I'd appreciate it if you lowered your wand, my lady. I bring no harm." Saying that, he tilted his head with the most harmless smile she had ever seen, then gave a light gesture toward her chair. It was as if this was his office, not hers. "Sit, you two, Jameson." The Greengrass lord gave a respectful nod before taking his seat without hesitation. She, however, still remained wary. "I insist," the young man said again, and for some reason that harmless smile no longer felt so harmless. Deep down, she knew that if he had meant her harm, she'd already be lying on the floor. So at last, she lowered her wand, sank slowly into her chair, and drew a deep breath in and out while steadying her nerves. Then, "Lord Archmage, may I ask what someone like you wants with a little magus like me?" Instead of answering her, she saw him give Lord Greengrass a small nod, like a silent signal. In response, Greengrass retrieved a small stack of papers and 4 notebooks from the ring on his finger, then leaned forward and placed them neatly on her desk. She glanced between the two men. The silent coordination between them gave her a fair idea of who was following whom, and neither of them seemed the least bit interested in hiding it from her. The documents were clearly meant for her, she figured, but she waited for the young man to explain. And he didn't waste a second. About half a year ago, Hogwarts appointed a new defense against the dark arts professor. Nothing unusual, same as every year. You should have heard of him, Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart? Amelia was momentarily thrown off by the random topic, but did not interrupt. At the same time, she was curious to know what could be so important that a dignified archmage would ambush her in her office to tell her. Maverick continued, starting with how he first realized the man wasn't anywhere near as competent as he looked on paper. He told a story that was part truth, part fabrication, about quietly watching his actions and how the truth slowly came to light. Then he spoke of a secret investigation into the man's past and what he found, deeply disturbing and dangerous deeds hidden beneath a polished reputation. Needless to say, the veteran magical supercop was fully hooked on the case now. Her initial confusion had vanished completely, replaced by tightly furrowed brows and a solemn, determined expression. "What you see here," Maverick said at last, gesturing to the stack on her desk, "are his original manuscripts, his own handwriting, recording the real deeds before he rewrote them as his own. Why in Merlin's name are you still letting that rubbish near children? Who's to say he won't snap and attack one of them?" To be honest, Amelia raised a fair point. Lockhart was indeed a ticking time bomb around the students. "I only discovered all this recently, and as soon as I had proof, I came straight to you, so you can take legal action." Amelia huffed before saying, "I'd like to see the two surviving victims." Words were still just words, after all. She had nearly believed everything, but she still wanted clear proof. Maverick did not mind at all and gave a simple nod. "I'm heading to them next. I'm treating their mental injuries myself. You're welcome to come along." He could see from her clenched fists that she wasn't in the best mood. After all, it wasn't just any children at risk. Her own niece was at Hogwarts too. Right now, all she wanted was to get rid of Lockhart then and there. And that was exactly what he wanted. "You can begin prosecution in 2 days," he said. "There'll be a bit of noise in the press about him, enough to give you the momentum to launch an official investigation. Without that, I doubt Fudge would even let you question him, let alone arrest him, not with just this." Amelia understood all too well that he was right. She leaned back, sighed, and gave a small nod of agreement. "Take a good look at the manuscripts and you'll know all you need. And as for proof, you'll see it once I take you to the victims and show you their mental state and the recovered bits of their memories," Maverick explained to her briefly. "And remember, this was uncovered by Lord Greengrass. All credit goes to him," he finally added in a tone that left no room for negotiation. She raised her head and for the first time that day met his eyes fully. "Why?" she asked, genuinely puzzled, glancing between him and the noble lord who had been silent like an obedient subordinate all this time. Yes, a subordinate, she thought. "Does it matter?" she heard him say indifferently. "You get to take down a criminal, and who gave the lead for it to happen shouldn't matter to you." A moment of silence passed before she nodded once again. Glancing at Lord Greengrass, she added, "I can understand now why the neutral faction has been making noise in the Wisengamot these past couple of months." There was a barely expressible smirk on Lord Greengrass's lips before he met her eyes. "There's a revolution coming, my lady. Playing neutral in the ministry is very different from playing the part in the Wisengamot. It's best you choose sides early. Spare me your politics, Jameson." She waved her hand wearily at him, then glanced back at the young man, who was also looking at her with that same amused expression, just like at the beginning of their meeting today. For some reason, she had a bad feeling, like she had been arranged like a piece on a chessboard. No, she realized she already was one. But then again, "Sigh, what can I do?" she thought tiredly. 2 hours later, Maverick took Amelia Bones to the location where the two victims were being cared for. He introduced Bridget Keena's relatives to her first, then, without delay, got right into the day's treatment for the two women. And while doing so, he used his illusion magic to show her what he had seen from the fragments of memories he had recovered so far. Only bits and pieces, but enough for her to make the undeniable connection to the manuscripts. In the end, she promised to follow the plan once this news, as Maverick had promised, made headlines, and until then, she would prepare as best she could for action. Before he sent her away, Maverick, of course, reminded her not to mention his involvement to anyone. It wasn't that he was afraid of the attention that would be directed at him, but he simply didn't want it. Amelia nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. But unlike before, Maverick did not make her swear any oaths. He could sense from her emotions that she was telling the truth, and if not, well, at worst, it would just be some nuisance, that was all. 2 days later, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, students and professors gathered for breakfast as usual. It was exam season, so even though the hall was typically filled with the clinking of cutlery and plates, chatter, and laughter, it was noticeably quieter than usual. But that all changed when suddenly a flock of owls flooded in, each carrying a stack of papers. They began dropping them all over the long tables as well as the staff table. The hall instantly filled with noise, yelps, squeaks, and perhaps even a few curses from the students. But just as fast, the noise vanished, swallowed by a heavy silence as students bent over the pages, eyes widening with every line. Of course, this arrangement was done by Maverick personally, spending actually not that much, just a couple dozen galleons. At the staff table, he sat sandwiched between Dumbledore and Flitwick, with McGonagall on the far side of the headmaster. All three held identical papers, their eyes fixed on the headline, faces marked by the same stunned disbelief. Only 4 copies had been dropped on the professor's table, so the rest of the staff had no idea what was written in them that had sparked such a reaction from both students and their colleagues. They grew more curious by the second, and it was Lockhart himself who finally broke the heavy silence that had settled over the hall. The fraud was wide-eyed with excitement, noticing how many students were looking his way. Surely, it had to be some incredible news about him, something shocking, no doubt. Judging by everyone's reactions, what else could it be? But then again, he hadn't done anything noteworthy lately. So what could it possibly be? Am I getting a new award? Perhaps this year's Witch Weekly's Most Amazing Smile again. A ridiculous grin spread across his face, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. Glancing at Headmaster Dumbledore while straightening his collar and smoothing his robes, he finally spoke. "Would you mind, Headmaster," he said smugly, "if I, the person in question, personally had a look? Not to be rude, but..." He showed his teeth for the umpteenth time. "I'm truly curious." Chapter 146. What was stolen v. ch 166. Hogwarts. The day began with snow drifting softly under a dull gray sky. Cold winds swept across the castle, brushing the glass panes and swirling through the courtyards. By the time breakfast rolled around, the windows were fogged with chill and the whole school lay quiet beneath a soft, white blanket. Inside the castle, though, it was pleasantly warm and cozy. Students and teachers gathered in the Great Hall for breakfast like any other day, but the midterm exams had stolen the usual buzz of chatter and clatter and replaced it with a low hum of tension. However, not everyone seemed caught up in the tension. Down near the middle of the Slytherin long table, 2 second-year witches sat huddled together, whispering like they knew something the rest of the castle didn't, or maybe they actually did, judging by the way their eyes kept flicking toward the staff table like they knew exactly what was going on. "Just look at him," one of them muttered under her breath, nudging the other and nodding toward the flamboyant figure at the staff table. "He can't take 2 bites without showing off every single tooth. Even his eating looks fake. Honestly, how hasn't Dumbledore noticed yet?" Daphne gave Tracy's shin a quick nudge under the table. "Keep it down," she whispered. "Remember, we're not supposed to know anything." It wasn't just them who had grown tired of Lockhart by now, and many other students had more or less figured out that the man was a complete fool. Once or twice, a failed spell or a straight-up wrong spell might be arguable, but when it kept happening repeatedly, even the biggest fans had to admit something was off, unless they had something very wrong with their heads. It was now unspokenly agreed among all the students that Lockhart either lied or wildly exaggerated his adventures in the books. That was the only way to make sense of the guy. What they didn't know was that this fraud was more than just a con artist. He was dangerous, someone whose actions, whether on purpose or not, had caused deaths. The worst part was that he was hiding in plain sight, right under their noses. Until today. Halfway through breakfast, a sudden swarm of delivery owls burst into the Great Hall, tearing through the air like a storm cracking open the sky. Each bird carried a rolled-up newspaper clutched in its talons or beak. Gasps and yelps followed as they swooped low, dropping their deliveries onto the long tables and even the staff table, without the slightest care for whether they landed in a lap, on a head, or in a plate of food. Hey, watch it! What in Merlin's name is wrong with these stupid birds? Whose idea of a sick prank is this? The usually calm hall exploded into a mix of shouts, curses, and flailing limbs. But that didn't stop anyone from grabbing the papers dropped on their heads or into their food. And once they actually looked at what had arrived, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The ruckus came to an abrupt halt. One moment, it seemed there would be chaos, and the next moment the hall fell into complete silence. Tracy picked up a stack that had landed near them and quickly unrolled it. Daphne leaned closer. Together, they read the headline printed in bold black ink. Decades of Deceit, Gilderoy Lockhart's Web of Lies Exposed. Tracy blinked and turned to her friend. Did your father set this up? Daphne didn't answer right away. Yes, her father had asked her to give a discreet interview to a Daily Prophet journalist the day before. The headline didn't surprise her. She had expected something like this. But a full-blown owl invasion, with newspapers raining down all over the school, was definitely not what she had imagined. And her father hadn't said a word about it. A flicker of annoyance crossed her face. She hated being left out of the loop. But just as quickly, her cool mask returned. Doesn't matter, she said. Then a small smirk tugged at her lips as she met Tracy's gaze. Let's see what he does next. The professors are reading too, she added, nodding toward the staff table. There, they saw Professor Caesar handing the man a copy of the newspaper, and Daphne could clearly see the amused smirk on the professor's lips, like he was looking at a clueless fool. This is slander. Who did this? WHOSE idea is it? The silence in the hall was suddenly broken by the loud yell of the man himself, who had jumped to his feet, clutching the newspaper in both hands, eyes wide and frantic, as if he were staring down a dementor. All eyes were now on him. Even the professors were sneaking glances, watching as the man stood there looking shaken, like his entire world was about to crumble. Lockhart was a man who lived for attention, and on any other day, for any other reason, he'd be flashing every tooth in his polished grin. But today, with the entire school staring at him, he wanted nothing more than to disappear. Stop! Stop! He shouted, spinning around with wild eyes, panicked by the sea of stares locked onto him. His face looked pale, with clear panic that could not be concealed in his eyes, and he had completely lost his former elegance. Listen, these are all made up. He tried to come up with an explanation, first glancing at the professors. You don't need to worry at all. It wasn't clear whether he was trying to convince himself or the others. And seeing that not a single face looked like they believed a word he said, his mind immediately made up what he needed to do next. I have to get out of here first. Just as he shoved the chair back with his foot, ready to make a quick exit, Dumbledore's calm voice cut through the tension. Gilderoy, might I ask you to be seated a moment longer? You still have half your porridge untouched. But Lockhart didn't listen to a word and was ready to bolt. Unfortunately, just as he took the first step down the sloped stage, he saw the students all rising at once. Like a well-rehearsed wall, they lined up shoulder to shoulder, blocking every path with no way through. Lockhart glanced from side to side, beads of sweat dripping down his face. He forced the biggest smile he could manage, trying to persuade them. Children, what are you doing? I am a professor. Where are you going then, Professor? A voice called out from the crowd. Yeah, Professor, why are you in such a hurry? Hey, Lockhart, care to explain what's all this writing about you? Voices of different students came to him from the crowd, and it seemed there was no way for him to pass through by asking nicely. So he tried to persuade them again. It's lies, I tell you, lies, he said loudly. Someone is smearing my name, most likely out of jealousy. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, and honorary member of the Society Against Dark Arts, will never be afraid of these challenges. You'll see, I will make that slanderous newspaper apologize to me publicly. Ha, I will never be afraid of these schemes. So please, the sooner I leave, the sooner I can clear my name and return to teaching you the best defenses against the dark arts." The young witches and wizards fell silent for a moment after hearing his arguments, but none of them budged. "Professor Lockhart." A voice suddenly came from behind him, drawing all the students' attention. Professor McGonagall approached and looked at Lockhart with an unreadable expression on her face. If it had been any other day or any other person, she would have given the benefit of the doubt. But in this case, she had her own suspicions, and now, after seeing the article, she was already halfway convinced it might be true. "I hope you'll at least explain things to Principal Dumbledore and me before you take off and do whatever it is you have in mind. And it's been a while since we've wanted to have a proper talk with you." Lockhart looked embarrassed, panicked, and frightened all at once as he met the stern gaze of the deputy principal. He knew there was no way he could just walk away, so he finally decided to go along. "Okay, I admit I'm being a bit impatient. You know, I've never been slandered in a newspaper like this in my entire life, so I just got a little restless." Thinking it might at least spare him from the hundreds of scrutinizing gazes from the students, and believing it wouldn't take long to explain himself to Dumbledore, he continued, "The principal's office is on the 8th floor, right? Please lead the way." "Very well," said McGonagall, nodding before glancing at the crowd of students. "Please return to your seats. This matter will be handled by the school staff and the board alone." "But Professor, that fraud hasn't taught us anything in 6 months. We've wasted half a year because of him, so we deserve an explanation too." A witch's voice rose from the side, challenging her order. It wasn't every day someone dared to argue with her directly, so everyone glanced in that direction, only to see a second-year Slytherin. It was the daring little witch Tracy, of course. "Miss Davis, I assure you there will be an explanation. And until proven guilty, I suggest you do not address Professor Lockhart as a fraud." Tracy only tusked, saying nothing more. She was daring, yes, but not stupid enough to continue arguing with her. Lockhart had no choice but to return to his seat, and McGonagall didn't seem to be in any hurry to take him to Dumbledore's office either. She sat back down as well, and an awkward silence settled over the staff table while they continued with their breakfast. The students also returned to their seats and sat down again, but just moments later, the large oak doors of the hall suddenly flung open, drawing everyone's attention that way. Argus Filch walked in, boots dragging noisily across the floor, and he wasn't alone. Behind him came a woman in formal robes, followed by 3 men in Ministry Auror uniforms. Whispers spread among the students as they recognized who it was, and most quickly guessed the purpose of the party's visit. "Merlin's beard. That's Amelia Bones. The witch who doesn't give face to anyone. You know, this all looks like a preemptive move against Lockhart. Who cares if someone's pulling strings behind the scenes, as long as the fraud gets what he deserves?" All eyes followed them as they marched forward and came to a stop near the raised staff platform. Amelia Bones swept her gaze across the professors, pausing for a brief moment on Maverick, though her face gave nothing away, before finally settling on Lockhart, who now had lost all color from his face. "Gilderoy Lockhart," she began, her voice firm and loud enough for the entire hall to hear. "By order of the Director of Magical Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic, you are hereby placed under arrest for interrogation regarding charges of multiple counts of murder, use of internationally banned forbidden spells on civilians, and large-scale public deception." Her voice rang out clearly across the hall and loud enough for every ear to catch. Once again, the space fell into a pin-drop silence. This time, however, the shock was unmistakable on every face. After all, this wasn't a minor prank or petty con being mentioned, it was murder. "Arrest him." The order echoed through the hall like a tolling bell. "No, you can't do this." Lockhart sprang to his feet with panic visible all over his face. His eyes darted frantically around the hall, searching for an escape that wasn't there. The fame he had so carefully built over the years, through charm, lies, and stolen stories, had suddenly become his worst nightmare. "I am Gilderoy Lockhart," he shouted frantically at the Aurors closing in from the left and right sides of the table. "Please, this is a mistake." The shouting quickly turned into pleading as he stepped backward toward the edge of the stage. Amelia also walked around the table, approaching the man who now stood like a cornered rat. The students, as well as the professors, had all turned to watch the scene unfold, and none of them, not even Dumbledore, made a move to intervene. The old wizard's eyes flicked to Maverick now and then, watching the young professor sip from his goblet as if enjoying a well-scripted play. Dumbledore guessed this was all his doing, or at least had something to do with him, which was exactly why he chose to remain a bystander and let it unfold. The three Aurors closed in on Lockhart from the front, right, and left. "You will come with us peacefully," they said, reaching to grab him. But then the fraud did the most stupid thing he possibly could in that situation. He grabbed his wand from the holster and pointed it, darting it between the three of them. "Get away, I am Gilderoy Lockhart. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin." He shouted frantically, as if his name were some kind of spell that could magically make people listen to him. The Aurors also took a half-step back, pinning their wands on him. For the students, this was probably the most entertaining thing to happen within these walls all year. After all, it wasn't every day they got to witness Aurors in action making an arrest. Amelia Bones stepped forward. "You will come with us peacefully. If you have the faintest shred of sanity left, lower your wand." "No, I am being set up. You're all setting M." "Expelliarmus." The Auror on the right suddenly fired the disarming spell as the fraud yelled hysterically. The spell hit him cleanly, and without any chance to counter, the wand flew from his hand. "Arr!" Lockhart let out a wail, clutching his burning palm in agony. He stared at them defiantly, but it was no use. The Aurors grabbed his arms from right and left, and Amelia Bones personally fastened the magical cuffs on him. "Mr. Lockhart, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the wizarding court of law." Roar! The hall suddenly erupted into cheers and celebratory screams, catching the ministry staff momentarily off guard. They had expected the students to be frightened by the brief confrontation, but instead, they saw the opposite happen. The students seemed more than pleased, practically thrilled, to watch the flamboyant fraud finally confronted and taken away like this. "Pray, Lady Bones, might I suggest that next occasion warrants a courtesy notice to the school? Such matters, handled before the students' eyes, are most regrettable," Dumbledore said as he approached her. His tone was calm, but clearly showing he wasn't pleased with how things had played out. Indeed, he would have much preferred this all happen away from the eyes of the students. "Headmaster, this comes as a direct order from Minister Fudge himself. I was instructed to delay no further and to take him into custody at once, wherever he might be found." "Cornelius, I see," Dumbledore said thoughtfully, then after a pause added, "Very well. Now that your task is complete, I kindly ask that you take your leave. It is the time of midterm exams, and I would prefer nothing to disturb their schedule." "Gladly," Lady Bones said with a crisp nod, then without another word, she strode back the way they came, only this time dragging an extra passenger shackled and powerless behind them. Chapter 147, Christmas, ch. 167. News of Lockhart's arrest spread like a rogue howler, echoing through the wizarding world as other publications quickly picked up the story and began digging into the Daily Prophet's exposé, uncovering even more about the fraud behind the fame. Lockhart may have been a fraud, but he was a popular one. His books had fans across Europe and beyond. So when the truth came out, that his fame was built on stolen achievements and memory charms, the reaction was nothing short of explosive. His most loyal admirers, those who had never witnessed his bumbling incompetence firsthand like the students of Hogwarts, rushed to defend him. At the same time, there were many who accepted the revelations. The Daily Prophet's article hadn't been based on just mere speculation. Apparently, an anonymous source had sent the newspaper a set of memory vials, drawn directly from Lockhart himself, that revealed exactly how he committed the crimes, using formerly classified and banned spells to attack his many victims. Though it wasn't possible to show the memories to the public, the editor did a brilliant job describing, vividly and convincingly, how Lockhart had pulled off the greatest con in modern magical history. The article also included an interview with a Hogwarts student that further cemented Lockhart's reputation as the biggest fraud in recent magical memory. The student, who chose to remain anonymous, claimed the man was a complete amateur, his skills not even on par with a 6th or 7th year student. Apparently, he couldn't cast 3 spells without botching 2 of them, and even the one that worked fell short of the standard expected from a professor. From the student's interview, it was clear that the man had no business teaching defense against the dark arts at one of the world's most prestigious schools, and it begged the question, how could such a renowned institution have such sloppy recruitment protocols? And finally, the article included testimonies from those close to the victims of Lockhart's most heinous crimes, victims who were now, tragically, either dead because of him or left with minds shattered beyond repair. The cases he had claimed as his own weren't exactly minor, and the journalists managed to track down several individuals who knew, at least in part, what had truly happened. It seemed even Lockhart hadn't been foolish enough to obliviate an entire group of people from the same area. And it wasn't as if all of them had stayed silent, either. Further investigation revealed that some had, in fact, tried to raise their concerns with the relevant magical authorities, but for some reason, they had been completely ignored and not taken seriously. This sparked another public uproar over corruption within the magical authorities, and Lockhart's case quickly became a top priority, forcing the ministry to handle it far more transparently than most of their other investigations. And the mastermind behind it all, uncovering Lockhart's crimes and bringing them to light, was soon revealed to be a pureblood lord from one of the most ancient and noble houses of magical Britain. Lord Jameson Greengrass's name became renowned throughout Britain for his great contribution in exposing decades of serial crimes and paving the way to bring justice to all who had suffered, whether greatly or slightly, under Lockhart's schemes. While the magical world buzzed with news of the scandal, Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry continued as usual. More than a week had passed since the incident, and although Lockhart's arrest took place within the very walls of the castle, it did not disrupt the school's daily schedule in the slightest. The midterm exams were conducted right on time, with the only exception being changes to the defense against the dark arts assessment. For that, Dumbledore personally oversaw the evaluations to determine what the students had actually learned over the semester. Suffice it to say, it was nothing short of an embarrassment. Not for the students, of course, but for Headmaster Dumbledore himself, as he came to the grim realization that, whether inadvertently or due to his own negligence, he had allowed half a year to pass in which the young witches and wizards learned absolutely nothing. The old wizard could do little to change what had already happened, but he was determined to make it up to the students in the coming semester. To that end, he personally assured the parents of every witch and wizard at Hogwarts that he would take over as the defense against the dark arts professor himself for the rest of the term. He had little choice. Finding a competent replacement within just a few weeks was a tall order, and given the position's infamous reputation for being cursed, even those qualified would likely refuse the offer. At last, the term officially ended in the 3rd week of December, and a silence as deep as the snow blanketing the grounds settled over the school. The students, save for a few who chose to remain over the holidays, boarded the Hogwarts Express to spend Christmas with their families and loved ones. Among the few who stayed behind were the trio of Gryffindors, though not for any reckless mission involving Polyjuice Potion or infiltrating Slytherin. There had been no basilisk attacks this year, no whispers of the heir of Slytherin, and as a result, events had taken a very different course compared to the original story. Their reason for staying was simple: to practice magic. With the castle nearly empty, they had free reign over the room of requirement, dueling, casting spells, and training without the usual stress of classes or crowded corridors. Over the past couple of weeks, they had followed Maverick's training routines with steady dedication, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that each of them could now take on their former selves in a one-on-one duel without breaking a sweat. Christmas morning arrived, wrapped in a blanket of snow. The castle stood silent and still under the gray sky, and its turrets were frosted while the grounds glistened with fresh powder. Gryffindor dormitory. Harry and Ron, the only ones left, were suddenly jolted awake by Hermione, who burst in fully dressed and carrying an armful of presents. "Wake up," she said cheerily, pulling the curtains open. "Hermione, what in Merlin's name are you doing in the boys' dormitory?" Ron groaned, shielding his eyes from the light. "Oh, stop fussing, Ronald. It's just us here. And Merry Christmas to both of you," she said, tossing presents onto their beds. "I also did you the favor of bringing Professor Caesar's gifts. He sent one for each of us." Harry sat up suddenly alert. "Really?" "Yes, well, two for you, apparently," Hermione said with a hint of envy as she moved Scabbers to make room at the foot of Ron's four-poster. She pulled 4 neatly wrapped boxes from her enchanted pouch and handed one to Ron and 2 to Harry. Ron's gift was the largest, a flat box roughly a foot square and about 10 centimeters tall. As for Harry, the second package, wrapped in soft paper with a pinkish ribbon, was clearly not from Maverick. Hermione raised an eyebrow, glancing between Harry and the present. "Harry, are you sure that's from Professor Caesar?" Harry looked up, still staring at the parcel. "Oh no, that one's from Sarah, Professor Caesar's little sister. She's our age, but she's not magical." He paused, debating whether to tell his friends about her unique abilities, then finally decided it was best not to. "Well, let's open them together," he said quickly. Hermione tilted her head. She was indeed envious, though not in a bitter way. Harry was close to Professor Caesar and his family, something she quietly wished she could share. But she smiled and nodded. The trio began unwrapping their presents. Hermione let out a small gasp of delight when she saw her gift. A signed copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander himself. Ron opened his box to find an exquisite magical chess set, crafted with such detail and polish that it clearly cost a fortune. His jaw dropped. Harry's gift from Maverick was also a book. The cover read The Art of Defending One's Mind. "Let me see." Hermione snatched it from him before he could even open it. She flipped to the introduction, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "This is incredible. I've never seen this in the library or in any bookshop." She looked at Harry with shining eyes. "Can I borrow it for a while?" Harry scratched the back of his head. Sure, but let me read it first. You know I'd skip my homework before skipping a book Professor Caesar asks me to read." He sighed, though not unhappily. A book again, even as a present. But then his eyes landed on Sarah's gift and his mood lifted. He picked it up, feeling the soft shape beneath the wrapping. "It's most likely a robe," Hermione said, poking it with her finger. "Well, let's find out." Harry tore the paper off, and she wasn't far off. "A coat," he murmured, holding it up. It was matte black, simple but stylish, perfectly tailored to his size. "Well, try it on," Hermione said. "Now," Harry blinked. Both she and Ron nodded eagerly. Harry sighed and walked over to the mirror. As soon as he slipped it on, his eyes widened, the coat shimmered and began transforming, morphing as if it were alive. His pajamas completely vanished, replaced, or rather enveloped, by a sleek black shirt, slim-fitting trousers, and the long coat over it all. One moment he looked like he needed a morning shower, and the next he looked like he belonged in a modern dueling arena. "Bloody hell, that's awesome," Ron shouted, rushing over. Hermione stepped beside him, her eyes wide. "I must admit that looks amazing, Harry." "I thought you said she wasn't magical," she asked, clearly noting the heavy magical enchantments at work. Harry shrugged. "She's not, but Professor Caesar is, and he's a master alchemist. I guess she asked her brother to enchant it." Which, of course, was exactly what had happened. They spent a few minutes admiring the outfit, until Harry suddenly thought of something and tilted his head. Can you check the parcel to see if there's a note where Professor Caesar mentioned how I'm supposed to take this off?" Meanwhile, the person in question was currently halfway across the Atlantic, in America, on his way to meet a very special individual. Chapter 148, Crossroads of Power I, ch 168. Westchester County sat about 30 miles north of New York City, and tucked within it was a small town called Salem Center. Though it was called a town, the homes here were fairly large and tastefully decorated, hinting that the people who lived here weren't exactly typical villagers, but quietly well off. It was also a peaceful place, or perhaps more accurately, an isolated one, surrounded by thick forests and rolling hills, with only a handful of roads leading in or out. And on one such road that cut straight through the woods, a lone black SUV moved steadily forward, leaving deep tracks behind. Snow had been falling for hours without stopping, covering everything in a soft, quiet blanket. It was one of those winter mornings when you couldn't quite tell if it was still night or already day. On either side of the road, tall trees stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a sort of wall that made it feel like the rest of the world had vanished and only the road ahead remained. Eventually, though, the forest began to thin out. It wasn't that it had ended, but rather that it opened up. The trees gave way to a wide clearing, and in the middle of it lay a vast stretch of open land, as if carved out by an invisible hand. At its center stood a mansion-like building, but it looked more like a castle, and it was all surrounded by a tall stone wall. This was the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, a school hidden beneath the natural cover of the forest, much like how Hogwarts was concealed by magic. But instead of young witches and wizards, the students here were children with unique abilities. Gifted in every sense of the word. There were no signs marking the place or meant to welcome visitors, and not a single security guard stood at the gate. Maybe it was because of the harsh winter weather today. Either way, visitors seemed to be rare here. The SUV rolled to a quiet stop in front of the large metal gates guarding the entrance. After a moment, the engine gave a soft hum and died. Inside, a young man leaned forward, slipping off a pair of dark sunglasses and resting them on the dashboard. Wearing a sleek black winter coat over a charcoal suit and a high-collared shirt, Maverick looked every inch the composed visitor. He didn't move at first and wore a thoughtful expression as he sat there, staring through the fogged window at the gates and the sprawling grounds beyond. It was now the last week of December, just 2 days before the new year. He had come here for a single name, Charles Xavier. It had taken longer than he expected for MI6 to locate him. A few days ago, Maverick had finally received a reply from James, his colleague in the 00 squad, with the location of the renowned professor. It can't be helped. He couldn't rely on knowledge from beyond the fourth wall this time to find the place, because his understanding of the X-Men part of the Marvel Universe was very limited. He had only seen a few movies and wasn't much of a comic book reader in his previous life. And there wasn't any trace of Charles Xavier's location in public records either. You couldn't really blame him. Mutants were highly discriminated against, so it made sense that the place was hidden so well. He stepped out of the car. The cold bit at his face, but it didn't bother him the slightest. The only reason he wore more winter-like clothes was, well, at least it would make him seem like an everyday kind of guy. The snow clung to his polished shoes as he walked forward, hands tucked into his coat pockets. Looking through the gates, he saw not a soul in sight. It was pouring snow after all, so that made sense. The massive gates were made of black iron, woven with elegant designs. Beyond them stretched a long stone path that led to the front steps of the mansion. He looked around for any kind of intercom or keypad, something that might let him contact someone inside. But there was nothing. How did the X-Men even let visitors in? He didn't want to break in or fly over. That would probably be a bad way to start things off. His eyes narrowed for a moment before finally deciding to push out his magical sense to see inside the school, and perhaps get the attention of the person he came to meet inside. This was the first time he was doing it since arriving here, and there was a high chance that Professor X would likely be able to notice. After all, from what he knew of the Marvel Universe, the man was the most powerful natural telepathic human on the planet. Or he could be wrong. Besides, who told the man not to put at least a bloody guard at the gate? Maverick's overpowered magical sense spread effortlessly in a matter of seconds, and within moments, everything inside and outside the large mansion formed a clear image in his mind. He sensed 9 who were likely children and 2 adults scattered throughout, each in different rooms. Most of them were still asleep. Then there were 3 more adults on the top floor, in a large oval-shaped room facing the front of the mansion. The numbers weren't as many as he had thought. Most likely, Charles had only recently started the program for the School of Mutant Children, or it could very well be that most of them simply weren't here. He wasn't sure. One of them was undoubtedly the person he was looking for, Professor Charles Xavier. For one, the man was completely bald, and for two, he was, well, in a wheelchair. But something was strange. Very interesting. Was it because magical sense wasn't the same as natural telepathy? Or was it that without magic, even the strongest telepaths couldn't detect it? The thought crossed his mind. Just now, he hadn't tried to hide his magic while scanning the building and its surroundings with magical sense. Yet, from his observation, none of the mutants inside, not even Xavier or the other man he presumed to be Logan, aka Wolverine, had shown the slightest reaction. He pressed more magical energy into the field, letting his magic radiate more freely, almost recklessly this time. Still, there was no response. It appeared that magical sense could not be classified as a form of telepathy, at least not in any natural sense, he figured. Then the corner of his lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. This was a very interesting discovery indeed. But then, how do I let them know I am freezing out here? A thoughtful look crossed his face. He still did not want to break in or fly over the gate. And just as he was about to pull his magic back, he noticed something strange in one of the rooms. Oh, that's unexpected. A little girl who had been sound asleep only moments ago suddenly sat upright in her bed. There was no mistaking it. She had reacted to his magic. I did not expect to find a little witch in a mutant school, he thought. To be sure, he focused more of his magic around her room. As expected, she responded again, getting out of bed and glancing around, as if searching for the source of whatever strange feeling she was picking up. Maverick let out a quiet chuckle and drew back all of his magic. That could be addressed later. For now. He turned his attention back to the three individuals upstairs. This time, instead of using magical sense, he focused his dominant spirit and pushed it subtly toward the room. Charles Francis Xavier. The inside of Xavier Mansion was as grand as it was serene. Wide hallways lined with polished wooden floors stretched on, doors spaced evenly along the walls. Classic portraits hung between cream-colored panels, and the soft ticking of clocks mounted on nearly every wall gave the place a steady, calming rhythm. It felt more like a historic estate than a place for learning. At the highest floor stood a spacious room, its walls lined with bookshelves. A few comfortable sofas were arranged in a cozy seating area, and a large oak desk faced the tall windows overlooking the estate grounds. This was the main office of the institution's founder and the man in charge, Charles Xavier. Behind the large desk sat the man himself in a sleek, futuristic-looking wheelchair. He appeared to be in his early 50s, and might have passed for even younger if he had any hair, his composed demeanor and calm blue eyes radiating a quiet wisdom that seemed far beyond his years. Across from him stood a tall, striking woman, seemingly in her 20s, with smooth coffee-colored skin and flowing white hair. She was dressed in a sharp blazer over a dark top and pants, appearing to be informing something as she skimmed through a thin stack of documents held against her chest, very much like a poised secretary. Not far from them, slouched across a leather sofa, was a short, broad-shouldered man in a worn leather jacket and boots. His thick sideburns framed a grizzled face, and his arms were folded behind his head as he stared up at the ceiling. The woman explained as she flipped through the papers in her hand. Hank should be back this afternoon with the new student. Charles glanced up from the desk. Were there any complications? She shook her head. Not really. The kid's an orphan. The paperwork was easy to handle, and he didn't put up any fight about coming here. Good, Charles replied with a nod. He then turned his head slightly toward Logan. Aren't there classes this morning? Logan didn't even glance at him, he just gave a lazy shrug. Let the little guys sleep in, weather's too cozy. Hell, even I feel like crawling back into bed. Charles let out a soft chuckle at the nonchalance, but then suddenly his calm expression shifted completely, turning on a dime. And not only him, all three of them froze as if they had just seen something terrifying. Charles's eyes widened. Aurora aka Storm, her hands trembled involuntarily, and the papers nearly slipped from her grip. At that same moment, Logan leapt to his feet, and with a metallic SHNK, 3 adamantium claws shot out from each of his fists. A silent tension filled the room, and before that terrifying feeling even passed, they all heard a voice calling a name. echoing clearly inside their minds, as if spoken aloud by a presence neither near nor far. Charles Francis Xavier. Logan sniffed the air and clenched his jaw. Is it just me, or did you hear that too? Aurora nodded, casting a glance at the man in the wheelchair, silently seeking an explanation. After all, it was his name that had been called. Charles nodded slowly as well, then, without another word, turned his wheelchair toward the large window overlooking the front lawn, now blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Yes, he said finally, it seems we have an uninvited visitor. Logan's eyes narrowed. Charles, that feelin', it's familiar, can't quite place it but my gut's screamin', feels like a damn monster just locked onto us. We'll soon find out then, said Professor X before making his signature gesture. He raised 2 fingers to his temple, closed his eyes, and focused. Chapter 149. Crossroads of Power II, ch 169. Outside Xavier's mansion. Having drawn their attention, Maverick waited patiently for a response. Through his magical sense, he observed the reactions of the 3 inside, a ripple of shock, followed by a sharp rise in tension. Even though he had only released the barest minimum of his dominant spirit, it was still enough to make their skin crawl. After all, dominant spirit wasn't just pressure on the mind, it was the weight of another's while pressing down on your own. Next, he saw Professor X wheel himself toward the large window, raising 2 fingers to his temple in that unmistakable pose any Marvel fan would recognize instantly. Let's see which has the higher ground, my mental defense or the most powerful telepath. With that thought, Maverick braced for the impact, and sure enough, he soon felt a powerful psychic force slam hard against his mind. But that power was only strong against the average person, and against his overpowered mental barriers, it was more like a gentle knock than a battering ram against the door. He chuckled inwardly, and then, instead of merely holding the barrier, his magic enveloped the telepathic threads coming from Xavier, like a superior will effortlessly overriding a lesser one. Although he was being polite by not breaking into the mansion directly, that didn't mean he was about to let them mistake him for some average nobody. Meanwhile, Charles Xavier was feeling like he had finally met his match. With his psychic abilities, it had taken only a moment to detect the lone figure at the mansion's outer gate. But when he reached out to see who this bold presence was, his telepathic probe slammed headfirst into what could only be described as an impenetrable wall. What shocked him even more was that this was purely the power of the person's mind. It was the first time he had met someone who could negate his psychic intrusion so effortlessly, and it seemed even more effective than his friend's unique helmet, which scatters brainwave frequencies directly. Incredible! Xavier couldn't help but mutter in praise under his breath. His murmur did not go unnoticed by the man with superhuman senses, who also walked to stand in front of the window beside the man in the wheelchair. He asked quickly, "Charles, did you find the enemy?" "Enemy is a strong word," Charles replied without breaking focus, fingers still pressed to his temple as his psychic powers probed the unfathomable mental wall beyond. "Besides, it's not wise to label someone an enemy right away, Logan." Logan didn't seem to care for the advice and brushed it off without a second thought. Charles was always like that, too cautious for his own good. "Over there," said Professor X, nodding toward the gate. Logan finally caught sight of the figure standing alone in the falling snow. He sniffed the air, but maybe because of the thick snowfall, his enhanced senses picked up nothing. Aurora stepped up quietly behind Xavier's wheelchair, following their gaze toward the gate. Her eyes also landed on the distant figure. "Looks like a young man," she murmured. "Whatever," Logan growled, eyes narrowing. "Young or not, enemy or not, that presence is the most dangerous I've felt in a damn long time." However, Charles still had the clarity to speak first before assuming anything. And just as he was about to suggest that one of them go outside to greet the visitor, he, along with Logan and Aurora, felt a subtle change in their perception. It was faint at first, but then their vision began to distort, quite literally. Their instincts flared, and without a word, they fell into stances ready for an attack. Logan's claws snapped out with a shink, and Aurora's eyes glowed white, her mutant powers surging to the surface. Charles remained the calmest, still seated, fingers pressed to his temple. But it was useless, as the attack happened nothing like the sort of what they had in mind. Space stretched and twisted unnaturally, as if the room itself were being pulled like a rubber band. Lines warped, angles bent. Everything in their perception began to twist into something it was never meant to be. "Charles, what the hell is happening?" Logan growled, but there was no response. The professor was silent, his face tense with concentration. His psychic link, something he had always held complete control over, now felt it was no longer under his command. "Charles," Aurora also called out, and panic was visible in her expression. "Are we under attack? Is it that person?" Before her words even finished, the daylight around them began to flicker, like a faulty lamp, and then it vanished as if a switch had been flipped. Darkness swallowed everything. "Did we get teleported?" Logan whipped his head around for an explanation, while his claws were ready for anything. "Where the hell are we?" "There," Charles whispered. His voice trembled as he shakily lifted a hand to point ahead. They followed his gesture, and far, far away, something began to rise from the endless black horizon. At first it was just a silhouette, then it kept rising, higher, taller. It was not a mountain, not the moon, nor even the sun. Humanoid in shape, but massive, unfathomably massive, a towering colossus cloaked in a surface that looked like the night sky itself. Galaxies spun across its chest. Stars blinked in and out of existence across its face. And it was still only halfway risen. From the waist up, it already filled the sky. They stood frozen, heads raised, gazing up at the godlike being's eyes, like twin full moons, overwhelmed by its sheer scale. "No," Charles muttered, "this can't be real." He took the stance of concentration once again, and defiantly pushed his psychic powers to the limit. "Logan, Aurora, come close and hold on to me." The two followed his order, and each grabbed a shoulder from either side. "Close your eyes and concentrate on me." They did, and after a while, their eyelids sensed light once again, causing them to blink open. They were back. It was the same room, the same snow-covered morning. "Huff, huff," Charles gasped, wiping sweat from his brow. "What a terrifying illusion." Logan turned to see his friend looking exhausted, as if he had just run a marathon. "Are you saying that it was all just an illusion?" "I can't explain it any other way," Charles said between deep breaths. Impressive, as expected of the most powerful telepath on the planet, Charles Xavier. That voice rang out again, as clear as ever in their ears. This time, however, they were more clear-headed and managed to think before reacting on instinct. All three had the same thought and glanced out the window. "This wizard seeks an audience with the leader of the mutants." The voice rang clearly in their ears. "Is he talking to us?" Aurora asked. "And what's a wizard?" "A mage," Logan responded. "Been a while since I've met one of their kind." "Yes," the professor nodded in agreement. He wasn't unfamiliar with the term wizard. As a man whose main ability was reading other people's minds, he knew more than most about the hidden secrets of the world. "Are you being serious? Wizard? Like magic?" Aurora asked, looking at them like they were joking. "What's so strange about magicians, Aurora? You're someone who can manipulate the weather itself. There's no reason wizards shouldn't exist." "You talk like you know something I don't," Aurora said, glancing at Charles for an explanation. "I will explain in due time. For now, Aurora, please go and receive our guest." "Me?" She pointed a finger at her chest. "Yes," Xavier replied thoughtfully. "I do not believe this individual is an enemy. It should be fine." "Charles, you're kidding, right?" Logan looked at him like he had just heard the biggest joke. "Did you forget how he dragged all of us, including you, the telepath, into that ungodly illusion?" Charles did not know how to explain otherwise, but somehow he truly felt this person was not an enemy. So, after a while of back-and-forth arguments between them, Aurora finally agreed. She opened the window, stepped out, and flew directly toward the outer gate. Although she agreed, her powers were on full alert, ready to react the moment she sensed any hint of danger. The moment of being looked down upon by that godlike being still lingered vividly in the back of her mind. Illusion or not, she had never felt so powerless in all her life. Everything happening in Xavier's office had been under Maverick's watch the entire time. And finally, someone was stepping up to answer the dam gate. He saw a woman about his age gliding down toward him, hand outstretched, eyes glowing white, like an angel descending straight from the skies, and landing gracefully just a few steps in front of him. She didn't say anything at first, just stared, maybe sizing him up. And to him, it came off almost cute, so he shot her a sly grin. But his reaction seemed to have rubbed her the wrong way. "Wizard?" she asked, not even bothering to hide the edge in her voice. Maverick nodded slowly. The door opened the next moment, but he didn't see any movement from her. Probably remote-controlled from inside, he thought, then shrugged the thought off. She turned and walked toward the entrance, gesturing for him to follow. Thick layers of snow parted automatically with every step she took. He wasn't sure if she was showing off or just being kind. Whatever, he shrugged again. The mansion was huge. It took half a minute to get from the outer gate to the main building. Without a word or pause, she led him straight up to the top floor, to Professor X's office. He saw no one else along the way, most were asleep in their rooms. Finally, he saw the man he had come to meet. Not James McAvoy, and definitely not Patrick Stewart, but the classic characteristics of Charles Xavier were all there. He had seen at least 4 portrayals of the man in the movies back in his previous life, so the vibe was unmistakable. Logan, on the other hand, was shorter than he expected. Is this a comic-accurate Wolverine? That was the first thing that crossed his mind. Ororo moved to stand on the left side of the desk, Logan took position on the right, and Charles sat calmly in the center, behind the desk. "Friend from the world of magic," Charles said with a welcoming smile, "welcome to Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters." Chapter 150, Crossroads of Power III, ch. 170. "Friend from the world of magic," Charles Xavier said with a warm smile as his fingers laced together on the polished wooden desk. "Welcome to Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters." Maverick took a moment to size up the legendary mind reader. Most of what he knew about Professor X came from the movies in his past life, and the internet rabbit holes that followed. Depending on the version, this man could do anything from reading thoughts to turning brains into mashed potatoes from across the planet. In the most extreme portrayals, Xavier was a ridiculously powerful, godlike telepath who could read, control, and influence minds across continents. He could erase memories, project illusions, paralyze people with a thought, block psychic attacks, and even communicate with entire populations at once. A genius, a visionary, and if need be, a threat. Fortunately, the man in front of him didn't give off that kind of overwhelming presence. Nothing about him screamed overpowered. Not yet, anyway. That said, Maverick couldn't dismiss this Xavier's prowess entirely. After all, he had forcibly broken both himself and his 2 companions out of the illusion Maverick had cast. A solid feat, not earth-shattering, but impressive nonetheless. Good, Maverick thought inwardly, feeling quietly relieved. This Xavier doesn't seem to be one of those terrifying versions. Thank Merlin for that. If he had been, this meeting might have started very differently. The professor sat with calm dignity in the center. Logan stood to his right, arms crossed, wearing a scowl. Ororo, who had escorted Maverick in, took her place on the left without a word. Maverick returned Charles's greeting with a small nod, briefly acknowledging the other 2, then took a seat as the professor gestured toward the sofa in front of the desk. Logan was the first to break the silence. "Been decades since I last met one of you magic types." Maverick tilted his head slightly. "You have wizard acquaintances." Logan shrugged. "Wouldn't say I knew him well, but yeah, during the war." "Interesting." Maverick leaned back, propping one foot lazily on the opposite knee. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised." "Unlike my friend here, I've never had the pleasure of a direct acquaintance," Xavier added with a faint smile. "But I am aware of your kind's existence, and the cooperation between your world and the normal governments." "Oh," Maverick arched a brow. "I figured the leader of the mutant race would be a bit more connected with the other hidden communities." "I assure you I'm no leader, just a man doing his best for his people," he said gently. "We mutants. We don't have structured governments or councils scattered across the globe. No Ministry of Mutants, no enchanted bureaucracy managing our affairs." He paused, a faint, wistful smile tugging at his lips. "I truly envy your kind." Wait, Oraro suddenly cut in, looking like she had just heard the most unbelievable thing. Are you saying you have your own governments, actual governments, and you coexist as equals? For her, life had always been about hiding, surviving in the cracks of a world that feared her and her kind. Now, hearing that there was another group of humans, just like her kind, who actually had a real voice in the world felt impossible to believe. Charles turned to her gently. It's true, their history runs deep, older than most nations. It was only recently that the broader world learned of their existence, but unlike us, they have long since had a functioning system. That's why coexistence, however strained, became possible. Maverick let out a low chuckle. Actually, you don't need to sugarcoat it like that. He turned to look at Oraro with a slight smirk. To put it simply, it's because they can do nothing to us. Magical society works because we're strong, strong enough that regular humans are scared to try anything. Simple as that. Oraro's eyes widened, her lips parting as if she was ready to argue, or maybe just desperate to know more. It was like a whole new world had just opened up before her. But Charles decided the pleasantries had gone on long enough. He cleared his throat politely. It was time to steer the conversation back on course. Well, young friend, he said smoothly, may we ask, what brings you to our little school? Since you so confidently called out my name earlier, I assume you know about us. But we don't know anything about you. Right. First of all, I apologize if my earlier, how to say, method of getting your attention came off the wrong way. None taken. I too apologize for using my abilities so freely, Charles replied, offering a kind smile. I suppose we were both a little off with our first impressions. For a moment, Maverick had the strangest sense of déjà vu, like he was talking to that old man, Dumbledore. These two weren't so different, he thought. At least not when it came to the obviously fake, polite smile they both wore like a mask. My name is Maverick Caesar, he said evenly. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a wizard from Britain and a teacher of alchemy at the English School of Magic, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Their eyebrows arched, Charles's more noticeably, at the mention of Maverick being a teacher. His goal for this very institution had been to build a school for mutant children, so learning that this young man was a teacher at a magical school stirred his curiosity and made him want to know everything about it. But he suppressed his fascination for the moment and asked, "Then, Mr. Caesar, may I know the purpose of your visit? I can't think of anything we mutants could offer to a teacher of magic. Or this alchemy you mentioned." Maverick smiled slightly and got straight to the point. Actually, Professor Xavier, my purpose is you. That earned him a raised brow. Charles tilted his head and leaned back a little in his chair. If it's me, then I take it you need help with something of a mental nature. You guessed right, Maverick nodded, smiling. It was always easier talking to smart people, though to be fair, it wasn't a hard guess. After all, what else would you come to a master telepath for? Here's the situation. Maverick then explained the condition of Lockhart's two victims currently under his care. He gave a brief overview of how they ended up that way, followed by a detailed diagnosis of what he had discovered and the efforts he had made so far to help them. About half an hour later, Xavier leaned back and gave a thoughtful nod. How interesting. It seems no world is free from the sins of ambition and greed. I'm glad you uncovered the truth about such a dangerous individual. Of course, at the end of the day, we all bleed the same. Mutant, witch, wizard, even super soldiers, labels don't mean much. The line between good and evil runs through every one of us. Very true, my young friend, Charles said, nodding thoughtfully at Maverick's words. And honestly, it was just a coincidence that I managed to uncover the man's crimes, Maverick added. Lockhart happened to join Hogwarts as a teacher, and I happened to be the observant type. I noticed a lot of things that didn't match the image he presented. That's how it started. If he hadn't joined as a teacher, I doubt the truth would have ever come to light. Charles Xavier gave a small nod, folding his hands in his lap. How it started doesn't matter half as much as the fact that you stepped up when it counted. That speaks volumes about the kind of man you are. He offered a faint smile. A responsible one, I believe. I got a question, Logan's gravelly voice cut in. Maverick glanced toward him. Go on. You don't look that old, Logan said, eyeing Maverick curiously. Not with the way you talk anyway. So, how old are you really? Far as I know, you magic types age different. Just wondering if your face is lying to us. Maverick chuckled softly, running a hand in a slow circle around his face. No lies here, if that's what you mean. I'm 22. So, you're just a kid. Charles quickly cleared his throat again before his friends could stir any further tension. Age doesn't matter. I've seen wisdom beyond one's years from people even younger. He turned to Maverick with a warm smile. Tell me, what can I do to help? Maverick inclined his head gratefully. There are 2 victims. They're in London, both in a comatose state. I'd appreciate your presence, Professor, if you're willing to travel with me and take a look at them. London, Charles murmured, leaning back. He hesitated for a moment. He didn't mind taking the trip, but he wasn't keen on going alone either. He needed Logan or Oraro with him, or preferably both. This was uncharted territory, and despite the calm, trusting expression he wore, he had no intention of venturing into it without backup. Besides, it was a long journey, and the school couldn't be left unattended. After a brief pause to think it over, he gave a decisive nod. Very well, I'll come. He glanced toward Logan and Oraro, then back to Maverick. I assume you don't mind if my colleagues join us. Not at all, Maverick replied with a casual shrug. When can you be ready to leave? Charles tapped a finger against the armrest. There are only 2 other adults besides the 3 of us on campus, and one of them is away but should be back this afternoon. I hope you don't mind waiting until then. No problem, Maverick said easily. In the meantime, Charles said, brightening, how about a tour of the school? As a fellow educator, I'd welcome your insight. Perhaps you'll see ways we can improve. I'd like that, Maverick said with a nod. As they walked through the quiet corridors of the mansion, Charles spoke with pride. Our curriculum mirrors a standard education. Literature, mathematics, science, but with modifications. Practical application differs, of course. Charles gestured toward a room as they passed. We call it the danger room. That's where the children train physical conditioning, power control. We guide them through all of it. Maverick's mind wandered to his sister. She was a mutant too, and the question on his mind was whether to transfer her here or just let her finish her education at a regular school. Either way, no rush. He would make that call once he had Xavier figured out. They continued down the hallway until Maverick suddenly paused his steps, remembering something. I've been meaning to ask, he said, turning to Charles. My magic picked up on someone here earlier today, a girl. She reacted to my magical energy. I'm almost certain she's a witch. The 3 X-Men also came to a halt. Ororo's brow furrowed. By witch, you mean a magic user, like yourself? Maverick nodded. In our world, males are wizards, females are witches. I believe there's a young witch in this mansion. And, he hesitated, if I'm right, she's very likely to be a hybrid case. Well, Charles said, intrigued, that is remarkable. Of course you're welcome to meet her. Oraro, would you? No need, Maverick interrupted politely. I can point her location. A mage of my level can sense others my kind, he said, half lying. In that case, Charles gestured ahead, lead the way. They followed Maverick through the west wing of the mansion, up a short staircase, and past several closed doors, until he paused in front of one. This one, he said. Oraro glanced at Charles, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Then she turned and knocked gently on the door. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a young girl. She looked to be about 10, with red hair forming a halo of auburn curls around her round face. Her green eyes shone brightly, intelligent, alert, but cautious. She wore a navy hoodie that was a size too big and clutched a well-worn book tightly to her chest. Aunt Oraro, I thought classes were canceled today, the little girl said as soon as she opened the door. Oraro smiled softly. You're right, no classes today. We just stopped by because there's someone I want you to meet. She stepped aside, nodding toward Maverick. This little brother is called Maverick. He'd like to have a word with you. Little, Maverick's eye twitched at the corner. The girl blinked up at the stranger. For a long moment, she said nothing, just stared. Maverick also met her gaze, and for a brief instant, something unspoken passed between them. Indeed, the moment his eyes locked with hers, an indescribable jolt coursed through his entire being. It was the same feeling he had when he first awakened his magic and met his teacher, and later, when he saw Merlin, like coming face to face with a higher being. It wasn't long, though, just a flash that came and went in the blink of an eye. Still, for him, even a fraction of a second was enough to register. But how was that possible? His fingers twitched involuntarily, but he caught himself before any outward sign could betray him. Then, almost involuntarily, the eyes of the man and the little girl narrowed, like two mirrors reflecting one another. "You're not normal," she said softly. Maverick smiled. "Neither are you." He had a pretty good idea who she was now, and, more importantly, why he had just felt that inexplicable sensation from her just now. How interesting. Chapter 151, Crossroads of Power IV, ch 171. Jean Grey, also known as the Phoenix, was one of the original X-Men introduced in Marvel Comics, who later became a key figure in the growth of the franchise. As Maverick recalled what he knew about this little girl, he wasn't sure whether to pity her, fear her, or outright kill her right here and now. There are many versions of her origin told across movies, cartoons, and comics. She first showed signs of her powers as a child, triggered by overwhelming emotions when her best friend died in a tragic accident. In some versions, it was her parents who died instead, but the result was always the same: trauma that forced her to bury her powers deep inside. Charles eventually helped her regain control, though how he did it was questionable, and it varies across the different versions of her throughout the multiverse. Her most defining moment came when she bonded with the Phoenix Force, an ancient cosmic being of unfathomable power, which turned her into the Phoenix, and later, the Dark Phoenix. And what happens after was almost never anything good. From the deaths of many X-Men due to her losing control, to worst-case scenarios where millions perish, or even entire star systems are wiped out in her rage, Jean Grey's potential for destruction are undeniable. Of course, those were the extreme versions. And what happens in the Marvel Comics? Sure, it might make sense to snuff out a threat like that before it spiraled out of control, but the greater good was never the flag he marched under. "Hello there." Maverick crouched down to meet the little girl's eyes, smiling warmly. Jean didn't respond to him at first. Instead, she turned to glance at Ororo, silently asking for guidance. "It's all right, Jean," Ororo said gently. "This little brother is a friend, and we all came here to talk to you about something very important." Jean nodded slowly, then finally acknowledged Maverick. "Hello," she said, looking at him curiously. Maverick grinned and stood up. "Jean, do you mind if we come in? We'd love to have a word," Xavier asked politely. Jean nodded, saying, "Okay," then stepped aside and pushed the door open for them. They stepped into a small but tidy room. A single bed, a small wardrobe, a dressing table, and a desk with a few books filled the space. On the bed, a few stuffed animals rested near the pillow. Jean hopped onto the end, crossed her legs beneath her, and looked up at them with a mix of curiosity and wonder. "Her name is Jean Grey," Ororo said, introducing her formally. "Her gifts are similar to Professor Xavier's, but she leans more toward telekinesis than telepathy." Then, turning to the little girl, she added with a smile, "Jean, this is Maverick. He's a magician. A teacher, just like Auntie Ororo, but at a school for magic." Jean's eyes lit up immediately. After all, mutant or not, what little kid doesn't like magic? "Really?" she asked, leaning forward. "Then can you do a magic trick for me?" Maverick chuckled, "Of course." He reached into his coat and pulled out his wand. Although it wasn't necessary, this was a demonstration after all. Then, with everyone watching, he stepped forward and gently tapped Jean on the head. A soft shimmer spread from the top of her head, and at first, it looked like a trick of the light, but then her clothes began to ripple as if caught in a silent breeze. The dull, everyday outfit she wore seemed to melt away, replaced by something entirely magical. White silk bloomed like water across her frame, forming the elegant layers of a princess dress. Silver threads wove themselves along the hem and sleeves, glittering faintly as they caught the light. Her messy hair lifted slightly, then fell back into place in soft curls, styled perfectly to suit her new look. A delicate tiara, made entirely of tiny, glowing white gems, settled gently on her head, catching the glow of the room with every movement. Jean's eyes went wide. She gasped, looked down at herself, then jumped off the bed, staring in disbelief. The hem of her dress fluttered around her ankles as she ran toward the dressing table. She nearly tripped over a book on the floor, but caught herself and planted her hands on the table, eyes locked on the mirror. "Whoa," she whispered, spinning slightly to see herself from all angles. "Is this real?" Behind her, Maverick chuckled and lowered his wand. "Well, what do you think?" he asked with a grin. "This is amazing," Jean said joyfully while twirling in place. "You're like a fairy godmother." "Great," Maverick thought, one brow twitching. From little brother to uncle, and now a fairy godmother. Xavier chuckled and wheeled towards her with interest. "Very impressive. Can all wizards do this, and is it permanent?" "This particular magic is called transfiguration," Maverick explained. "It changes the structure of matter itself, and no, it's not permanent." Truly, Xavier's curiosity seemed to grow with every word. But how is it possible to alter the atomic structure so easily? "Explaining magic scientifically is not really possible, Professor," Maverick said. Honestly, he had no interest in diving into a detailed discussion. "This is incredible. Can I keep the dress?" Jean ran up to him, grabbing the edge of his coat and looking up with wide, hopeful eyes. "Please." Maverick smiled and gave a gentle pat on her head. "I have a better offer, little Jean." Jean's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. "Go on, tell me." "Actually," Maverick said, crouching a little so they were eye level again, "the reason I wanted to talk to you is because I believe you're very much like me. Magical, which means you could learn to change your dress like that whenever you want." I'm a magician?" she asked, eyes wide with surprise. She glanced quickly at Oraro, then at Professor Xavier, searching their faces for confirmation. Oraro and Xavier exchanged uncertain glances. Neither of them was sure what to say, and they didn't even know if it was true. They only knew that Maverick believed Jean was like him. "Is there a way to test if she's really like you, Maverick?" Charles asked. Maverick nodded. He reached into his system space and pulled out a wand. Holding it up, he inspected the wood and the core carefully. The wand was made of holly wood with dragon heartstrings inside. Handing the handle side to Jean, he smiled and said, "This is a magic wand. Pretty obvious, right? We magicals use it to channel our magic." Jean grabbed the wand excitedly and studied it for a moment. "What should I do next?" she asked. Maverick chuckled. "Just give it a wave." Without hesitation, she swung the wand through the air, but nothing happened. Maverick hummed thoughtfully, tapping his chin. "Let me have another look." Jean handed the wand back, and although she tried her best to mask it, there was clearly a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. He pulled out several wands at once this time and inspected them carefully before choosing one, the wand with a phoenix feather core. Xavier, Logan, and Oraro watched quietly, noticing his effortless way of making things appear and disappear, but they just assumed it was his magic at work. Maverick didn't bother to explain. "Here, try again," he said, handing her the chosen wand. Jean grabbed the wand and, without hesitation, repeated her earlier motion, flicking it sharply. Boom! A burst of pure magic shot out like a bullet, striking the table on the other side. The ceramic vase there exploded into pieces, scattering shards across the room. Jean jumped back, startled, and dropped the wand. I'm sorry," she stammered, eyes wide. "Was that supposed to happen?" "Are you okay, Jean?" Oraro asked after a moment, quickly crouching to meet her eyes. Logan and Xavier came closer too, both visibly concerned for her. Their reaction was expected. Of course, Maverick could have easily stopped that violet burst of magic from hitting the table, but he chose not to. "I'm fine, Aunt Oraro," Jean said quickly, though her voice held a hint of guilt. "But I broke the furniture." Oraro smiled warmly and stood back up. "Don't worry about it." She glanced at Maverick just in time to see him flick his finger, and the wand floated silently back into his hand. Whether by magic or telekinesis, she wasn't sure. "My intuition was correct," Maverick said with a smile, glancing first at Xavier, then at the little girl. "Congratulations, Jean. You are indeed magical, just like me." "But I don't want to do magic like that," she said quietly, pointing at the broken vase and the damaged dressing table. Maverick chuckled and raised his wand. With a simple flick, he cast the reparo spell. Once again, the room watched in astonishment. The shattered vase, the spilled water, and even the scattered flowers rose into the air. Piece by piece, they floated back together, fitting perfectly like a puzzle. In just a few seconds, everything looked exactly as it had before, good as new. He turned back and saw them all staring in astonishment, except for Logan, whose face barely shifted. He had probably seen enough during the war. "Magic is a lot like your mutant powers, Jean," Maverick said gently. "It can be dangerous, sure, but with the right learning and training, it can do truly wonderful things." Jean's expression lit up again. "So, Mr. Magic Teacher," she asked with a grin, "are you going to teach me magic?" Maverick smiled. "There are schools all over the world, Jean. When magical children turn 11, they're invited to enroll and learn how to use their magic properly. Since you have magic, you'll have to go to one of those schools too." Jean's eyes sparkled. "I want to go to the school where you're a teacher." She then turned to Oraro and Xavier, looking between them with hopeful excitement. "Can I, please?" It was clear from her face. She already knew what she wanted. "Jean, I will talk with Teacher Maverick more about it and give you an answer, okay?" Xavier told her. Maverick sensed the hesitation in Xavier's voice when the idea of Jean going to another school came up. He couldn't blame him. After all, she was a mutant too. Jean nodded, accepting the answer for now. But in her mind, she was definitely going to a magic school no matter what. After settling the matter with Jean, they left her room. Another half-hour later, they finished the tour of the mansion and returned to Xavier's office. Finally, the professor voiced his concerns to Maverick about Jean attending a different school. Maverick reassured him confidently that she would be all right. Then, turning to everyone, he gave a brief overview of magical schools around the world, how their systems worked, what students learned, and why it was so important to study magic properly. They talked for over an hour, with Maverick doing his best to persuade them. It was only when he clearly explained that a magical person who does not practice magic, or tries to suppress it, could face serious and dangerous consequences that might harm them deeply, that they finally agreed to the idea of her going to a magic school. Maverick then suggested that Jean join Hogwarts so he could keep a close eye on her, and Professor X seemed more at ease with the idea, eventually giving his clear approval. Jean would be turning 11 the following year, which meant her name would soon be picked up by the nearest book of acceptance, most likely Ilvermorny, unless it was manually entered into the records of another school beforehand. Maverick intended to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore and have her name added to Hogwarts' Book of Acceptance as soon as he returned. What had begun as a simple visit to Xavier had taken an unexpected turn, and Maverick now found himself looking forward to the uncertain but exciting future of Jean Grey, Akka the Phoenix, and now Akka, a witch. Hopefully there wouldn't be any accidents along the way, and if her feathery problem ever did surface, well, he would do everything in his power to help her through it. The children began waking up, and the mansion quickly filled with noise and energy. Outside, the snow had stopped falling, and by midday, the clouds cleared. The sun came out, and the white-covered grounds sparkled under the bright sky. Hank, whom Maverick assumed was the Beast, arrived that afternoon, just as Xavier had said. After Xavier brought him up to speed on everything that had happened, he, Logan, and Oraro got ready to leave with Maverick. Right in the center of Xavier's office, a rip tore open in space, twisting into a swirling void gate. Surprisingly, Charles and his team didn't look nearly as shocked as Maverick had expected. Then again, they were probably used to seeing strange and unusual things. But when he mentioned the gate would take them straight across the Atlantic to London in just a couple of steps, that finally got a reaction out of them. "I'm jealous, Caesar. You magicals can wear whatever you want and go anywhere with just a flick of your wrist," Oraro commented while observing the rift with a thoughtful expression. Maverick chuckled, shaking his head. He didn't bother explaining that not every witch or wizard could do that. "Right then, thank you once again for agreeing, Professor. I just want you to know that even if the treatment isn't successful, the wizarding world, and I personally, will remember this favor." Professor X smiled. "It's my pleasure. Like you said, my friend, we all bleed the same. I'm more than happy to use my abilities to help." Chapter 152, Crossroads of Power v. ch 172. The room was quiet, the kind of stillness that comes when people are hoping for something to change. Soft lights glowed from the ceiling, gently illuminating two older women lying motionless on separate beds, each with a simple monitoring setup positioned near the head. Charles Xavier, seated in his wheelchair, leaned forward with his fingers gently pressed to the temple of one of the women, whose chest barely rose with each breath. His eyes were closed, and the index and middle fingers of his other hand rested against his own temple, forming the connection. Maverick stood a step behind him, with Logan and Aurora on either side. On the other side of the bed were the woman's son and her granddaughter, and all of them waited patiently for Professor X to make his comment. It has been 3 days since the X-Men arrived. Maverick spaced them straight from the Xavier mansion into the treatment room where the two patients were, and Professor Xavier was just as swift. He wasted no time, slipping into the minds of the two women one after the other, carefully examining their condition. His diagnosis came quickly, and to everyone's relief, it carried the promise of recovery. What was even more incredible was Xavier saying he could finish treating both women in under a week. Maverick had no doubt about the telepath's abilities or his confidence, but that kind of speed was far beyond what he had expected. Then again, it was likely that his own efforts, stabilizing their minds and patching up the worst of the damage, had laid the groundwork and made Xavier's job easier. Still, completing the entire treatment in just a few days was something Maverick couldn't manage with magic alone. It just went to show that while magic was powerful and flexible, it wasn't always the ultimate solution. Whether it was a wizard's spell or a mutant's gift, each had its strengths and its limits. Xavier slowly drew his hand back from the patient's temple. He opened his eyes, looking thoughtful for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. "I believe that should be enough," he said at last. "The last fragments of their memories are patched. They shouldn't have any more trouble with amnesia now." Irene, the woman's granddaughter, broke into sobs almost the moment Xavier gave his conclusion. Her father looked just as emotional, his eyes glossy, but he managed to hold himself together. He gave Xavier a sincere, grateful nod for his work. "Well then, let's wake them both," Maverick said with a satisfied sigh, hope rising in his chest. The treatment was finally done. The woman who had suffered from recurring amnesia had been the easier one to stabilize, but Maverick had kept her in a coma until Bridget Keena, the more serious case, was also fully treated. A few drops of a special potion and a quick spell later, the two women finally opened their eyes. As expected, their first reaction was panic. Sometimes, remembering everything at once can be just as traumatic as forgetting, hence, why the potion had been necessary. It allowed them to regain awareness of their surroundings while keeping most of their physical functions subdued. That had been Professor Xavier's suggestion, and Maverick was glad he had listened. It took hours to calm them down. Only after they had been gently brought up to date on what had happened were they given full control of their bodies again. When it finally sank in that they were truly safe and healed, the relief on their faces said more than words ever could. At last, they were able to tell their story, what really happened during their encounter with Lockhart, and how they had ended up as victims. Hearing it in their own words, with the emotion behind each memory, was different from simply viewing the memories directly. It was a level of realism that magic simply could not achieve. Finally, both women agreed to testify in court. They didn't ask for anything, nor did they set any conditions. Having been pulled back from the brink of mental death, they felt a debt they could never fully repay. Whatever Maverick asked, they agreed without hesitation. And even if he hadn't made a request, there was no way they would have let Lockhart walk free so easily. Lockhart's trial was still more than a month away, but Maverick's direct involvement in the case was now over. From this point on, everything that came next, the trial, coordination with the ministry, all of it would be handled by Greengrass. And naturally, he would get the credit as well. The noise surrounding this case, if Greengrass played it right, could launch him several levels up the British magical political ladder, which, from start to finish, had been the real objective of this entire operation. Professor X and his team did not return to America just right after their task was completed. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to experience an entirely new world, so when Maverick asked them when they would like to be sent back, they asked instead to see the magical world with their own eyes. Maverick saw no reason to say no. He agreed gladly, even stepping in as their personal guide. For 2 days, he gave them a crash course in magical Britain, starting with the beating heart of it all, Diagon Alley. Just like Muggle-born students on their very first visit, he led them through the leaky cauldron and into a world where every brick whispered magic. Naturally, a man in a wheelchair gliding through the crowded streets drew a few raised eyebrows, but with Maverick by his side, no one caused a reaction. Logan took it all more or less as expected, like a man who had seen just about everything. Oraro, on the other hand, reacted quite naturally, and by naturally, that meant she drifted from shop to shop with wide eyes and barely contained excitement, like a child stepping into a theme park for the first time. It was hard to blame her. This was a whole new world for her. She bought, or rather, Maverick bought her, all sorts of magical items along the way, while Professor X practically cleared out flourish and blots of every book related to magical history and the legal system. Oraro even insisted on buying a wand for herself, just to have one, but Maverick firmly talked her out of it. What he was doing already, by bringing them into the magical world, was skirting the edge of what the International Confederation of Wizards would tolerate. Magical law forbids it, he explained. Even souvenirs have their limits. After that, he took them to Hogwarts. He wanted them to see where young Jean would be studying next year and to get a feel for the place. Dumbledore was away, unfortunately, wrapped up in some ICW business or other, but Professor McGonagall stepped in without missing a beat. She received them with her signature poise, all crisp robes and sharp eyes, and answered every one of Xavier's questions with the quiet confidence of someone who had been holding the school together for decades. "Rest assured, Professor Xavier," she said confidently. "Hogwarts stands among the finest and safest magical schools in the world. Your student will be in good hands here." Xavier nodded, a gentle smile crossing his face. "That means a great deal to me, headmistress. Knowing Jean will be guided by such capable hands puts my mind at ease." As they strolled through the ancient corridors, Xavier and McGonagall carried on their conversation up ahead, while Maverick, Logan, and Oraro followed a few steps behind. Maverick kept silent when McGonagall praised Hogwarts as the safest school in the world. He knew better. It's not. Despite its rich history and countless achievements, even with 2 archmages and 2 great mages on staff, the school could not be considered the safest magical institution in the world, at least in Maverick's opinion. For one, there was a damn curse on the place that somehow prevented any defense against the dark arts professor from lasting more than a year. And that was not even counting the string of bizarre, suspiciously timed incidents that seemed to happen like clockwork every single year. It's hardly a secret, everyone in Wizarding Britain knows about it, but no one seems to be bothered. And true, it's a safe school. The kids learn their spells, sit their exams, and graduate like at every other school. As the saying goes, if it is not broken, do not bother fixing it. "It's incredible," Oraro said, looking down over the Quidditch pitch and the Forbidden Forest, their treetops dusted with a soft blanket of snow. "A hidden society with structure, education, order. Do you think, Caesar, that mutants will ever be able to live so freely?" Maverick heard the longing in her voice. He couldn't blame her. After all, she and her kind had faced nothing but hunting and discrimination their whole lives. And it wasn't like magicals lived completely free either. They were, in their own way, like birds in a cage, free to move but never truly free to soar. But there was no need for Oraro to know all that. "I wish I had a clear answer, Ms. Oraro. But in my view, your numbers are too few to sustain a system like this one. Unless every mutant stands under the same banner, with shared purpose and vision, the freedom you're hoping for will stay out of reach." Oraro and Logan kept their heads down, and neither seemed to have an argument. Maverick wasn't trying to be harsh. He was being honest. It was the truth as he saw it. "What you need is leadership," he said after a quiet moment. "Someone strong enough to earn respect and wise enough to wield power without letting it consume them. Even then, that's only the beginning." "And what comes after that?" Logan asked, arching a brow. Establishing order, Maverick said simply. Without a system to maintain, there can be no progress. The two mutants didn't argue. Instead, they shared a sigh of quiet understanding. I believe that day will come, Xavier called from behind. These past few days have opened my eyes to many things, chief among them hope. Their tour briefly turned into an unexpected philosophical debate, with even Professor McGonagall offering her thoughts now and then. In the end, there was no clear right or wrong. Perhaps everyone had a point, or perhaps no one did. The final stop on their itinerary was a lavish early dinner, specially prepared by the school's house elves. After that, their tour of magical Britain came to a close. Maverick brought them back the same way they had arrived. Before parting, they exchanged ways to stay in touch. Maverick promised that the X-Men could count on him as an ally whenever needed, and Professor Xavier, in turn, made it clear the feeling was mutual. December melted away in a whirl of snow and cheer, and the new year arrived with fireworks, resolutions, and the quiet promise of fresh beginnings. 1993 had begun. Maverick returned to Hogwarts in the fading light of the first week of January, after spending the holidays with his family. The term would officially begin in the third week, but before that, there was just one last thing he wanted to take care of. The source of the trouble. A creature whispered about in legend, said to have once belonged to Salazar Slytherin himself. A monster older than the castle walls. Chapter 153, HP and the Chamber of Robbed Goods, ICH 173. Expelliarmus. Boom. Crash. Pratigo. Boom. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Blinding red streaks sliced through the air, crackling like bolts of lightning as they smashed against rocky barriers and shattered them into dust. The air smelled of scorched stone and energy. Each impact echoed like thunder, sending up bursts of rubble and smoke. Amid the chaos, a black blur streaked through the smoke. A boy dressed in a sleek, custom-fitted outfit that clung to him like armor. He zigzagged between obstacles, sometimes rolling, sometimes leaping clean over waist-high boulders, moving like a shadow in motion as spells crashed and rubble flew around him. A glint of excitement danced in his eyes as he ducked under a crimson hex that struck a rock behind him, shattering it into pebbles. The terrain stretched wide, a large stone field scattered with jagged boulders and upright slabs. The rocks were spaced too evenly to be natural. It was clearly made, by magic and by hand, and designed for controlled chaos, built to test reflexes and raw magic. Two others crouched behind one of the larger rock formations, a girl with frizzy brown hair and a lanky red-headed boy. Both looked to be around the same age, and they were the ones firing spell after spell at the boy up ahead. "Ronald," snapped the girl at the redhead while ducking back as a fist-sized chunk of rock whistled over her head. "If you still can't fire a proper disarming spell, then get creative. Use the levitation charm and start chucking rocks at him." Weasley groaned but nodded anyway. Who told him to be the dead last in their trio? He wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "Where's he?" "There," Granger pointed sharply without even glancing. Her wand lit up at the same time, ready to blast another bolt of red at her prey. The boy doing all the dodging was obviously Harry Potter. And right now, the trio was in the middle of a simulated training exercise under Maverick's close supervision. Hovering over the obstacle-filled space, watching their actions closely, he observed the progress the three had made over the past few months. Needless to say, they had improved by leaps and bounds. Even the redhead, Weasley, was no exception. He hadn't taught them many spells, just the disarming charm and the shield charm, a solid mix of offense and defense for now. Neither spell was particularly difficult, and even Ron managed to pull them off every now and then. That wasn't meant to belittle him, it was a genuine compliment. Maverick had only introduced the core principles just before the Christmas holidays, and it had barely been 3 weeks since then. They had grasped everything on their own. As for Hermione, the little witch was truly a monster when it came to learning. Her proficiency in those spells had already reached the intermediate level. The exercise the three of them, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, were doing was basically a game of cat and mouse. Harry was the one dodging and running, while Hermione and Ron tried to catch him. Was it unfair? No. Harry had started training with Maverick much earlier and was far better than them in skill and reaction. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Even judging by the expression on his face, he was always one step ahead, whether dodging or conjuring a shield. The objective for him was only to dodge and defend. Since he was clearly better than them in Spellfire, he was exercising control, restraint, prediction, and endurance. Boom! Boom! Another tremor shook the field as Ron, following Hermione's advice, levitated a hefty stone and hurled it at Harry, only for it to miss by a fraction as Harry flipped sideways, rolled, and sprang up behind a tall slab. The chase continued for another half-hour. Spells flew, rocks shattered, sweat soaked their clothes, but still Harry danced out of reach. At last, Maverick raised a hand, and the air rippled. Enough! The three froze. Silence fell, broken only by heavy breathing and the distant crackle of settling dust. Harry straightened, sweat shining on his brow, chest heaving but proud. Ron collapsed backwards on the ground, arms spread. Hermione dropped to a knee, grinning and gasping for breath. Maverick descended slowly to the rocky ground. Good, he said, surveying them all. Good job, all three of you. His eyes settled on Harry. Especially you, Potter. Your movement skills has improved significantly. Then he looked between Hermione and Ron, and a faint smile tugged his lips. And excellent teamwork from both of you. He clapped once, and the training field began to dissolve, rocks slowly sinking into the ground as if swallowed by the earth. They weren't outside on any real terrain, but inside the room of requirement, which had conjured the entire field according to his wish. Get some rest, Maverick said. For the next few days until term begins, no more practical training. Read the books I gave you and let your bodies cool down. Professor, are you staying at school until term starts? Hermione asked while flicking her wand to cast a cleansing charm over herself. No, Maverick replied. I only came to check on your practice and to take care of a personal matter. I'll only be back once term begins. Saying that, he pointed his finger and gave a flick toward Potter and Weasley. A cleansing spell, just like the one Hermione had used on herself, swept over the two as well, wiping away the sweat and grime from their clothes. Thank you, Professor. Wicked thanks, Professor. Both boys gave him wry, grateful smiles. Potter, you stay, Maverick said with a nod. I've got something to discuss with you privately. He then glanced at Weasley and Granger. Make sure to go through the books and I'll see you when term starts. Harry nodded, while Ron and Hermione, after exchanging a glance, did as instructed and left the room of requirement, though not without a hint of envy in their eyes. Maverick noticed, of course, but he didn't bother to explain. Once they were alone, Harry asked curiously, Professor, what is it? Just want to test something, Maverick said, then flicked his finger toward the side of the room. Serpensortia. A serpent-summoning hex shot forward, and a massive python, easily over 10 feet long, materialized in the open space where the spell struck the floor. Its thick coils rippled as it raised its head, scanning the room with confusion. Where am I? Who am I? It had been moments away from pouncing on a juicy-looking boar cub. It quickly scanned the area with its golden eyes before settling on the two bipeds, one tall, watching calmly, the other small, staring in disbelief. Can I eat the little one? Harry, Maverick said, breaking him out of his frozen stupor. Yes, Professor. Try talking to it. Harry blinked, bewildered by the strange instruction. Talk, Professor. You want me to speak to it? Yes, speak. Meanwhile, the snake continued eyeing them both, lifting its head higher, curious and contemplating whether to strike. Then it saw the smaller one take a hesitant step forward and... Strange, is this little creature offering itself as food? The snake tilted its head, confused. Hello, Harry spoke again, while focusing on the huge serpent in front. Potter, remember the basics I taught you. What is magic at its core? Harry turned slightly puzzled. Intent and magical energy. Good, now apply it. Think of your words as the magical energy. So, what's missing? My intent, Harry guessed. Maverick smiled. Intent, Harry's eyes lit up. It's about believing. Thinking, he quickly turned back to the snake. And this time, channeling his thoughts with intention into his words, he spoke to the snake again. The snake, good. The little one has accepted its fate. I shall remember your willing sacrifice. Hello. The fuck? Hello. Hiss, a speaker, the snake recoiled, outright flabbergasted. Hiss, you speak the serpent tongue. You understand me, Harry asked back, pointing his finger and looking equally bewildered. What Harry didn't realize was that, to Maverick, his words had now transformed into what sounded like a fluent hissing. And coupled with the rhythmic sound of the hisses, Maverick's magical sense also picked up subtle fluctuations of magical energy from Harry when he muttered the language. Interesting, he thought, brushing his chin. His speculations about Parseltongue, whether one could learn the magical language like an innate speaker, now felt more plausible. But it was still just theories and ideas, and he didn't have the time yet to test whether the notion in his mind could be proven. Right then, that's enough. Harry turned at the sound of his voice, just in time to see Maverick raise a hand and point at the serpent. But instead of casting a spell, he simply snap. Harry turned quickly, just in time to see his new buddy, the python, mouth half open, blink once, and then vanish without a trace. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but gave up and sighed instead, his shoulders sinking like someone had just broken his favorite toy. What? Maverick asked, raising a brow at his expression. Nothing, Professor. Maverick's brow twitched. From Harry's surface thoughts, he caught glimpses of the boy excitedly chatting with the snake, and the serpent, oddly enough, was talking back like a child who had just made his very first friend. All right, I can summon it again for you if you want, but not today. Harry's eyes lit up again, but before he could say anything stupid, Maverick continued. For now, I need your help with something. First, go to your common room, get some rest, and come meet me in my office after dinner tonight. Right, okay, then I'll be back tonight. Once Harry left and the door to the room of requirement closed behind him, Maverick let out a sigh, conjured a comfy sofa, and slumped down. Headmaster, what do you think of the kid's progress? At his words, the space in front of him rippled, light shimmered, and the familiar figure of Dumbledore appeared, descending gracefully to the ground. Perhaps you want to explain, Professor Caesar, why you did what you did just now. Oh, you mean the snake? Maverick asked, not looking at the old man as he rested his head against the sofa, staring upward. The serpent? Yes. Dumbledore conjured a chair for himself, then a small table between them before summoning 2 cups of tea from thin air. Maverick straightened and looked at the old man for a moment, then smirked. We both know the boy is a Horcrux, Headmaster. I was just testing a hypothesis. Since Tom was an innate speaker of Parseltongue, I thought maybe because his soul latched onto Harry, some of his abilities might have rubbed off. And, turns out I was right. Dumbledore watched him intently, but Maverick did not back down. He met the old man's gaze directly. Of course, Dumbledore did not try anything stupid like reading the thoughts of an archmage like himself, even when facing him eye to eye. He finally let out a sigh. Tell me, Professor, what exactly are you up to? Maverick's grin grew wider. You know, Headmaster, you should do that more often, just ask, plain and simple. You'd be surprised how much more open people become. Dumbledore raised a brow, still waiting. Maverick chuckled and waved his hand. Right, I won't hide it, I'm going on a hunt tonight. He leaned back and added, You're free to join, of course. Chapter 154. HP and the Chamber of Robbed Goods, CH 174. Office of the Professor of Alchemy and Muggle Science. The room was quiet, lined with towering bookshelves. The decor blended magic and modern elements seamlessly, and a warm, bright light illuminated the space. 3 men sat talking casually at the wide oak desk. On one side was a young man with calm eyes, and across from him sat 2 older men, one with a neatly trimmed beard and half-moon spectacles, the other a quiet man with black hair, streaked with gray and eyes gleaming with curiosity. You're certain about this? Dumbledore asked, folding his hands together as he eyed the young professor carefully. An actual basilisk. I'm not making any claims just yet, Headmaster, Maverick replied with a shrug. I found some obscure clues while exploring the Room of Hidden Things. It's not definitive, but if it does turn out to be true, we'll deal with it. If not, just think of it as a historical exploration. Dumbledore looked unconvinced, no, not even in the slightest, but he said nothing. Earlier that day, Maverick had shared how and what he found out about the legendary Chamber of Secrets. Naturally, the first thing the nosy old man wanted to know was how exactly he knew about it. Naturally, Maverick couldn't tell him the truth, so he pinned everything on the Room of Requirement, particularly the Room of Hidden Things. A few vague references, some odd carvings, and clues from a handful of hidden parchments. That was the story. Would Dumbledore believe it completely? Of course not, but Maverick's explanation was reasonable and plausible. After all, the Room of Requirement was a space full of mystery, a place even Dumbledore himself couldn't claim to fully understand. Fortunately, the old man didn't press further, and even if he had, Maverick wouldn't have given anything more than he already had. Take it or leave it. I must admit, I'm looking forward to this, said the man beside Dumbledore, sounding far more eager. When is the boy coming? The one you said could speak the serpent language. That was Newt Scamander, magizoologist and author, who still carried the excitement of a boy discovering a new creature, even in his later years. Of course, by the standards of a great mid's lifespan, he couldn't really be called old. It was Dumbledore's idea to bring him along, and Maverick didn't mind. Even if a basilisk really was down there, neither Maverick nor Dumbledore was afraid. They were both archmages, and the goal wasn't to outright kill it, only remove it. After all, a basilisk, no matter how dangerous, was a creature of significant magic, not to mention the rarity. And for that reason, Newt was the perfect choice for the job. They talked a while longer, voices low but filled with anticipation, until a soft knock echoed through the room. "Come in," Maverick called, waving his hand lazily. The door creaked open. Harry stepped inside, stopping short at the sight of Dumbledore and the unfamiliar man beside him. Professor, should I come back later?" he asked, eyes flicking uncertainly to Maverick. "No, come in," Maverick said, gesturing him forward. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore greeted warmly. "I trust your holiday has been enjoyable." Good," Harry said, still eyeing Newt with curiosity just as Maverick conjured a chair for him. "Take a seat." Harry sat down, fidgeting uncomfortably under the weight of 3 very different, yet equally powerful gazes. "Fascinating," Newt murmured, eyes gleaming as he looked at Harry. "A Parselmouth in person. I've only met 2 in my life, and both are from the other side of the world." Harry shrank back slightly, unsure what to make of this weird man's wide-eyed enthusiasm. "Ah, right," Dumbledore said. "Harry, this is Mr. Newt Scamander, a brilliant healer and the most accomplished magizoologist in the world." "Oh, I don't know about all that," Newt chuckled, waving off the praise. Harry stared for a second longer. The name was familiar. He had seen it somewhere. On a book cover, maybe? Right, Fantastic Beasts and, what was it again? He couldn't quite remember, but he now understood that the man was a pretty famous wizard. Unlike before, he wasn't completely clueless about famous witches and wizards anymore. "Right then," Maverick said, rising from his seat. "Let's get started." As Maverick walked around the desk, Dumbledore and Newt also rose to their feet, while Harry glanced between them, still unsure of what was going on. Professor, why am I here exactly?" he asked. Maverick smiled and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You'll see soon. Let's just say we're going on a hunt for a very special magical creature, and your unique gift is going to help us." "My gift?" "You speak Parseltongue, remember?" Maverick said. "We need someone who can talk to snakes, and like Mr. Scamander just pointed out, it's not a common skill. Very, very rare, in fact, which is why you're tagging along with us. You up for it?" Harry hesitated, but the Gryffindor in him started nodding almost immediately. He still felt nervous, and yet there was a flicker of excitement too. He just wished Ron and Hermione were with him. Casting a disillusionment charm over all 4 of them, Maverick led the way out of his office. Harry stayed close, walking beside him, while Dumbledore and Newt trailed behind, chatting softly as they moved through the empty corridors. They walked quietly, passing hallways and staircases, until they stopped in front of a door on the 2nd floor. "Girls' bathroom?" Harry asked, baffled as they stepped inside. It was gloomy and run down. Cracks lined the mirrors, the tiles were chipped, and a faint smell of mildew hung in the air. "This bathroom is, shall we say, unofficially closed," Dumbledore explained with a twinkle in his eye. "A student passed away here long ago. Poor girl still haunts the place, which rather discouraged others from using it. The school just quietly agreed to pretend it's out of service." "Oh, I think I've heard about her headmaster," Harry muttered. "Moaning Myrtle, right?" "Exactly," Dumbledore nodded. Maverick walked ahead, stopping in front of a specific sink. Its tap had a small engraving, a serpent's head. He crouched slightly, examining it. This wasn't, of course, his first visit here. At the beginning of the first term this academic year, he had come once before to see if the entrance was really here, just like in the original story. There was definitely something here. The serpent carved into the tap resembled the scene described in the books, and he could sense some very complex runes behind it. He could have yanked it open by force, of course, but had ultimately decided against it. "Harry," he called, "over here." Harry hurried over, while Dumbledore and Newt watched everything closely. "Try speaking to it," Maverick instructed. "In Parseltongue, of course, tell it to open." Harry nodded, focused on the tap and said, "Open up." Maverick sighed. That was English, Harry. "Right," Harry muttered, shook his head to focus again, and stared at the snake carving. This time, his intention was clear in his words. "Hiss, open." The sound left his lips before he realized it wasn't English, and as the last syllable echoed, the tap shimmered faintly with light, and then click, clunk, clunk. With a groan of stone and metal, the sink began to spin. It sank out of sight, revealing a massive pipe wide enough for a grown man to slide through. Harry stumbled back and almost fell seeing the sudden change. The pipe stretched into darkness, and cold air rose from its depths, brushing against his skin. "Incredible," Newt whispered from behind. "Who would have thought it was actually here?" Dumbledore said, marveling at the scene. "Well done, Potter," Maverick said. "I'd give you house points, but unfortunately this is off the record." Harry laughed nervously. "No worries, Professor. This whole experience is more than enough of a reward already." Dumbledore and Newt chuckled at that. "All right," Maverick said, stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment. "I'll go first, then Harry, Headmaster, Newt, you two follow after." "Wait, how exactly are we going down there?" Harry asked, eyeing the hole warily. "We jump, of course," Maverick said with a grin, casting a cushioning charm and a light hovering spell. Before Harry could protest, the magic swept him forward and "Aza," he yelled. They dropped like marbles in a twisting, turning chute. Slippery, dark, and fast. Pipes rushed past on all sides, but they kept to the main one, sloping steeply downward. Harry opened his eyes eventually, realizing he wasn't exactly in contact with the pipe's wall, thanks to whatever magic the professor had used on him. Ahead, he caught glimpses of the man in question gliding smoothly, as if down a polished slide. And behind him, he heard the occasional grunt and bump from the headmaster and Scamander. But at this speed, how was he going to land? Just when he thought he was going to crash. Whoosh! His speed slowed by an invisible force, and he landed softly on what seemed like a damp stone floor in a wide tunnel. That was incredible, he couldn't help but mutter, showing a stupid grin. Moments later, the headmaster Dumbledore and Newt Scamander also landed behind him. "Stay close," Maverick gestured to Harry while looking around to take in their surroundings. A long, dark tunnel stretched ahead, its stone walls lined everywhere with serpentine carvings. "We must be miles under the school," Newt murmured, his voice echoing faintly. "Under the lake, perhaps," murmured Dumbledore, squinting at the dark, slimy walls surrounding them. All four of them turned to stare into the yawning darkness ahead. Snap! Maverick conjured a floating orb of light that lit the tunnel ahead, bright enough to see a good distance. "Let's go," he said, beckoning the others forward with a flick of his hand. Their footsteps slapped against the damp stone floor as they moved, the sound echoing around them. The chill in the air deepened, and the thick smell of mildew clung to the back of their throats. Maverick, Newt, and Dumbledore spread their magical senses wide, scanning for any signs of life. They picked up nothing, except some rats, but not the faintest flicker of anything resembling the beast they were here to find. However, they all realized one thing from the probe. Their range of magical sense seemed to have been greatly limited here. Something, wards, perhaps, in the tunnel was blocking them. There were places ahead where their magic couldn't pass, patches of silence in the flow of magical detection. They slowed their pace, arranging themselves in a formation. Maverick in front, Harry just behind him, flanked at the rear by Dumbledore and Newt, three powerful wizards forming a protective triangle around the boy. The tunnel was dead silent, save for the slow drip of water echoing in the distance. Then, crunch! Harry froze mid-step and looked down. Beneath his shoe was a skull, small, jagged, and unmistakably rodent-like. He realized with a jolt that it wasn't the only one. Bones! Dozens, maybe hundreds of tiny bones littered the floor like brittle leaves. He swallowed hard but didn't stop walking, forcing his legs to move. He kept his eyes forward, focused on his professor's steady figure ahead. The professor's here, Harry reminded himself, and so is Headmaster Dumbledore. I'll be fine. Interesting, Maverick's voice echoed ahead, low and thoughtful. His pace quickened. Newt and Dumbledore felt it too. Their steps matched his as they moved forward and halted together some distance down the tunnel. Harry jogged, matching their pace, until he saw it with his own eyes, and they widened in shock. A massive, curved shape lay across the width of the tunnel. It wasn't moving. For a moment, Harry hoped it was a trick of the light, just a strange rock formation. But as the orb of light floated closer, the truth became clear. A massive shedded snakeskin, vivid green and eerily intact, stretched across the passageway in a lazy coil. It glistened faintly in the light, every scale perfectly preserved. Harry's breath caught. It had to be 30 feet long at least. Incredible, Dumbledore murmured, stroking his beard, eyes glittering. Newt was already kneeling beside it, brushing it with his fingertips and even leaning close to sniff at the surface. This is a basilisk skin, he said, eyes gleaming. Vivid color, intact structure. It hasn't decayed at all. How old do you think it is? Maverick asked, frowning. Newt's tone switched to full investigative mode. Decades, easily. Basilisk skin is incredibly durable. It can last centuries even without preservation. But this piece, he ran his hands over it again, reverent. It's completely, 100% intact. He looked up at Maverick, eyes glowing, and said plainly, "Sell it to me." Maverick blinked. What? Cough, cough, cough. Dumbledore suddenly began coughing violently, a hand over his mouth. The others immediately turned toward him. Ahem, Dumbledore said, straightening his robes. Newt, technically, the creature belongs to the school, doesn't it? He glanced at Maverick at the end and smiled. Maverick's brow twitched slightly. He wasn't short on money, but this was a perfect piece. Rare, valuable, and beautiful. He sighed. Let's call it a favor for old Newt. He waved a hand. Headmaster, you decide, but if we find another one, it's mine. Dumbledore smiled, agreed. Newt didn't waste a second. With practiced hands, he began shrinking and carefully folding the skin into his enchanted suitcase, muttering excitedly under his breath. Once that was done, they moved on. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading them deeper underground. Harry stayed in position between the adults, trying not to let the earlier discovery shake him. After all, if the skin was here, then the creature that shed it had to be nearby. But still, the professors didn't seem even slightly worried. Harry's nerves buzzed unpleasantly, but after a while, the steady presence of the adults calmed him again. If something happened, he wouldn't be alone. Then, as they rounded yet another bend, they saw it. A solid stone wall blocked the path, carved with two enormous entwined serpents. Their emerald eyes glinted ominously in the orb's light. Maverick stepped forward, inspecting it closely. After a moment, he turned back toward Harry and gave him a small nod. Harry got the message. Right, he muttered, stepping up to the wall. He took a breath and hissed the word, open. This time, he succeeded on the first try. The sound echoed unnaturally in the tunnel, a sibilant hiss that made the air feel colder. The serpent's stone eyes flickered. Then the wall began to crack, splitting down the middle. The two halves slid open silently, vanishing into the rock. Chapter 155. HP and the Chamber of Robbed Goods, III, CH 175. At the far end of the chamber, Maverick, Dumbledore, Newt, and Harry stood quietly, taking in the strange sight before them. The room stretched ahead in a long, quiet line, lit only by a pale green glow that made everything feel cold and still. Tall stone pillars stood along both sides, each one wrapped in carvings of snakes. The shadows they cast danced faintly across the stone floor, like something was watching from the dark. This was definitely a snake lover's private sanctuary. With a suspicious entrance and a descent that went Merlin knows how deep, there was no question, this had to be Slytherin's chamber. "Potter, stay close," Maverick said as he glanced around, then stepped forward to take the lead. His voice dropped slightly, filled with quiet appreciation as he took in the design. "This has to be it, right? The legendary chamber of the Warlock himself." "Indeed," Dumbledore said while following behind Harry. "The place is laced with enchantments, old ones and very powerful. Fascinating, really." "We must be the first ones to step in here in centuries," Newt murmured. Maverick said nothing to correct him. Riddle should have found this place too, back when he was still a student. Just like in the original story, mysterious deaths had occurred during Riddle's time at Hogwarts, and Maverick had come across reports of them. As breathtaking as the chamber was, none of them let their guard down. They moved carefully between the towering pillars carved with winding serpents, Maverick leading the way, Harry close behind, and Dumbledore and Newt following in a line. They soon reached the end, and finally, a statue as tall as the chamber itself came into view, standing against the far wall. They had to crane their necks to look up at the giant face above. It was ancient and monkey-like, with a long, thin beard that stretched nearly to the bottom of its sweeping stone robes, where two enormous gray feet rested on the smooth chamber floor. "If that's supposed to be Slytherin, I'm sorry, but that's just ugly," Maverick said, eyeing the statue up and down. Harry had to cover his mouth to stop himself from laughing. Despite the eerie atmosphere, he didn't feel scared like a boy his age might. Instead, he felt safe, surrounded by his headmaster and professor. "Best not insult the founder, Professor," Dumbledore said, a slight curl at the corner of his lips showing he was amused too, especially inside his own lair. "That's very fascinating and all," Newt said, eyes narrowing in thought as he stepped closer to the statue, placing a palm gently against the cold stone. "But are you two sensing it as well? There's something inside, something alive, and quite large if I'm not mistaken." It's long, coiled and sleeping," Maverick said with a quiet laugh at the end. "Looks like there really is a basilisk in here." "No, not quite sleeping," Newt murmured, leaning in a little more and pressing his ear gently to the stone. "It's hibernating." After a quiet moment, he straightened up, his brow furrowed slightly as if turning something over in his mind. He ran a hand once more along the rough surface of the statue, then slowly turned around. "I'd really appreciate it," he said, looking earnestly between Dumbledore and Maverick, "if the two of you could contain it, without causing it any harm." Dumbledore smiled and nodded, then looked toward Maverick. "Professor, shall I leave this entirely in your hands, or would you require my assistance?" Maverick shook his head. "Just keep an eye on Potter and," he glanced at Newt with a helpless smile, "I'll do my best not to kill it." "Harry, come here," Maverick said, motioning him closer with a quick wave of his hand. Harry stepped forward without hesitation. "This time, I want you to say something different," Maverick continued, placing both hands on Harry's shoulders and gently turning him to face the enormous statue. "Not just open. Repeat these words exactly. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Got it?" Harry nodded, though he looked a little unsure. "And Newt," Maverick added, glancing over his shoulder, "get the special suitcase ready." "Already here," Newt said, lifting his arm to reveal a compact, well-worn leather case with brass clasps. "Not as roomy as the one I use for my other friends, but it'll do. This one's built for situations like this." "Good." Maverick reached into his robes and pulled out a long strip of black cloth. He handed it to Harry. "Put this on. It's a blindfold, and listen to me carefully. Do not take it off no matter what. If it slips, shut your eyes, understand?" Harry took the cloth and wrapped it around his head, tying it securely behind. He didn't ask why. One look at the serious faces around him told him this was no time for questions. Maverick raised his hand and muttered a soft charm, reinforcing the blindfold with magic, so it wouldn't come loose by accident. The truth was, according to the original story, the basilisk's gaze was said to be instantly fatal. But in this world, what he had learned was slightly different. Yes, it was dangerous. Its stare could petrify a person so completely they might never recover without treatment, but there were no records of instant death. That said, how had Myrtle really died then? He made a mental note to ask the ghost later. As for himself, Newt, and Dumbledore, Maverick wasn't worried. All three of them could rely on magical sense like a sixth sense, able to see, without using their eyes, even with greater precision. Moreover, with their level of magic, Maverick was confident that even if they looked directly into its eyes, the creature's petrification magic wouldn't be able to affect them. But better safe than sorry, especially with a kid in the group. "Right," Maverick said, stepping back. "Let's begin." He looked at Harry. "Say the words." Harry took a deep breath, and then, with a voice laced in Parseltongue, he hissed, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The reaction was instant. The giant stone face before them groaned loudly, and the lower jaw of the statue began to open, splitting apart with the sound of grinding rock. A dark, yawning tunnel revealed itself behind it. "Everyone back," Maverick ordered. "Headmaster, take Harry and move toward the far end." Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's back, guiding him gently but quickly away. Newt followed close behind while clutching the suitcase tightly. Then the room went still. For Harry, the silence was complete, and the air felt thick with tension. But for Maverick, Dumbledore, and Newt, who could see with their magical senses, the silence was deceptive. They saw inside the statue, something massive stirring. The serpent's huge form uncoiled slowly, like a creature waking from a long, deep sleep. It raised its head and flicked its tongue through the air, tasting the magic that had awakened it. Its movements were sluggish, cautious, confused. "I hear something," Harry said from the back, turning his head from side to side. His voice was quiet, uncertain. "It's a snake, definitely a snake, but the sound, it's coming from everywhere." Dumbledore's voice came gently beside him. "What is it saying, Harry?" Harry paused, trying to make sense of the whispers only he could hear. "It's saying, 'Speaker, descendant of my line, you have finally returned. To set me free?'" His brow furrowed. "It sounds like it's pleading, sir." A low hiss, scales against stone, echoed across the chamber. Maverick furrowed his brows. His magical sense locked onto the shadow within the statue's mouth. And then it emerged. First the head, larger than a carriage, slid into view. Its emerald green scales shimmered faintly in the pale green light, and its eyes, large as dinner plates, glowed faintly. Maverick rose into the air, lifting off the ground without a sound, backing away to give it space. The basilisk slithered down from the statue, its massive body, easily 40 feet long, uncoiling like a monstrous ribbon. It moved with eerie grace, and when it stopped, it sat coiled at the base of the statue, its monstrous head rising, staring directly at the floating tiny human before it. For a long, tense moment, man and beast faced each other in complete silence. The giant serpent's tongue flicked out, tasting the air around Maverick. Its golden eyes, as large as shields, seemed to study him. Then, slowly, its eyelids lowered halfway, not in a sleepy blink, but more like it was narrowing its gaze. It felt aware, almost thoughtful, as if it was trying to make sense of everything in front of it. It made no move to attack, nor did its serpentine posture suggest aggression. In fact, it seemed more cautious than predatory, watchful, as if trying to understand whether the figures before it were friend or foe. But then Maverick saw the serpent's head tilt just slightly, turning toward the far end of the chamber where Harry stood with Dumbledore and Newt. As if spotting something that sparked its interest, it let out a sharp hiss and began to lower its head. No doubt, the snake was preparing to slither toward them. Maverick had no idea what the serpent was thinking, seeing it suddenly ignore him like he didn't exist. Rude. He really wished he could speak Parseltongue right about now, just to ask, nicely. But he couldn't. So instead, his pupils shrank, and a surge of magic exploded from him, charged with dominant spirit, crashing toward the serpent like a waterfall. "Screech." The giant serpent jerked back at once, like it had just come face to face with something even more dangerous than itself. Its massive body whipped across the stone floor, scales scraping loudly as it thrashed in panic. The huge head swung from side to side, and in the blink of an eye, it retreated all the way to the base of the statue, moving far faster than its size should have allowed. There was something in its eyes that had no place in the King of Serpents. This creature was supposed to be the apex predator, the top of the food chain. But right now, it showed fear. And just then, "Professor, stop, you're hurting it." Harry's voice rang out from the back, anxious and, strangely, pleading on behalf of the huge monster. Chapter 156, HP and the Chamber of Robbed Goods, IV, CH 176. The giant serpent twisted violently, its long body thrashing against the stone floor. Its head whipped from side to side, striking walls, statues, and anything within reach, like it was in some kind of agonizing pain. Harry, blindfolded and standing at the back of the chamber, stiffened at the thrashing sounds. But he did not panic, not when the greatest wizard in the world was standing beside him. But then something unexpected happened. His eyes flew wide, and he clutched his head with both hands, as if struck by a sudden, blinding headache. "Ugh!" It was the sound of a loud cry. He wasn't exactly hearing it with his ears, but rather, it echoed directly inside his head. Dumbledore's eyes darted toward him, noticing the sudden change. "Harry, are you all right?" I hear something," Harry groaned, pressing his hands to his temples. "It's in pain, it's crying for help." Newt, standing close by, gave him a knowing look. Fascinating. He didn't look the least bit concerned, more intrigued than anything. Could it be coming from the basilisk? Harry turned his head slightly at the comment, though the blindfold over his eyes made it pointless. Still, he nodded. "Yes, it's definitely the same snake voice I heard earlier, but now I feel more than just its voice, sir. I don't know how to describe it." Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully and looked ahead. Maverick floated in the air, his presence radiating pressure as the basilisk writhed at the base of the statue. Harry was still groaning now and then, the pleading echoing over and over like a desperate heartbeat, pounding inside his mind. "Descendant of mine, old liege, bid him cease. Bid this master of the castle's contract stay his hand. I am no foe, I am the guardian of this stronghold." The voice was deep and full of pain, and Harry wasn't just hearing it, he was feeling it too. Maybe it was because of the parcel tongue running through his magic, but the serpent's emotions were pouring straight into his mind. Fear, sadness, desperation. He understood it for what it was. Maverick had already started training him in the basics of the mind arts, but even with that limited knowledge, Harry knew that what he was feeling now wasn't normal. However, knowing didn't help. Even as his instincts warned him, the feeling grew stronger. The sorrow in the serpent's voice felt too real. Slowly, against his better judgment, sympathy began to swell in his chest. He couldn't help it anymore. He stumbled forward. "Headmaster, it's saying it's the guardian beast," he said quickly. "It says it's not a threat, that it serves the castle. It's begging me to make Professor Maverick stop." Dumbledore did not make any attempts at stopping Harry's little movements. He glanced to Newt, and they both nodded as if silently agreeing to something. "Mr. Potter, are you sure the basilisk is asking for your help?" asked Newt. Harry nodded, gritting his teeth as another scream rang through his head. "It keeps repeating it, over and over." Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. "Perhaps our earlier assumptions were mistaken, but we still cannot afford to ignore precautions when dealing with such a dangerous creature," he said, almost to himself. The basilisk wailed again, its body folding against the statue as if trying to disappear into the stone. Its great golden eyes flicked back and forth, not with rage, but fear. Harry couldn't take it anymore. His hand shot up and he shouted, "Professor, stop, you're hurting it." His childlike voice rang through the chamber, echoing off the walls and bringing a momentary silence to the space. Maverick turned at the sound and glanced over his shoulder. His brow rose a little seeing Harry heading his way, still blindfolded, arms stretched out in front like he was feeling his way forward. He then glanced further back and saw the two old geezers just standing there, doing absolutely nothing. Harry's not stupid enough to walk blind toward a giant snake. Right? Maybe, probably not. Then again, maybe something is making him move. Maverick's mind raced while watching the kid inch forward slowly. There was only one explanation for Harry's strange behavior. His eyes narrowed in thought before he turned his attention back to the massive serpent pinned under the weight of his magic. He raised his hand, made a quick gesture with his fingers, then clenched it into a fist. In the next moment, the ground beneath the serpent rippled at first, then rose like liquid, swirling up along its coiled body toward its head. As it reached the top, the flowing earth split and solidified, forming two thick rings, one sealing over its glowing eyes, the other clamping tightly around its mouth. "Potter," he called out while lowering himself to the ground, "you can take off the blindfold." He gestured to the two lazy geezers lingering in the back, beckoning them to come closer as well. The basilisk's eyes were sealed shut, its mouth bound tight, and its entire body was now frozen under the pressure of Maverick's magic. He wasn't taking any chances, nor was he about to release the serpent just because little Potter was suddenly showing a weird sympathy for the beast. Harry tugged off the blindfold the moment Maverick gave the word, but the sight that greeted him rooted him to the spot. Gulp! Slowly, he tilted his head up, his eyes climbing over coils of gleaming green-black scales, past the ridged spine, and down the vast length of a creature too massive to be real. He swallowed another dry lump, now fully taking in the creature. "Merlin," he whispered, taking an unconscious step back, only to bump straight into Newt and Dumbledore, who had silently walked up behind him. The two older wizards had their eyes open as well, quietly taking in the sight of the terrifying yet majestic beast. The basilisk. It was enormous. Even bound and pressed down by layers of magic, it still loomed like a living mountain, a coiled mass of emerald scales, old magic, and raw, ancient power. Newt's mouth parted in awe. His eyes glistened, as if he were gazing at something far more personal than just a rare beast. "I've studied nearly every known magical creature still living," he murmured, "but this is something entirely different, extraordinary." He took a step forward without even realizing it, one hand slowly lifting as if drawn to make contact, but Maverick moved quickly, reaching out and placing a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "Careful, unless you want to get pancaked against the floor," he said. "My magic's the only thing keeping it from lunging right now." Newt blinked, realizing his brief lapse in composure. "Apologies, Maverick. Old habits, you see," he said with a sheepish smile, then stepped back. "I don't think it's going to attack us, Professor," Harry said suddenly. His voice no longer trembled. He was looking at the basilisk now with a strange focus, like he understood something the others didn't. Maverick, Dumbledore, and Newt turned toward him. "I mean, it's telling me it won't harm us," Harry added, tapping his temple, "or anyone who's a contractor of the castle, even if someone speaks Parseltongue and commands it otherwise." "Contractor?" Maverick raised an eyebrow and looked from Harry to the basilisk, then over at Dumbledore. "I believe," Dumbledore said slowly, "the serpent is referring to Hogwarts staff, Professor Caesar." "Right," Maverick murmured. "Makes sense." Then he turned back to Harry. "Ask it this, Potter. Was it responsible for a student's death 50 years ago? And also, if anyone else speaking Parseltongue came into the chamber before you in the last 100 years?" Harry nodded and turned toward the snake, speaking in Parseltongue, sharp hissing sounds that echoed eerily through the chamber. But this time, the basilisk didn't hiss back. It didn't move its mouth at all, only gave a slow, deliberate nod. After a few moments, Harry scratched the back of his head. So apparently even if you can't speak Parseltongue, you can still talk to it by connecting with its magic. That's what it told me. Just ask it directly and it'll answer." Maverick, Newt, and Dumbledore all looked at each other and immediately understood. The three of them extended their magic toward the basilisk. It was a method of magical telepathic communication, similar to dipping into another's thoughts, much like how legilimency worked, but what they were doing relied solely on raw magic, with no spell involved. Of course, no ordinary wizard is capable of this, nor can they control magic well enough to do it. Only elite great mages and archmages are capable of such a feat. Finally, they heard the voice of the Serpent King. "Contractor Archmage, I am no enemy. I am the guardian beast of this castle, and I beseech thee to release me at once." The voice echoed in their minds, gentle yet powerful and oddly feminine. I'm afraid I'll need a bit more than just your word, Maverick replied aloud and mentally. Guardian beast or not. There was a pause before the basilisk turned its great head, this time toward Dumbledore. You, the present overseer, resonate with the castle's magic, and thou shalt know I speak truth. Dumbledore tilted his head slightly, amused, and gave a slight bow. He closed his eyes and stood still. The entire chamber went quiet. Maverick watched, sensing subtle magical fluctuations coming from the old wizard but nothing more. He did not detect any reaction from the castle wards. As a master alchemist, he knew more than most about wards. Whatever was happening, this communication between the castle headmaster and the castle's magic left no trace for him to observe. He made a mental note to ask Dumbledore about it later. After a full minute, Dumbledore opened his eyes. His expression had changed. He looked enlightened, like he had just read a book he had never imagined existed. This castle never ceases to surprise me, he murmured with a twinkle in his eyes. Then he looked at the basilisk and nodded. I see. The castle's magic has indeed affirmed your words, Slytheris, on behalf of Hogwarts, and in my capacity as its current overseer, I bid you welcome. And, he turned to Maverick, my dear professor, might I trouble you to lift your magic and grant our guardian her freedom? Maverick didn't move right away. His eyes stayed on the serpent. You haven't answered my earlier question yet, he said, both aloud and mentally. Were you involved in the attacks that happened half a century ago, and did you encounter another Parselmouth during that time? The basilisk, now named Slytheris, answered at once. Never would I bring harm upon a disciple of mine liege's sanctuary. I did cross paths with a descendant of my liege in those days, yet I heeded not the commands of the Child of Gaunt. My purpose has always been to guard, not to destroy. I sealed myself inside the chamber after our first meeting. Yet, as he bore the blood of my liege and was counted among the school's own, I could neither strike him nor cast him out. As for the deaths and attacks you speak of, I know nothing of them. Maverick glanced at Dumbledore, who met his eyes and gave a small nod. That descendant, a Gaunt, it must be Tom Riddle. Do you remember his name? Maverick asked, and what he asked you to do? I do not forget, I cannot forget. The boy bore the blood of Gaunt, the final thread of my master Salazar's line, but his mind was dark, his will corrupted, unworthy of the legacy he carried. I denied him, and so I returned to slumber. What transpired thereafter, I know not. A long silence followed, then Maverick asked one final question. Will your petrifying gaze affect any of us? There's a child here, and I won't remove the spell covering your eyes unless I am absolutely certain. The basilisk's voice sharpened. Nonsense. My gaze holds no sway unless I will it so. I possess full command over my power, and never would I bring harm upon a descendant of Peveril, forebears of my liege himself. Maverick blinked, then glanced sideways at Harry, who was still staring up at the serpent, utterly mesmerized. There was a lot to unpack, but for later. He cast a quick glance at Dumbledore and Newt, both of whom nodded in tacit understanding. Very well, Maverick said at last. I apologize for the restraint. We had no idea you were here, nor of your status. It was simply a precaution. With a wave of his hand, the magic pressing down on the basilisk faded, and the stony bindings crumbled away. Finally, the massive serpent lifted its head, slow, regal, and free at last, and cast its gaze upon them all. I do not blame you, contractor, it said, its voice soft with approval. Chapter 157, HP and the Chamber of Robbed Goods, v. Ch. 177. Guardian, could you tell us more about this chamber? The giant serpent flicked its tongue, then bowed its great head in a slow nod to Maverick, who had asked the question. Very well, contractor. You are worthy to know, and so I shall speak. Its voice echoed in their minds. History would tell you. Before this land ever knew peace for those born with magic, my master, along with 3 others gifted as he was, raised this castle as a sanctuary for their kind. The basilisk lowered its head and slowly began to circle them, its massive coils whispering across the stone floor. My master, he was a cautious man. He had witnessed the cruelty of the world, had seen the fear and hatred that festered in the hearts of those without magic, and so he feared that even this great castle might one day fall. To guard against that day, he carved this chamber from the depths, hidden far beneath the stone. It was meant to be a final refuge, a sanctuary of last resort should all else be lost. Even the castle's overseers were not told. Only if the outer defenses failed would the castle's magic awaken and guide its people here. Its golden eyes glinted in the dim light as it came to a slow halt, watching them all. I was born of his magic in the earliest days, not as a weapon of war but as a guardian. This chamber was my domain, I was bound to it. Maverick glanced toward Newt and Dumbledore. Over time, the basilisk went on, my master and his companions rose in power from mages to great mages and then, beyond even that. In time, they no longer feared the non-magical and their countless numbers. But they did not seek violence. Instead, they chose a different path, to disappear completely. And they turned this place into a sanctuary of knowledge, more than just survival. It raised its head and then let out a thoughtful hiss. Decades passed, then centuries. The world changed. Magic began to fade from view and stories turned into myths. This chamber was forgotten, lost to time. In the end, only my master and a few of his closest allies knew it still existed. Even after they chose to vanish from the world, the secret stayed hidden. It turned its gaze to Maverick. This chamber, it holds the labors of my master and his companions, works of power and knowledge long buried by time, histories now whispered as legend, truths mistaken for myth, and yes, treasures too, gold, relics, instruments of craft. Some were taken, stolen by that abominable child, a wretched boy clever of tongue and darker still in heart. He demanded I unseal all that was hidden, but I refused. He was not worthy. Then he threatened me, demanding obedience, or else this castle would crumble to dust. The audacity. Its hiss grew sharper, coiled with fury. Of course, a mere mage apprentice could do nothing to me, nor to this castle. But neither could I do anything to him. I am bound by oath, forbidden to harm a contracted disciple. Maverick nodded slowly. There was much to take in from the serpent's recollection. Thank you, guardian, he said while looking around thoughtfully across the chamber. Can you tell us, are you truly bound to deny all who ask, or was it something in that child alone that made you refuse him? What Maverick wanted to know was clear in his question. The basilisk, though a beast, seemed no less intelligent than any human. Its eyes gleamed for a moment before it lowered its massive head and slowly flicked its tongue. Contractor, I know what you seek, but the chambers will remain sealed. It lifted its head again, serpentine muscles rippling beneath glimmering scales, and turned its gaze toward Dumbledore. But there is one exception. If the present overseer commands it, then I can, and I shall open them. Dumbledore didn't hesitate. He asked the basilisk to proceed at once. He, too, was eager to discover what the founders might have left behind. He vouched for Maverick and Newt, and with a small smile, added young Harry as well, granting them all permission to witness what lay ahead. Very well, said the basilisk, and turned back toward the monkey-like statue. Its eyes glowed with a deep, golden light as it began to hiss, an eerie, layered sound that echoed through the chamber like the whisper of ancient spells. The statue responded at once. A low, thunderous groan filled the air as ancient stone stirred for the first time in centuries. The towering likeness of Salazar Slytherin, bearded and stern, seemed to awaken. His carved eyes flickered faintly, and the edges of his robe began to shift with a grinding rumble, stone folding against stone. Massive blocks along the base of the statue slid apart slowly, revealing hidden mechanisms buried deep within the chamber wall. From behind them, an archway began to take shape. Its frame carved with serpents, coiled and intertwined, their fangs bared and eyes gleaming faintly as if watching. The serpents' bodies spiraled along the edges of the door in a pattern so intricate it looked alive in the dim, flickering light. Finally, with a last hiss of stone grinding against stone, a concealed door emerged from the wall. Maverick sensed dozens, perhaps even more, wards flaring to life in that brief moment. Layers of enchantments pulsed through the air, and among them, he recognized traces of spatial magic as well, meaning any attempt at brute force would be not just reckless, but impossible. Fascinating, Newt murmured, marveling at the sight. The serpent turned once more, its golden eyes shifting from Dumbledore to Harry standing beside him. I shall be your guide, Overseer, it hissed. Then its massive body began to shrink, coiling in on itself, growing smaller and smaller until it was no longer than an arm's length. The basilisk slithered toward Harry, raised its head before him, and gave a sharp, clear hiss. Harry tilted his head, listening intently. Then, with a lopsided grin, he crouched down and gently picked it up. The serpent slid smoothly along his arms, wrapping itself around his shoulders like a living sash. "Go ahead, Overseer. The entrance has been unlocked." Its hissing instruction echoed directly in everyone's head. Dumbledore glanced at the basilisk perched over Harry's shoulder and gave it a small nod. Then he turned to the boy, offering a gentle, grandfatherly smile. "Stay close, my boy." The door creaked open, and what greeted them was a vast, echoing space, roughly the same size as the chamber outside. At the center stood a grand, empty desk surrounded by 5 ornate chairs. The walls were lined from floor to ceiling with towering shelves, each packed with ancient, leather-bound tomes. Between each set of shelves stood a doorway, 2 on each side, each leading to a room still shrouded in mystery. It must have been centuries since anyone had last stepped foot in here, yet not a single speck of dust could be seen. The air was still, the atmosphere almost reverent. Everything looked untouched, preserved. "This is Master Salazar and his companion's personal library," the basilisk intoned. "There are 4 additional chambers, each a private sanctum. One for Master Salazar, one for Master Godric, one for Mistress Helga, and one for Mistress Rowena. Each chamber holds their personal research on magic, artifacts, and knowledge. There are more books, of course, than what you see in this library. Some are records from their years as overseers of the castle, others from their private collections. But be warned, no artifact, not even a single book, may be taken beyond these walls. If you wish to study them, you must do so within. Should you violate my instruction, I shall seal this chamber, as I did half a century ago, and return to slumber. And know this, I shall not heed your call again." "We shall keep that in mind, Guardian Slitherus," Dumbledore said, casting a knowing glance at Maverick and Newt. Newt nodded, though his gaze remained fixed more on the serpent coiled over Harry's shoulder than on the chamber itself. Maverick gave a nod, then strolled over, without another word, to one of the towering shelves and selected a book at random. Harry made his way to the large desk and took a seat, following Dumbledore's quiet instruction, while Newt followed, not so much after Harry, but clearly after the basilisk, and joined him at the desk. Time passed slowly as Maverick and Dumbledore moved from shelf to shelf, skimming through the books at random. Each volume was brimming with knowledge that spanned every field of magic: charms, potion-making, alchemy, and even branches so obscure or dangerous that, in the modern age, they would be deemed dark without a second thought. Some were even penned by the founders themselves, while others, though written by unknown hands, bore cryptic notes, theories, and even warnings scrawled in the margins by the 4 warlocks. In other words, every book in the library was priceless, even if much of the knowledge within was no longer new. After about half an hour of light browsing and exploring each chamber, Dumbledore decided to call it a night. It would be impossible for the 2 of them to go through everything in a single day. Especially with Harry being a student, staying any longer simply wasn't practical. And speaking of Harry, this entire operation was an experience he would remember forever. Unfortunately, Dumbledore and Professor Caesar had asked him not to breathe a word about it, not even to his best friends, so Harry couldn't boast about the wild night even if he wanted to. At least, not for the time being. They had begun their adventure, part hunt, part expedition, just after dinner, around 9 o'clock. By the time they returned, it was nearly midnight. Fortunately, they didn't have to retrace their steps through the tunnels and emerge in a bathroom to get back. The basilisk had revealed another way, one physical but far less unsettling, and another magical, linked directly to the headmaster's office. The Guardian had also assured them that they could return and access the true secret chambers whenever they wished. Of course, this permission applied only to Dumbledore and Maverick, as they were staff. Newt, while not formally allowed, could still accompany either of them if he wished to explore the library further. Whoosh! The fireplace roared to life in a burst of golden flame, and the 4 of them stepped out into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore turned to Harry at once. "Best get back to your common room, my boy. The curfew's only a few minutes off." Harry didn't argue. He gave one last, fond-hissed goodbye to his scaly companion and hurried off through the office door without another word. Now only Dumbledore, Newt, and Maverick remained, along with the Serpent King, of course, still no larger than a coiled scarf and draped lazily over the magizoologist's shoulder. Somehow, Newt had managed to win its trust, despite not being an official member of the Hogwarts staff. Fawkes, the magnificent phoenix perched on his golden stand, made no move at the sight of the snake. He merely blinked once, slow and unbothered, as if he sensed something familiar in the creature's magic. Ordinarily, the phoenix would have flared into alarm at the presence of such a beast in his domain, but not tonight. Perhaps the castle itself had whispered a truth only he could hear. Dumbledore lowered himself into his chair and motioned for Maverick and Newt to take the seats opposite him. At last, with the only child gone, he could finally raise the question he had held back, mindful of the delicate nature of the answer he suspected might come. Guardian, when you spoke of the secret chamber, you mentioned the founders. Chose to hide, are you, suggesting they might still be alive? Dumbledore's question didn't catch Maverick or Newt off guard. Both had long wondered the same, but held their tongues, for the very reason Dumbledore hadn't spoken of it before, not with Harry nearby. Alive, Overseer, you would be a fool to think otherwise. No, I did not err when I recounted the past. My master and his 3 companions are indeed alive, though centuries have passed, I am certain. All 4 have achieved the rank of warlock, and living for millennia is no challenge to them. It was like a bombshell had dropped. Dumbledore and Newt both stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Maverick, however, wasn't quite as shaken. He had suspected as much. After all, he had met Merlin himself. The ancient warlock hadn't breathed a word about the founders, true, but if Merlin still walked the earth, then surely the 4 could as well. The real question, Maverick thought, was why they had chosen to remain hidden. He made a mental note to ask the old wizard the next time they met, and that meeting wasn't far off. After this year, he intended to visit Camertage, and if he recalled correctly, Merlin had little fondness for the sorcerers there. Or perhaps, Maverick mused, it was the Sorcerer Supreme herself he disliked. I have so many questions, Guardian. Is there a way to summon them? Dumbledore asked the question almost tremulously, his voice quieter than usual. Maverick cast a sideways glance at the old wizard. He had a fair idea why Dumbledore might be so desperate to meet the founders. The curse, that slow, creeping thing eating away at him. He wore a mask of calm, as always, but underneath, he was clearly searching for a cure. And Maverick couldn't blame him. This wasn't the original world of Harry Potter. Here, an archmage could live close to a millennium. Dumbledore, just a little over 100, was still a teenager by ordinary human standards, barely scratching the surface of what his life could have been. The basilisk did not respond at once. Instead, it fixed its gaze on the old wizard, tongue flicking slowly in and out as it studied him in silence. Then, at last, it hissed in reply. I hold no means to summon my master or his companions. But, should a danger rise, one beyond the strength of this castle's overseer and its chosen contractors, then I am certain they will summon themselves. The old wizard's shoulders sank ever so slightly at the answer. But he was Dumbledore, after all, and within a breath, the disappointment vanished beneath his usual calm composure, as though the matter had never truly weighed on him. I see, he said quietly. Then I hope such a day never comes to Hogwarts, even if I long to meet the ancestors. The serpent dipped its head. I shall return to my lair now, Overseer. You are welcome to visit the chamber whenever you wish, it hissed, then turned to Newt. A private communication passed silently between them. It seemed, as the magizoologist's eyes lit up a moment later and a grin broke across his face. Newt rose to his feet, gave his coat a quick brush, and made his way to the fireplace. Halfway there, he paused and turned, catching the twin looks of mild curiosity aimed at him from Dumbledore and Maverick. Well, I'll be heading down to the chamber with Slytheris, said Newt, lifting his case with a small grin. Thought she might enjoy meeting some of my other, slightly less venomous companions. Of course, not the inner chamber. My new friend here was quite clear I'm not allowed in there unless I'm contracted or one of you comes with me. Dumbledore chuckled. eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles, and gave a casual wave of his hand. "Stay as long as you like, my friend, and if you ever feel the urge to return more permanently, to get to know our guardian better, then I'd be happy to offer you a position as a professor." Newt chuckled, nodded, but didn't give a definitive answer. Maverick smiled too and got to his feet. "Headmaster, I'll take my leave for now. I could use some sleep. I'll return tomorrow to visit the Chamber's library." "Any time," Dumbledore said gently. And with that, the three parted ways, bringing the tale of the Chamber of Secrets to a quiet, tentative close. The monster Maverick had prepared to hunt turned out to be a guardian. The Chamber, for all its legends, remained true to its name. It held secrets. And though Tom Riddle had taken much from it, the heart of its secrets remained untouched. But this was only the beginning. Much like the Room of Requirement, the Chamber would also take time to explore. Weeks, months, perhaps even a year, if he paced himself and slotted the visits between his many tasks. There was no need to rush. For now, school was about to begin, and the most eventful thing on the calendar was the upcoming Quidditch tournament. Nothing unexpected should happen the rest of the year. That is, until Sirius Black breaks out of Azkaban next summer. Chapter 158. Winter's Quiet, Spring's Whisper, ch. 178. On the 17th of January, 1993, the students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry returned from their winter holidays bundled in cloaks and scarves, and stepped out onto the frost-kissed platform. But unlike the lively buzz of September, when first years gawked at everything and older students came back full of stories, there was less excitement now. Perhaps it was the cold weather, or maybe the holiday mood hadn't quite worn off yet. In its place was a quieter feeling, something calm and steady, like settling back into a well-worn routine. Not far from the platform, rows of the straw-drawn carriages waited, creaking softly in the falling snow. The students climbed inside in an orderly fashion, cloaks drawn tight against the cold. As the carriages bumped along the narrow, winding path uphill, Hogwarts gradually appeared through the drifting flakes. The castle stood as majestic as ever, its towers rising proudly against the deepening evening sky. Snow blanketed the rooftops and turrets, softening the sharp edges of the ancient stone. Tall windows glowed with warm golden light, casting a comforting glow against the cold outside. Beyond, the forbidden forest lay silent and still, its frost-laced trees standing watch, while the lake stretched frozen and gleaming like glass beneath the pale evening light. Inside the castle, not much had changed. The paintings yawned and stretched awake from their own holiday slumbers, the ghosts floated idly about, and Filch, the caretaker, muttered darkly under his breath about muddy boots in the corridors. Yet there was one very noticeable absence: Professor Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart's fall from grace had been nothing short of spectacular. The International Confederation of Wizards took a special interest in his case, not only because he was a renowned celebrity, but also because his victims came from all over the world, not just Britain or Europe. And so, for the first time in years, the ICW Criminal Court and the British Ministry of Magic came together to hold a joint trial. It wasn't the first time such cooperation had taken place. Whenever a criminal's actions crossed international borders, joint trials were held. Sometimes, it involved not just one country, but several, and things could get very messy, very quickly. Politics often tangled with procedure, long speeches dragged on for hours, and tempers had been known to flare. Fortunately, nothing of the sort happened during Lockhart's trial. Proceedings moved along smoothly, almost suspiciously so, and by the end of it, everything had been covered. Thoroughly. The courtroom was filled with faces from all over the magical world. Witnesses who knew exactly of what had happened, but had stayed silent out of fear, or for other reasons, finally came forward to tell their stories. Some, admittedly, seemed more interested in the spotlight than justice, but even they spoke under magical oath. The truth, no matter the motives behind its telling, carried weight. Of course, a few strings had been pulled behind the scenes to keep things moving, and whoever was pulling them didn't seem too concerned about staying discreet. No laws were broken, and the sudden appearance of well-prepared, credible witnesses only added to the growing interest surrounding the case. By the time the verdict was announced, the name behind those quiet maneuvers had become impossible to ignore. Jameson Greengrass had played his role to perfection, and by the end of it all, the name of his noble house was no longer just a respected fixture of old bloodlines. It was being spoken with recognition and weight across the entire wizarding world. Politically, it was nothing short of a transformation. The once overlooked Greengrass family, long considered too quiet to matter, had become a force to reckon with. But those who truly understood how politics worked in the magical world knew better. Influence like that didn't just appear. It was placed, carefully and deliberately, by someone who knew exactly where to set the piece and when to make it count. Finally, it was the testimony of two victims, both recently returned to their memories, that truly sealed Lockhart's fate. Their accounts were clear, each word heavy with a pain that silenced the courtroom. Decades had been stolen from them, families forgotten, lives lost to a lie all so a fraud could bask in borrowed glory. After that, there was no room for doubt, no clever twist or charming smile that could save Lockhart. The verdict, when it came, was swift and final: life imprisonment. Every galleon Lockhart had earned from false fame, stolen stories, and fraudulent books was stripped from his vaults and returned to his victims and their families. His smiling face, on posters, book covers, even moving portraits, vanished from shelves across the wizarding world. For a man whose greatest desire was fame and glory, this was a punishment far worse than imprisonment. For the students of Hogwarts, neither the trial nor the verdict came as a surprise. If anything, they found it wildly entertaining. For days, news of Lockhart's downfall made its rounds, jokes were cracked, impressions were attempted, and the drama of his disgrace kept everyone talking. But as always, life moved on. For the vacant position of defense against the dark arts, a surprising name stepped forward to fill the gap: none other than Albus Dumbledore himself. At first, the students could hardly believe it. The idea of the headmaster, arguably the most powerful wizard alive, teaching them personally for a whole semester seemed too good to be true. Yet there he was, standing before them in the classroom, eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles, and greeting them with his usual calm warmth. Gone were the impractical lessons and self-praise that Lockhart had filled the classroom with. In their place came real defense, proper spellwork, theory, history, and even a bit of dueling practice. From the very first day, the students were captivated. It was clear to everyone that the second half of the school year would be very different from the first. Of course, what the students didn't know was that the only reason their busy headmaster had stepped in to teach defense against the dark arts for the rest of the semester was because, quite frankly, he had no choice. The careless way Hogwarts had hired Lockhart in the first place was, unfortunately, the school's fault, and as headmaster, that meant it was his fault. With barely a month to find a replacement, and the press ready to pounce on the next name with teeth bared and quick quotes quills sharpened, he couldn't afford another scandal. So in the end, the only option was to step in himself. Apart from the changes to the defense against the dark arts curriculum, the daily routine at Hogwarts remained much the same. Breakfast in the morning, classes until lunch, lunch in the Great Hall, then back to lessons until about 4 in the afternoon. Of course, there were two whose routines had changed since the start of the semester. Maverick and Dumbledore spent their free time each day in the Chamber of Secrets, poring over the library of the four founders. Newt had left the castle just a day before school started, perhaps because he had gathered all the research he needed from the Basilisk Guardian, or maybe he simply didn't want to fall into Dumbledore's trap and end up as a professor. Maverick found it truly baffling that the old magizoologist showed almost no interest in the books or the Founders' Library and focused solely on the basilisk itself. During his stay, Newt was almost always with the serpent, disappearing into the chamber for days at a time without coming out. Of course, his suitcase had a small nook built just for him, complete with food and a place to freshen up and sleep, so it couldn't be said he slept on the damp stone floor of the outer chamber. And the basilisk seemed genuinely attached to him, or maybe just really impressed by his weird nature vibe. Maverick was certain that if it weren't for the oaths the Serpent King had taken, it would have happily slithered out with Scamander and never looked back. The man was, without a doubt, a master of his profession. Meanwhile, Dumbledore appeared to have stumbled upon something that piqued his strange curiosity as well. It was from one of the founder's private collections, and private for very good and very unsettling reasons. It was a book, no, several, dealing with demonology and curses. Inside Salazar Slytherin's personal chamber, the old wizard sat at a stone desk, hunched over a weathered book written in a language that curled across the pages like smoke. Something that looked like ancient Latin, though likely even older. When Maverick asked about it, the headmaster simply raised his cursed hand and said, "I may have found a way." That piqued Maverick's interest, and he cast a glance at one of the books stacked on the table. On entities that linger. He picked up the half-worn volume, or more accurately, the loosely bound stack of parchments, and sat down across from Dumbledore. The old wizard glanced up over his spectacles and raised a brow. Maverick shrugged, said nothing, and opened the heavy cover. The language was Latin, and Maverick was fluent, or so he thought. The writing felt like Latin's rebellious, cryptic cousin, strange contractions, twisted metaphors, and sentence structures that seemed more cursed than constructed. It was weird. He gave the old man another glance, then closed the book decisively and stood. "I can't read this stuff," he said, "but if you need my help, just ask Headmaster." Dumbledore gave his usual serene smile, nodded, and silently returned to his reading. Time passed like a slow, winding river, carrying Hogwarts gently from the depths of January into the cusp of spring. The castle's snowy rooftops gradually lost their heavy coats, icicles dripping away with each slightly longer day. January had brought sharp winds and gray skies, while February softened the edges with the occasional sunny afternoon and the first hints of thaw. By March, the air was still crisp, but the promise of spring was there, melting snow revealing patches of grass, crocuses poking through the cold soil, and the forbidden forest shaking off its winter hush. Nothing particularly exciting happened during those first 2 months. Maverick's routine remained steady. Class, library, room of lost things, secret chamber on loop, day after day. He was nearly done combing through the room of lost items, having bagged, well, uncovered, most of what was useful or even remotely interesting. As for the secret chamber, he had worked through what he estimated to be about 1/10 of the general library's books. It might sound like a lot. After all, the general library alone held at least a few thousand books, but most of it was material he either already knew or knew was available elsewhere, just dressed up in older, more elaborate language. Still, here and there, he came across pockets of fresh knowledge, some in general magical theory, some in potioneering, and even a few gems in alchemy. Outside of his studies, he joined the trio for one of their training sessions in the Room of Requirement. Just once, but that was enough. And speaking of the trio, young Harry kept his word. He hadn't breathed a word to Ron or Hermione about the secret chamber, or anything related to it, for that matter. To reward his impressive feat of keeping tight-lipped, even against his bestest friends, Maverick took him back to the Chamber of Secrets for a second visit in February. Of course, it wasn't for any reading. It was purely a social visit. Harry just wanted to see his snake friend. Most kids would run screaming from the idea of seeing a 40-foot, venomous, ancient monster twice, but Harry seemed oddly comfortable with it. Maverick chalked it up to parcel-tongue instincts, or maybe Harry just had a strange taste for snakes. Either way, the basilisk clearly remembered him and didn't seem remotely bothered. If anything, it looked pleased. As for the revelation about Harry possibly being a descendant of the Peveril line, Maverick decided to wait until the end of the year before telling him. Naturally, Dumbledore preferred to wait until the boy was older, but Maverick dismissed that idea outright. Beyond secrecy for its own sake, there was no good reason to keep it from him. After a bit of polite back and forth, some of it persuasive, some of it just plain stubborn, the old man eventually relented and left the matter entirely in Maverick's hands. Did Maverick get diplomatically scammed into carrying the burden himself? Quite possibly. He, thinking himself clever enough to see through the old man's games, and didn't give it much thought, and Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, simply smiled and moved on as if the whole thing had been Maverick's idea all along. And so, March rolled on. In its final week, the Hogwarts Quidditch team packed their brooms once again and set off for France, bound for Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic and the second round of the Inter-School Quidditch Tournament. Chapter 159. The The Quiet Before the Quarrel I, ch 179. Boom. Roar. Boom, boom. ROOER. Explosions of dazzling fireworks burst across the twilight sky above the Beauxbatons Quidditch Stadium, painting it with streaks of silver, gold, and blue. The stands quaked with applause and deafening cheers as one side of the pitch erupted in jubilation. The team in deep navy robes with gold trim soared through the air in wide victory laps, waving to the roaring crowd, while on the other end of the pitch, the players in forest green gear stood quietly with bowed heads and slumped shoulders. There was no doubt who had won. The second round of the 1992-1993 Interschool Quidditch Tournament had reached its thunderous conclusion. Over the past week, 3 schools had clashed on broomsticks high above the clouds: the hosts of Beauxbatons, the formidable Northern team, and the British squad clad in blue and gold. Cold of Storets had been eliminated back in the first round. That left 3 schools in the second stage: Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Hogwarts. Each school had played the others once, spaced out neatly over the week with a rest day in between every match. The scheduling was generous this year. No one could complain about exhaustion. The first game, between Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, ended before most spectators had finished their first snack. It took less than 45 minutes. Durmstrang was clearly the stronger team, but overconfidence and a string of early missteps allowed Beauxbatons to seize the snitch before the match had even warmed up. The opening match offered little for fans to get excited about, but the second more than made up for it. Hogwarts went head-to-head with Beauxbatons in a grueling 5-hour showdown. The snitch remained elusive, and both teams fought tooth and nail for every point, refusing to back down. In the end, it was the French side that edged ahead, 150 to 130. For a school that had finished at the bottom just a year ago, beating the reigning champions was nothing short of extraordinary. Today's final had everything on the line. Hogwarts versus Durmstrang. Last year's finalists, both already bested by the French underdogs in this round. Only one of them could move on to face Beauxbatons in the final, and the stakes had never been higher. Anticipation was sky-high. Every seat in the stadium was filled. Magical pubs were packed to bursting. School halls, wizarding homes, and public gathering spaces in magical communities buzzed with excitement. Magic vision projectors flickered to life in every corner of magical Europe. "Flint," said Stephen, clapping a firm hand on his seeker's shoulder, "I don't care if he flies into a thunderstorm or dives into the ground. Do not lose him. You mark Crumb like he just winked at your mother." Inside the Hogwarts changing room, Stephen, the team's burly coach and former pro, paced like a general before battle. His voice was low and steady, but his eyes missed nothing. A few nervous chuckles passed around the room, but no one was really relaxed. He moved down the line, stopping in front of each player. No speeches, just firm, clear instructions and a nod that said he trusted them to deliver. Even the reserves were told to stay sharp. This wasn't a game where anyone could afford to sit back. Substitutions were inevitable, and every broom mattered. The team let out a unified roar, sharp, focused, and full of fire. Moments later, both sides kicked off from the ground, rising into the twilight sky to a fresh wave of thunderous applause. The commentator's voice boomed across the stands, barely rising above the roar of the crowd. The whistle blew, and just like that, the game was on. From the very first second, it was brutal. Players dove, collided, and weaved through clouds like cannonballs. Bludgers slammed into arms and shoulders. Quaffles zipped across the pitch. Neither side gave an inch, though Durmstrang clearly had the upper hand in strength and precision. Hogwarts, however, played like a team possessed. After 2 grueling hours, fatigue set in. Coaches from both teams started rotating out players, trying to keep the tempo high. Only the Seekers remained unchanged, locked in a silent duel above the madness. And then came the twist. 2.5 hours into the match, high above the roar and churn of the game below, Flint finally saw it, a glint of gold fluttering at the edge of his vision. He didn't hesitate. Leaning forward, he eased away from Crumb without a sound, his movement so subtle it looked like a routine course correction. Then, in the space of a heartbeat, he dropped. It was a sharp, sudden dive, the kind that made the entire stadium lurch forward in their seats. Crumb reacted a second too late. He wheeled around and plunged after him, slicing through the air with ruthless speed, but Flint already had the lead. The snitch shimmered just inches above the turf, darting and bobbing like it might vanish any moment. Flint reached out, and his fingers closed around it. The stadium exploded with noise. It was over. Durmstrang had dominated most of the game, but in the end, Hogwarts had taken the win. The eruption of cheers was deafening. Witches and wizards across Britain shouted, clapped, and wept with joy. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, students leapt to their feet, hugging one another and pounding on tables. In pubs from Diagon Alley to Hogsmeade, drinks were spilled, toasts were shouted, and strangers embraced like old friends. Owls took flight in startled flurries as the noise rolled across the countryside like a storm. The finalists were set. Last year's champion, Hogwarts, would face Beauxbatons, the underdog who had risen from last place to host and finalist. It would be a match to remember. Congratulations, Minerva. Olympe Maxime turned with a smile toward the deputy headmistress, whose eyes twinkled with pride as she sat beside her in the VIP stands. She was so caught up in clapping for her students that she didn't hear a word, let alone respond. Maxime smiled and shook her head. Who could blame her? Everyone knew she was a massive Quidditch fanatic, and her school had just won, right in front of all of Europe. The others seated nearby joined in the applause, though a few offered polite words of consolation to Igor Karkaroff, who wasn't looking particularly cheerful. After all, they'd lost twice, and both times it had been after outplaying their opponents. Just rotten luck. Little Raven, Maxime turned her gaze to Maverick, who sat calmly beside McGonagall. She leaned in slightly and spoke directly into his mind over the noise of the cheering crowd. If you don't mind, stay for the day and come by my office tonight. Some old folks from the ICW want to have a word with you. Maverick tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Counselors. Yes, Olympe said. She glanced at the large magic vision hovering overhead, then back at him. You can probably guess what they're after. Yes, Maverick had a pretty good idea of what those old politicians wanted. It wasn't the first time. Over the past year, his company had been approached countless times by the ICW, or more precisely, by a handful of greedy old geezers who thought they could get whatever they wanted. They were after his invention. After all, by now, anyone with half a brain could see just how impactful magic vision was for the entire wizarding world. But what they wanted was impossible, and their approach had never been one of negotiation. It was all demands, veiled threats, and entitlement. Idiots, just thugs in robes for the so-called counselors. Ali had shut them down every single time. But this time, it seems it wasn't the lackeys, but the masters themselves who were coming. And somehow, they have a speaker to mediate with him directly. Maverick's eyes narrowed dangerously. Come now, little Raven, don't give me that look, she said with a playful chuckle. Of course, I refused to speak for them. I even warned them not to play with fire. But they insisted, and they do have some face to keep, being counselors and all. And, well, I happened to owe one of them a small favor, so I agreed to pass the message. Just pass the message, nothing more. She gave a little shrug. It's up to you whether you come. I've done my part. Maverick studied her for a moment, then gave a single, silent nod. The celebrations went on for another hour, but eventually the stadium emptied. The crowd filtered out, and the teams with their delegations departed back to their home countries. Maverick stayed behind. Around 9 o'clock that evening, he and Maxime sat side by side at a long table, enjoying a quiet, elegant French dinner. Maxime took a small bite from her plate and glanced at him. Are you sure you don't want to call in your teacher for this? You know, that old fellow Takamaru isn't exactly someone to take lightly. Maverick shook his head. No, I can handle it, but tell me more about him, and how those idiots managed to get him on their side. Maxime smiled slightly and took a slow sip from her goblet. Actually, it's the other way around. Takamaru is by far the oldest among the 7 of us. That old man has a habit of sticking his hand into every loud affair in the wizarding world. They are not his backing, but his people, to be more precise. She set her glass down and continued. Your invention is probably the biggest thing to hit the magical world in centuries. Everyone wants a piece of it. The only reason you've been able to keep it mostly to yourself is because of Garling. But that doesn't mean another archmage won't try to butt in when they smells opportunity. Maverick narrowed his eyes. So, in your opinion, what happens if I say no? Maxime paused thoughtfully before answering. Probably, he'll play dirty. Politics, blackmail, maybe even threatening your people directly. Maverick's gaze hardened. Just then, Maxime looked to her right, toward the fireplace, before turning back to him. They're coming, she said, waving her hand. Plates and food cleared away, and she glanced back at the fireplace, waving again. Whoosh, with a sudden flare of green flame, 3 men stepped out. All 3 looked old. 2 were Caucasian, dressed in formal wizarding robes. The third was unmistakably Asian, with a long beard and thick eyebrows, wearing elegant traditional robes that spoke of nobility. The old man in the center paced without pause before stopping at the table. He stood directly opposite Maverick and Maxime. The other 2 men flanked him, standing silently at his left and right. Maxime rose gracefully and greeted him in Japanese. Takamaru, welcome to my humble little school. She motioned toward the chairs. Maverick also stood, out of courtesy, of course. A few polite words passed between the 2 parties before they all took their seats. The old man, who seemed to keep his eyes closed most of the time, opened them slightly and fixed a sharp glance on Maverick. Maverick met his stare without hesitation. He felt no magic probing his mind, just a plain, steady stare. You must be that Garling's disciple, the old man said in fluent English. Fierce, just like him, I see it clearly in your eyes. Girl, thank you for arranging this meeting, he added, turning to Maxime. Maxime bristled immediately, her voice sharp with annoyance. Careful, you old thing. Even if you're 3 times my age and try to act like some ancient ancestor, I don't appreciate being called girl. Maverick noted the 2 men flanking Takamaru. One radiated the power of a great mage, the other a magus. Takamaru did not seem bothered by Maxime's sharp reply. He turned back to Maverick. Let us get down to business, then. Chapter 160. The Quiet Before the Quarrel, ch. 180. Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, a private meeting chamber. A gentle fire crackled in the hearth, its golden light flickering across the polished wood of the long table. The air was still, yet heavy, as if it knew something important was about to happen. Takamaru sat across from Maverick, his eyes closed beneath thick, snow-white eyebrows. The old archmage had the air of a weathered mountain, silent, unmoving, and utterly confident in its presence. First of all, Takamaru said, his voice calm and oddly warm, congratulations, young man, on everything you have achieved. I must say I admire you. Truly. Even without that fellow Garling, I believe your accomplishments would still stand tall. Maverick said nothing and waited. Praise, especially from someone like this, often came with a price. Takamaru opened his eyes ever so slightly and saw the young man looking at him without even a hint of flinching, as if his presence as an archmage meant nothing. His eyes gleamed with quiet interest. He found the young man's calmness unusual, almost daring. Interesting. But there was no time for distractions. Business came first. I trust a sharp young mind like yours has already deduced the reason for my visit, so I shall not waste time with pleasantries. I am here to request a 5% stake in your company. In return, you will have my support, and the weight of those who stand behind me. Sure enough, it was just as he had thought. This old fossil wants his hands on my alchemy. For most entrepreneurs in the magical world, this would have been a dream come true. Archmages often held more sway than entire ministries in many magical communities around the globe. Having one on your side could open doors overnight, granting international access, legal protection, and magical security. Sharing a small slice of your cake was more than a fair price to pay for such backing. But Maverick was not most entrepreneurs. Maxime glanced between the old man and Maverick beside her. She said nothing, watching with quiet amusement. One thing she was certain of, Maverick would not agree. She saw him lean back slightly in his chair and fold his hands calmly in front of him. I assume this is about more than just a few shares. Takamaru gave a small smile. Of course, I would also like access to the technology behind magic vision. That was the real prize. Maverick narrowed his eyes. I'm also assuming that part isn't your idea alone, he said. From what I know about you, speaker, you're not the type to learn how a toy works, just to own it. So it must be your council that's greedy, am I right? The same people who ignored me last year when I proposed a fair partnership for the next World Cup. He turned his gaze to the man seated beside Takamaru, an older wizard whose face he recognized. I remember you, Counselor Victor. You were in that meeting too. I laid everything out, offered cooperation, mutual gain. You lot didn't even bother to listen. All you wanted was my alchemy. He turned back to Takamaru. Now that Magic Vision is a global success, you suddenly want to collaborate. My answer is still the same. Cooperation. My company will handle the global broadcasting of the World Cup. But I'm not selling my shares, and I won't hand over my alchemy to anyone, not even you, speaker. If you want the alchemy, go ahead. Figure it out on your own. Silence swept through the room like a cold breeze. Even the fire seemed to still. Victor scowled, finally losing control of his irritation. Boy, don't think just because Garling is backing you that you can run your mouth. Victor, Takamaru interrupted. His eyes remained half-lidded lazy, yet his voice cut through the room like steel. Did I give you permission to speak? Victor's words died in his throat, and he bowed his head immediately. Apologies, Lord Takamaru. Takamaru glanced at the young man and studied him carefully. There was definitely something strange about him. He couldn't read him at all, and that, more than anything, was beginning to bother him. No aura, no trace of magical rank, just a quiet, unreadable presence. And that unfiltered confidence, it told him all he needed to know. This boy would not budge. In truth, Takamaru had no real interest in the alchemy. What he wanted was a small share in the company, nothing more. Just as Maxime had warned Maverick, he was a man who enjoyed being involved in anything noteworthy, and Maverick's inventions more than fit the bill. The demand for the alchemy had come from certain counselors within the ICW, greedy, short-sighted men who served under his banner. Greedy as they were still his. And while he could use force to keep them in check if he wished, this was no longer the age of wands and fear. Power today was not just about strength, but balance, and sometimes, that meant feeding the wolves just enough to keep them from sniffing around for a new alpha. In other words, he wouldn't have concerned himself with such petty requests. But the mountain that was Edward Garling left him no choice. If he didn't throw his weight around, his underlings might start thinking he was growing soft. But what he hadn't expected was that even when he came personally, even when he asked politely, by his standards, this boy would look him in the eye and turn him down without the slightest hesitation. Stubborn, unruly, arrogant. Just like Edward Garling, he thought. He rose slowly to his feet and for the first time opened his eyes fully. They were neither sharp nor cold, only indifferent, as they locked onto Maverick's unwavering gaze. How unfortunate, he said with a soft sigh. You have something extraordinary, child, but having a treasure is not always a blessing. Even with Garling by your side, he is just one man, and men, no matter how strong, cannot be everywhere at once. You are young, I understand your pride. We were all like you once. But when your people are the ones targeted, when it is your family who bleeds, then you will come to know the true face of this world. Maverick's gaze hardened. He said nothing, but he wasn't stupid to miss the meaning behind those words. If I can't get to you, then I'll go after those around you. Your people. That was the unmistakable, unspoken threat. Perhaps not through bloodshed. Takamaru was an archmage, more than capable of it, but this wasn't the medieval age where one could simply throw magic around to get their way. Only a retard like Voldemort would resort to such barbarism. Takamaru didn't need to lift a wand. With the weight of his title and the counselors behind him, he could tighten the noose in quieter, more insidious ways, politics, and pressure. All designed to slow Maverick down, choke his progress, and make each future step harder than the last. But a threat was a threat, no matter how politely it was delivered. His fists clenched, and for a moment he had half a mind to incinerate the bastard where he stood. But then a large palm closed gently over his fist, grounding, making the heat behind his eyes settle, if only for a moment. Yes, Takamaru wasn't some random street thug he could silence with brute force. This man was a true powerhouse. I suggest you leave, Takamaru, said a limp Maxime, who had been quietly observing until now with a firm and clear voice. "I don't take kindly to threats made within these walls. Whatever favor I owed you, consider it cleared." Takamaru turned to Maxime, regarding her with a glance of calm indifference before offering a slight nod. Her open disrespect, for the second time, no less, seemed to trouble him not at all. Like one who had weathered such slights too many times to count, he was simply beyond being fazed. They might share the same rank in magic, but he was older by centuries. A pity, he thought, that something as fundamental as respect for one's elders was lost on this half-breed. Then, without another word, he strode toward the fireplace. Victor and the other wizard followed, both shooting Maverick a final glare. The flames in the hearth flared green as Takamaru stepped into them. But before vanishing, he turned once more and spoke. 7 days, I will give you 7 more days to reconsider. If no agreement is reached, then we will have to pursue other avenues. He disappeared into the fire, and the room fell still. Maverick exhaled through his nose and leaned back in his chair. "I want to register my rank as Archmage and let the world know." His gaze flicked to the half-giantess, and his decision solidified. "Do you need my help, little raven?" Maxime asked, her smile worn but amused. Maverick considered for a moment, then shook his head. "I'll ask teacher, but you're welcome at my side during the inauguration." "Ha," Maxime let out a sharp chuckle. "Are you suggesting I board your ship, join your camp, lend my backing as well?" She leaned in, her face inches from his. "Little raven, what's in it for me?" Maverick ignored the old woman's theatrics. He stood and strode toward the fireplace, stepping into the flames. Before disappearing, he turned to see Maxime still wearing that wild grin. "You have no idea what kind of power stands behind me." Whoosh! His words echoed through the chamber as he vanished, leaving silence in the air, until... "Ha-ha-ta." "What an arrogant little brat," Maxime murmured, leaning back with a wicked smile tugging at her lips. "It seems the magical world is about to be swept into a storm." She chuckled, low and amused, eyes glinting with heat. "Should I watch from the sidelines, I wonder, or..." "Hee-hee." She chuckled again, unable to contain the burning intrigue rising within her. "Who told you to be so very interesting, little raven?" Chapter 161. Eyes on the Rising Star, Ch 181. 2 weeks had passed since the second round of the inter-school Quidditch tournament. The excitement of broomsticks and bludgers had only just begun to fade when a fresh storm of headlines swept through the magical world like wildfire. Youngest Archmage in history, Council of Speakers expands to 8. That morning, newspapers snapped open in wizarding homes, shops, and alleyways across the country. Some readers gasped in excitement, others frowned in unease, and a few brushed it off as just another dramatic headline in an already unusual year. At the Leaky Cauldron, the usual early morning hush was nowhere to be found. The inn buzzed with energy as witches and wizards gathered around tables, their cups of tea and buttered toast all but forgotten. Copies of the Daily Prophet were passed from hand to hand, and the air rang with voices full of disbelief, admiration, and no small amount of pride. "A new speaker, is it? From Britain, no less." "You lot can laugh, but I met him. Swear on Merlin's beard, he bought a butterbeer right here, not 3 weeks back." "Not surprised," said an older wizard, folding his paper with a knowing look. "That boy's been turning heads since the moment he showed up in the papers. This was only a matter of time." Behind the bar, Tom the barkeep stood oddly still. His bony fingers clutched the Daily Prophet, and his eyes didn't move from the front page. A slow, crooked grin crept across his weathered face. "Archmage, eh?" he muttered, half to himself. "Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you, young lord. You were never ordinary." Scenes like this played out all across the country. From the bustling restaurants of Diagon Alley to the hushed corners of school common rooms, from crowded train compartments to quiet wizarding cafes, and even at the breakfast tables of noble families. Everywhere, one name had once again taken center stage. Maverick Caesar. At Malfoy Manor, silver cutlery clinked gently against porcelain as the couple ate in silence. Lucius sat with one leg crossed over the other, the paper held high in one hand. His pale eyes gleamed. "It seems," he said, a faint smile curling on his lips, that my lord has finally decided to step into the light. Narcissa didn't look up from her plate as she cut into her eggs. Her voice was calm and cool. "This changes nothing," she said. "We stay in the shadows, we are not the green grasses." Then more softly, she added, "Though I do look forward to the day we no longer have to hide." At the Greengrass estate, the conversation was much the same. Lady Greengrass sat across from her husband, the newspaper laid open before her. She glanced at it, then at the man sipping calmly from his glass. "I wonder what made the leader reveal himself now," she said quietly. Lord Greengrass didn't speak right away. He chewed slowly, swallowed, then set his cup down with a soft clink. "If it matters, he will tell us," he said. "Until then, nothing changes." His wife nodded, then let her eyes drift back to the paper. The photograph beneath the headline moved slightly, its enchantment mimicking the seamless motion of a modern-day GIF. There stood the man her family had pledged themselves to, Maverick Caesar. He stood at the steps of the ICW's Grand Assembly Hall, dressed in a sharp dark suit beneath a long black coat. Camera flashes lit up his face as he stood motionless, hands tucked in his pockets, his expression betraying no emotion to anyone trying to guess what might be on his mind. To his right stood a towering man with golden hair and a confident grin, Edward Garling, his teacher, and one of the most powerful wizards alive. To his left stood Albus Dumbledore, arguably the most respected and powerful mage in the world. And beside Dumbledore stood Olympe Maxime, towering above them all, draped in a flowing cloak of deep blue, her presence as commanding as it was majestic. 4 archmages, each a force capable of swaying nations. And now, with Maverick among them, half the council of speakers stood together in a single frame. Outside of global emergencies or special ICW assemblies, it was rare to see even 2 archmages appear side by side, let alone 4. The photograph alone, without a single word, spoke volumes. And it was most certainly no coincidence. Lady Greengrass studied the picture in silence. Behind the archmages, she recognized others, McGonagall and Flitwick, faces she had seen from Hogwarts days, standing alongside more she could not name but knew by reputation. Great mages, every one of them. They were not merely attending, but there, sending a message. A rare smile found its way to her lips. This was her leader. Her husband had a front row seat in Maverick Caesar's plans. He had told her things that seemed like dreams at the time. And now, looking at this moment frozen on the front page, she felt a certainty rising in her chest. The promised days were coming. And while the magical world buzzed with the rise of a new archmage, far beyond wizarding circles, another world was paying attention too. The Muggle leaders, through their magical confidants, and the witches and wizards quietly embedded in their governments, began to receive the news as well, first in whispers, then in full reports marked urgent. Washington, D.C., an undisclosed location. The hallway stretched long and silent, its marble floors gleaming beneath a canopy of soft yellow light. The air was still and cool, the kind found in buildings where voices were never raised and every step seemed to carry weight. Tuggy, tuggy, tuggy. Footsteps echoed through the corridor, measured, unhurried, and unmistakably confident. A woman walked alone. She wore low-heeled black shoes, polished but practical, the sort a retired officer would pick out of habit more than style. Her dark navy dress hugged her figure with dignity rather than vanity. A pearl brooch gleamed on her collar. She was older now, 69 by her last birthday, but she moved like someone who hadn't forgotten what it meant to run, fight, or lead. Peggy Carter, once director of S.H.I.E.L.D., now retired in name only. She passed men in suits and the occasional woman in uniform. Most offered a respectful nod. A few stepped aside. In her right hand, she held a rolled-up stack of papers, pinched tightly like it held the weight of something bigger than ink and parchment. At the end of the hallway was a door made of oak and steel. On its polished surface, in gold letters, was a single word: Director. She didn't hesitate. A firm knock echoed through the door. "Come in," called a rough male voice from within. Peggy Carter stepped inside. The office was warm and dimly lit, the kind of place where secrets seemed to settle into the corners and stay a while. Behind a wide mahogany desk, a man in his late 50s rose to his feet the moment the door opened, posture straight like a soldier meeting a superior. He wore a crisp gray shirt, and his matching jacket was draped neatly over the back of his chair. His hair, streaked with black and silver, had been combed back with care. A half-finished cup of tea sat near his hand, with steam still curling lazily into the air. Across from him, seated casually but alert, was a tall black man with a dark brown jacket, a tie that looked too big for the shirt it was knotted around, and a serious face that didn't miss much. They both turned as she entered. The older man rose at once, while the younger followed a moment later, standing with quiet respect. From the look in his eyes, it was clear he recognized her. When Peggy gave a small nod and gestured for them to sit, they did so without a word. She stepped forward and placed the rolled papers on the desk. She moved to slide them toward the man in gray, but paused halfway, glancing at the other man in the room, eyebrows raised. "It's all right," said the man in gray with a chuckle. "I trust Fury. Unless you're about to drop something that's level 9 or higher, you can speak freely." The younger man stood again and extended his hand. "Nicholas Fury, ma'am," he said, "level 3 agent, currently reporting to Director Pierce." Peggy raised an eyebrow, but shook his hand all the same. "Carter," she said simply. Fury gave a small nod. Then Carter turned back to Pierce and pushed the papers toward him. "Hot off the press," she said, "from our friends across the Veil." The man behind the desk was Alexander Pierce, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a global agency that answered to no single government but reported directly to the World Security Council. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't about politics or borders. It was built to protect humanity from threats beyond the ordinary, whether they came from men, monsters, aliens, or something far stranger. Pierce unrolled the papers without a word, his eyes moving swiftly over every line. Fury stayed quiet, watching. Officially, his clearance remained at level 3, but Pierce clearly saw something in him that others did not. He had begun entrusting Fury with secrets far beyond his rank, confident that the agent possessed the drive and skill to handle them. Chapter 162. Eyes on the Rising Star, II, CH 182. Pierce unrolled the papers without a word, his eyes moving swiftly over every line. Fury stayed quiet, watching. Officially, his clearance remained at level 3, but Pierce clearly saw something in him that others did not. He had begun entrusting Fury with secrets far beyond his rank, confident that the agent possessed the drive and skill to handle them. Peggy took a seat beside Fury and waited. Minutes passed before Pierce set the papers down, while furrowing his brows in thought. "Director," he said at last. He did not say it out of formality. Peggy had not held that title in years, but out of long habit, and she did not correct him, not anymore. He leaned back slightly, the leather of his chair creaking as he stared at the newspaper with narrowed eyes. Then he glanced up at her. "This young man, do you know anything about him? Beyond what's written in the article, I mean." "I do, actually," Peggy said, crossing one leg over the other and leaning back just a little. "Lizzie called me last night, walked me through everything. Then one of her wand-waving agents dropped this off." She nodded toward the stack of newspapers in front of Pierce. Pierce fought the twitch at his brow. Only Peggy would address Queen Elizabeth so casually. Then again, they were from the same country and roughly the same age. What else did Her Majesty say? "Where do I start?" Peggy tapped her chin, thinking it over. "All right, the kid's English, just like the paper says, 23 years old. Teaches at Hogwarts, that school's the crown jewel of the magical world, and he's a master alchemist. Genius doesn't even begin to cover it." She gave a quick, confident shrug. "On top of that, he's a damn successful businessman, both in the magical world and ours." Pierce raised an eyebrow. "His business goes beyond the magical world." "Correct, though I believe he's just getting started on our side," she said, nodding. "Oh, and his teacher is Garling, the High Counselor." Pierce's eyes widened. "High Councilman Edward Garling." "Exactly," Peggy nodded. "Teacher and student, 2 archmages, that's..." Pierce trailed off, a sound of disbelief slipping out. Peggy pointed at the papers again. "Did you not see the others standing next to him in the picture?" Pierce grabbed the papers back from the table and stared at them for a long moment. Then he dropped them sharply onto the surface. 3 high counselors, 3 archmages, 4 if you count him. Are they forming some kind of alliance? I've never heard of 2 archmages working together, let alone 4. I don't know, Peggy admitted, shaking her head. Pierce leaned back, rocking his chair thoughtfully. With a lineup like that, they could threaten superpowers, even the United States. Peggy raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. What? Pierce asked. You don't need 4 of them, Pierce, she said with a knowing smile. Just 2 could bring Uncle Sam to his knees. You've only seen some loose footage from the war, but I saw firsthand what monsters like them are capable of. I was hundreds of miles away, she added, her voice dropping. But even now, just remembering how Albus fought that terrorist gives me chills. Pierce raised his hand and sighed. All right, I get it. Anything else Her Majesty mentioned? Peggy's lips curved into a subtle smile as she watched Pierce raise the tea to his lips. He also serves the British monarchy, she said, sort of a last line of defense, and his father is the current Prime Minister. Cough, cough, cough. Pierce tapped his chest, then quickly handed a napkin to Fury, who had just gotten a spray of fresh mint tea. Ahem, my apologies, Agent Fury, he said, brushing off the moment with an apologetic smile. Fury had been listening quietly the whole time and never once interrupting his 2 superiors. Of course, there were plenty of questions bubbling in his mind, but with his current level of clearance and the professional training he'd received, he knew better than to speak out of turn. The only reason he was hearing any of this at all was because Pierce allowed it. And once Advisor Carter left, he was certain the director would sit him down and explain everything. At least, everything he was meant to know. As for why Peggy hadn't objected to his presence, that was easy enough to figure out. Pierce hadn't, and Pierce was the one who held the reins. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was his word that determined who had clearance and who didn't. Turning back to Peggy, Pierce asked sharply, His father is the Prime Minister. You're telling me Her Majesty knows and doesn't care that a national disaster-level magical is her head of government's son? Peggy shrugged again, apparently. Pierce glared at her for a long moment, then slumped back in his chair. Silence settled over the room, broken only by the faint rustle as he reached for the papers again. That was what Peggy saw on the surface. A pause, a sigh, a gesture of fatigue, expected reactions from a man in his particular position. She probably would have reacted the same. But what he was actually thinking, well, that was another matter entirely. Was the reaction real, or just a mask? Perhaps she would never know. She saw him read the paper quietly, then looked up and asked, He's also been sworn in as a speaker for the ICW? He set the paper down with a thoughtful expression, glanced at her, then continued, So that automatically makes him a high counselor on the World Security Council, right? Once sworn in, yes, she replied. And I believe the World Security Council will soon hold an assembly just for that. You should be able to meet him there. Pierce nodded slowly, fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the table. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow at her, silently asking if there was more. That's all, Pierce, Peggy said as she rose from her chair. I came to deliver the news before some random idiot hands you half-baked intel. She adjusted her coat with practiced ease. If there's anything you want to know about the soon-to-be High Counselor, you come to me directly. Pierce didn't respond aloud, and simply gave her a short nod of quiet agreement. Peggy cast a quick glance at Nick Fury as she turned. She said nothing to him, and without another word, walked out of the room. And what she said was the simple truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been Peggy's baby. Let the world chatter and speculate about a momentous event like this, S.H.I.E.L.D. should have the facts. This time, she had been the one to get those facts fresh first. So even as a senior advisor and no longer the director, she came to deliver them, before some half-informed fool got there first and muddied the waters. Unfortunately for Peggy, she had no idea that her baby was already in the early stages of something far worse than just misinformation. A quiet, insidious sickness had taken root. And just like that, news of Maverick's inauguration as a speaker to the ICW spread across both the magical and non-magical worlds. Different global leaders received the news in their own ways. Magical ministries reacted differently, and the speakers, archmages themselves, each responded in their own distinct manner. One in particular sat staring at the papers with a gloomy expression, as if he had just been served the most rotten meal imaginable. This was Takamaru, the archmage from Japan who had boldly confronted Maverick face to face. Now, seeing 3 others of equal rank standing beside Maverick, Takamaru felt like the biggest fool alive. His anger was not directed at Maverick. His earlier threats and pursuit had been fueled only by the misinformation fed to him by the fools in his own service. Muna no Kuzu. He cursed angrily at the incompetent garbage who had made him. Oh no, was about to make him loosen his face. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Dumbledore, Garling, Maxime, and Maverick himself, a lineup of 4 archmages, was not something he could compete against. He knew he would have to answer for his earlier actions. Finally, he let out a sigh, pulled open a drawer, and picked up a mirror-like object from the desk. After a while, more than a dozen figures appeared, some middle-aged, some elderly, all stepping through the fireplace of the room he was in. Anyone watching from outside the window of the room would see bright red flashes, followed by wailing screams coming from within. Fortunately, or unfortunately, for those inside, there were no flashes of green. Chapter 163. Eyes on the Rising Star, III, CH 183. Just as the rest of the world buzzed with reactions to the sudden rise of a new archmage, the news eventually made its way into the ancient halls of Hogwarts as well. Although Dumbledore, McGonagall, or Flitwick made no grand announcement, by lunchtime, on the very same day the headlines hit the wizarding papers, the news had already spread like wildfire. Somehow, it landed in the hands of the students, and by then, the whole castle was practically crackling with gossip. Students whispered about it in the corridors, speculated wildly over breakfast, and tried to squeeze answers out of their teachers. But of course, no one was pestered more than the man at the center of it all. The teachers were calmer, or at least they appeared to be. Well, except for Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick. They had known before anyone else, even before the news broke publicly. It was Maverick's request that they stand with him at the ICW during his inauguration. The 3 of them had gladly accepted. Then again, Maverick was pretty sure they would have tagged along even if he hadn't asked. After all, he was part of the Hogwarts staff now. And for Dumbledore and McGonagall, who treated the castle like their most sacred ground, having an archmage on staff was a big deal. It meant prestige, respect, and a serious boost to the school's name. But that wasn't the only reason. Over the past 2 years, Maverick's relationship with them had grown into something beyond just professional courtesy. They could be called good friends now, and they weren't fools either. Though none of them said it out loud, they understood why he had asked them to be by his side. It was clearly meant to send a message. What kind of message, exactly? They didn't know, and frankly, they didn't care. For several days, every lesson Maverick tried to teach was hijacked by a flood of questions from curious little witches and wizards, all desperate to know more about his promotion to Archmage. It was a bit strange, honestly. After all, the school already had one. And not just any Archmage, but arguably the most powerful one alive. But Dumbledore had been keeping his head down for too long, tied up in ministry red tape, playing nice with the system. It got to the point where even some nobody, half-baked politician felt bold enough to push him around. The legend he built during the war, facing down Grindelwald, standing tall, had slowly faded from the public's memory. That's just how people are. When you're on top, they worship the ground you walk on. But the moment you stop flexing your strength, they go cold, they lose interest. Some even start to despise you. It started with politicians sneering behind closed doors. Then the public followed. And now, the younger generation is picking up the same attitude their parents carried. Especially now, when it's no secret something's wrong with the old wizard. Everyone at the top knows his time is running out. No one's bold enough to say it to his face, but behind the scenes, there's a quiet campaign underway, a slow, careful push to knock the old man off his throne. And Dumbledore wasn't some clueless relic either. He saw it all, knew exactly what was happening. This was the same man once called the wisest of the age, but for some stubborn reason, maybe pride, maybe some twisted sense of principle, he never fought back. Never shut down the whispers, never played the game. And because of that, Even though the unofficial title of most powerful wizard alive and all that was still his, the weight behind it, the fear, the respect, the sense of deterrence, was pretty much gone. Even Flitwick and McGonagall had more of a deterrent effect than Dumbledore. They might not hold the rank of Archmage, but being great mages still made them true powerhouses in the public eye. After all, with the power to easily crush mages below their rank, a great mage was essentially a one-person army. For any country fortunate enough to have even one, it meant they could not be easily bullied or coerced by others. Of course, not all great mages were nationalist saints devoted to their homeland. Many followed their own interests, and some had loyalties that changed like the wind. Still, in today's civilized world, a government gained undeniable advantages by having one on its side. It was a simple understanding: you scratch my back, I scratch yours. That was why any great mage held extremely high status in whatever magical country they chose to reside in. As long as someone of that rank was not out there blatantly breaking the law like a lunatic, magical ministries would simply look the other way. And now that the highest governing authority of the magical world had officially recognized Maverick as the current pinnacle of power, above even great mages, he had become the single greatest deterrent force in all of Britain. Dumbledore might still be around, but the truth was, nobody really took him seriously anymore. Aside from the endless curiosity, Maverick could clearly see the awe in everyone's eyes, the admiration, the silent reverence. Even his fellow professors looked at him differently now. Well, except for the few he was genuinely close to. Others, like Snape, barely dared to meet his eyes. The poor old bat had likely come to regret acting so presumptuously during Maverick's early days at Hogwarts, not that Maverick cared anymore. He had made an effort in the beginning, despite the tension between them, to connect with Snape, at least as colleagues, like civil adults, but nothing changed. Maybe it was Maverick's age. Maybe Snape just could not stand the idea of someone so younger being more powerful, more respected. But really, what kind of pathetic excuse was that? Nonetheless, Snape was still the same bitter man-child he had always been, arrogant, spiteful, walking around as if the world owed him a cauldron full of basilisk venom. Maverick had long given up on him. He had stopped trying to understand the man, despite Snape having been one of his favorite characters in the Harry Potter universe in his previous life. But this was not a story anymore. If Snape ever decided to change, well, good for him. But for now, he was nothing more than an extra lurking in the background, irrelevant to Maverick's grand plans. As for the students, their change was the most noticeable, especially among the purebloods. Their parents had probably wasted no time sending letters packed with warnings: do not get on his bad side, stay in his good graces, always be respectful. And it showed. Maverick had already been one of the most popular teachers in all of Hogwarts. But now, even the most unruly and arrogant purebloods sat up straighter in class, showed proper respect when passing him in the corridors, and chose their words more carefully whenever they spoke to him. Maverick was not particularly bothered by the attention. Being a renowned alchemist and a steadily rising businessman, he had grown used to life in the spotlight. It was inevitable, really. After all, this was the single most significant event to shake the magical world since the end of the Second World War. He answered what questions he could, deflected the rest with a smile, and carried on as if nothing had changed. Time moved on, as it always did. 1 month after being sworn in as an ICW speaker, the World Security Council, the only organization in the world with greater global authority than the ICW, voted to elect him as a High Counselor to their assembly. The World Security Council consisted of 195 rotating seats, each one representing a nation and held by that nation's highest authority. But High Counselors were different. Their positions were semi-permanent and far more influential. 2 each came from North America, South America, the European Union, and the Arab League. 3 were selected from across the Asian continent. And finally, the ICW speakers held the remaining seats for the magical world. Their votes counted for far more than ordinary counselors, and their authority in the decision-making processes of the organization was undeniable. Naturally, the privileges that came with such a role were considerable. In addition to his already flexible status as Her Majesty's magical representative, Maverick was now afforded diplomatic standing equal to that of any global head of state. However, unlike the ICW, whose decisions made ripples in every corner of the wizarding world, the World Security Council operated more like an open secret among global leadership. As such, Maverick's appointment made no major waves in the public eye. But he did not care about that. On the day of his inauguration, he was accompanied by his teacher Edward, his father, who was already a sitting counselor, and, to his surprise, the Queen herself. Another unexpected attendee was Peggy Carter, apparently an old friend of Her Majesty. It was also worth noting that the Queen made no attempt whatsoever to hide her pride in Maverick's position as the ultimate defense of the United Kingdom. Maverick, for his part, did not protest. After all, his father was the highest political authority in her government, so he simply let her boast to her heart's content. Besides meeting several political leaders, he also crossed paths with a few familiar names from the Marvel Universe. Alexander Pierce, who is currently the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and of course, his eventual successor, the MF, Nick Fury himself. But it was only a brief meeting, little more than a formal introduction. Now, as a newly appointed High Counselor, Maverick held high-level clearance within S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. All in all, ever since announcing himself as an Archmage and registering with the ICW, doors had opened for him all over the globe, one after the other. April drifted by in a blur of cherry blossoms and warming skies, and by the time May arrived, life at Hogwarts had more or less returned to normal. As with every piece of explosive news, the buzz surrounding Maverick's breakthrough to Archmage eventually faded into the background hum of castle gossip. The whispers in the corridors quieted, the eager chatter in the great hall and common rooms died down, and the barrage of questions in every class dwindled into silence. Aside from the quiet, respectful looks he still received from students and staff alike, school life had returned to its familiar rhythm. Maverick's days returned to normal as well, teaching his classes, exploring the hidden chambers of Hogwarts, and continuing his quiet investigations into the Chamber of Secrets and the Room of Lost Things. Things had finally settled. Now, apart from the usual responsibilities, he was also preparing for the final match of the Inter-School Quidditch tournament, set to take place at the end of May. Chapter 164, Finale and Debut, ch. 184. The skies over the Pyrenees were a flawless blue, clear and cloudless, the perfect weather for a Quidditch grand finale. Below, the Beauxbatons Stadium throbbed with energy. The crowd was in full swing, cheering and chanting, enchanted drums pounding like thunder. Fireworks cracked overhead, their echoes rolling through the mountains in waves. It was the final game of the Inter-School Quidditch tournament, and today, Hogwarts was set to face Beauxbatons. The players from both schools might be teenagers, but the match was already being hyped as one that wouldn't lose to any professional league final. The stadium looked unrecognizable compared to the earlier rounds. Everything, from the seating to the pitch, from the food stalls to the safety wards, had been upgraded to the highest standard. It was bigger, louder, and more spectacular than ever before, outshining even last year's final by a mile. Of course, it wasn't just the Beauxbatons school administration that made it all happen. Behind the scenes, one man had pulled the strings, set the vision, and transformed the tournament into a spectacle that felt as grand as a global event. Ever since Maverick's rise to fame, everything he touched seemed to shine a little brighter. His company, Magitech, was growing faster than even he had expected, and its signature product, the Magic Vision, had already become a household name across Europe. According to the latest reports from his regional managers, sales of the Magic Vision had more than doubled, almost tripled, in just the past few months compared to everything sold before his inauguration. And that was just one product. Magitech's entire catalog was flying off the shelves just as fast. And just like his brand, Maverick made the most of his rising fame, using it to push the Quidditch tournament into the global spotlight. He was determined to turn it into more than just a European event. It had to be a worldwide spectacle. He doubled the number of public Magic Vision units across major wizarding communities, from London to Cairo, Prague to Moscow, Mumbai to Sao Paulo, even New York. No corner of the world was left untouched. Moreover, he donated thousands to low-income wizarding families, making sure as few as possible missed the match simply because they couldn't afford it. Of course, it put a dent in his wallet, but to Maverick, it was an investment. From the very beginning, Quidditch had only been the gateway. The real goal was to get magic vision into as many homes as possible. Sports were just the start, and the gadget's true potential was still waiting to unfold. Today's match would be broadcast live to every corner of the magical world. And if the projections were even half accurate, this one game would have more viewers than any Quidditch World Cup final in recorded history. Boom, boom, boom. Roar, roar, roar. The stadium shook as the pre-match festivities reached their peak. Live bands played atop floating platforms, dancers with enchanted ribbons moved in dazzling formations across the skies, and fireworks burst overhead in vibrant magical colors. Maverick sat at the front of the VIP section, dressed not in traditional robes, but in a sleek charcoal coat lined with silver trim. To his right sat Maxime at center front, and on her other side, Dumbledore. The old wizard had come in person today, but that didn't mean McGonagall had stayed behind in his place. There was no way she would miss the final. It was Flitwick who was holding the fort while the two heads were away. Around him, the guest list sparkled with high-profile names. The two deans and their delegations from Durmstrang and Coldofstorets were in attendance, along with the ministers from the 4 participating countries. Diplomats from across Europe had also made the trip. Even the president of MACUSA had accepted the invitation and arrived in person, flanked by her magical Secret Service. Ancient wizarding families, noble patriarchs, and renowned scholars sat shoulder to shoulder. And even the ICW had sent a special delegation led by senior officials. In other words, legendary figures from every corner of the magical world were present, making the VIP section the single most concentrated gathering of power and influence anywhere in the wizarding world today. The stadium buzzed louder than ever, excitement rippling like a living wave across the sea of spectators. Students hoisted enchanted banners that shimmered with animated school mascots. Vendors floated through the aisles, selling levitating snacks. Flags snapped. Horns blasted. The air crackled with energy. Then, high above the pitch, the enchanted scoreboard flared to life. Hogwarts vs. BUXBATUNS. 1992-1993 Inter-School Quidditch Tournament Finale. The referee blew his whistle. And the sky exploded. It was war. Brooms blasted off like cannon fire, leaving streaks of scarlet and blue ripping through the air. The crowd roared as bludgers screamed across the pitch like thunderous metal, quaffles hurled toward goalposts, and chasers weaved through defenders in blurs of speed that brought the stands to their feet. A shot, a dive, a save. A steal, a spin, a near miss. Every moment was a heartbeat from disaster. The match was chaos in motion, fast, fearless, and furious. Neither side gave an inch. And above it all, 2 figures, a boy and a girl, carved wide arcs through the clear sky, eyes sharp, searching for the tiniest glint of gold. It was just as thrilling as last year's finale, if not more, from start to finish. Every 5 minutes, the crowd let out a collective gasp at some reckless maneuver, followed by a deafening roar when it was pulled off. Of course, trained professional witches and wizards were stationed all around the stadium and on the pitch, ready to intervene if any student pushed the limits too far and risked breaking their neck. And roughly every quarter of an hour, those officials had to step in. After all, what's an entertaining game of Quidditch without a little blood? By the 2-hour mark, half the players on both teams had already been rotated out, either worn down by the brutal pace or flattened by a well-aimed bat or bludger to the face. Yet the tempo never faltered, not for a single beat. The audience, whether roaring from the stands or watching from across oceans, loved every second of it. Maverick had unleashed a fleet of enchanted cameras, each many times smaller than even a snitch, to capture the match from every breathtaking angle. And through the magic vision, every dive, dodge, and collision unfolded with cinematic clarity, like the viewers were right there, flying through the storm beside them. 3 hours in, the score stood at 140 for Beauxbatons and 130 for Hogwarts. The match was speeding toward a close faster than expected, with goals from both sides crashing like a relentless barrage. But that's what kept everyone glued to their spot from the start. Uninterrupted, raw international. Eventually, even the seekers were swapped. Beauxbatons sent in an older boy to replace their half-blood prodigy, and from Hogwarts, Marcus was taken off, bringing in Harry Potter. The boy who lived shot into the air like a rocket, climbing straight up until he soared far above everyone else. His eyes cut through the sky, sharp as a hawk's, hunting the ultimate prize, while his counterpart mirrored his ascent below, one eye fixed on the skies, the other locked on him with a predator's stare. The last goal seemed cursed, or perhaps the keepers had gained a sixth sense. Neither side would let the quaffle slip past. After 3.5 hours, the score was tied at 140-140. The next score would decide everything. The atmosphere crackled with electricity like never before. Then, suddenly, Beauxbaton's seeker made a sharp dive that sent the crowd, commentators, and spectators near and far gasping as one. Without a doubt, he had spotted the snitch. Harry Potter didn't hesitate. Without a second thought, he bolted straight for his rival, not the snitch. He didn't even bother searching for it. His only goal was to stop him first. But GOAL. ROAER. The deafening roar of the crowd ripped through the air, forcing both seekers to halt mid-flight. The final goal had been scored, before either of them even made it halfway to the golden speck. They glanced up at the scoreboard. The Beauxbaton seeker shouted in triumph and shot toward his teammates, arms raised, while Harry just hovered there, staring, his face falling. Today wasn't his day. Who would have thought? Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, dead last in last year's tournament, had clawed their way from the bottom to become champions. Sure, they had scraped through a few matches on luck, but not today. Today they bled, they sweated, they fought neck and neck, and they won. High up in the VIP box, Olympe Maxime, the ministry officials of magical France, and the many noble families representing the country all but leapt to their feet and stepped up to the glass, grinning widely as they clapped and cheered for the victors. The rest of the spectators applauded as well, though the British delegation, and Professor McGonagall in particular, looked utterly dejected. The poor woman looked as if the entire Gryffindor house had just failed transfiguration, absolutely heartbroken. Sigh. Headmaster, looks like we can't take the trophy back. It would be a lie if Maverick said Hogwarts' defeat didn't bother him as well. After all, they were his students too who had lost. Yes, how unfortunate, the old man said with a heavy sigh of his own. But there can only be one winner, he added, glancing at Olympe, who stood glued to the glass, still applauding. Honestly, this was the first time Maverick had seen this half-blood show such genuine enthusiasm for her team's victory. Then again, it was an incredible comeback. It was her school, and she was the host, after all. Even if Quidditch as a sport didn't mean much to her, Beauxbatons was her face to the world. The celebration lasted for half an hour, followed by the awards ceremony. This year, Hogwarts only took home one prize, Best Keeper, claimed by Oliver Wood for the second year in a row. There was no doubt his name was on every professional team's scouting list, and it was very likely that, if he wished, he'd go pro after graduation. Beauxbaton secured both Best Seeker and Best Chaser, while a player from Durmstrang walked away with the Best Beater award. At last, the Champions' Cup was raised by Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, as dazzling fireworks lit up the twilight skies above the stadium. Maxime concluded the evening with a short speech, noting the tournament's success and teasing the expansion of participating schools for the following year, which had already been decided to take place in Russia. As the crowd dispersed, only the 4 teams and their respective delegations remained behind for a grand closing feast hosted by Beauxbatons. Maverick observed the mingling students with interest. Players from different schools were freely mixing, and, as expected, the boys, especially the better-looking ones, were surrounded by flocks of giggling girls. And, of course, there was little Potter, seated beside Fleur de Lacquer again this year. 3 more young witches were cozied up around him. Sitting on the elevated staff stage, Maverick watched the scene unfold with mild amusement. Am I the main character, or is this kid the main character? He wondered with an inward chuckle. In the days that followed, the tournament made headlines across the wizarding world. Newspapers everywhere covered the exciting final, spotlighting individual standouts and speculating about their professional futures. But this time, it wasn't just the newspapers carrying the news. Magic Vision, previously assumed to be a gadget meant solely for broadcasting magical sporting events, surprised everyone by launching a new program called the Wizarding Daily, which aired a special feature covering the tournament. The wizarding world was caught off guard. After all, nothing like this had ever been done before. Those of Muggle origin, familiar with television, immediately understood what was happening. The rest, after a few evenings of watching the program, began to grasp it too. It was essentially like reading the news, only now someone was reading it for them. And for many, that was undoubtedly far better than flipping through a newspaper each day. From the very first broadcast, the response was overwhelmingly positive, and sales of Magic Vision devices surged rapidly as a result. A certain golden-haired beauty rose to fame almost overnight, quickly becoming the face of the program. She could be seen anchoring the broadcast from behind a sleek, enchanted desk. In the first few days, she focused on narrating the story of the tournament, playing key highlights. But as the days went by, she gradually began covering other major magical happenings from around the world as well. Yes, Isabella had finally completed her internship at Maverick's Muggle Grandparents News Network. And now, with a bit of help from her father, and from Maverick, she had launched the wizarding world's very first video journalism company, the Magical News Network. The inter-school tournament had served as the perfect stage for her debut. Of course, it was still in its infancy, broadcasting only a single evening program for now. But that was bound to change as the company matured, more people were trained, and her team continued to grow. Maverick had chosen not to get involved, leaving everything in her capable hands and assisting only when she asked. And he had no doubts, none at all, that she would make it a roaring success. Chapter 165. Exams, Farewell and Future Plans, ch 185. Time moved on like a river that never paused for anyone. The grand inter-school Quidditch tournament had drawn to a close by the end of May. The roaring cheers, the glittering fireworks, and the high-speed clashes of broomsticks were already fading into memory as June arrived, bringing with it the first true signs of summer. The skies deepened into a richer shade of blue, and the days stretched longer, warmer, slower, lazier. Flowers unfurled across the grounds in bursts of color, and the air was thick with the scent of wild herbs and freshly cut grass. And with the coming of summer, the school settled into its usual end-of-term rhythm. Another academic year was winding down, and final exams crept closer with every sunrise, quietly swallowing whatever excitement still lingered after the tournament. As always, a wave of panic swept through the castle, as if some great and terrible reckoning were upon them. Common rooms glowed long after curfew, packed with tired students muttering incantations under their breath. The library became a battleground, filled with whispered arguments over borrowed textbooks and borrowed time. There was no room for gossip anymore, and hardly anyone spared a glance at the headlines. Even the usual ministry scandals failed to stir interest. And while the students wrestled with revision notes, the professors weren't having a leisurely time either. Final exams didn't appear out of thin air, after all. For the past month, every teacher at Hogwarts had been busier than usual. On top of their regular classes, they were expected to prepare both written and practical exams for every year they taught. Maverick was no exception. Though his schedule was a little lighter than the others, he still had 3 sets to prepare: alchemy for the first and second years, and Muggle science for the 6th years. As for the 7th years, their NEWTS were handled by the Ministry's Department of Magical Education. Muggle science might be new to Hogwarts, but it had long been part of the curriculum at other wizarding schools around the world. Though Maverick had no hand in writing the exam itself, his course materials had been sent to the ministry at the start of the year. The examiners used them as a reference, along with NEWT-level exams from other countries, to craft the written paper. Of course, Maverick was shown the final version before it was administered, and only after he gave his approval was it cleared to be given to the students. As the second week of June approached, tension thickened in the air like mist before a storm. No matter how much the students wished otherwise, the exams began right on schedule. On Sunday, the first years sat their theoretical alchemy exam. The second years followed on Monday morning, and that same afternoon, the sixth years faced their written Muggle science paper. Midweek brought the practical alchemy exams for both first and second years, which were completed and marked by Thursday evening. Naturally, these weren't the only exams underway. The other subjects followed their own carefully staggered schedules, with no overlaps and few delays. Throughout the week, classrooms and corridors bustled with nervous students and busy staff as written and practical tests unfolded one after the other, each running like well-rehearsed spells. 14 outstandings from the sixth-year Muggle science class, 27 from the first and second-year alchemy students. The rest mostly exceeds expectations and acceptables, Maverick murmured, turning over the final stack of papers. Not a single poor or troll. Outstanding meant excellence, exceeds expectations showed a solid understanding, and acceptable was the lowest passing grade. Not a single mark had fallen below the line, and the overall average was even better than last year. A quiet smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Grading was done, every one of his students had passed, and he was quietly proud of the results. By the end of the week, the bulk of the final exams had concluded. First through fourth years were at last free to roam the grounds again, and sixth years were already beginning to relax. But for the fifth and seventh years, the hardest part was only beginning. In the third week of June, right on schedule, a delegation from the ministry arrived to oversee the OWL and NEWT examinations. It was the same team as the previous year, headed by Lady Bume, the Director of Magical Education, along with her seasoned examiners. Working closely with the Hogwarts staff, they took charge of the final phase of the academic year. The written and practical portions of the OWLS were completed over the first 2 days, followed by the NEWT exams on Tuesday and Wednesday. Unlike the internal assessments conducted by the Hogwarts professors, whose results had already been posted on the school notice board, the outcomes of the ministry exams wouldn't be released until the following week. Once their duties were complete, the ministry delegation departed, and on Thursday evening, the school gathered for the final feast of the academic year in the Great Hall. It was grander than the usual evening banquets, with a wider array of food and drinks, festive decorations throughout the hall, and a lively atmosphere. The night was filled with closing remarks, recognition of special achievements, and, of course, the highly anticipated announcement of the House Cup winner. Unsurprisingly, Slytherin had taken the House Cup again this year. Perhaps it was because the Gryffindor trio never got the chance to save the day, since Maverick had resolved the problem before the year even began. Without any last-minute heroics to earn a surge of points, Gryffindor fell behind and finished in third place, with Ravenclaw ahead of them. And Slytherin, well, in truth, they had simply performed better across the board. So, Dumbledore asked amid the cheerful noise of the feast, slicing into a bit of treacle tart, "Have you any curious adventures planned for the holidays?" "Quite a bit, actually," Maverick smiled faintly. "Magitech's got a new product launching in November, so I'll be busy overseeing the final prep. Once term starts again, I won't have much time to spare." He paused for a moment, then glanced at Dumbledore with a teasing glint in his eye. This one might stir up even more excitement than magic vision did. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, intrigued. By now, everyone knew what magic vision was. It wasn't an exaggeration to say it had been the most revolutionary alchemical product to hit the magical world in centuries. Really, even more impressive than magic vision? McGonagall chimed in from his other side, raising her teacup with interest. "Then, Professor, I expect you'll be inviting us all when it launches, right?" Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Minerva is quite right, of course. Do remember to include us on the guest list. Your companies, what do you call them? Ah, yes, keynotes. Always rather fascinating to observe." His eyes twinkled with quiet amusement. "And I have no doubt that whatever it is you intend to unveil, it will stir yet another wave of remarkable change." "I'll make sure you all get front row seats, Headmaster," Maverick said with a smile toward them. They carried on an easy conversation. their voices calm and unhurried, while the great hall hummed with the excitement of students. At the Gryffindor table, the trio sat in their own little bubble, caught in conversation. "You're going to Egypt for the holidays? That sounds incredible," Hermione said, wide-eyed. "I wonder what kind of unique magic they have there. I'd love to study how their magical culture differs from Britain's." She spoke quickly, her voice laced with curiosity and a hint of envy, not the bitter kind, but the sort that came from a deep, earnest longing to experience it herself. After all, her family was entirely Muggle, and a magical holiday was something they simply couldn't offer. "Yeah," Ron said, nodding. "Dad's taking us. Says it's an early celebration before he starts working for Professor Caesar." He paused, thinking it over, then added, "As soon as he accepted, the professor gave him some kind of starting bonus. Percy didn't say how much, but I bet it was a ton of galleons. No way we'd be able to afford a month-long trip otherwise." "That's really brilliant, Ron. I'm happy for you, and tell your dad congratulations from me," Harry said with a smile. "Yeah, from me too," Hermione added. "Is it true? Did he really get a big position in Professor Caesar's company? Ginny mentioned something about it as well." "I dunno all the details," Ron said through a mouthful of roast potato. He swallowed, took a drink of juice, and continued, "But I guess so. There's even an interview with the Daily Prophet this Saturday because of it. I'll be home by then and," he grinned stupidly, "bet we'll be in the paper too. Can't believe it. First a holiday, now we're gonna be famous." "All right, we get it," Hermione sighed, rolling her eyes. Ron's excitement had made him ramble, and she couldn't think of what else to say. Then she turned to Harry. "What about you?" Not sure yet," Harry said, thinking for a moment. "But Professor Caesar wants to see me tomorrow morning, right after breakfast before we get on the train. Maybe he's got something planned like last year." Hermione's eyes widened, this time with a sharp, genuine envy, and she instinctively grabbed Harry's arm. "Ouch, bloody hell, Hermione, what did I do now?" Harry said, turning to her with a puzzled look. She hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind. No way was she going to spend the holidays without magic. "Please," she said, looking him straight in the eye, take me with you." "What?" "I said I want to come too," she repeated, more determined now. "Go with you to see Professor Caesar." Harry blinked. His professor had only casually mentioned for him to stop by. It hadn't sounded particularly formal. After a second of thought, he shrugged. "Sure, why not? After breakfast tomorrow, we'll go together." Meanwhile, at the staff table, Maverick listened quietly to their conversation while casually chatting with the other professors. In the end, he couldn't help but shake his head and let out a soft sigh. The next morning, Harry and Hermione walked out of Maverick's office with bright eyes and excited expressions, then raced back to the Great Hall where students were gathering for departure. Whatever they had discussed inside had clearly thrilled them. So much so that when they told Ron everything, his eager excitement for the Egypt trip quickly gave way to envy, and suddenly, his own holiday didn't seem nearly as exciting anymore. But alas, it was a family trip, and Ron, knowing his mother, didn't dare ask if he could skip it. By 10 o'clock, the last of the carriages had rolled out toward Hogsmeade Station, carrying the students of Hogwarts home for the summer. Laughter and chatter echoed behind them, fading into the distance like the final notes of a song. Another year had come to an end, some students would not return, and certain friendships and rivalries would fade into memory. Yet Hogwarts, ever constant, would open its doors again in September, ready to welcome new stories, new faces, and the next chapter of their magical journey. Chapter 166, The Path of Sorcery, ch 186. The sky stretched wide and clear, tinted with the soft orange glow of late afternoon. Sunlight spilled across a cluttered city skyline where hundreds of old buildings leaned into narrow streets. Painted signs hung from crooked balconies. Bright cloth banners fluttered overhead, strung haphazardly between shops and wires, while countless power lines crisscrossed above like a tangled spider's web. Below it all, the streets were alive. There were no cars in sight, but the roads were far from empty. Motorbikes darted through the crowd like restless insects, their engines sputtering and coughing as they passed. Bicycles wobbled between bodies, bells ringing in warning, while the occasional rickshaw creaked forward, its driver shouting hoarsely to clear a path. There were no real lanes, just a swirling mass of movement, where every vehicle squeezed through whatever space it could find. Handlebars scraped past elbows, mirrors knocked shoulders, but somehow it all kept moving. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, dust, and something frying in oil. From every stall came a hiss or sizzle, a voice calling out prices, the clink of change passed across chipped counters. People filled the street in steady waves, men with briefcases, women carrying cloth bags, barefoot children weaving through legs, old men leaning on canes. The sidewalks were too narrow to be useful, so most walked along the edge of the road itself, slipping past scooters and side mirrors with the casual ease of those who had done it 1,000 times before. And in the middle of this packed, noisy world moved someone who very clearly did not belong. He looked young and tall, his pale skin standing out starkly among the sun-darkened crowd. His black hair was slightly tousled but clean, and his clothes, though neat, seemed oddly out of place. He wore a loose white shirt with the sleeves rolled just above the elbows and brown trousers that had been cuffed at the ankles. On his feet were scuffed leather boots, well-worn and dusty, as if they had walked a long way. He looked like a traveler or perhaps a tourist, but he wasn't carrying a camera or a guidebook. Instead, he walked with calm steps, pausing now and then to glance at a stall or watch a street performer, as if he were searching for something, but not in any hurry to find it. It was the middle of summer, or what locals here called the monsoon season. Between June and August, the days were hot and heavy with moisture, and July in particular brought rain so fierce that the roads often flooded. But today the sky held back, leaving the streets dry and the air thick. The heat pressed down on everything like a heavy blanket. Locals wiped their foreheads and fanned themselves. Tourists were rare on days like this. Yet the young man walked through it all without the slightest sign of discomfort. His shirt didn't cling with sweat, his hair wasn't damp, and not a single drop rolled down his brow. He looked completely at ease, as though the heat didn't exist, or as if it simply chose not to touch him. No one paid him much attention, though a few stall owners glanced his way with mild interest when he stopped to look at their wares. A group of kids nearly ran into him in their hurry to cross the street, but he sidestepped them easily and offered them a quiet smile and a polite nod as they disappeared into the crowd. That smile never quite left his face, and he gave it freely to the people he passed, as though he were simply enjoying the quiet rhythm of the street despite all its noise and heat. He came to a slow stop by a quiet stall tucked between a fruit vendor and a man selling handicrafts. There was nothing particularly special about it. Like many others along the road, it was shaded by a piece of tattered cloth strung between two bamboo poles, and its table was cluttered with hand-carved curios, most of them chipped or dusty, yet full of that local charm. His eyes passed across the items without any real interest, until one piece caught his attention. It was nestled among the necklaces, something that looked like a stone pendant, though it was clearly metal. Rough and weathered, its surface bore the dull, reddish tinge of old iron, as if it had been buried for decades. Yet, beneath the rust and grime, faint veins of deep blue shimmered subtly when the light hit it just right, an odd, unnatural glow that didn't belong to any ordinary metal. His eyes narrowed for the briefest second. He stepped forward and was just about to speak to the old man behind the stall. Then he froze. The warmth slipped from his smile, his brow tightened, and his gaze sharpened. But it passed as quickly as it came. The tension melted away. He offered the vendor a polite nod, calm as ever, and slowly turned his head. "I didn't expect you so soon, Mage Caesar. Or is this just a sightseeing visit?" The voice was calm and familiar, full of quiet wisdom. Maverick turned, and there she was, standing as if she had always been there. A bald woman in a simple light brown robe, hands folded gently before her, eyes unreadable yet kind. To appear beside him without a whisper of warning meant only one thing. Her concealment ability was on a level very few could match. "You hide your sanctuary too well, Sorcerer Supreme," Maverick said with a faint smile. "Honestly, I was just about to head back, but here you are." He offered her a respectful nod. She smiled back and tilted her head in a silent gesture for him to follow. Maverick took one last look at the pendant and decided he'd return for it later. Then he turned and fell into step behind her. "Will Lord Merlin cause you any trouble?" Maverick asked after a pause, thinking back to their last encounter. The Sorcerer Supreme let out a soft chuckle, clearly amused by the sudden question. "To be honest, I have no idea." Then, with a sideways glance, she added, "Also, if you're trying to be formal or respectful, you may address him as Supreme Mage." They moved together, weaving through the crowded streets in casual conversation, and after about half an hour, they came to a stop in front of a weathered door set into the front of an aging, unremarkable building. The wooden frame was scuffed at the corners, and the faded red paint on the door was peeling in strips, revealing the bare wood beneath. "One of our sanctuaries." The Sorcerer Supreme gave the door a gentle push before turning to him. "In other words, a safe house." She stepped inside and once again beckoned him to follow. Inside, the building was simple, both in appearance and in what Maverick could sense. No wards, no enchantments, just a quiet, ordinary place. The interior resembled a mid-50s noble Japanese house. Dark-stained wooden floors stretched beneath sliding paper doors, their rice paper panels yellowed and patched in places. Tatami mats covered parts of the floor, and low ceilings gave the space a close, almost meditative feel. Wooden beams crossed overhead, and a faint scent of aged incense hung in the air, mingling with something earthy, like old cedar. No one else seemed to be inside, at least not that Maverick could sense with his passive magical sense. The Sorcerer Supreme led him down a short corridor and into a small, sparse room. A low wooden table stood at the center, with two neatly placed futons on either side. The moment they stepped in, the sliding door behind them glided shut on its own with a soft click. "If you prefer a proper chair," she said, gesturing to one of the futons as she walked to the other, "feel free to conjure one." "I don't mind." Maverick lowered himself onto the cushion, settling onto his legs. He wasn't used to sitting this way, but it wasn't particularly uncomfortable. She smiled and settled opposite him in the same posture. "Tea, I dare say I have some of the finest leaves in the world." Without any wand or motion, a pair of ceramic cups materialized in front of them, each already filled with steaming water. A third bowl appeared as well, this one filled with finely crushed tea leaves that gave off a rich, earthy scent. "Thank you." Maverick gave a small nod. His throat was feeling a bit dry anyway, and refusing would only come across as impolite. The Sorcerer Supreme moved with quiet ease as she prepared the tea. "So," she said, gently sliding a cup toward him, "am I right to assume you've come seeking to learn sorcery?" There was no point in dancing around the truth. Maverick accepted the cup with both hands and gave a polite nod. "If possible, unless there are restrictions." "Restrictions?" She tilted her head slightly, that calm smile never leaving her face. "Whatever makes you say that?" He hesitated for a moment. "I mean, I don't know if people like me, mages, are even allowed to learn sorcery, or if we're even capable of it." She chuckled, a quiet, amused sound. "Your imagination is refreshing," she said thoughtfully. "Even Ambrosius didn't ask me that at first." "I was just guessing," Maverick admitted. "I've never heard of anyone who practices both magic and sorcery, that's all." "Of course you haven't," she said, setting her cup down. "Our worlds are both secretive, especially us who follow the mystic arts. Not even your so-called speakers know about us. Well, perhaps 3 of them, but that's all." Maverick raised a brow. "Albus Dumbledore wouldn't happen to be one of them, would he?" "Albus, yes, I met him not long ago, a fascinating young man." She gave a small nod. "But none of them learned our magic. It wasn't that they couldn't, they simply never asked." Maverick held back a twitch of his brow at the word young. Well, to her, that old man might indeed seem young, he thought to himself. Then he asked, "So no witch or wizard has ever studied sorcery?" "I did not say that." She smiled and tilted her head with amusement. "Only that the ones the world knows haven't. Ambrosius, for example, is a master of the mystic arts like me, so are his students." "Students," Maverick echoed, intrigued. "Ah, that part he will explain himself if he wishes. But yes, witches and wizards can learn the mystic arts. However, as you rightly guessed, there are complications for innate magicals like yourself." Innate magicals, this was another unfamiliar term. She chuckled again and sipped her tea. Tell me, young mage, what is magic at its core, the most fundamental truth of it? He frowned in thought. It's the power to alter reality. True, she said with a nod. But what is that power? What makes it capable of such a thing? He was quiet for a moment. This felt like sitting in a lecture during his university days, and he didn't mind at all. Magical energy. Her smile widened. Exactly, magical energy. One of the universal rules, even the scientists with their limited understanding of reality have stumbled upon it. She raised a hand, and orange sparks danced across her fingertips, swirling into a glowing sphere that hovered in the air. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transformed. Magic is no exception. In essence, it is simply energy. But there are many kinds of magic, or rather, magical energy. She gave the sphere a light nudge, and it drifted upwards, splitting into 4 smaller orbs that hovered midair. One of them pulsed and formed glowing letters in the air. Eldritch magic. This is one category. By drawing energy from other dimensions, one can cast spells. Unlike you, we masters of the mystic arts do not have magic coursing through our bodies or souls. We must borrow it. Reach beyond this reality. But that doesn't mean just anyone can do it. That, however, is a lesson for another time. She gestured to the next, and the second orb shimmered, its surface rippling before forming glowing words. Chaos magic. As the name suggests, this type of magic is unstable, wild, dangerous, but still energy, and therefore usable. Then the third orb glowed softly, revealing the words. Personal/internal magic. This is the category your kind belongs to. Witches, wizards, and others like you, those born with magic flowing through their very being. Finally, the last orb shifted and read. Divine magic. This one is similar to internal magic, she said, but with key differences which you may learn about in time. The names swayed gently in the air, their glow bathing the room in a warm, shifting light. Then, one by one, they flickered out and vanished without a sound. For now, what matters is this. Magic, as you first said, is the art of altering material reality. All magic, regardless of its source, is energy. And every spell, whether cast by a wand, a rune, or a gesture of the mystic arts, is simply an instruction, a directive to shape that energy according to one's will. Maverick listened, quietly captivated. For the first time in a long while, he felt like a student again. I have so many questions, Sorcerer Supreme. She let out an amused laugh, the sound clear in the quiet room, entertained by the hunger in his eyes. I can see that, she said. Ask, young mage, I have all the time in the world. Chapter 167. The Path of Sorcery, ch. 187. Huh. In a wide, open courtyard framed by ancient stone walls, a dozen figures moved in perfect rhythm. Men, women, and even a few teenagers, all dressed in simple, monk-like robes, stepped, turned, and struck with controlled force. Their movements were graceful, precise, almost like a dance, but there was strength behind every motion and a quiet discipline in each breath. Not far above, 2 figures hovered in the air, concealed by a powerful enchantment. One wore flowing golden robes that caught the evening light. Beside her stood a young man with his hands lazily tucked into his pockets, watching the scene below with quiet curiosity. The Sorcerer Supreme had brought Maverick here after hours of intense conversation. The sun had begun to dip below the horizon now, casting long shadows across the mountains. Since midday, he had asked questions, more than he could count, and she had answered nearly all of them. The few she did not were met with a simple explanation. It is not my place to say. Much of what once puzzled him was now beginning to make sense. And he finally understood why she had warned of complications. Practicing eldritch magic was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Wizards like him possessed internal magic that flowed through their bodies and souls. Sorcerers, however, drew their power from outside, from other dimensions. And apparently, those 2 sources of magical energy did not always coexist peacefully. But it wasn't impossible. At the end of the day, both were just forms of magical energy, different fuels for the same engine. Spells were just the language used to shape that energy and bend reality. But just like a petrol car won't run on diesel and a diesel one won't run on petrol, the energy had to match the system. Mix them, and the whole thing breaks down. The problem for mages who have magical energy flowing through their bodies is exactly that. Unless, of course, one possessed exceptional control of the mind and a deep capacity for understanding. Then it becomes entirely possible to wield either form of magic. After all, she had already mentioned 4 individuals from the wizarding world who had successfully learned to channel both. Still, there was a limitation. At any given moment, he could only use one type of magic, either the structured, wand-based spells of a wizard or the intricate and powerful arts of a sorcerer. Never both at once. When their discussion ended, she had opened another portal, one of those mesmerizing, golden rings that shimmered in midair like a spinning sun. And through it, she had led him here. This was one of the sanctuaries of the mystic arts, the one in Nepal. She had hinted there were others, and Maverick, of course, already knew that. Huh? The sharp exhalations of the disciples drifted up to them, their steady rhythm like a heartbeat beneath the fading sky. Maverick watched them for a long moment. There was something oddly peaceful about it. I believe what I've explained to you so far is enough to give you a foundation. The Sorcerer Supreme had her gaze fixed on the courtyard below as well. But before you begin, there is still one thing left, something every student of this temple must learn first. She raised her hand, and another portal flared to life in front of them, crackling softly with golden light. Come, she said, and stepped through. Maverick cast one last look at the trainees below, then stepped into the portal after her. They stepped into a quiet room that wasn't too big or too small, just enough space to breathe. 4 shelves lined the stone walls, each filled with neatly arranged books. A low wooden table sat in the center, flanked by 2 simple futons on either side. That was it, no windows either, and just one door at the corner for entry and exit. Maverick glanced slowly around the space. Nothing extravagant, but there was a quiet charm to it. The Sorcerer Supreme moved toward one of the shelves without a word. Her fingers brushed lightly across the spines, pausing here and there, before settling on a slim, leather-bound book. With a soft tug, she pulled it free and turned around. I come here when I want peace, she said simply, then made her way to the center and lowered herself at the low table. Sid. Maverick followed and settled across from her, while his eyes flicked to the book as she placed it on the table. Chakra meditation, what is this? Kano Hagakure, he thought amusedly. He then saw her open the book to the first page, then looked up with a faint smile. This is where every acolyte begins, the foundation of the mystic arts. Without sounding rushed, she began to explain like a patient tutor. As the name suggests, it's basically about clearing the mind and fully relaxing the body. I believe wizards like you practice something similar when learning. What's it called? She paused, then added, Ah yes, occlumency. Maverick gave a small nod. She was right. Before diving into the mental arts, every witch or wizard learned to push away all distractions. He was no exception. Well, except that once he got started, he simply cheats. Here, she said, pointing at a diagram, sit like this first. Following her instructions, Maverick adjusted his legs and posture until he matched the figure in the book. Cross-legged, back straight, hands resting loosely on his knees. She nodded. Close your eyes and clear your mind. With your level of magical training, this should be easy. Maverick did as told without asking questions. The posture felt cliché, of course, but never mind. He brushed the thought aside. The second his eyes shut, his mind followed suit. He had done this countless times during occlumency training, and now, with master-level proficiency, it was instinct. It didn't even take effort, just habit. Now, adjust your breathing, her voice came again. But before you do that, let go of all your innate magic. Maverick opened his eyes and raised a brow. That means stop even your sensory magic. It's subtle, but it's still a function of the magical energy inside you. As long as you're using internal magic, even passively, you won't be able to feel cosmic energy. And that's the goal of this meditation exercise. Saying that, she just held his gaze and waited for him to follow instructions. Maverick, after a moment, closed his eyes again. The hesitation wasn't without reason. Shutting off his magical sense completely meant lowering his guard, leaving himself exposed. Vulnerable. If anything happened, he would be blind to it. But then again, this was the Sorcerer Supreme, and this was her domain. So far, she had been nothing but respectful, oddly so. He decided to trust her. Still, given his current rank, if anything did go wrong, he should be able to sense it in time. Probably. "Listen to my voice," she said quietly, "and follow the rhythm I give you." His breathing began to slow as she guided him through the rhythm. It wasn't the usual inhale and exhale of oxygen, but something stranger, sometimes deep, sometimes shallow, sometimes long, sometimes short. It felt unnatural at first. Then, smoother, as if his body was syncing with something unseen. "One breath at a time, keep the rhythm," she said softly. Time passed. 1 minute. Then 2. Then 5. 15 minutes later, he opened his eyes again. The Sorcerer Supreme sat with a book in hand, sipping tea from a small porcelain cup. She glanced up at him and smiled. "I don't feel anything," Maverick muttered. "Of course not," she said, setting her tea down. "Even Ambrosius took." She paused, smiled wider, and added, "I'll tell you once you sense your first strand of dimensional energy." He let out a slow sigh. "I should tell you," he said hesitantly at first. "I can't stay here for long, and..." He rubbed his neck a bit sheepishly. "I've read quite a lot of fantasy stories written by Muggles. From what I've seen, the first step in this kind of training usually takes months. Years, even." The Sorcerer Supreme opened her mouth to say something, then let out an amused chuckle and set her cup aside. "Then you must share these stories with me. They sound delightful." "I have 2 weeks this summer, all I can spare," he said with a sigh. "I know it's selfish, rude even, when it's you of all people, personally taking time to guide me." "You may leave whenever you wish, Mage Caesar," she said, cutting him off gently. "Take the book, study it, meditate at home if you must. Come back when you're ready." "If you don't mind me asking, why are you guiding me personally?" Maverick had wanted to ask this for a while now. When he first came, he thought he would be handed over to another master to teach the basics, and never really imagined that the Sorcerer Supreme herself would mentor him. He saw that her smile didn't change when he asked the question. If anything, it grew a little too wide before she said, "I can't say why, not yet at least." Maverick sighed. "Fine, have it your way, but know this, I am grateful. And if the sorcerers ever need help in whatever capacity I can, I'll be your ally always." The Sorcerer Supreme closed her book with a quiet thump, and for a moment, her smile looked genuine to him. "Then will you be leaving now?" He shook his head. "No, I'll stay for 2 weeks, and hopefully by then I'll be able to feel this mysterious energy you're talking about." Saying that, he closed his eyes again and fell back into the breathing rhythm. Time crept on in silence. Later that evening, she brought him out of his meditation, and they stepped out for a light local meal. 2 others joined them, both masters, though not names he recognized from the Doctor Strange movies he had watched in his previous life. Perhaps it was too early in the timeline, or maybe those familiar names were still students here. Still, the 2 masters weren't bad. Nice people. One looked East Asian and the other was very likely Russian. Weird, he thought. They ate quietly, exchanging only a few words and getting acquainted. The Ancient One introduced him only as someone from the magical world, a special guest of hers, and said nothing about him being a leadership figure. They didn't seem surprised that he was a wizard, and treated him like any other special guest of hers. After dinner, the Sorcerer Supreme led him to a small guest room inside the sanctum and gave him one simple instruction: to meditate until morning instead of sleeping. Maverick nodded without any complaints. He was actually looking forward to it. As the night deepened around the quiet sanctum, the world fell into stillness. The only light came from a lone candle near the far wall, casting gentle shadows that danced across the floor. Maverick sat cross-legged in the darkness, breathing steadily in the special rhythm he was taught the last night. He had read everything in the small booklet the Sorcerer Supreme had given him. It hadn't taken long. Despite looking thick, most of the pages were illustrations, postures, energy diagrams, breathing patterns. The words were large and spaced out, just enough to fill the pages but not enough to feel heavy. It was more of a beginner's guide than a proper manual. So far, nothing had changed. No mysterious energy, no sensations like the ones the Sorcerer Supreme had described. He felt no different than he did hours ago. Just quiet. Still, he continued, breath in, hold, breath out. And then, something brushed the corner of his awareness. His eyes opened, and his gaze immediately caught the anomaly that had made him lose his concentration. That familiar, translucent prompt hovered in the air before him. It had been a while, he thought, then grinned, thinking about the reason for its sudden appearance. Eldritch Meditation, Beginner Plus. Honestly, he wasn't expecting the system to prompt at all from this, but only after he actually started learning the mystic arts. A talent, he hummed, rubbing his chin. It wasn't listed under spells, but as a talent. Well, obviously, but that meant the cost for upgrades would be much higher later on. Still, I'd worry about that later, for now. Pushing those thoughts aside, he turned his attention back to the prompt. If the system recognized it, that meant one thing. He could cheat. So, without wasting another second, he opened his status window and invested 10 points. The prompt changed immediately. Eldritch Meditation, Intermediate Plus. A wave of clarity washed over him almost instantly. Memories filled in the blanks, the posture, the breathing, the mental state. It felt as if he had practiced for weeks, even though only a moment had passed. His body responded naturally, slipping into the rhythm with ease. Eyes closed again, he breathed in once more. His body knew the pattern now, what to expect. His mind was calm, ready, soul aligned. Then he felt it. Not exactly magical energy. At least, not the kind he knew coursing through his body and soul. This was something else, yet similar in a way. At first it was like a tremor in the air, like the whisper of wind through silk. Faint, delicate, almost not there at all, but it shimmered, not with color or sound, but with presence. Invisible, yet undeniably real. Like threads stretched across the universe, vibrating just beneath the surface. Is this cosmic energy? It didn't rush toward him, it simply was waiting. He reached for it, not with his hands, but with his will. A strand brushed against him, and he pulled. Energy stirred, slow at first, then faster, pulled in by his intent. His fingers, resting lightly over his knees, began to tingle. The sensation crept up from his skin into his bones, and then soft sparks flickered over his fingertips. Tiny wisps of gold shimmered in the dark, curling around his fingers like smoke. Chapter 168, The Path of Sorcery, III, ch. 188. What an incredible feeling! Inside the Eastern Sanctum, at an ordinary, simple-looking room, Maverick was lying stretched out on the bed, with one hand tucked beneath the pillow and the other raised lazily toward the ceiling. And above his hand, he was curiously observing the tiny sparks of orange, energy-like substance that was flickering and dancing above his palm. Now, with his meditation technique upgraded to the intermediate level, he didn't need to sit cross-legged or focus on his breathing to connect to the magical energy outside. The flow of dimensional energy seemed to come to him naturally now, effortlessly, like any other reaction from a subconscious action. The point of Eldritch Meditation, he had realized, wasn't about sitting posture, breathing, or clearing the mind, but the result of practicing all three together, which was, quite simply, making the initial connection to cosmic energy. And once that connection was made, it would linger permanently, like a bridge. With that bridge in place, energy can flow across, and eventually be used to cast spells. Moreover, the bridge makes the flow of energy feel like a passive action, meaning that, from then on, tapping into cosmic energy becomes instinctive and no longer requires full concentration. And just like how greater proficiency in magical energy manipulation within the wizarding system made controlling magic easier, being more proficient in Eldritch Meditation meant more efficient control of cosmic energy as well. Let's raise it up a notch, he thought. Without hesitating, he opened his system interface and dropped 100 points more into the meditation skill. Oh shit! As soon as he willed the talent to upgrade, the reaction hit him like a flood. Normally, there shouldn't have been such a violent response at his current level. But with both his innate magic and magical sense sealed off to prevent conflict with cosmic energy, The only protection his brain had was, well, nothing, aside from his raw physical resilience. Of course, with his rank as an archmage, his physique alone was many times stronger than that of a regular human. But even so, without magical energy circulating through his body, it felt as though his brain had been struck by lightning. Thoughts, sensations, and memories surged through him in a wave of blinding clarity. Countless years of experience and knowledge of refining cosmic energy poured into him, slamming against his body and soul with such force that he nearly lost consciousness. Fuck. Fortunately, his instincts acted on their own, and his innate magic kicked in at the very last fraction of the second, reinforcing his mind before it could fracture. Huff. Huff. He pushed himself up, bracing on his hands as he sat back on the bed, drenched in sweat. Only now did he realize that if magic hadn't been flowing through his body and soul all this time, the flood of information from the system, both during past integrations and now, would have hit him way harder and caused pain beyond anything he could have imagined. But thankfully, it all worked out in the end. With that thought, he lay back down and let the system work its miracle. Time passed. Half an hour, maybe more. He didn't move. Just lay there with his eyes closed, processing everything until finally they opened with a sharp snap. Incredible. The word slipped from his lips before he could stop it. He felt it, truly felt it, on a level he never had before. His entire body seemed to hum with newfound understanding. It was a part of him now. With the knowledge and experience freshly integrated, he waved his hand through the air. The energy around him might as well have been water, tangible, responsive, and completely within his grasp. And just as expected, with a simple gesture, the cosmic energy responded immediately, condensing into a perfect sphere above his palm, smooth and stable, without a single spark escaping. Then the shape changed into a cube, a triangle, a disc. Whatever he imagined, the energy followed. He laughed, unable to help himself. The orb of pure energy spun from hand to hand like a juggling ball. It was child's play. It was exhilarating. But then, another thought struck him. Holding the energy steady in one hand, he reached inward and unsealed his magic, activating his magical sense, just a little. Just enough to feel both forces at the same time. As a result, almost immediately, sparks leapt across the smooth surface of the condensed sphere, and the once stable energy began to flicker like a candle in a strong breeze. But it did not dissipate completely. Interesting. He then pushed his focus even further. One part of his mind steadied the cosmic energy, and the other slowly peeled the seal on his magic and magical sense. When the condensation of cosmic energy became too unstable, he would pause but not stop, then focus and make it stable. Again and again, he repeated this until the seal on his innate magic was completely gone. Until dawn, he persevered, making it work according to his intuition. And sure enough, he saw the two forces, innate magical energy and dimensional energy, respond like oil and water. They swirled together in the same space, never mixing, yet not repelling each other either. Once again, laughter bubbled from his chest. This time he held two condensed energies, one in each hand, cosmic in one and magic in the other. He scanned his body using his internal senses and found something entirely new. Instead of one stream of magic flowing through him, there were two, parallel, distinct, and untangled. Like twin rivers in the same channel, flowing side by side but never blending. Whenever he stopped the connection to cosmic energy, one stream would disappear, or rather dim out, leaving only his innate magic. And as soon as he reached out for cosmic energy again, that stream lit up instantaneously, and just like before, it flowed harmoniously alongside the other stream. Sebaresh cough. The thought of being able to use both energies exhilarated him. What if his proficiency in eldritch meditation rose to mastery? He wondered, then quickly brushed the thought aside for now. Finally, he released both energies and let his head drop back onto the pillow, and then a wide, satisfied grin spread across his face. Now that he had access to cosmic energy, the next step was learning to control it. Raw energy, no matter how vast, meant nothing except that it was just another primitive force of volatile power. Without structure, like his native magic, It needed spells or instructions to produce complex results. Otherwise, he was just some guy blasting energy beams. Tomorrow, he thought as his eyelids grew heavy. Tomorrow. The following morning, after breakfast, Maverick stepped into the study and found the Sorcerer Supreme seated cross-legged on a floating cushion, with her eyes closed and breathing in and out in a steady rhythm. In other words, she was meditating. "You don't have to meditate here, Mage Caesar," she said calmly, not even bothering to open her eyes. Her voice floated through the room as if it had been waiting for him. She was in the same basic posture as the one in the book she had given him yesterday. Seems like even with her mastery long refined, she still practiced the basics. Maverick didn't say a word in response. He simply walked over to the futon across from her and sat the same way, legs folded, hands resting loosely on his knees. After a moment, she opened one eye and raised an eyebrow at the smug little smirk on his face. "You made progress." And his grin said everything she needed to know about her question. He raised his hand and pointed a single finger upward. A breath later, cosmic energy gathered like liquid, smooth and flawless, and then forming a perfect sphere that hovered above his fingertip. Her eyes widened, just for a moment, but it was there. He tilted his head, still grinning. "So," he asked nonchalantly, "what's next?" The Sorcerer Supreme opened her mouth to speak, then paused, falling silent as a thought crossed her mind. After a moment, she let out a quiet sigh. What a monster, she thought, but didn't say it aloud. Instead, she swallowed the words and spoke calmly. "You know," Ambrosius sensed cosmic energy within moments of his training. "You may be slower than him in that aspect, but to reach the level of control you just showed took him far, far longer. Even I wasn't any better." When she had first become the previous Ancient One's apprentice, it had taken her years to refine her control over cosmic energy to the level Maverick had just demonstrated. That was what had shocked her at first. But she said none of that to Maverick. Instead, she simply remarked, "You're even more of a genius than I initially thought, Mage Caesar." Chapter 169, The Path of Sorcery, IV. Ch 189. Maverick scratched the back of his head a bit sheepishly. He understood why she was surprised. After all, the knowledge and experience granted to him by the system were the result of what should have taken years, if not decades, of effort. All of it compressed into him in an instant. "All right," the Sorcerer Supreme said, standing to her feet. "Now that we've covered the fundamentals, I'll show you the next basic steps, though I have a feeling it won't be much trouble for you." Having said that, and without any further explanations, she waved her hand. The table and futons vanished, leaving the room empty except for the bookshelves lining the walls as she prepared to begin tutoring him. "Watch," she said. A swirl of orange sparks danced across her fingers as she began to move her hands in a precise, practiced pattern. "These are the simplest constructs we teach the disciples of the sanctum once they've learned to refine cosmic energy." With one hand, she conjured a radiant shield of orange light, its surface inscribed with ancient sigils and flowing geometric designs that pulsed with arcane power. In the other, she shaped a gleaming energy blade, just as elegant as it looked deadly, etched with the same mystic patterns. The shield, as you'd expect, is for defense. It may turn aside blades, bolts, and spells alike, regardless of the origin or system of magic. She then pointed the sword at the wooden floor and let it drop. Whoosh! It pierced halfway into the floorboards before vanishing in a ripple of sparks. A neat gouge remained in the wood. Its purpose, as you can see, is quite obvious, but the weapon, it need not always be a sword. She conjured it again. Only this time, the blade twisted and reshaped itself into a long whip of magical light. With a sharp crack, she lashed it to the side. The tip curled around a book on the top shelf, stuck to it, and with a tug, the whip yanked the book toward her and then caught it effortlessly. Your imagination is the only limit. These are merely the basics. For more powerful and complex magic, you will, of course, need to learn spells. She raised her hand again, and a portal opened above her palm. 5 thick books dropped from the swirling gateway, which she guided toward Maverick. He caught them midair with his own magic and brought them to his hands. A quick glance at the covers told him they were spellbooks and general mystic arts theory texts. Study them. Normally, I'd assign you to a master to teach and guide you. But in your case, I think you can grasp the concepts just by reading. Maverick nodded. Do I need to return them before I leave, after 2 weeks? The Sorcerer Supreme considered for a moment, then shook her head. If you're not finished, take them with you, but return them once you're done. These books may seem like general knowledge, but we don't spread them beyond the sanctums. You're an exception. Understood. Thank you, Ancient One. Maverick didn't bother asking why she was making so many exceptions for him. He had a feeling she'd just brush it off with something like, I can't tell you now, so it was better to just follow her script. He stored the books into his ring and gave a nod of appreciation. I'll try to finish them before the end of next week. Good. She then opened another portal, this one leading outside to the main courtyard. Come, she said, motioning for him to follow. While you're here, spend half a day every day practicing martial arts with Master Hayes. Our martial arts is also special, just like our meditation technique, and practicing them is a discipline in itself. Moreover, for combat using eldritch magic, there are no better movement exercises. After finishing martial arts practice, you may use the rest of the time to practice sorcery and study the spell books. If you have questions, you can always come to me. They stepped outside to the courtyard, where a group of acolytes practiced under the watchful eyes of 2 instructors, Masters Hayes and Tenebris. As soon as they saw the Sorcerer Supreme arrive with Maverick, the 2 paused their instruction and approached. Master Ancient One, they said together with a respectful bow, Mr. Caesar. Maverick and the Sorcerer Supreme returned the gesture. Include Mage Caesar in the martial arts training, she instructed. In fact, I want one of you to work with him directly, one-on-one. Focus on martial arts and basic constructs. No spells, and also. She went on to explain how to tailor his instruction, from martial arts to complex use of constructs and opening portals, clearly taking into account that he was no ordinary acolyte. The 2 masters understood this too, but nodded nonetheless, accepting her orders without question or need for explanation. Oh, and one more thing. She opened a small portal, reached inside, and retrieved a modest wooden box. Lifting the lid, she paused for a moment before carefully pulling out a peculiar item. It was a ring, 2 rings, bronze in color and designed to fit across 2 fingers. 2 connected bands formed its shape, adorned with subtle, intricate engravings. Simple, yet elegant. Maverick immediately recognized it for what it was. The sling ring, a powerful item used to open portals across dimensions. This is a sling ring, she explained. A tool we use to focus cosmic energy and open spatial gateways, like so. She slipped on her own ring and traced a circular motion through the air. Instantly, a full body-sized portal shimmered into existence beside her. Some magic, no matter how well you understand it, cannot be performed without the proper medium. That is one major difference between your system and ours, Mage Caesar. Having said that, she handed him the box and stepped into the portal. Before closing it behind her, she turned and offered a small smile. Good luck. And then she was gone. Maverick then turned to the 2 Sanctum Masters and gave each a respectful nod while holding the box in his hand. Please take care of me, Masters. The day passed in a blur. Master Tenebris took the first session, guiding Maverick through martial arts forms and drills. He mentioned that Master Hayes would take over the next day and that they would alternate daily. Maverick had no complaints. Learning from both would give him broader insight. He didn't practice magic or how to use the sling ring to open portals today and focused solely on martial arts. While he already had a solid foundation from his MI6 training, he quickly realized that the techniques taught here were different. Nothing supernatural, but somehow more refined, structured, and deeply effective. That night, after dinner and inside his room, he finally opened the box containing the sling ring. Sure enough, the moment his fingers brushed the bronze surface, a familiar chime echoed in the back of his mind, and a system notification quietly appeared in the corner of his subconscious. Detected an item of extraordinary characteristic. Item, sling ring. Extraordinary characteristic, cosmic conduit. Grade, excellent. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, slightly hunched over and hugging a pillow, Maverick stared at the ring resting atop his palm. His eyes lingered on the bronze surface, mind turning over the decision he was about to make. Conduit, like a medium, that meant, without it, using cosmic energy to open portals shouldn't be possible. From what he remembered of the MCU movies and his limited understanding of the Marvel Universe from the comics, the sling ring served as exactly that, a conduit, or focus, for channeling cosmic energy. Sorcerers used it to anchor their intent into reality, allowing them to tear open portals through spacetime with precision. Even the best, Stephen Strange, Wong, Mordo, needed it. The MCU had never shown a sorcerer open a portal without one. Unless they had some entirely different source of power, like America Chavez with her multiversal gift, or ancient beings like Dormammu. Then again, he thought, this isn't the Marvel Universe. For wizards, apparition, jumping through space, wasn't that big of a deal. It was a basic travel method, commonplace among magical folk, but it had its limits. No matter how cool it looked, every jump took a toll. It drained stamina, and unfortunately, stamina was finite. Even for an archmage like him, jumping halfway around the world left a strain. Not a lot, but still, any strain at his level was telling. The sling ring, though, it was different. From what he understood, again, through the films and comics, a sorcerer with enough cosmic awareness, magical control, and a clear mental image of the destination could use it to open portals not just around the world, but between planets. Possibly even between planetary systems, spanning distances between stars. In Infinity War, Doctor Strange used portals on Titan, a planet light years away. Earlier, he'd portaled people across Earth's vast distances without a second thought. When Strange, Iron Man, and Spider-Man were stranded on Titan, there was no new artifact or trick for the return trip, just the sling ring. So yeah, Maverick thought while brushing his chin. Even if I already have teleportation magic as a wizard, this is still worth it. It was a matter of efficiency. Apparition drained stamina and was limited to short distances. The sling ring, if mastered properly, had none of those drawbacks. After a long pause and a deep exhale, Maverick finally made his decision. Do you want to use one extraordinary characteristic point to replicate it? Yes. Chapter 170. The Path of Sorcery v. Ch 190. After weighing the pros and cons of the sling ring, Maverick finally made up his mind. There was no more room for hesitation. He decided to replicate its extraordinary characteristic right then and there. At first, the system prompted him with the usual message. It needed to convert the ability into an integratable characteristic. Maverick had seen it enough times by now, so it didn't catch him off guard. He accepted without much thought, and the system got to work. By the end of the process, the only noticeable change was in the name. What was once called Cosmic Conduit had now become Cosmic Voidgate Conduit. Doesn't matter, he figured. As long as the effect remained the same or got better, he wasn't going to complain. With that, he went ahead and initiated the fusion. Then, aside from a slight tingling sensation in both arms, the system worked its magic swiftly and without any fuss. Within just a few minutes, the fusion was complete. The new ability appeared under his list of extraordinary characteristics, and when Maverick checked the system notes, it confirmed exactly what he had hoped. He could now replicate the sling ring's function without needing to actually wear one himself. It might not seem like a big deal at first, but Maverick couldn't help thinking back to that scene in the latest Doctor Strange movie, when America Chavez grabbed Strange and snatched his sling ring during their very first meeting. That single moment had left him convinced. This was absolutely worth investing in. Finally, he took a proper look at the changes in his system. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Archmagus. Magical Energy, 22,751 plus. Points, 6732. Extraordinary Characteristic Points, 0. Extraordinary Characteristics. Excellent Grade. Spellcasting, Independent Expanded Dimension, Flight, Vitality, True Concealment, Cosmic Voidgate Conduit. Talents. Magical Energy Manipulation, Master Plus. Magical Sense, Master Plus. Spatial Rift, Advanced Plus. Dominant Spirit, Advanced Plus. Nature Energy Manipulation, Advanced Plus. Transfiguration, Advanced Plus. Alchemy, Advanced Plus. Potions, Intermediate Plus. Eldritch Meditation, Advanced Plus. Spells. Acquired Master Proficiency. Fiendfire Plus, Apparition Plus, Illusio Lunam Lectorum Plus. Acquired Advanced Proficiency. For starters, it had been 15 whole months since he last invested any points. Well, aside from the 110 points he spent upgrading Eldritch Meditation to the advanced level, he hadn't used a single point to improve his magical energy, any talents, or any skills during that entire time. There was, however, one additional spell that stood out: Apparition. The system now listed him as having master-level proficiency in it. It likely had something to do with his promotion to Archmage and the spatial affinity that naturally came with the rank. Meanwhile, his usable points had grown from a little over 2,000 to nearly 7,000 now, more than enough to raise any spell to master proficiency or push any talent to advanced. But as for which talent or spell to upgrade, he still hadn't made up his mind. Then there was his magical energy. It had been around 21,000 over a year ago, and now, thanks to his body and soul's own cultivation, it had increased by almost 1,700 units, bringing the total close to 22,800. It might not seem like much, but considering his magical energy had only increased by about 400 units during his time as a magus and around 900 units at the Great Mage rank, without using any system points, this was actually a pretty solid improvement. He wasn't sure if the growth rate matched that of other archmages, or how much their magical energy increased through cultivation alone, but he was confident it wouldn't be any worse than theirs. Next, he had to decide which talent or spell to invest his accumulated points in, but for now, he planned to call it a day. With that in mind, he retrieved the sling ring back into his storage ring and went asleep. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month was gone. For the past 14 days, Maverick hadn't left the sanctum. He spent his time training with the two masters, learning the ways of the mystic arts. Every day, he practiced the sorcerer's martial arts for half a day, then spent the rest studying books and spells. And just as he expected, the system picked up the sorcerer's magical spells as well, as soon as he understood the basics, letting him spend points to increase proficiency whenever he wanted. The martial arts, however special, unfortunately did not register as something extraordinary to the system. But still, since he was already trained in close combat skills like Taekwondo, Kyokushin Karate, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, getting familiar with the sorcerer's special martial arts wasn't difficult at all. Aside from a few differences, mainly how the martial arts integrated with mystic spells, it was basically just coordinated kicks and punches, like any other combat style. As for spells, it's safe to say his arsenal of offensive and defensive options had grown considerably. That included Eldritch Whips, Crimson Bands, Flames of the Faltine, Bolts of Balthak, Shield of the Vishanti, and Crimson Bands of Sitorak. And then there was the Mirror Dimension, the Sling Ring Portal, and Astral Projection. Being able to learn all these spells within just 2 weeks was largely thanks to his advanced-level proficiency in Eldritch Meditation. After all, it was the most fundamental step in mystic arts. The more experienced someone was in refining cosmic energy, the easier it became to grasp spells that manipulated that energy. Moreover, he only needed to understand the most basic, primitive workings of the spell for the system to register it. After that, it was just a matter of spending points to increase his proficiency. Needless to say, the two masters were left speechless, unable to praise such genius cheat. Even the Supreme Sorcerer went so far as to call him a monster among monsters. And now, even without relying on his wizarding system of magic, he could face Masters Haze and Tenebris in single combat using only mystic art spells. Of course, that was largely thanks to his passive magical sense, which granted him enhanced perception and heightened awareness in battle. As for the Ancient One, well, even if he used both magic systems, all of his extraordinary characteristics, and every hidden card he had, he might be able to last a few moves. But defeating her was out of the question. She was, after all, a being on the same tier as Merlin in this universe, 2 full ranks above Maverick. an all-father level existence, one of the strongest sorcerers to ever walk reality. The MCU nerfed her hard, no question. In truth, her threat level was easily planetary, if not higher. If she ever went all out without holding back, she could very well rewrite the shape of Earth itself. That did not mean the gap was unreachable. Time was all he needed. Who needed infinity stones when he possessed the ultimate cheat, the system itself? He was certain, by the time Tony Stark donned his first suit of armor, he would stand as an equal to all father-tier beings, if not surpass them. For me, Maverick raised an eyebrow as he sat inside the study room, eyeing the official robes of the mystic arts being presented to him. Across from him sat the Sorcerer Supreme, flanked by the two masters of the sanctum. The one offering the robes was none other than the Ancient One herself. Today marked the final day of his practice here, and they already knew he wouldn't be staying long. But before his departure, the Sorcerer Supreme had summoned him for a brief meeting, and this, as it turned out, was the reason why. Consider yourself an official sorcerer, Mage Caesar, or perhaps I should say Master Caesar now. As long as you remain our ally, we shall stand as your allies in return. Should you face any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. Our aid will be yours. Hearing her words, Maverick accepted the offer without hesitation. Though he still harbored doubts about why the Sorcerer Supreme had taken such special interest in him, guiding him personally, and probably even bending some of the very rules she herself had made, he trusted that she bore no ill intent. If anything, it seemed she had recognized his potential and made an early investment in his future. And if that was the case, he was more than willing to accept. Though it felt a bit self-serving on her part, in the end, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme. Maverick accepted the robes respectfully with both hands and gave a courteous bow. Then, a thought crossed his mind. He retrieved 3 items from his storage ring and handed one to each of the masters. These aren't anything special, he explained casually. Just communication devices, I call them mobile phones. If you know today's brick-sized cell phones, think of these as smaller, more portable versions. They have color displays and a much more user-friendly interface. We know what a cell phone is, Mage Caesar. We sorcerers are not strangers to technology, Master Hayes said, taking the rectangular device, almost 2 fingers long, in his hand. The screen lit up with simple icons, much like the earliest color display phones from Maverick's previous life. Maverick let out a light chuckle and continued, My company will be releasing these to the world this November. But unlike the public versions, these are alchemically enchanted for extra power and durability. I know it's not much, but you can use these to contact me for anything casual. And saying that, he pulled out 3 more items, this time 3 rings, but didn't hand them out just yet. This, he said, holding up the rings, you can use if there's an emergency. I'll upgrade them to sync with the magical system of sorcerers and have them ready in a few days. By channeling energy in a special rhythm, you can alert me instantly, even from the other side of the world, and I'll come to your aid right away. He tucked the rings away again, saving them for later delivery. The Ancient One nodded, a thoughtful gesture, we accept. Maverick smiled warmly and thanked all 3 of them once more. This wasn't a goodbye forever, just a pause. For now, he had important matters to attend to before summer came to an end. With a final nod, he vanished from the sanctum in a flash of apparition, reappearing near his home in London. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Archmagus. Magical energy, 22,751 plus. Points, 5882. Extraordinary characteristic points, 0. Extraordinary characteristics. Excellent grade. Spellcasting, independent expanded dimension, flight, vitality, true concealment, cosmic voidgate conduit. Talents, magical energy manipulation, Master Plus. Magical sense, Master Plus. Spatial rift, Advanced Plus. Dominant spirit, Advanced Plus. Nature energy manipulation, Advanced Plus. Transfiguration, Advanced Plus. Alchemy, Advanced Plus. Potions, Intermediate Plus. Eldritch Meditation, Advanced Plus. Spells, Acquired Master Proficiency. Fiendfire plus, Apparition plus, Illusio Lunam Lectorum plus. Aquarid Advanced Proficiency. Mirror Dimension plus Sling Ring Portal plus Astral Projection, plus Eldritch Whips plus Crimson Bands, plus Flames of the Faltine plus Bolts of Balthak plus Shield of the Vishanti plus Crimson Bands of Sidorak plus Flipendo plus Bombarda Maxima plus Expelliarmus plus Saner Vipra, Advanced Healing, plus Pratigo plus Finite Incantatum plus Petrificus Totalis plus Stupefy plus Patronus Charm plus Episci, Healing, plus Reparo plus Revelio plus Disillusionment plus Wingardium Leviosa plus Occlumency plus Legilimency plus Mirror World Spell plus Confundus plus. Chapter 171, Holidays and a Commitment Delivered, CH 191. The sky was clear, painted a soft blue with only a few cotton clouds drifting lazily overhead. The sun hung warm and steady, casting golden light over the neat rows of suburban houses. A gentle summer breeze rustled through the hedges, carrying with it the scent of freshly cut grass and blooming flowers. It was the kind of afternoon that made the whole world feel a little slower. After returning from Camertage, Maverick first took a few quiet days to spend with his family, a rare breath of normal life, before diving back into the extraordinary. With summer already slipping by, it was time to get back on track and start crossing things off his list. First stop, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. The change in Harry's life was like night and day. The boy who once looked like a tired little servant now stood straighter, smiled more often, and carried a quiet kind of energy that had not been there before. The Dursleys had changed too, or at least, their treatment of Harry had. Maverick had taken the time to observe them before stepping inside, and he saw no scowls, no sharp words, and none of the constant nagging that used to follow Harry around like he was some kind of disease. Petunia seemed genuine in how she treated the kid now. Like, she was really trying to make things right with Harry, the orphan of her late sister. Vernon, though, well, he was trying too in his own awkward, clumsy way. The forced politeness, the stiff smiles, it all felt more like a performance. But it doesn't matter. If things worked out between them and Harry, great. If not, that was fine too. Harry was growing up, and when the time came, when Voldemort was no longer useful and finally killed off, Harry would have full freedom to live however he wanted. Whether that meant finding his own place or cutting ties with the Dursleys for good, it would be his call. Maverick stepped up to the front door of 4 Privet Drive and rang the bell. With his magical sense, he knew already what was going on inside. Harry had just finished breakfast with the Dursley family and gone upstairs to his room, with Dudley following suit. Petunia was at the sink doing the dishes, and Vernon had just settled in front of the television. At the sound of the doorbell, the heavy man got up and opened the door, only to freeze like he had just seen a ghost. Maverick pretended not to notice and gave him a less-than-friendly smile before the fat man quickly greeted him, then stepped aside and gestured him in. "Sir, little Harry did mention that you'd be visiting." Maverick held back the chuckle, nodded, then stepped inside and greeted Petunia as well. He then slipped off his coat, folded it neatly over one arm, and glanced around the place. From the corner of his eye, he saw the news playing on the television and, "Oh, is it already happening?" he thought inwardly, then brushed the memory aside. "I'll be taking little Harry for a couple of weeks," he said casually, leaving no room for argument as he walked toward the stairs. The couple simply nodded, seemingly already aware of his visit and Harry's plans for the holiday. Harry looked absolutely exhilarated when he saw Maverick standing outside his room. Before Maverick could even ask, the boy grinned and said he was ready and had already packed. When Maverick asked if he needed a few more days, Harry shook his head decisively. "Aunt Marge is coming for a visit soon, and I'd rather be anywhere else." "Aunt?" Maverick raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled at first before a memory clicked him. "Ah, right. In the original story, there was a woman who visited during the summer. A pig, actually. And after that, Harry was supposed to have his first run-in with the night bus. And if he remembered correctly, Sirius Black, his animagus form was also supposed to make his first appearance around that time." Thinking it over, Maverick immediately spread his magical sense to cover a few blocks in every direction from the house. But there were no traces of magic, except for his and Harry's. Seems the pup hasn't shown up yet. He shrugged the thought away. Anything interesting happened since the holidays started? Maverick asked, glancing around Harry's room as he made his way over to the bed and sat down. Harry, meanwhile, was busy tugging his god-awful-looking suitcase out of the closet. Arg, Harry gave it a hard yank, then let it drop with a dull thud onto the floor. Letting out a breath, he straightened up. The owl with this morning's paper hasn't shown up yet, but if it's about recently, the biggest thing I remember is about Ron's family. Maverick raised a brow. Weasleys. Yeah, Harry said as he opened the suitcase and gave everything inside one last check. It's actually got something to do with you, Professor. Mr. Weasley joined your company, right? That made the papers. Said he got a big salary job, high-ranking position. It even made the second page. Maverick smiled faintly. I didn't think that'd make headlines. A month ago, Arthur Weasley had finally agreed to leave his ministry job and join Magitech. Maverick had given him a generous starting bonus, sure, but he hadn't exactly broadcast the news. Harry nodded. The prophet made a big deal out of it. They even interviewed him. The whole Weasley family ended up in a photo. Ron looked ridiculous, like properly silly. Even Scabbers got into the shot. Thud. Harry shut the suitcase after stuffing in a few last-minute items, then looked up at Maverick with an expression that said, I'm ready. Maverick gave a slow hum. You do remember that the ring I gave you has expanded space inside it, right? Of course. Ah, Harry began, but then his voice trailed off as he glanced down at the oversized suitcase beside him, then at the ring on his finger, and finally back up at Maverick while looking properly embarrassed. If Granger were here, Maverick added, sighing as he got up, I can already hear her calling you an idiot to your face. Harry scratched the back of his head, then placed a hand on the suitcase, making it disappear into the ring with a quiet shimmer of light. He looked so flustered that he didn't even bother taking the items out individually, and just stuffed the whole thing in as it was. Well then, Maverick said, gesturing toward the door. First, go let your aunt and uncle know that you're leaving now and will be back in a few weeks. Little Potter gave a quick nod, then dashed out of the room before returning only a minute later, looking all set and ready. With a quiet pop, Maverick and Harry apparated to an upper-middle-class neighborhood in another part of London, Hampstead, to be exact. The area was calm, the streets lined with neat hedges and parked cars, and the houses had that familiar, tidy British suburban charm. They strolled a short way down the street until they stopped in front of one such house. Is this where Hermione lives? Harry asked, glancing around. Yes, Maverick said as he stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened to reveal a man who looked to be in his late 30s. Maverick immediately recognized him as Mr. Granger, Hermione's father. Thankfully, the little witch had already informed her parents that Maverick would be coming to pick her up, so they weren't caught off guard. Still, the Granger couple were understandably cautious. They were kind and polite, but also clearly protective of their daughter. Even knowing he was her professor, they didn't let their guard down right away. They asked questions, lots of them. Where were they going? What would they be doing? How long would she be away? When would she be home? Maverick answered everything patiently. He didn't mind. They were parents, after all, and their concern was only natural. Hermione, however, looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor. Her face turned pink as she watched her professor being cross-examined like some kind of criminal. She finally had to step in and drag her parents back to reality, muttering something about trust and how she wasn't a child anymore. They stayed for a while, long enough to accept a lunch invitation from Mrs. Granger, who had prepared a simple but delicious spread. It wasn't until a couple of hours later that Maverick and Harry finally took their leave, and of course, Hermione Granger joined them as well. Chapter 172, Holidays and a Commitment Delivered II, ch. 192. Ruum. A sleek black Porsche 911 soared through the skies above London while its engine gave off a soft hum, barely loud enough to be heard even from the outside. This was one of Maverick's personal side projects, an idea he had borrowed from Mr. Weasley, and today marked the first time he was taking it out for a proper spin. Naturally, the car was cloaked in an invisibility enchantment, and a muggle-repelling charm was layered on top, ensuring no one would spot the bizarre sight gliding silently above their heads. Meanwhile, inside the car, two kids sat in the back seat with their faces practically glued to the windows as they took in the dazzling view below. "Professor, did you ask Mr. Weasley to make a flying car for you too?" Harry finally pulled his face away from the window, leaned back in his seat, and glanced at Maverick, who sat calmly at the wheel up front. "Idiot," Hermione rolled her eyes. "Professor Caesar is one of the best alchemists in the world. Why would he need someone else to make a flying car for him?" Maverick chuckled, watching their little bickering through the rearview mirror. "Well, Harry's not entirely wrong. Mr. Weasley gave me the inspiration. I just added a few minor upgrades." "So, Professor," Hermione piped up eagerly, "are we heading to your teacher's place now, to practice with his students?" Back at Hogwarts, just before the school year ended, Harry had approached Maverick with Hermione tagging along, asking if she could join the summer training program Maverick had arranged for him. He had originally planned for Harry to spend a few weeks with Edward's students around his age, exchanging spells and knowledge. But when he saw little Miss Know-It-all's pleading eyes, he figured, why not? One more wouldn't make much difference, so he decided to bring her along as well. "No, not yet," Maverick shook his head at Hermione's question. "Yeah, we're heading to America, but first, got to make a quick stop. There's a new student joining Hogwarts this year, and I need to give her the orientation." "A new student from America?" Hermione tilted her head. "Why isn't she going to Ilvermorny?" "Because I want her at Hogwarts," Maverick answered casually. "She's a genius I met some time ago, and I didn't want to give her up to another school." "A genius?" Hermione perked up at that, and her competitive streak sparked instantly. She leaned forward, ready to ask more about this so-called genius, but Harry interrupted with a very reasonable question. "Professor, we're not driving across the Atlantic, are we?" Maverick chuckled, "Of course not." Saying that, he brought the car to a smooth stop in midair, then raised a hand and made a swirling motion with his finger. Then, ahead of them, orange sparks flared and quickly wove themselves into a circular portal large enough for the entire car to pass through. Both Harry and Hermione lunged forward with wide eyes and pressed over the front seats to get a better look. "Is that a portal?" Harry asked uncertainly, having never seen magic like that before. "I've never seen a spell like this in any book," Hermione added, voicing Harry's very doubt. "Yes, it's a portal," Maverick confirmed with a nod. 10 points to House Granger," he added with a smirk in her direction. "And as for the spell, best not think too hard about it. It's one of those magic's noble families keep to themselves, private spells. I'm not allowed to teach it to others." "Oh." Both Harry and Hermione got the message and didn't push further. They exchanged a quick glance and kept quiet as Maverick eased the car forward and drove through the swirling gate. On the other side, the sky was just as high, but the sunlight was different, brighter, more golden. The sun hung overhead like it was still morning. Somewhere around 10 o'clock, Maverick guessed. Early morning, Hermione squinted out the window, then looked down at the skyline below. "Is this New York?" "Right again," Maverick replied, "and we're not far from where we need to be." He sped up again, the Porsche zipping smoothly through the sky. Along the way, Maverick took the chance to explain what they should expect, weaving in a few half-truths by saying it was a school similar to Hogwarts, though meant for people whose abilities were a bit different from magic. Mutants, after all, weren't exactly common knowledge, even if many people had heard of them. Still, it wasn't a complete secret either, since individuals with abilities occasionally made headlines every now and then. About half an hour later, the car finally flew over a large estate nestled within a stretch of greenery. The entire area was surrounded by stone walls and bordered by a long expanse of tall trees and thick forest. "What a massive house," Harry said, pressing his face to the glass. Hermione rolled her eyes. "It's a school, Harry, of course it should be big. And for your information, it's more accurate to call it a mansion." "A mansion is still a house." They bickered like kids. Usually, it was Ron on the receiving end of Hermione's sharp tongue, not Harry. But Ron wasn't here today. Still, it was never serious enough to put a dent in their bond, not since the troll incident back in first year. By now, both boys had gotten used to her personality, and she had grown used to theirs. It was like an unspoken harmony between them. Together, they made the perfect trio, a dynamic so iconic that many fans even joked the series should have been called Hermione Granger and her two idiot friends instead of Harry Potter. Meanwhile, after a quick pass around the mansion, Maverick began his descent toward the edge of the woods. The road leading to the estate was lined with towering trees, and not a single soul was in sight. He brought the car down onto the road, disabled the invisibility, and drove the rest of the way until finally arriving at the gate about 10 minutes later. Looks like they took my advice, he thought with a small smirk as he glanced at the lock system installed on the wall near the iron gates. Wait here, he said to the two and stepped out and approached the device. A few taps, and the connection went through. It was Oraro who answered on the other end. After a brief exchange, the gates creaked open automatically. Maverick climbed back into the car, and they drove through the winding path. Harry and Hermione were both practically hanging out the windows, marveling at the sprawling gardens and sleek architectural design until they finally reached the main entrance. And there, waiting patiently at the top of the steps, stood Oraro Munro. Her hands were tucked casually into the pockets of her jacket, the breeze tugging at the hem of her short V-neck shirt that showed a hint of her toned, chocolate-brown midriff. She wore fitted jeans that matched her effortless confidence, and her white hair swayed gently with the wind. A faint smile played on her lips as her eyes settled on the approaching car. "Jean's been asking about you for days ever since that bird brought the letter," Ororo called out as she walked down the steps to greet him. She raised a brow when she saw two kids stepping out from the back seats, looking around curiously before approaching. Maverick chuckled and gave a casual nod. "Sorry, something came up that delayed my visit a bit, and these two are also students from Hogwarts. I figured Jean could make a few friends before school starts." "That's thoughtful of you," she smiled, then leaned down slightly and asked, "And what are your names?" Harry, unfortunately, chose that moment to look up and immediately flushed as his eyes landed on the mountains, no, on Ororo's pretty face, and his brain short-circuited. He turned away quickly, stammering, Hermione rolled her eyes and muttered something under her breath before stepping forward with a polite smile. She offered a hand. "Hello, ma'am, my name's Hermione Granger. This is my friend and classmate Harry Potter." Maverick couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. "Sorry, but you can't blame the kid for that." Oraro didn't mind, of course. She straightened up and gave Harry an amused look before shaking Hermione's hand and ruffling Harry's hair with a playful grin. "Nice to meet you both." She turned back to Maverick and gestured for him to follow. "Come on, let's head inside." Click. The front door unlocked, and as they entered, they saw a few kids lounging on the sofas, some watching TV. All of them turned their heads at the unfamiliar group entering, eyes curious. Then, "Uncle!" The sudden shout broke the quiet as a redhead came bounding down the stairs. Maverick's lips twitched as he watched the girls sprint toward him and come to a stop in front of him. "Hello, Jean." He bent slightly to pat her head. Then, gesturing to his face, "What part of this looks like an uncle to you?" Jean scratched the back of her head, unsure what to say. "Just call me Professor," he added while straightening up again. "Professor Caesar." "Ah, Professor Caesar then," she corrected quickly. "So are you finally here to take me shopping for school?" Her eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, but first," Maverick stepped aside, lightly nudging the other two forward. "Let me introduce you. These two are students from Hogwarts as well. Make friends, ask about school all you want, and show them around a bit. I need to have a quick chat with Professor X first." He turned to the two and gave them a nod. During the car ride, he had already explained everything, so they knew what to do. Hermione was quick to catch on and return Jean's friendly energy with ease. Harry, a bit slower, eventually followed her lead. Soon, Jean was dragging the two of them deeper into the mansion, with all the enthusiasm of a host giving a VIP tour. Maverick watched them go, and a small smile tugged his lips. Jean reminded him of Sarah. "Right, I should bring her here sometime." He made a mental note, then turned to follow Oraro upstairs toward Charles Xavier's office. Chapter 173. Holidays and a Commitment Delivered, CH 193. "So you're really sending Jean away to another school? Have you properly thought this through?" Hank McCoy stood with his back to the room, hands in his trouser pockets, staring out the tall window while absent-mindedly watching the sleek black Porsche 911 parked near the mansion's entrance. Behind him, Professor Charles Xavier sat in his wheelchair at the desk, while quietly flipping through a stack of documents. The only other person in the room was a woman with sharp features and a calculating expression. She sat on a nearby sofa, her eyes fixed on Charles, and was waiting for his answer just as much as Hank was. Yes, her abilities go beyond just mutant powers, and unfortunately, I'm neither qualified nor able to guide her in that area. Charles answered with his eyes still on the papers in front of him. Can't you just hire someone from their group? The woman stood and walked over, leaning on Charles's desk with both hands. You know she's no ordinary mutant. What if she loses control? Charles let out a quiet sigh, set the papers down, and looked up at the woman. I trust they're capable of handling her, Raven, if it ever comes to that. Besides, I've explained everything to Mr. Caesar, and he assured me he'll personally look after her. Hank turned away from the window, walked around the desk, and sank into the sofa. He let out a quiet sigh as well, seeming to agree with Charles. I hope things turn out the way you say. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Looks like they're here. Raven, please let them in, Charles said with a small smile as he looked toward the door. With a click, the woman, Raven, opened the door and saw her colleague Oraro smirk, before stepping inside with a young man trailing behind her. She eyed the young man, someone she had heard many great things about from Charles but never met, and the one who would be taking her student away to another school, trying to figure out what was so special about him. However, the moment her eyes landed on him, they widened and her pupils shrank to pinpoints. For a split second, it felt like time itself slowed around her, and a sudden, unnerving chill ran through every fiber of her being. Her whole body shivered, as if she had glimpsed something so unfathomable, so vast, that her mind went completely blank. Then, just as quickly, the feeling faded away. A drop of sweat formed on her forehead, as she saw him raise a brief brow before stepping inside and following Oraro toward the professor. With Maverick, he gave her only a quick, curious glance. Her face was unfamiliar, someone he hadn't seen the last time he was here, then turned his attention to the man in the wheelchair and walked over with a bright smile. Charles. Mr. Caesar. They shook hands before Charles gestured for him to sit. Maverick gave Hank a nod in greeting too, then settled onto the sofa, while Oraro took a seat beside him. Only Raven still remained frozen at the door until... Raven. Xavier's voice pulled her out of her trance. Raven Darkhurl me, the shapeshifter/spy/superhuman, did her best to hide the chaos racing through her head and gave a stiff, fidgety nod, then walked over and sat down next to Hank. To her credit, no one noticed her abnormality, no one except Maverick, of course. And he, quite simply, didn't care much. Her reaction wasn't anything new. Ever since he became an archmage, he had gotten used to people flinching the moment they looked him in the eye the wrong way. It wasn't something he did on purpose, but over time, he figured it had to do with intent. Whenever some random idiot looked at him with the wrong mindset, whether it was doubt or challenge or something else, and that intent brushed up against his, their subconscious just folded, like they saw something they weren't supposed to. And Mystique, after years of spying all over the world, had a danger sense that bordered on supernatural, so she must have felt that jolt hit her straight in the soul just now. But alas, who told her to size him up? Xavier smiled once everyone was seated, and the conversation began. Mr. Caesar, no, I suppose it's Counselor Caesar now, isn't it? Maverick figured the topic would come up. Ever since he became a counselor and gained access to classified information, he had done a general review of the world's extraordinary elements from the perspective of the Muggle world. One thing that had caught his attention was the mutant community and their ongoing push for a seat at the global decision-making table. So far, they hadn't been able to secure one, and from what he had read, it was Professor Xavier himself who had been leading that charge. Oh, Professor, how did you find out about that? Maverick asked, pretending not to know anything. Charles let out a light chuckle. The World Security Council might operate behind the scenes, but I still have my connections. Fair enough, thought Maverick. Wait, World Security Council? Hank leaned forward, taken aback by the casual info drop. How you end up as one of WSC counselors? High Counselor, to be exact, Charles answered instead, giving Maverick a small smile. Unlike Charles, Hank and the others only knew the basics about the WSC and its role as an international organization. So, seeing an opportunity, with a High Counselor sitting right in front of them, Charles took a moment to give his colleagues a more thorough rundown of the World Security Council, the Wizarding World, and how the two had been connected behind the scenes for years. By the time he finished, Oraro, Hank, and Raven were looking at Maverick in a whole new light. Their expressions held a quiet mix of surprise and envy. Everything they had been fighting for, mutants having a place in the world without fear, without hatred, it seemed the Wizarding World already had it. A hidden society, yet fully integrated with the larger world. It stung just a little. But then, sensing the mood in the room getting a little too heavy, Charles shifted gears and turned back to Maverick, bringing the focus to the reason he had come today. So, my friend, you're here to take Jean to the magical world, just like your school's letter said. Maverick nodded. Yeah, it's just a standard orientation for Muggle-born witches and wizards, nothing special. Like the walkthrough I gave you and Oraro a few months back, except Jean will need to purchase some specific school supplies. But since Hank and Raven didn't come along that day, I'll give a quick rundown. With that, he gave a quick overview of the magical world's customs, explained how the orientation worked, and went over what Jean would need for her first year at school. We should be back around sunset, he added, glancing at his watch. Although, I think it'll still be mid-afternoon here by then. Hank asked a few more questions, mostly about the differences between mutant powers and magic. Raven, on the other hand, stayed quiet. She still hadn't said a single word since Maverick walked into the room. Raven, Charles finally took notice of her odd demeanor. Are you all right? But before she could say a word, the office door suddenly swung open and Jean Grey burst in, with Hermione and Harry close behind her. Professor, when are we going to Diagon Alley? She asked, stumbling over the name. She stopped right in front of Maverick's chair, not even glancing at the others in the room, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing her so enthusiastic, everyone smiled. Maverick stood up, gently ruffled her hair, and chuckled. So eager. All right, we'll be going now. He gave Charles and the others a nod, then glanced at Hermione and Harry. Judging by the look on their faces, they had probably told Jean all about Hogwarts already. Hopefully all good things. Right, gentlemen, ladies, we should be back in a couple of hours, he said, and with a nod from Professor X, made his way out. It was almost midday here, which meant it was already past 3 in the afternoon in London. A few minutes later, Jean was in the back seat of the Porsche with Hermione, grinning from ear to ear, while Harry sat up front. Maverick flashed a grin of his own, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator. The car zoomed forward then. Ruum. From Xavier's office window, Charles, Oraro, and Raven watched in stunned silence as the sleek black car lifted off the ground and soared into the sky. Mouths slightly open, no one said a word for a while, until Hank finally broke the silence. Charles, he said slowly, turning toward him with a serious look, I don't care how you do it, but you must ask Mr. Caesar to make a flying car for me. Not long after they flew over the forest surrounding the mansion, Maverick conjured a portal midair that connected to London, all the way across the ocean. The Porsche 911 glided through, and within seconds, they were flying over the heart of the city before landing quietly on Charing Cross Road. With both a Muggle-repelling charm and camouflage magic in place, no one noticed the inconspicuous car as it rolled to a stop near a narrow alleyway. Tucked between a record shop and a dusty bookstore stood the Leaky Cauldron, shabby as ever. Maverick stepped out first, the kids closed behind, and led them into the old, weathered pub without drawing a single glance. The Leaky Cauldron was as busy as ever. The air buzzed with lively chatter, clinking glasses, and the thick scent of smoke and stew. Witches in pointed hats laughed in shadowy corners, cloaked figures leaned close and whispered over half-empty mugs, and in one corner, a grumpy old wizard was arguing with Tom the pub owner something about fire whiskey prices. No one paid Maverick and his group any mind. Or rather, they couldn't. Maverick had subtly veiled their presence, making their entrance blend into the pub's background noise like smoke in the wind. He gave Jean a quick rundown of the pub and its purpose for Muggle-born witches and wizards as he slowly guided them to the empty courtyard out back. There, he let Harry and Hermione demonstrate how to tap the bricks and open the magical gateway. Jean's eyes widened as the bricks moved and revealed the cobbled street of Diagon Alley. "This is amazing, Professor," she breathed, stepping through the archway. "So many people, such strange buildings, it's like another world." Even though she was a mutant with supernatural abilities and was used to seeing her friends' extraordinary powers at the X-Mansion, this was something else entirely for her. Much like every Muggle-born's first visit, Jean was completely captivated. Maverick smiled and stepped back, letting Hermione take the lead in showing her around. Harry chimed in now and then, but it was clear Hermione loved being the one in charge. Their first stop was, of course, Gringotts. Jean wrinkled her nose the moment they entered the Goblin-run bank. "You, what are those things?" Luckily, a sound barrier spell surrounded them, so no one heard her comment. Inside the quiet marble hall, the goblins worked silently behind their counters, barely sparing them a glance. Back during the conversation with Xavier, Maverick had explained the need for wizarding currency. Hogwarts offered interest-free loans for Muggle-born students, but Professor X wouldn't hear of it and insisted on handling the funds himself. He handed over enough US dollars to exchange for 50 galleons, the maximum amount a Muggle-born could convert on their first visit, and asked Maverick to use it to buy everything Jean would need. Maverick didn't argue. The X-Men weren't short on money, so there was no reason for him to be charitable when they were more than capable. With the exchange done and a new account opened in Jean's name, they made their way to the shops. First stop, Ollivander's. Jean stepped inside, eyes shining with excitement for her very first wand. The old wand-maker greeted them with his usual flair, immediately recognizing Harry and Hermione and giving Maverick a knowing, respectful nod. "An extremely rare few are chosen by a wand on the very first try," Ollivander said, eyeing Maverick with quiet approval. "I knew from the moment you held it, Master Caesar, that you were destined for greatness." This was only their second meeting since Maverick had bought his wand, but the old man had clearly kept tabs on him. As he went on with his usual chatter, his hands never stopped moving, testing wand after wand for Jean. It turned out only the ones with Phoenix Core reacted at all to her touch. The others were duds, producing nothing but a few sparks or a puff of smoke. Eventually, one wand lit up the room the moment Jean held it. The harmony between wand and witch was obvious even to a bystander. From there, they stopped at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions for fittings, but since the robes wouldn't be ready immediately and would take an hour, Maverick used the time to buy the rest of Jean's supplies. They hit Flourish and Blots for textbooks, Potages for her cauldron, Slug and Jiggers for potion ingredients, Wiseacres for astronomy gear, and finally the magical menagerie. Jean struck gold at the last shop. A rare magical Himalayan snow owl with silver-edged feathers had just arrived, and the moment Jean and the bird's eyes met, the choice was made. The two clicked instantly, and Jean got her first magical pet, which she named Solera. Coincidence? Maverick wondered, sensing how the name matched her inner, birdly spirit. Should I ask what made her think of that name, or? He shrugged and pushed the thoughts aside entirely. With most of the shopping done, Maverick treated them to Florian Fortescue's for a quick meal and some ice cream. Jean was practically beaming, her cone in one hand and her wand in the other the whole time. About half an hour later, they all headed back to Madame Malkin's to collect her finished robes. For most of the trip, Maverick let the kids talk among themselves. He was glad he had brought Hermione along as she explained everything in such vivid detail that Jean was completely drawn in. Harry chimed in now and then, but it was clear who clicked with who. The two girls already looked like they had become best friends. By the time they were done, Jean had a solid idea of what life at Hogwarts would be like. Maverick didn't rush them. He let the kids wander a bit longer, quietly keeping an eye on them from a distance, and when the sun began to dip below the rooftops, they regrouped and made their way back. Room. The Porsche glided back to Xavier's mansion, coming to a smooth stop at the front gate. Here, the sky was still blue, and the sun hung high above the horizon, casting shadows across the lawn. Jean stepped out, carrying a sleek, stylish backpack over her shoulders, which was enchanted with an expanded space charm, a product from one of Maverick's own stores. It looked far more elegant than the bulky old pouches previously used in Wizarding Britain. Back in Xavier's office, Maverick gave Jean a few parting instructions. He didn't ban her from practicing magic, but he warned her about the trace for underage wand use. "You've got a few weeks before school starts," he said. "Technically, the trace won't kick in until then. Just be careful. Stick to simple spells like Lumos or the levitation charm, and try to read Hogwarts, a history when you've got the time." Xavier was there, and while Maverick spoke directly to Jean, the real message was just as much for him, to make sure Charles would see that she followed the instructions. Harry and Hermione exchanged contact information with Jean before they left. Finally, Maverick told Xavier and Jean that he would return early on the morning of September 1st to escort her to the Hogwarts Express. "Professor," Hermione yawned as they climbed back into the car. "What's next?" Maverick chuckled and glanced at Harry, who looked just as worn out. "First, we get some real food, then we check into a hotel and call it a day. Tomorrow, I'll take you to my old master's training grounds. You'll get to practice magic there with the other kids." That perked them both up right away. After all, that was the whole point of their trip with Maverick this summer. As he started the car, his mind wandered to a message he had received from Sarah, his potions teacher, a couple of weeks ago. The little project she had been working on at his request. It seemed she had made a breakthrough. "Hopefully, I will be able to deliver on the commitment I made to my old friend soon," he thought to himself, smiling faintly as the car disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 174, Holidays and a Commitment Delivered IV, CH 194. The next day, after a good night's rest, Maverick finally brought Harry and Hermione to Edward Garling's underground base on St. Matthew Island, Alaska. Not much seems to have changed since his last visit, aside from a few unfamiliar faces, probably new kids Edward had taken under his wing. The man must have taken in hundreds of witches and wizards over the years, and even though Maverick had only met a handful, he knew one thing for sure: by the time they graduated, every single one of them would be seriously skilled. This time, he spotted 3 new faces, and some things never changed, he thought with a small smile as he gave the 2 Gryffindors a brief tour of the areas they were allowed to explore within the vast structure. Back to Edward's personal army of talents, Maverick then considered their loyalty. From what Edward had told him, they were about as loyal as anyone could be without the use of coercion or enchantment. They would follow any command Edward gave, without hesitation, so long as it wasn't completely meaningless. They wouldn't, for instance, throw their lives away for no reason. But if the task really mattered to Edward, even if it meant certain death, they would carry it out without question. His teacher may not be a dark wizard, but he was no saint either. "Don't break the law," he used to say, "just bend it far enough that it doesn't snap." Maverick chuckled inwardly. Of course, that rule didn't apply when it came to handling things in the shadows, and by now, he knew his teacher's ways all too well. Finally, Maverick made a mental note to speak with his teacher about the man's small army of trained magicals. Since their loyalty and numbers could be counted on, they were sure to prove useful for the plans he had laid out for the coming year. After settling the 2 kids in and introducing them to the small group of young witches and wizards, Maverick did not linger with them any longer. The program he arranged would be supervised by the instructors already there, who were also Edward's people. It was basically a collaborative exchange between the kids and Harry and Hermione, sharing spells, sparring, and testing their magical knowledge against each other. It was simple, yet a very effective way to achieve comprehensive learning. With all that arranged, he went off to find his potions teacher, Sarah. But first, he made a quick jump back to London to pick up Ali, and together they headed to the lab in the lower levels of the base. The hum of magical equipment and the faint scent of herbs filled the air at the entrance. Inside, they found Sarah along with half a dozen others in white coats, each focused on their own task. Some of the setups looked unmistakably like something out of a biologist's lab, while Sarah and another witch appeared to be cooking something that didn't look very appetizing. After all, to anyone unfamiliar with potions, or magic in general, it would probably just seem like they were preparing a stew. The place was brightly lit and spotless, nothing like a typical potion labs described in stories. Maverick had seen the greasy bats set up back at Hogwarts, and while Snape's lab was clean in its own way, it was always shrouded in gloom, lit only by flickering candlelight. The man even keeps the curtains closed during work, and while teaching, with no apparent reason other than to satisfy his inner edgelord. "Teacher." Sarah turned at the sound and saw Maverick approaching, followed by someone unfamiliar. "You kid, finally found the time to come," she said with a smile, then went back to sprinkling something into the bubbling cauldron in front of her. Afterward, she muttered a few words to the woman beside her, slipped off her gloves, and motioned for them to follow. "By the way, teacher, this is my friend Ali, the one I told you about," Maverick said as he introduced Ali to Sarah while they walked. "You're, man behind the scenes, in charge of the empire you're building?" She gave Ali a sideways, scrutinizing look at first, but when she saw the way he looked at her, as if she were some kind of heaven-sent messiah, she shivered inwardly for a moment. Then, without another word, and before Ali could respond, she quickened her pace and stepped through another door. As for Ali, the reason behind his worship-like gaze was that Maverick had told him, just before they came, that Sarah had made a breakthrough in finding a solution for his beastly problem. Ali knew Maverick had people working on it, but he did not expect results so soon. After all, many had tried before, and up until now, the only options available for werewolves like him were half-baked at best. Now, knowing that a breakthrough had been achieved, he was filled with excitement and held nothing but awe and respect for the person who made it possible. "It's been ready for weeks now. I was just waiting on you," she said, walking over to the desk inside the room where a single suitcase-like object was neatly placed. The room itself was spacious and spotless, with nothing else inside besides that one case. Maverick watched as she opened the case, took out her wand, and muttered a spell under her breath. Through his magical sense, he detected a subtle spatial fluctuation and guessed the contents were kept in an airless state using spatial magic. Inside the case were two vials, one filled with an orange-colored liquid, the other darker, almost reddish. After retrieving both vials, Sarah turned back toward them, her eyes darting between the two before settling on Maverick. She first motioned to the bottle filled with orange liquid and began explaining, "This one here is what I'd call a near-complete solution to lycanthropy. One dose, and anyone infected would stop reacting to the full moon, completely and permanently." Ali's eyes widened with every word. His heart began to pound, his hands shook, and he looked moments away from grabbing the vial and gulping it on the spot, until... "What's the catch?" Maverick asked, raising an eyebrow. Sarah chuckled at the question, clearly pleased. "Smart. Like I said, it's near complete. The test subjects we used showed no reaction to the full moon afterward, meaning the lycanthropy was neutralized. But," she paused, letting out a sigh, "their magic was crippled." Ali, who had looked all excited just a moment ago, froze mid-reaction. "Not gone," Sarah clarified. "They don't become squibs, but they can't cast even the simplest spells properly. We tried changing wands, tested it on different subjects. Same result every time. Their magic weakens. Even those at Magus rank drop to the level of mage apprentice. After studying their magic and testing their blood, my team came to the conclusion that there would be no chance of further improvement for them in the future." "I see," Maverick said, nodding slowly. He glanced at Ali, who looked like he was trapped in a storm of thoughts. Maverick couldn't blame him. Losing his mind to the beast during every full moon was Ali's worst nightmare. Unlike Greyback or those dark wizards who took pride in their transformations and willingly surrendered to the beast within, Ali was a rational man. All he had ever wanted was to be free of it. And now, faced with the option to be rid of his condition at the cost of crippling his magic, Ali found himself caught in a difficult predicament. Maverick said nothing, choosing not to comment or suggest anything to Ali for now. He turned to Sarah, intending to ask about the other potion, but first, "By subjects, you mean?" he asked, wanting to clarify another point. He did not doubt Sarah's integrity or her sense of morality. Like him, she was a student of Edward, and Edward would never keep anyone who would cross the line and harm innocent people indiscriminately. Experimenting on humans, werewolves or not, would certainly be crossing that line. However, it was a completely different matter if the said subjects were dark wizards or evil beyond redemption. And the reason he was asking was so Ali could hear it too. He knew Ali trusted him completely, but he still wanted him to understand. Excuses for human beings, animals really. If you want, I can list their deeds, she remarked with disgust. Maverick shook his head lightly. No need. He glanced briefly at Ali, then back to Sarah and added, I trust you, teacher. That's more than enough said. Sarah nodded as well. Being students of the same master, they understood each other perfectly. If it had just been the two of them, she knew Maverick would not have brought it up at all. She understood, without Maverick having to spell it out, that the question had been meant for the other person to hear. Then what about the other potion? Maverick gestured toward the other vial filled with reddish, viscous liquid. The master potioneer smiled softly, turned around, and carefully placed the first bottle back into the case before closing it. Then, holding only the second vial, she faced them again, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to speak about it. This, my dear student, is revolutionary, she said. By studying Greyback's blood using cutting-edge magical potioneering and the finest principles of scientific biology, we managed to uncover the secret behind his unique transformation, and even improve on it. She glanced at Ali and noticed the excitement returning to his face, replacing the gloomy expression he wore when she'd explained the other potion. Instead of curing lycanthropy, one dose of this formula completely suppresses the beast, she explained. Those infected won't transform during the full moon. Well, unless they want to, it's not a cure, of course. The beast is still there, just tamed, not removed. She paused, rubbed her chin thoughtfully, then added with a grin, basically, it turns a witch or wizard infected with lycanthropy into something like an animagus, only with full control over both the transformation and their mind. This time, Maverick showed a flicker of admiration in his eyes toward his teacher. From what she said, it meant turning a witch or wizard into a werewolf animagus without any side effects. No catch? He asked just to be sure. No, if anything, the results are even better, she chuckled. You see, unlike the other potion, this one actually comes with a bonus. It slightly enhances magical energy too. Really? Maverick muttered, then glanced again at Ali, who now stared wide-eyed at the potion. He chuckled, already guessing the decision Ali would make, but to be sure he said, My friend, you're free to choose either option. Whether it's completely getting rid of your lycanthropy or becoming a werewolf animagus, I won't judge. Ali looked at Maverick, nodded thoughtfully, and took a moment to think. Neither Maverick nor Sarah interrupted. Maverick was about to suggest taking some time, maybe postponing the decision for a few days, but Ali spoke up as if his mind was made up. I choose this one. He pointed to the reddish potion in Sarah's hand and then looked at Maverick with a sincere, respectful expression. Boss, meeting you has been the luckiest thing in my life. Working for you, I've found my purpose. You've shared your vision for the future, and I don't want to stand on the sidelines. I want to be there, helping you make it happen. He turned to Sarah again and added, Even if it's not a full cure, I choose the second option. I'd rather stay useful to him than take something that might cure me but leave me powerless. Maverick raised a brow, a small smile tugging at his lips. He didn't say anything sentimental but simply nodded at Ali, accepting his heartfelt declaration. Sarah glanced at Maverick with a knowing look, then smirked. Good subordinates you've got, kid, she remarked. Maverick smiled back and asked Ali, When do you want to begin? Now, if possible. What's the point of waiting? Good, Maverick nodded, then raised his hand and opened a portal to the surface. Let's go somewhere with a breeze and get this over with. Sarah stared at the incredible magic, her mouth half open in amazement. She had never seen anything like it before. But before she could ask a single question, Maverick stepped through the portal, with Ali following right behind him. She shook her head, smiled, and stepped in after them. Chapter 175, Holidays and a Commitment Delivered v. ch 195. The wind rolled in steady from the sea, brushing over the cliffside and rustling the grass. Clouds hung low in the sky, casting a silver hue across the rugged landscape. Below, the ocean heaved with powerful swells, crashing against the base of the cliffs in a deep, distant rhythm. Suddenly, the natural stillness was broken by a crackle of sparks and a sharp sizzling sound. A portal, edged with glowing orange light, tore open in the middle of the grassy stretch. From it, 3 figures stepped out onto the cliff: Maverick, Ali, and Sarah. "I've never seen space magic that stable," Sarah remarked thoughtfully. The moment she stepped out, she turned and started to observe the orange ring still sparking in the air. With a hum and a nod, she watched it shimmer for a few more seconds before vanishing without a trace. "Hey," she looked over her shoulder, already walking toward Maverick and Ali. "You have to teach me that someday." "Someday, sure," Maverick added with a chuckle. Then, getting back to the matter at hand, he asked, "Teacher, how does he take the potion? Any specific instructions?" "Not really," Sarah said with a lazy shake of her head. "Just gobble the thing down. Oh, and before that," she turned to Ali with a slight grin, "maybe take a dozen steps back." "Okay." Ali raised a brow but didn't argue. He turned and walked until he was about 20 feet away, then stopped and faced back again. "This must be the southernmost cliff, right?" Sarah asked Maverick while looking around the area. "Yes," Maverick nodded. Seeing her carefree demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh. "Teacher, are you really sure there's nothing else to prepare?" "Don't worry," she nudged him lightly with her elbow. "We've tested it on a lot of, subjects. I'm confident it'll work." Maverick studied her for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't trust her. He did. It was simply concern for his friend. But knowing Sarah, and knowing she wouldn't joke about something like this, he let the worry go, then called out to Ali, who was standing a good distance away. "Go ahead, you can start." Ali didn't hesitate. As soon as he heard the instruction, he uncorked the vial and gulped it down on the spot. "Quite bold. Where did you find him?" Sarah smirked as she watched Ali. His resoluteness spoke volumes, and from that one interaction alone, she could see just how much trust he had for Maverick. Maverick smiled and nodded in agreement. "It's a long story," he said, but then trailed off as he saw Ali suddenly clutch his chest, his face twisting in pain before he dropped to one knee. Maverick frowned. "Teacher, is this normal?" "Don't worry. The first transformation will hurt a bit, but after this, it'll be seamless, just like any other animagus transformation." Maverick glanced at her for a moment, then looked back at Ali, who was now half wailing, half growling, crouched on the ground. Clearly, it was more than just a bit of pain. Meanwhile, Ali was now feeling the full brunt of the potion tearing through his system. It was nothing like the transformations he had endured during every full moon. This was deeper, harsher, violent. The magical potion was quite literally reshaping him, every bone, every fiber, every cell pulled apart and rewritten from the inside out. And it wasn't just his body. The very magic flowing through his veins was being unraveled and reforged, raw and unstable, and it did not come gently. "Taya." He gasped, struggling to breathe as searing heat crawled under his skin. His muscles felt like they were being shredded apart, then stitched back together with burning thread, again and again and again. Ali clenched his jaw as sweat poured down his face. He had thought he was used to pain. After all, he had endured the curse of lycanthropy month after month, every full moon, each transformation anything but pleasant. But this was entirely something else. If those nights had been a breeze, then this was a wild and unrelenting storm. His legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, one hand digging into the dirt, the other clutching his chest as if trying to stop something from tearing its way out. Thump thump. Thump thump. From the very depths of his soul, he heard a heartbeat. If anyone who had gone through the ritual of animagus transformation had heard it, they would have recognized something familiar, a resonance, like the call of their inner animal. Similar, but not quite the same. After all, this was no animagus ritual. Finally, the pain became too much to bear, and he let out a raw, guttural scream. "Air!" With a sudden force, he slammed both fists into the ground, the impact echoing like thunder, unconsciously fueled by pure magic. Bam, bam. He continued to beat the earth for another half-minute before his screams finally faded, leaving only silence. A low, wailing sound of utter exhaustion escaped his lips as he lay there in a prostrate posture, bloodied fists resting on the ground and eyes closed. Then suddenly, his eyes snapped open wide. His pupils began to change, the round shapes narrowing into sharp, vertical slits. His teeth grew sharp, and his body snapped upright toward the sky as he let out a long, piercing howl. Ow! The call, whether a plea or an announcement, was something no one could mistake. It echoed through the air like the voice of something ancient. Yet, the bright sky and steady breeze softened the scene, making it far less tense and eerie than the usual werewolf transformations that happened at night under a menacing full moon. Interesting, Maverick muttered, raising an eyebrow as he watched the scene. But his reaction wasn't about what he saw, it was about what he was sensing. Using his magical sense, he felt a strong surge of magical energy pouring from Ali, and it wasn't small. It was more than the magic even a peak magus could radiate. He chuckled softly, imagining what was coming next. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he created a transparent magical barrier around himself and Sarah. "What are you doing?" Sarah gave him a puzzled glance. From her perspective, this wasn't necessary, especially since neither of them were simple mages. She herself was a powerful great mage, not to mention Maverick. Maverick chuckled, but said nothing, and continued observing what he was now sure was an incredible dual transformation. Whoosh! First came a shockwave like a sudden gust of air that slammed against the barrier. Then, boom! The earth beneath Ali shattered, ripping up grass and hurling debris in a wide circle around him. Son of a hex, is this really happening? Sarah finally realized, and her eyes widened in disbelief. I believe so, teacher. While magic surged outward from Ali like a storm, his appearance began to change as well. His screams started to sound more beast than man, no longer just cries of a man in agony, as the first unmistakable signs of his transformation began taking hold. Cracked. His body convulsed with a sharp, unnatural snap. Muscles bulged and stretched beyond human limits, veins pulsing with raw, volatile energy. His shirt groaned under the strain, seams tearing as thick arms swelled with power. His trousers split at the thighs, the fabric shredding like paper as his legs lengthened and thickened, reshaping into something far beyond human. Boom! Boom! The violet magic escaping from him grew more violent as his transformation neared completion. A shallow crater had formed beneath him, as if he were the source of some great, unstable energy. Cracked! Another sharp snap rang out like bones striking iron. His frame surged in size. Fingers stretched unnaturally, joints popping as his nails thickened into curved claws that scraped against the rocky ground. His chest heaved. Skin rippled and darkened, toughening as coarse fur burst through in patches. His shoulders widened, spine arching as his features twisted and reshaped. He looked no longer human, but also not yet fully the beast. Then his face began to stretch, bones shifting beneath the skin. His jaw jutted forward with a crunch, and his teeth lengthened into jagged fangs. His eyes flared open, glowing with feral intelligence. Grrr. Finally, a low growl rumbled in his throat, deep, primal, and building. It rose higher and higher until it tore from his lungs, erupting into a thunderous roar that shattered the momentary stillness and shook the cliffs like the cry of an alpha beast announcing its reign. Arooyar. Boom! An undeniable will descended over the area like a tsunami, commanding every creature in the vicinity to submit. In that instant, the innate power that lies dormant within all great mages surged forth from Ali, or rather, the beast he had become, marking not just his transformation, but his ascension to a rank beyond that of an ordinary mage. This is, Sarah stood with her mouth half open, utterly stunned by the astonishing feat unfolding before her. The transformation had been a success, that much was clear, but never had she imagined she would witness the birth of another great mage today. On top of that, what she was sensing now radiating from the creature was unmistakably the pressure of dominant spirit. Something that, in theory, only fully manifests when a great mage breaks through to the rank of archmage. Of course, the monster beside her, no, not the beast, but her student, was something else entirely. Maverick was never someone she measured by conventional standards. She didn't even try. And Maverick, who had rarely shown surprise during everything that had just happened, was taken aback as well. Only slightly, though. He reasoned that this overwhelming change likely had more to do with the nature of the transformation than with Ali himself. Or perhaps it was simply a surge of pent-up power, finally unleashed during this first-ever transformation. Either way, it didn't matter. What concerned him more right now was whether it was Ali or the beast that held control. And speaking of Ali's werewolf form, no, this monster looked nothing like the half-baked, scrawny, tortured creature he used to become during the full moon. This form was something else entirely. Massive, towering, easily 3 heads taller than Maverick with a far broader frame. His body was packed with muscle, wrapped in thick, coarse fur. He looked less like a man cursed and more like a beast born from power itself, bigger than even Greyback. More complete. A low growl rumbled from the creature's throat as it slowly turned its gaze toward where Maverick and Sarah stood. Maverick chuckled at the movement, sensing how the storm of magic around the beast had begun to settle, drawn inward and contained, as though it were now under control. That meant, most likely, it was Ali in control and not a mindless beast. Sarah, on the other hand, swallowed hard. The werewolf's piercing red eyes was locked onto her direction like a predator sizing up prey. Then, thud, thud. It started moving toward them, each step heavy enough to shake the ground. Maverick curled his lips into a faint smile, then silently dispelled the barrier around them. He tucked his hands casually into his trouser pockets, as if the towering beast approaching them meant nothing at all. Sarah, on the other hand, looked the exact opposite, tense. She quickly retrieved her wand from her storage ring and promptly stepped behind Maverick. Should we back up a bit, or maybe shackle it?" she proposed, her wand trembling slightly as she aimed it at the towering, 12-foot-tall beast approaching them. Maverick didn't answer her. He kept his gaze locked on the giant werewolf as it stepped closer and closer. Thud, thud, thud. The creature finally stopped just an arm's length away, and for a long moment, silence stretched between them, heavy with tension. Each breath from the werewolf came out in deep, steaming bursts, like pressure escaping from a strained and dangerous vessel. Neither man nor beast looked away. The world around them seemed to narrow, the sound of crashing waves and rustling wind fading into nothing. Time itself felt suspended, caught in the gravity of the moment. Their eyes locked, unyielding, unflinching, like two titans standing face to face. Just a silent battle of wills, waiting to tip one way or the other. "What's happening?" Sarah whispered from behind Maverick. She glanced at her student's face and found only a smirk curling on his lips, his head tilted up as he stared calmly at the behemoth towering twice his height before him. Once again, she was met with silence. She swallowed hard, and with the trembling hand holding her wand, she debated whether to wait for this unreliable student to act or cast a binding hex herself, until... Boom! She saw the giant werewolf suddenly drop to one knee with a thunderous stomp, then lowered its massive head in a slow, deliberate bow. She froze at the sight. It was submission. Complete submission. And then she saw the beast. Though still kneeling, it towered over them, begin to change. The dark fur started to pull inward, shrinking along with its massive frame. It was turning back into human form, but... Hey, kid, unless you're into that sort of thing, you might want to conjure something to cover him. Chapter 176. The Brave Who Ran CH 196. How is it? Do you feel any different? Inside one of the private chambers of the underground base, Maverick stood beside Sarah, both watching Ali, who lay resting on a narrow bed surrounded by a softly humming mix of magical and electronic monitors. It had been half an hour since Ali drank the potion meant to rid him of the lycanthropy curse. The result wasn't exactly a cure, more of an alternative, but all things considered, the outcome wasn't bad at all. Ali let out a long, weary breath and gave a slow nod. "Just tired. I haven't felt this drain since, well, ever." Nearby, Sarah was hunched over a piece of parchment, scribbling with quick, uneven strokes. "Expected," she muttered, then glanced up at one of the monitors and gave a small nod, more to herself than anyone else. Maverick glanced between the two, doctor and patient, as Ali answered all of Sarah's questions. And he was also aware that Ali was running on fumes, not just from how haggard he looked, but because his magical sense picked up almost nothing, as if the man's reserves were bone dry. Dangerously so. "Is this going to happen every time he transforms?" he asked, brow furrowed. Sarah shook her head and tucked the parchment and quill back into her storage ring before moving over to check another instrument. "No, the test subjects only experienced this kind of exhaustion after the first transformation. The body's gone through a complete rework, you see, magic, biology, the whole lot. But that's all done now, and the next transformations will be quick and painless, just like an animagus. No agony, no crawling around with broken bones. Just snap, and it's done." Maverick gave a small nod, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It was reassuring to know that his friend would no longer have to endure painful moons, or madness, or the constant risk of losing control. "Well, my friend," he said, patting Ali's arm gently, "get some rest for now. Once you're back on your feet, we'll run a few more checks then. Well, we'll talk about it then." Ali mumbled a tired "thank you" before sleep took him, and a moment later, he was out cold, soft snores rising from the bed. Sarah chuckled. "You haven't congratulated him on the other thing yet." Maverick shrugged and smiled. "Later, once he's awake and in better condition." He then turned to her with another matter. "Anyway, teacher, let's talk about the potion. Can it be mass-produced or not?" Sarah sighed, long and loud, folding her arms. "I knew you'd ask me that," she said. "Unfortunately, no. The potion needs Greyback's bloodline factor to work, and we burned through most of it during testing. What little we have left isn't nearly enough to mass produce." "Then, what about the other potion?" "That one's doable," she shrugged. "It can indeed be mass-produced and doesn't require rare ingredients." Maverick crossed his arms and fell into thought. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. At least, a better choice than the wolfsbane of today. "Let's work with it," he said at last. "We'll put it out there, announce the side effects and all. I'm sure there will be many who'd choose to rid themselves of the lycanthropy curse, even at the cost of their magic. Most werewolves, like my friend here when I first met him, just want their lives back." They continued discussing the arrangements, how and when to make it public, and even brought in their teacher, Edward, for his input. A remedy that could cure lycanthropy was bound to send shockwaves through the wizarding world, and they couldn't afford to take the matter lightly. Time passed. By early August, 3 weeks had flown by in the blink of an eye, and now, less than a month remained before the new academic year started. Maverick spent most of that time at the underground base, splitting his attention between overseeing Harry and Hermione's training and personally working with Ali. Just a day after taking the potion, Ali was well enough to stand tall again, and Sarah fully discharged him into Maverick's care. The first thing Maverick did was congratulate him on reaching the rank of Great Mage. After that, he personally and thoroughly tested Ali's werewolf transformation, confirming that the beast was completely under Ali's control. Moreover, just as Sarah had predicted, the change was instantaneous and painless, no different from an animagus transformation. From man to beast and back again, he could control it effortlessly, and Maverick finally let go of his last remaining worries for his friend. And since Ali was now officially a Great Mage, Maverick planned to make him his official thug, right-hand man. Up until now, Ali had been managing Maverick's growing empire mostly in name, while Maverick himself had to step in whenever something required raw power. But that was no longer necessary. Ali had the wits now and the strength to match. Unless an archmage decided to meddle and throw their weight around, there was very little he couldn't handle. And Maverick was fairly certain that the upper circles of the magical world, namely, the speakers, now knew better than to trouble him. After all, the display at his inauguration hadn't been just for show. It had been a message, loud and clear. In the weeks that followed, Maverick trained Ali personally, holding nothing back. He shared knowledge, passed down techniques, and offered the kind of experience that couldn't be found in books, everything Ali would need to stabilize and grow into his newfound power. It wouldn't all settle in at once, of course, but with Maverick's support, the path forward would be far smoother and faster than it would have been otherwise. By the first week of August, Ali returned to London, rested, recharged, and stronger than ever in both power and magic. He was more than ready to take up the mantle of leadership. With that settled, Maverick turned his attention back to Harry and Hermione, who were also now getting ready to return home. Even though he had spent most of his time with Ali, he hadn't forgotten about them, and would stop by to check on their progress as well. The two kids had grown remarkably, fitting, really, for the son of luck and his sidekick in the original story. The training sessions, especially the mock duels against Edward's students, had sharpened their skills to a fine edge. The instructors here were no less capable than Hogwarts professors, and arguably had more real-world experience in dueling. So even though Maverick hadn't personally given them pointers during practice these past few weeks, their progress, and the time they spent here, was far from wasted. Maverick was confident now. If they had to stand toe-to-toe with Newt-level Hogwarts students, they could hold their own, and then some. The summer had been long and intense, but also productive. From learning sorcery at Camer Taj to managing Jean's orientation, and dealing with Ali's beastly problem while organizing training for the two kids, it had been a very successful couple of months. There were, of course, a few things Maverick had planned to do with the Gryffindor duo that he hadn't managed because of the unexpected situation with Ali, which had demanded most of Maverick's attention. Still, Harry and Hermione seemed quite satisfied with their visit, and even appeared to have made a few new friends. But now it was time to head back. Only 3 weeks remained until school started, and the kids still hadn't bought their supplies for their third year. That was plenty of time, though, and Maverick didn't need to accompany them for that. So, the day after Ali left, Maverick drove Harry and Hermione back to London. After dropping Hermione off, he drove normally the rest of the way to the Dursleys' home on Privet Drive. By the time they arrived, it was around 7 in the evening. The sun had long since set, and the clear summer sky was dotted with stars. "Are you going with your aunt to get your supplies, or will you call the Weasleys to come with you?" Maverick asked, stopping at the doorstep of the Dursleys' home. Harry shrugged. "I'll call Ron and ask if they can come pick me up, if not." "Why don't you take your aunt?" Maverick suggested. "Show her around Diagon Alley. I mean, she's trying at least to make up for everything. And she's your only close blood relative, the only person connecting you to your mother." Harry scratched the back of his head, seeming to consider the idea. "You think it's a good idea, Professor?" Maverick chuckled. "I just thought of it, but it's your call. Don't feel like you have to take my word for it. Like I said before, you get to decide whether to forgive her and her family or not." With that, he turned away and waved a hand. "Go on then, Potter. I've got something to take care of." The door shut behind him with a slight nudge from his magic before Harry could say anything. Maverick didn't stop, but made his way toward his Porsche and opened the door. Just before getting in, though, a smile tugged at his lips, and his eyes darted momentarily toward the other side of the street, near a garbage bin. There, he detected a subtle fluctuation of magic, so faint it could only be noticed by someone with a highly advanced magical sense. One of the best advantages of being an animagus was that in their transformed state, their magic became almost undetectable, blending perfectly with the real animal they mimicked. And right now, Maverick had just spotted such a case. He knew exactly who this pretend old mutt was. Sirius Black, a large black dog with gleaming eyes, alert and watchful. And the dog, black at the moment, had its eyes fixed on the car and the man getting into it, thinking nothing was amiss and that his presence hadn't been noticed. Click! He watched as the car door shut behind the young man, and a moment later drove off down the street. The dog sat vigilantly, eyes fixed on the disappearing car, watching, always watching, with a flicker of madness glinting in their depths. Though he had been suffering like a true animal in the depths of Azkaban, he hadn't been completely cut off from the outside world. For reasons he never quite understood, newspapers would occasionally be delivered even to the prison cells. Apparently, even criminals had to stay up to date on the major happenings in the wizarding world. Or was it something else? He thought about it but couldn't come up with an answer. But it was precisely because of that ridiculous luxury that a few weeks ago, he had suddenly made the decision to escape. He was a man who had long since given in to his situation, perhaps wrongly imprisoned, perhaps not. He wasn't even sure he cared anymore. Not until recently, when he saw something in the news. Something that changed everything. Pushing aside the grim thoughts, the black dog, Sirius Black, relaxed and turned his gaze back to the house. Through the lit window, he saw the boy he was most curious about. Harry. He was seated at a table, and a woman, Sirius assumed it must be Lily's sister, brought him a cup and sat down beside him. They spoke with easy smiles and calm expressions, the kind that suggested a rare kind of peace. The dog tilted his head slightly, puzzled. He remembered James telling him that Lily's sister had been difficult, to say the least, but judging by what he was seeing now, perhaps he had misunderstood, or perhaps something had changed. Whatever bitterness that may or may not have once existed between his best friend's wife, Lily, and her muggle sister didn't seem, at the very least, to be affecting her son. Prrr. He rested his head on his paws, eyes still trained on the warm little scene playing out inside. It had been so long since he had felt anything like this. So long since he had let himself relax, even for a moment. He couldn't even remember the last time. But seeing Harry, his best friend's son, safe, healthy, and smiling, it brought a quiet ache to his chest. He wanted nothing more than to go to him, to walk up to the door, fall to his knees, and just say it, "I'm sorry." Again and again, until the guilt no longer burned. But of course that was only a dream, a fleeting thought. Reconciliation wasn't part of his plan. He didn't deserve it. Deep down, he had already decided that he was partially to blame for James and Lily's deaths. No matter what others said, all he wanted now was to find the one who had truly betrayed them, to find him and make him suffer. Perhaps tomorrow, he thought. Tonight, I just want to watch. He looks happy, right? A calm voice spoke beside him. Prrr. The dog let out a low sound and bobbed his head in quiet agreement. Yes, James Jr. looked happy, and he deserved to be even happier. Wait. Chapter 177. The Brave Who Ran, ch. 197. Woof woof woof. Sirius Black, currently in his animagus form as a large black English mastiff, could swear that not even the soul-sucking horrors of Azkaban had startled him this badly. And that was saying something. His animagus form had always granted him heightened senses, enough to detect the presence of nearby magical or non-magical beings, no matter how stealthy they tried to be. That ability had helped him stay at least partially sane in that cursed prison, avoiding the Dementor's attention by remaining a dog, and thus avoiding their dreaded kiss. But apparently, none of that mattered in front of this man. Sirius was sure, absolutely sure, that he had seen the young man get into a muggle car and drive off moments ago. So why was he crouching beside him now, as if they were bloody acquaintances? Woof, woof, woof. I truly hope that's not you cursing at me, Mr. Black, said the young man. He smiled, and Merlin's saggy left sock, that smile looked more dangerous than a swarm of Dementors. Sirius wanted nothing more than to bolt, especially after hearing that last part. How in Merlin's balls does he know it's me? Did that bastard Pettigrew sell me out that badly? Did the rat even spill our animagus secrets from school? Damn it. Woof, woof. And with that grim thought, Sirius turned tail, literally, and bolted toward the woods, sprinting as fast as his 4 legs could carry him. Branches whipped past him. The cool night air roared in his ears as he ran, 4 limbs pounding the earth, not daring to stop or look back. He might be a little insane after all those years locked away in that dark, soul-sucking cell, but he wasn't stupid. Even a brain-dead fool wouldn't be dumb enough to take on an archmage. At first, when he saw the headlines in the paper, he thought it was nonsense. Sensationalist drivel. But after breaking out and coming here to check on his godson, he discovered that little Harry had been traveling around with one of his professors. Curious, he lingered. Listened. The Dursleys mentioned the name in passing, and it rang a bell. So he dug deeper, stole a few older newspapers, scoured the archives from dustbins and alleys, and slowly it all fell into place. That same young man he had seen in the news months ago really was an archmage. If it had only been one article, he might have dismissed it. But they were everywhere, story after story, each more outrageous than the last, yet all circling back to the same name. There was no doubt anymore. Huff, huff, huff. He ran fast, desperate, driven by the singular thought of escape. In his mind, that young man must have discovered him. And surely, as Harry's professor, he would not allow a dangerous fugitive to roam free after being exposed, especially when that fugitive's so-called crime was directly connected to Harry himself. False as the accusations may have been, Sirius had no doubt that the world now saw him as the Dark Lord's most loyal follower. Ridiculous. Unfortunately, he could not change that. What had happened had happened. Nobody believed him back then, so why would anyone believe him now? But even so, he could not afford to be caught. Not now. Not before he found him. Not before he took his revenge. No way, no way. But the moment he broke through the trees on the other side, the hound skidded to a halt, and the dog's eyes widened with disbelief. He was back. It was the same stretch of road, the same night air, and standing in the exact same spot was that same young man, hands in his pockets, watching him with a faint, amused smile. What the hell is going on? With that thought, and without wasting a second more, the dog spun around and bolted back into the woods. Huff, huff, huff. He zigzagged through the trees, faster, sharper turns this time, trying to escape whatever trick was being played on him. But when he burst through another opening, woof, woof, woof. There he was back again, that same young man, waiting like he hadn't moved an inch. Panic welled up in Sirius's chest. What in Merlin's name is happening? His heart pounded harder as he sprinted back, faster than before, but once again he found himself at the same spot. Again and again and again. No matter which path he took through the woods, he always emerged in the same place. Woof, woof, woof. What the bloody hell have you done to me? Woof, woof, woof. Realizing he was caught in some kind of magic beyond his understanding, the hound barked frantically at the young man, who still stood there calmly, watching as if all this was a game. Leave me alone, damn it, leave me alone. Woof, woof, woof. His mind raced while panic clawed at his chest as his brain frantically tried to find a way out. But then, all of a sudden, his head began to feel heavy. His thoughts tangled, and the sight in front of him felt like it was, tilting ever so slightly. His head jerked from side to side, quick at first, then slower. And slower as the heavy feeling turned into a strange drowsiness, creeping over him like a fog, swallowing his senses whole. His breathing slowed. What have you, he mumbled, now barely conscious until. The rat. His voice trailed off into silence. Hiya. The sound of a sharp inhale, followed by frantic, uneven breathing, echoed through the air. Where am I? Sirius Black opened his eyes, taking in a dim, shadowy space surrounded by nothing but cold walls. Confusion gnawed at him as he struggled to piece together what was happening. Did I pass out? His gaze dropped to his body, and then a cold, harsh realization hit him. No, I was captured. He looked down at the thick ropes, firmly binding him to the chair. Aya. He strained against the bindings, but the ropes held strong and didn't budge an inch. Panic rising in his chest, he reached inward, desperate to trigger his animagus transformation. If he could just change forms, maybe he could slip free of the restraints. But nothing. It wasn't that it was difficult. It wasn't working at all. His body simply refused to change. His heart pounded harder, and a cold weight settled in his gut. The transformation that had once come as easily as breathing seems completely out of reach. His animagus magic was unresponsive. He yanked at the ropes harder, as more desperation fueled his movements until. You better stop, unless you want to break those already very fragile bones of yours. A calm voice from ahead made him pause and snap his head in that direction. There, standing just a few feet in front of him, was that young man, looking down at him indifferently. It's you. He struggled harder, the thought of returning to prison without taking his revenge flooding his mind. Let me go, boys. His voice was rough, and coupled with his sunken eyes and skeletal frame, He looked like a ghost barely holding on to what was left of his sanity. "Let me go," he barked, yanking at the ropes with twitchy, frantic movements. "Let me go and I'll give you. Galleons, yes, you want gold. I've got gold. You know who I am, don't you?" His eyes darted wildly. "Release me, I'll only kill that rat, and you can bury me alive in that godforsaken prison for all I care." Is it Pettigrew, the pet of the Weasley family? Maverick conjured a simple chair and lowered himself onto it. Yes, yes, that rat, that fucking traitorous piece of garbage. Wait, how do you know the rat lives with the Weasleys? Sirius narrowed his bloodshot eyes. Are you one of that mad fucker's followers too? You and that rat in the same boat? Huh. He yanked and twisted against the chair, growing more frenzied with every scream. Thud. Thud. Answer me, bastard. Why are you so close to James's boy? You sons of bitches, was it not enough to murder the kid's parents? What dark schemes are you lot planning now? Thud. Thud. Grrr. What the fuck is making that ruckus? In the middle of his outburst, he snapped his head toward the source of the heavy, trembling stomps and low growls. The sounds were grating on his already frayed nerves, each thud and growl increasing his irritation. But when he actually saw it, his sunken eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Grrr. It was a monster, familiar like his friend, Remus, yet not, no, this wasn't like the creature in his memory. This was something else entirely. Then, something even more bizarre happened, something that sent a shiver through his fragile body. The towering beast, easily twice his full height, leaned down. Its massive head lowered until its snout was inches from his face. Gulp. Sirius swallowed, mouth dry as parchment, dreading what might come next. SSSS. The monster leaned in and gave him a long, deliberate sniff, like it was savoring the moment before the inevitable. But then it suddenly recoiled, letting out a sharp snort of hot air, as if it had just inhaled something foul. Then it straightened to its full height, glanced at the young man standing ahead, and spoke. Actually spoke. Its voice was like grinding stone, cold, heavy, and inhuman, like a demon dragged up from the depths of the underworld. He reeks of rot, I won't eat him, my stomach's not that desperate. But if he refuses to answer, I'll start snapping bones one by one, slowly. Sirius Black sat petrified, wide-eyed and utterly terrified. Hearing that the beast wouldn't eat him at first made him breathe a small sigh of relief. But then, seeing the clear disgust in its eyes, he wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or something else. Still, it seemed there was no way to escape this place. And from what the beast had just said, they wanted something from him. Was it information about something, or secrets of the Black family? He watched as the beast thudded its heavy feet and strode past him toward the young man, then stood behind him like an obedient subordinate, waiting for instruction. The prisoner of Azkaban was terrified. Sure, Dementors there no longer made him flinch. He had grown used to them, fooled them into thinking he was nothing more than a dog. But this was the first time he was a prisoner in a situation where, he believed, pure, unrelenting torture awaited him. After all, why else would there be a monster here waiting to eat him if he didn't cooperate? And speaking of cooperation, Sirius thought, if I satisfy them by giving everything I can from the Black family they want, maybe I could go free. His mind raced with all sorts of possibilities as a heavy silence settled over the room. He was certain this young man desired something tied to the Black family, riches, or perhaps knowledge. Yes, his ancestral family's library must hold some precious, valuable books. Fine, what do you want? He finally asked, his gaze fixed on the young archmage sitting there so leisurely. Maverick tugged at the corner of his mouth, a faint smile appearing. Seeing the man finally calm down a bit, he thought to himself that bringing Ali along for an initial scare had been a good choice. Chapter 178, The Brave Who Ran, ch 198. Why don't you start by telling me what really happened that day? When you, apparently, blew up half a Muggle block and took a dozen lives in the process. That day. Sirius Black blinked, a little taken aback by the unexpected question. He braced himself to be asked about the Black family fortune, or maybe some dusty old secrets from his ancient family's library. but never did he expect to be asked about the most regretful period of his life. Why does this young man want to know about that time? Am I really wrong to think he isn't just after the Black family's wealth or secrets? Why, he asked, unable to hold the thought. He didn't realize it yet, but for the first time in a long while, his frantic, half-mad mind, worn down by years of suffering, had settled enough for him to think clearly before the madness could push him into reckless actions. Unbeknownst to him, a faint, whitish halo-like aura surrounded him, an invisible calm that was exactly why his racing thoughts had quieted for the moment. The Patronus charm, at the advanced level, gave Maverick many insights into the spell's versatile uses. Not just as a mere insect repellent, i.e., dementors, and what was happening to Sirius now was one such example. In addition to making someone feel emotionally uplifted, the Patronus charm could also, with subtle adjustments, calm a person's emotions, much like the draft of peace or a calming draft, which are used to relieve anxiety, agitation, and mild depression. Of course, that's not all it can do, but that's a matter for another time. Like I said earlier, I know about a certain rodent who's supposed to be dead, but is very much alive. I only found out recently. And the funny thing is, you just so happened to escape Azkaban right around the same time. Strange, isn't it? I didn't think that was a coincidence. Pettigrew, alive, and the man who supposedly killed him just so happened to escape Azkaban. How did you find out he was still breathing anyway? I saw the rat on the news. Sirius' eyes flashed with loathing. Not many know his animagus form, but I'd never forget that filthy little traitor. Maverick hummed thoughtfully. Of course, he already knew that, or at least he had guessed, pulled from memories of the original story. Still, it was good to confirm that the plots hadn't changed too much. Fate, what a terrifying thing. Even in a world so different, and with himself as the butterfly, it seemed some invisible hand was quietly correcting the ripples. I see, he murmured, brushing aside the shivering thoughts clawing at the edge of his mind. Anyway, back to your little question. Since Potter happens to be my student, I figured I should learn more about the case. Hence, why we're all here now. His gaze then sharpened. Now, Black, if you tell the truth, and believe me, I'll know if you're not. I'm willing to help clear your name. But if you really are the criminal the world believes you to be. His eyes flicked briefly to the beast beside him. Then I'll feed you to my friend right here, without a second thought. At his words, Ali, still in his monstrous form, grinned wolfishly, literally. His menacing pupils thinned into narrow slits as he loomed beside the young man, glaring straight at Sirius. The veteran prisoner of the most dreadful prison visibly paled. By Morgana's rotting knickers, what kind of two-faced lunatic is this? Sirius cursed inwardly, a cold sweat breaking across his back. One moment the kid sounded like a proper bloke, rational, calm, even weirdly charming. And the next, a bloody psychopath, all smiles and threats like they were the same thing. Swallowing a dry mouthful of saliva, Sirius turned his gaze from the talking pet demon to the young man. He sighed dejectedly, then, as his mind drifted back to that long-buried day, he finally prepared to speak. But first, he needed to clear a doubt swirling in his mind. Steadying his racing thoughts, he said, "I'll tell you everything. But first, could you please explain why, since you're my godson's teacher and a professor at Hogwarts, you haven't caught that rat yet? Surely a mage of your caliber wouldn't find it difficult." Maverick curled a smile. "I have use for the rat. It'll be caught when the time's right, and that's all you need to know for now." Sirius's eyes narrowed. "Use? Aren't you worried that a murderer's hiding in plain sight with the Weasleys?" "I said Black." Maverick narrowed his eyes, flaring his magic toward the haggard man, making the air grow heavy and tense. "Don't make me lose my patience. It's been living with the Weasleys for over a decade now, so a little more time won't make much difference. It'll be caught soon enough. And besides, it's only your word that he's a murderer. So you'd better start talking and convince me otherwise." Sirius Black suddenly found it hard to breathe. For the first time, he felt a glimpse of this boy, no, this archmage's unfathomable magic. Strong, ridiculously strong. Even his late father, a great mage before he was killed, had never radiated pressure close to what he was feeling now. And he had a sinking feeling this was only a fraction of what this kid was truly capable of. But just as that pressure came, making him feel as if his insides were gripped by an invisible hand, it vanished, allowing him to catch his breath. He took a few gasps, nodded reluctantly, and finally began to tell his story. He sighed. It all started after I became the secret keeper of the Fidelius charm for my best friend's home, during Halloween of 1981. Back when that mad fuck was terrorizing everyone. Basically, it was pretty much aligned with the original story Maverick remembered. Sirius had convinced James and Lily to switch the secret keeper to Pettigrew, believing he was the least suspicious choice and that it would throw Voldemort off their trail. He regrettably recalled never realizing that the rat had already been serving the Dark Lord. What happened next was that Pettigrew revealed the Potter's location in Godric's Hollow to Voldemort. The Dark Lord went there himself, killed James and Lily. But when he tried to kill baby Harry, the killing curse rebounded and destroyed him instead. Sirius, still unaware of Peter's betrayal, rushed to Godric's Hollow after hearing the news. He found the house in ruins, James and Lily dead, and Harry, somehow miraculously alive. He handed Harry over to Hagrid, who had been sent by Dumbledore, trusting the half-giant to take the boy to safety. It was only afterward that he finally realized the truth: Pettigrew had betrayed them. The Potter's location had only been known to him, and by the time the realization struck, it was already too late, as he regretfully recalled. Next, he remembered tracking Peter down on a Muggle street and confronting him. "The damn traitor," Sirius muttered with disgust. "After I cornered him, he started shouting nonsense. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but now I realize it was all to fake his own death." He spat to the floor with a sharp "to" and went on bitterly. "He screamed accusations, loud, clear, pointing the finger at me, framed me for betraying my best friend. Then the rat, filthy coward that he is, uses a blasting hex, kills a dozen muggles on the spot, then has the gall to slice off his own bloody finger, leave it there like some sick trophy." He gave a harsh, humorless laugh, all of it just to make it look like he died. "In reality," he muttered, venom rising in his throat, "he turned tail, changed into that damned rat form and vanished in the smoke. And just like that, I became the murderer. Pettigrew dead, Muggles dead, and me standing there, the perfect scapegoat." The Ministry people arrived not long after. I remember laughing hysterically amid the wreckage. At Peter, someone I had once considered a friend, for his cruel betrayal. I was heartbroken. In truth, I blamed. No, I still blame myself, at least partly, for my best friend's deaths. My mind was a mess that day. That's why I never denied being guilty of betraying the Potters, of murdering Peter Pettigrew, of killing those Muggles. I was the only one there capable of such, so naturally, I became the prime suspect. On top of that, some witnesses heard the rat shouting, blaming everything on me. With all that stacked against me, I was sent to Azkaban. Without a trial, not that one was offered, nor did I care back then. And that's where I spent the last 12 years. Chapter 179, The Brave Who Ran IV, ch. 199. Maverick wasn't just listening. Throughout the entire conversation, he had also been skimming the broken man's surface thoughts and quietly reading his emotions with his magical sense as well. Sure, he remembered how the events had played out in the original story. But at the end of the day, that was still just a story. Reality, especially in a universe as much of a chaotic mess as this one, could very well turn out differently. That was exactly why he had made Sirius recall everything for him, just to be sure. Fortunately, things had lined up more or less the way he remembered, and now, he could finally begin the next phase of his plans. "You are a pitiful man, Sirius Black. Brave, sure, taking Azkaban on the chin for choosing Pettigrew, knowing it got your friends killed. But let's be honest, it was also foolish. You never stopped to think the rat might have escaped, which should have been obvious if you'd even entertained the thought. Or you could have at least exposed him, brought some kind of justice for the Potters, who you've claimed time and time again were your closest companions. But instead, you let your guilt bury you. You hid behind your grief and called it penance. You're a coward too, Sirius Black, a brave man, who ran." "Ha ha ha." Sirius let out a hysterical laugh, loud and broken. Even Maverick's patronus, which had been quietly calming him until now, was beginning to lose its effect. Yes, I'm a coward, a bloody coward who ran instead of facing it all. A coward who let his best friend's son grow up in a muggle shithole, never knowing the truth. I knew it. I know it. But so what? What can change now, huh? What's left to fix? They're dead, James, Lily, all gone, and I. He tugged at the restraints, growing wilder with every word that left his mouth. I just ran like a useless, gutless fool, so yeah, call me whatever the fuck you want. I don't bloody care anymore. My heart, he growled, yanking hard at the ropes again. The bindings held firm, causing the chair to creak and nearly tip over. My heart only wants revenge now that I know the rat's alive. Killing that son of a bitch is the only thing keeping me breathing. You hear me, you condescending little fuck. Let me go. His eyes turned bloodshot as he thrashed against the restraints, yanking over and over, desperate to break free. His voice rose to a raw, broken scream. Let me fucking go. I want to kill the bastard who got my friends killed. I want to kill. Then, a quiet sob slipped out. Just moments ago, he had been thrashing in his chair, screaming for blood, his eyes wild and furious. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, his fury cracked. Maverick, even with his overpowered magical sense, found it difficult to grasp the barrage of emotions pouring off him. The little sanity Sirius had left was crumbling like a demolished building, and it was happening at an alarming rate. The broken man's whole body slumped as though the fight had drained out of him all at once. The ropes held firm, yet he no longer struggled against them. His breath hitched. A second sob followed the first, and then another. Let me go. Just let me go and... Maverick watched the man break down and let out a quiet sigh. It was time to end the interrogation. He exhaled slowly, then flicked his finger, and Sirius Black went limp, unconscious in an instant. Another flick and the ropes vanished, leaving the broken man to slump out of the chair. But just before he hit the ground, a soft mattress formed beneath him, cushioning the fall. Grrr. With a low growl, Ali, who had been silently watching the whole time, also moved. His form shrank, then morphed into his human self as he stepped toward the unconscious body. Do you feel sympathy for him? Maverick asked from behind. Yes, Ali didn't hesitate. But like you said, boss, he's a coward who ran. At the same time, that doesn't erase the fact that he's still an innocent man who's suffered far too long. Maverick tugged a brief smile at his friend's straightforwardness. He stood up, and the chair behind him vanished as he too walked over to Sirius and then crouched down beside him. Ali watched silently as Maverick retrieved a vial from his storage ring, and then placed a finger against the unconscious man's forehead. After a few quiet minutes, wisps of silvery substance began to rise from Sirius Black's head, almost like drifting smoke. With calm precision, Ali observed as his leader guided the strands into the vial before sealing it shut with practiced ease. Clean him up and take him to a guest room. Let him rest and give him a few rejuvenation potions while you're at it, Maverick said, rising from his crouch. But don't leave him alone, not even for a second. He gave Ali a brief pat on the shoulder as he passed, heading for the room's only door. Maverick could, of course, end it all right now if he wanted to, take the memories, capture the rat, hand it over to the ministry, and effectively reopen the case for Black. He had more than enough influence now in the Wisengamot to ensure that Fudge, or any other idiot, wouldn't be able to sweep the case under the rug to save face. But it can't happen now. Maverick needs Fudge to mess up badly enough before he takes action. Besides, the one who would make that happen would be Greengrass, not him. As for the rat, he planned to capture it tonight, without the Weasleys ever knowing a thing. Letting that garbage run free any longer was no longer necessary. Until the time came to use it, he would keep the coward locked up and miserable. Passing through a couple of doors, he stepped out onto an empty street in Hogsmeade Village. This was just one of the many properties he had purchased and converted into a safe house. It was nearly midnight, and not a soul was in sight. Then, a soft pop later, he vanished with the destination clear in his mind, the burrow. Half an hour later, he hovered over the Weasleys' property, peering down at the peaceful, though somehow oddly unsettling house. Or building, really, whatever it was. And next to him, a cage held an unconscious, scruffy brown-furred rat with a missing toe. It was hardly a challenge. Finding the rat, knocking it unconscious, and securing it in a cage took only a matter of minutes. As for how he got inside and past the wards, well, the house barely had any to begin with. The few in place were nothing more than simple muggle-repellent charms and basic intruder alarms. For someone like him, they were little more than a mild inconvenience, easily slipped past without so much as a whisper. Next, with a soft pop, he vanished once more, this time reappearing above the Greengrass family estate. Tonight's events, which had originally been planned for a much later date, had forced an early change. Several adjustments would now have to be made to the careful blueprint he had drawn up for the year ahead. Precisely, it was about freeing Sirius Black and, at the same time, dismantling Cornelius Fudge's political power. And since Greengrass would be the one leading that charge, Maverick had come to inform him of the necessary adjustments and deliver precise instructions. Inside the Greengrass Lord's private study, Jameson Greengrass sat across from Maverick, dressed in loose evening robes, staring in disbelief at the scruffy brown rat curled up inside a small cage on the desk between them. "So this is Pettigrew, the brave wizard who sacrificed himself to stop the mass murderer, Sirius Black," he asked dryly, sounding far from surprised. Of course, he was already aware that Sirius Black was very likely innocent, and that Pettigrew was still alive, as Maverick had told him everything long ago. By now, Lord Greengrass was a firm believer that Maverick was a powerful seer, especially since many of his predictions had already come true. "Yes," Maverick nodded. "Look after the rat for me. He can't transform or break out. I've placed strong enchantments on the cage. Just make sure he's fed so he doesn't starve. Also, the rat doesn't know I'm the one who captured him, so you can follow the original script I gave you. When the time is right, hand him over to Bones." "And what about Black?" the older man inquired. "Black's situation is a bit complicated, but one way or another, I'll get him to follow the plan too." Maverick sighed, thinking back to what had happened earlier tonight. Yes, Black also had a role to play in his roadmap, but the man needed to be sane for it. Still, he was confident he could bring Black on board, so he brushed the thought aside for now. "What's Fudge's plan for catching him?" Maverick leaned back slightly. Lord Greengrass smirked at the question. "That insufferable fool wants to flood Hogwarts with Dementors, convinced Black will make a move on the Potter boy. Many have raised objections, but stubborn as he is, he's determined to catch the escapee, regardless of the chaos it might unleash." "What a moron," Maverick muttered with a sneer. He couldn't fathom what on earth gave Fudge the confidence to think he could completely control the Dementors. "Well, stick to the plan. But because of this," he said, nodding toward the cage, "a few changes need to happen." Maverick then laid out to Lord Greengrass the steps he needed to take over the coming months. Things he had already been told before, but now with a few adjustments, mostly about when to act in response to certain news. It wasn't much, just a few key points, and in under 10 minutes he covered everything on his mind. "Remember, don't let anyone know about the rat until the time is right," Maverick said as a final remark. Just as he was about to get up, he heard the older man speak, hesitantly. "Leader, there's a tiny nuisance who's been nosing around our people lately. One of Fudge's." Maverick raised an eyebrow. "If it's so little, why bring it to me?" Lord Greengrass sighed. "It is little, but a persistent nuisance. Are you familiar with Dolar's Umbridge?" "Umbridge, Fudge's secretary." "Yes, she's been poking around, trying to figure out who's backing us, asking questions, making vague threats to some of our members. Thankfully, none of them are part of our inner circle, so she hasn't gotten anything. Still, it's a damn nuisance." Maverick narrowed his eyes in thought for a moment before finally standing up. It was well past midnight, and he didn't want to stick around any longer than necessary with a grown-ass man. "You can handle such trivial matters yourself, Jameson," he said with clear displeasure. It was, after all, a small issue, one that a man leading a major faction within the Wisengamot should be more than capable of handling on his own. Maverick then waved his hand in a slow circle, and a glowing portal shimmered into existence before him. Lord Greengrass's heart thumped as he sensed his leader's displeasure. And now that he thought about it, Such a minor issue really shouldn't have been brought to the highest level in the first place. My deepest apologies, leader. Such incompetence on my part will not be repeated, he said quickly, bowing his head as Maverick stepped into the portal, though no response came. That was until just before the portal closed. Maverick's voice echoed through the room, cold and sharp, sending a chill of regret down Greengrass's spine. If you need me to step on ants for you, Jameson, you don't belong in that seat. Chapter 180, The Brave Who Ran v. ch 200. London, inside a seemingly ordinary two-story house in the eastern suburbs. Bright white light spilled from the ceiling fixtures, illuminating a modest room with pale walls and a white tiled floor. There were no windows, only two doors. One appeared to lead out, the other with frosted glass, likely to a bathroom. Basic furniture filled the room. A narrow wardrobe stood against one wall, with a small dresser beside it and a single chair pushed in close. The bed was placed in the far corner. It was a single-sized one, and the sheets were still crisp and neatly arranged, except for the part disturbed by the man lying in it. This man was Sirius Black. He lay unconscious, his thin frame still beneath the plain shirt and trousers he now wore. The ragged clothes from his escape from Azkaban were gone, but the starved, worn-out look was still there. It was clear that someone had cleaned him up, and although the hollowness around his eyes remained, he looked at least a little more like a person than the walking corpse he had been just 2 days ago. A low groan slipped from his throat as he stirred. His fingers twitched. His head rolled to the side, and slowly, with some hesitation, his eyes blinked open. White. Everything was white. He squinted, groaning again as the brightness stabbed at his vision. For a moment, he couldn't tell where he was, and his heartbeat quickened as a flicker of panic rose inside him. "Where am I?" he muttered hoarsely, voice dry and cracked like brittle parchment. His mind clawed at half-formed memories, a rat in the newspaper, the cold of Azkaban, his godson. Then came the clearer part, getting captured by some pretentious bastard and dragged into an interrogation. Everything swirled together like smoke, scattered and hard to hold on to, and it felt like his skull might split at any moment. So for a while, he just lay there, pressing his eyes shut and letting the ache pulse through his head, not yet ready to make sense of where he was or how he had ended up here. Half an hour passed. The room was dead silent until... Click! A soft sound reached his ears, snapping through the fog in his mind. His groggy head turned toward it, and he saw a man enter through the door, a stranger with Middle Eastern features and sharp eyes, wearing an expression he couldn't quite read. He tried to place the face, digging through his already muddled memories, but nothing came. Then, a sudden realization hit him. This wasn't the important issue right now. With a jolt, he sat up and pushed himself off the bed. He glanced left, then right. There were only two doors, and both were behind the man standing in front of him. Without thinking, he took a step back and pressed his back against the wall. His breath quickened as his eyes stayed fixed on the stranger, who approached casually and stopped a few paces in front of him inside the room. "Who are you?" "Good," the man said with a nod, ignoring the question entirely. "At least you have not gone completely mad yet." The accent was thick, unmistakably Middle Eastern, and he at least ruled out that this stranger was a Brit. He saw the man tilt his head slightly, motioning toward the bed. "You should lie back down." "I said, who the hell are you?" he snapped impatiently. "Why am I being locked up?" The man didn't seem even slightly bothered by his outburst. "My name is Ali, and you're not a prisoner, Sirius Black, at least not in the traditional sense." Sirius tried to place the name. Ali, it rang no bells. He didn't know anyone by that name, not from the past, not even from Azkaban. Then he saw Ali's arms move beneath the coat he wore. Is he reaching for a wand? Should I tackle him? Could I even manage that? The thoughts ran through his mind, but Sirius just stood there, only more tense than before, and did not move an inch. He watched warily as Ali reached into his coat without hurry and pulled something out. It wasn't a wand. "This is rejuvenation potion." Ali held out a small vial filled with a swirl of colorful liquid. "I already gave you 6 doses since you collapsed the night before last. You must take one every 6 hours unless you are eager to die the Muggle way, what they call malnutrition." 2 days, Sirius blinked in thought. The ache in his head had eased enough now for memories to start falling into place. I passed out, and it's really been almost 2 days since then. He didn't reach for the potion right away. Instead, as his mind cleared a bit more, he finally gave the man in front of him a proper look. Are you his person? His, Ali repeated, then seemed to catch on. If you mean my leader, Caesar, then yes. He gestured toward the bed again, nudging his head in that direction. You need rest, Mr. Black. If I wanted to harm you, or hand you over to the British Aurors, I would not have bothered to clean up a grown man and dress him in clean clothes. He then pointed toward the small dresser. Or look at yourself in the mirror first. Stepping aside, he added, my orders were not to treat you like some honored guest, only to treat your physical injuries. I can do that just fine without pretending to be polite. The mirror, yes, it had been a long time. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen his own reflection. After a moment's thought, he took a step forward, then another, until he stopped in front of the dresser. He saw a man who looked like he hadn't had a proper meal in ages. The face staring back was pale and drawn, with sharp cheekbones and hollow eyes standing out against clean clothes and freshly washed skin. His shoulder-length curly hair and somewhat thick beard gave him a look that someone might mistake for a rabbi or a sheik. His frame was still skeletal, with barely any muscle or fat. Still, his noble black family genes gave him a hint of handsome features even in that state, though he was nowhere near the man he used to be. I would get rid off that stash and beard. You look nothing like the prince of a noble house. Sirius couldn't help but chuckle, though there was no humor in it. He turned around slowly. I assure you, I'm no prince. The name Black isn't something I'm particularly proud of. He walked over to the bed, sat down with a sigh, and held out his hand, palm open. That was quick, Ali said, raising an eyebrow. So, one look in the mirror and suddenly you accept your situation. Do I have a choice? Sirius shot back. Like you said, why would a grown man go through the trouble of cleaning and patching up another grown man just to hand him over? Ali tossed the bottle, and Sirius barely managed to catch it. Just to clarify, I used a cleansing charm and only magic to clean you up and replace your clothes. Anyway, my leader should be here this afternoon. Until then, we wait. Sirius let out a small chuckle, probably the first real one he had in years. His eyes then settled on the small bottle in his hand. He had to admit, if these people wanted to kill him or hand him over to the ministry, they wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. So with that thought, he uncorked the vial and drank it down in one gulp. The clock on the wall kept ticking, its hands circling steadily, and before long, 3 hours had passed. The two men now sat in the middle of the room, where the bed had vanished, most likely transfigured, and a table with a chessboard had taken its place. They faced each other in silence, eyes on the pieces, until the quiet was broken by the sound of the door opening. Both men turned their heads at the same time and saw Maverick step into the room. He closed the door behind him and walked over, a mildly amused expression on his face as he took in the sight before him. Am I interrupting something? He asked, conjuring a chair and settling into it before either of them could respond. Ali moved slightly as if to stand, but Maverick waved a hand, signaling him to stay seated. Sirius Black, Maverick then addressed the fugitive, who looked like he had far too many things to say. I imagine you have quite a few questions. You think, he asked rhetorically. Good, Maverick said, then added in the same breath, keep them to yourself. Maverick glanced at him briefly, ignoring the visible irritation on his face while noting the change. The neatly trimmed beard and cleaner appearance. In other words, he no longer looked like a beggar. Then he turned to Ali. Has he been taking the potions? Ali nodded. 1 rejuvenation potion every 6 hours, and a calming draft every 12. Maverick gave a short hum, then turned to Sirius again. I'll get straight to the point then. 2 nights ago, after you passed out, I went to the Weasleys, found Peter Pettigrew, and captured him. He's locked up now in a secure cage that I personally enchanted, and he won't be seeing the light of day until I hand him over to the Aurors. The moment the rat's name was mentioned, Sirius's face visibly twisted into fury. But just as he was about to launch into a rant, Maverick snapped his fingers, and his mouth clamped shut. Listen while I speak, Mr. Black. Maverick leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. The rat is caged and will remain so until I say otherwise, which will be in a couple of months when I hand him over to the Aurors. However, he paused and leaned back again, I can let you vent. Allow you to remove the rest of the rat's toes if you must. All that, of course, if you're willing to cooperate. He snapped his fingers again, and Sirius found he could speak. His chest rose and fell as he worked to calm himself. Why not just kill him? What's the point of keeping that traitorous garbage alive? Maverick shook his head. The resentment coming off Sirius at every mention of Pettigrew was just overwhelming. Peter Pettigrew is useful to me alive. That is all you need to know. Sirius clicked his tongue. He had heard those exact words more than once now. Then, why are you helping me? Maverick smiled, finally getting to the point. 2 reasons. He raised 2 fingers. First, your godson, Harry Potter, is my student. Not just any student, but someone I mentor personally. If you go and kill Pettigrew like a moron, you lose your only chance to clear your name. That means Potter grows up without any magical relatives. And worse, because you never cleared your name, he'll grow up resenting you. Maverick held his gaze. Now, you might be thinking, why does that matter to me? He answered his own question. It doesn't, not really. But since Harry Potter is my student, if he ever finds out the truth about you, the first person he'll come to is me. He'll ask why I didn't help, even though I knew everything. In other words, I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing it for myself, and for him. Sirius listened in silence. His expression changed slightly as the reasoning began to sink in, though the killing intent for Pettigrew still lingered in his eyes. But at the same time, deep down, he truly wanted to be there for little Harry. And for that, he knew he would have to swallow his anger, at least for now. And the second reason, Maverick's smile returned, is because you, or rather a place only you know, has something I want. Sirius couldn't help but curl a disdainful smile. Of course, he thought. Maybe it was the dog's brain in him that jumped to conclusions, but he immediately assumed that Maverick's real aim had something to do with the Black family inheritance. And what, pray tell, does your majesty want from my house? The gold, our dusty old library. Maverick's natural expression also faded. He caught a glimpse of the man's surface thoughts, ridiculous, and his brows drew together in a frown. Careful, Black, he said coldly. I've shown a lot of patience towards your continuous disrespect. His magic rippled through the room, making the lights flicker and the temperature drop sharply. Sirius's smirk vanished as he felt the raw power settle over him like a dagger pressed to his throat, and he realized he had overstepped. Again. Then, that feeling vanished just as quickly as it had come. Maverick now looked at him, not like someone he wanted to help, but like a man dealing with a tool he had to tolerate. His eyes turned indifferent as he said, What I need is at your old family home. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius took a breath and looked at him, trying to keep calm. I know the place. When do you want to go? He had more questions, like what could possibly interest an archmage in that crumbling old house, but he kept quiet and swallowed them all. He had already messed things up once and didn't want to make it any worse. He knew himself well enough to recognize how often he shot his bloody mouth off exactly when he should have stayed quiet. Tonight, Maverick said as he stood up. He glanced at Ali, who had been sitting there quietly, just observing, and gave him a nod. Then, without another word, he turned and left the room. Once the door shut behind him, Sirius let out a long breath. You should listen to his advice, Mr. Black. He's showing you a great deal of patience. Sirius gave a wry smile and waved a hand. I'll try to behave. Ali gave no further comment, got to his feet, and walked toward the door as well. He did feel sympathy for the man and could understand that his head might not be in the right place just yet. That was the only reason he didn't reprimand him for disrespecting Maverick, but he also made a mental note that this would be the last time. Anyone disrespecting Maverick would have to face his claws. I'll be back in an hour, he said, then went out to pick up something to eat for the two of them. Chapter 181, The Brave Who Ran VI, ch. 201. Islington, London. Not far from a quiet row of Georgian-style townhouses, 3 figures suddenly appeared in midair, about 100 meters above the ground. And in that same instant, a magical construct shimmered into existence beneath their feet, catching them as they landed smoothly in perfect balance. This was supposedly the site of the Black family's primary residence, known to most as Number 12, Grimmauld Place. In canon, little was revealed about their other properties or ancestral manors, but considering the noble House of Black was one of the most prominent names in wizarding aristocracy, it hardly made sense for their only estate to be a single hidden townhouse tucked away in the middle of London. According to Sirius, he had indeed grown up here. But there were other properties as well, one of them being his grandfather's home, which was most likely the true ancestral manor. "Over there," Sirius said, pointing ahead. He looked nothing like the haggard fugitive who had escaped Azkaban days earlier. Now cleaned up and dressed properly, he wore a crisp charcoal gray shirt, fitted trousers, and polished black boots. A sleek, all-black robe hung to his knees. If not for the hollowness still lingering in his face, he could have passed for a proper gentleman. Maverick moved the magical construct over the neighborhood, drifting block by block until Sirius pointed to one of the houses. It didn't look much different from the others, unremarkable, plain, but magic, as always, was meant to fool the naked eye. Maverick could already sense the powerful wards cloaking the building and gave a small nod, confirming this must indeed be the place they were looking for. He brought them down between two buildings across the street, landed silently, and first activated his magical senses to sweep the area. It wasn't that he was worried about being spotted. He had full confidence in the true concealment, extraordinary characteristic. But it didn't hurt to check for any aurors who might be staking out the place in case a certain fugitive decided to show up. It seemed he had thought too highly of Fudge. Not a single magical soul was in sight. "Let's go," he said, stepping out and leading them quietly across the street toward the house numbered 13. In the original story, a few years from now, this house would be hidden under a powerful Fidelius, courtesy of old Dumbledore. Anyone, muggle or magical, would see only the houses up to number 11, then jump straight to 13, as if number 12 had never existed at all. Sirius personally opened the door without any resistance, and with his permission, Maverick and Ali followed him inside. The wards, recognizing the Black family magic in Sirius's blood and his authority, made no fuss and allowed them through without any issue. "Wait a bit." As soon as the door shut behind them, Maverick raised a hand and told Sirius to hold. The wards might have recognized them, but Maverick remembered there supposed to be many portraits here, especially one of the most racist witches to ever live, hanging on these walls. He did not want to be met with any annoyance, so with that thought, he spread his magic and stretched out his hands, making subtle finger movements. There were no colorful flashes, but spell after spell silently flowed through the house, precisely targeting every magical portrait, whether out in the open or hidden behind walls. The moment he finished, Maverick sensed a magical ripple from a small room nearby. Sure enough, a second later, a small creature wearing worn-out clothes apparated into the living room and began darting around, searching for the disturbance it had just felt. Maverick, Ali, and Sirius were still cloaked under true concealment. No matter how hard the creature looked, it wouldn't be able to find them. "Guess I didn't have to call for it," Sirius said with a shrug, watching the target of their visit appear on its own. Maverick had already briefed him on what they were after. He hadn't mentioned that it was a Horcrux, only that it was a locket saturated with dangerous dark magic that needed to be destroyed. Sirius did not question him. After the screw-up earlier today and the cold shoulder he received because of it, he decided it was best to cooperate fully. Whatever this young man hoped to gain by handing Pettigrew over to the authorities later was not for him to question. Either way, he would get his revenge on the rat sooner or later, and after that, he would walk free. There was nothing to lose, except staying in the dark about a lot of things. He could know he would stomach that. And his change didn't go unnoticed by Maverick. Sirius had made a right mess of things earlier today for sure, accusing him of sniffing around for Black family gold when all Maverick was doing was helping him. It had pissed him off a bit, certainly, but not enough to bother holding a grudge. He let it pass and hadn't made things difficult for him since. "Who's there? Show yourself, you thieves. Breaking into the noble house of Black, how dare?" The house elf creature shrieked in outrage, stretching out one hand as if ready to attack. But before he could act, his small body was suddenly yanked off the floor and flung toward the hallway, stopping midair as if caught in an invisible grip. He tried to shout again, but his mouth clamped shut. Against Maverick's overpowered magic, he was helpless, like a moth caught in a sudden gust of wind. "Can you not kill it?" Sirius asked Maverick, watching him hold Creature aloft like a trapped animal. He didn't particularly like the house elf, sure, but still, it was the Black family's elf after all. "Who said I'm here for its life?" "Imperio." Creature didn't even have time to process what was happening. One moment, he had sensed foreign magic spreading through the house and came to investigate, only to find nothing. But in the next instant, he was completely at the mercy of that very nothing. His thoughts blurred, and his mind slipped away. The curse settled over him without the slightest resistance, or rather, whatever resistance he had was insignificant to stand against the power invading his mind. In moments, his will was no longer his own, held entirely at the mercy of another. "Take me to the locket left by Regulus Black." Under the Imperious, Creature did not hesitate for even a second. The moment Maverick set him back on the ground, the elf turned and began walking toward the stairs. They passed several portraits along the wall, and Sirius gave them a puzzled look when he noticed that each one had turned completely gray. He glanced at Maverick, quietly impressed but not surprised. They soon reached the upper floor and stopped in front of a door with a small plaque. "No admittance without permission from the owner. Regulus Arcturus Black." This was my brother's room. Sirius's gaze turned cold as he stood before the door of the man he once called brother. His voice held no trace of sorrow, only contempt. Regulus Black had been a firm believer in pure-blood supremacy, like everyone else in his family. But that wasn't why Sirius hated him. It was the cruelty, the blind loyalty to the murderous lunatic Voldemort, that made his blood boil. He never mourned his brother's death, and he had never tried to hide that fact. Of course, Maverick knew this was probably a misunderstanding. According to the original story, Regulus had realized what Voldemort truly was, just a power-obsessed lunatic, not the savior of purebloods he claimed to be, and died trying to destroy one of his Horcruxes. But Maverick didn't mention that, not yet at least. For one, he wasn't sure if the same was true in this universe, and for two, he didn't have time for all that right now. Maybe during the next Christmas holidays. Creature entered the room first and headed straight to the large, ornate desk at the back. Without hesitation, he pulled open a drawer. The moment the drawer opened, Maverick felt it, and so did Ali and Sirius. A wave of foul, cursed magic surged out from the compartment. "Stop," Maverick commanded before Creature could reach inside, and the house elf froze in place. With a small flick of his fingers, Maverick put the elf to sleep and cast a clean, precise obliviate to erase everything that had happened tonight from the creature's memory. "Mr. Black, you can take it back to its room or wherever it sleeps. I have no more use for it." Maverick levitated the house elf and brought it over to Sirius, who reluctantly took hold of it and nodded. He wanted to stay and was far too curious to leave now. "Better hurry up, if you want to see what we came here to find and destroy," Maverick said, catching the hesitation on Sirius's face and chuckling quietly to himself. As soon as Sirius left the room, Maverick's expression hardened, and his focus returned to the matter at hand. With sharp precision, he locked onto the drawer's contents, isolating the object that reeked of dark magic. It floated up at his command, gliding silently through the air before landing near them with a soft metallic clink. "Lumos," Ali murmured beside him, raising his wand. A soft glow filled the room, casting long shadows along the walls as both men turned their eyes toward the object on the floor. It was a locket, just as Maverick had expected, silver, aged, and heavy-looking, with an ornate serpentine S engraved across its surface. The moment the light touched it, a sickly sheen rippled across the metal, like oil floating atop dark water. Ali's brows drew together as he stared. "It's trying to get into my head." Maverick didn't look his way, keeping his eyes fixed on the Horcrux. "It shouldn't be difficult for you to resist it now." Indeed, Ali was no ordinary wizard anymore. His recent breakthrough had boosted more than just his magic, and his mental barriers had grown considerably stronger as well. The invasive whisper faded as if it had struck a thick wall, unable to take root in his mind. "I've come across all sorts of dark artifacts before," Ali said with a frown, "but this has to be the most revolting one yet." "You're right to think so, my friend," Maverick replied, lifting his hands and beginning to move his fingers in some strange but deliberate motions. "What you're looking at is a Horcrux, a piece of Tom Riddle's soul. To create one, the soul must be torn apart by an act of pure evil, which is why the magic radiating off it feels so foul. How many of these things have you destroyed?" Maverick paused in thought. "I've already gotten rid of 2. Dumbledore claimed to have dealt with one himself, and now this," he pointed at the locket, "makes 4. That leaves 2 more, 3 if you count the kid." "Harry Potter." "Yes." Ali nodded thoughtfully. Besides Edward, he was the only one who knew most of Maverick's plans for the future, so naturally, he knew about Harry and his role in it. Letting out a slow breath, he added, "No wonder the man went mad. I heard he used to be sharp and quite calculating in his early days. Splitting his soul so many times must have carved the sanity out of him." Or, Maverick also added, seemingly finished with whatever he'd been doing as he lowered his hands, maybe he was always mad. Tug, tug, tug. And just then, footsteps pounded up the stairs, and a moment later, Sirius burst into the room, looking winded but expectant. "So," he asked, "what's happening now?" Maverick glanced over his shoulder, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. Without answering, he raised a hand and snapped his fingers once. Click. Click. It was like watching glass form out of thin air. The room folded inward, the corners stretching as if caught in a moving reflection. Shimmering panes of translucent light rose up around them, sealing the space in a dome that bent light and sound. Walls warped, the floor glimmered, and the ceiling twisted into a mirrored sky. Sirius's jaw dropped slightly. What in Merlin's name? "We're in what's called the mirror dimension," Maverick said simply. "It reflects the real world, but nothing here is real. You can twist space, tear down walls, unleash even fiendfire. And none of the aftermath will affect the world outside." He gave a small pause, then added with a look toward the locket, "Which means whatever happens here, stays here." Chapter 182, The Brave Who Ran, VII, ch. 202. Screech. The terrifying, twisted, inhuman scream tore through the silence like something dragged from the depths of hell, reverberating through the mirror dimension and warping the space around like ripples through glass. Clink, ting, ting, clink. The locket twisted and thrashed on the ground, rattling loudly as pitch-black flames coiled around it. The fire moved like living serpents, cruel and hungry, wrapping tighter with each second, as if determined to drag something out from within. Click. Click, click. A thick, shadowy mist began to leak from the cracks forming on the locket's surface, then poured out in writhing streams, gathering together before shaping itself into a twisted face. Screech. Screech. It looked furious and in pain, but the cursed flames paid it no mind as they closed in, devouring the vile thing bit by bit. In just a matter of seconds, its screeches went from rage to guttural snarls, then turned into desperate pleas. "What is that thing?" Sirius Black stood behind Maverick and Ali, looking truly shaken by the horrific sight. And coming from a man who had spent more than a decade locked away in the deepest, darkest corners of Azkaban, his reaction said plenty about just how disturbing the scene really was. "It's a soul, or it used to be," Maverick explained without looking back. "That locket was said to have once belonged to Salazar Slytherin himself, but now it's been twisted into something purely evil." "Whose soul do you think that is, Mr. Black?" he then asked the man, glancing slightly over his shoulder. Sirius didn't need long to guess the answer. The locket had been found in his dead brother's room, and Regulus had once been a fanatical follower of the Dark Lord. Voldemort, the name slipped from his lips like a curse. His fists clenched, and now that he knew whose soul it was, the same monster who had killed his closest friends, Sirius's fear faded quickly, replaced by a grim sort of satisfaction. As the seconds passed, the blackened soul fragment thrashed and twisted, growing more and more desperate to escape. But without the locket to anchor it, there was nowhere for it to run. It couldn't fight. It couldn't hide. Finally, after one last twisted shriek, it collapsed in on itself and crumbled into ash, gone for good. The whole thing hadn't taken long, really. From the moment Maverick had unleashed the fiendfare to now, barely a minute had passed. Is that it? Ali glanced at Maverick, feeling the whole thing had ended a bit, anticlimactically. Maverick hummed thoughtfully, then scanned the charred remains of the locket with his magic, checking for any lingering traces of anything unnatural. He sensed nothing unusual, but just to be safe, he let the real expert have the final say. With a flick of his finger, the burned lump of metal flew into his hand, and sure enough, the system didn't prompt anything from it. It's done, yes, he gave a short nod. Sirius also stepped closer, frowning as he looked down at the blackened scrap. How did the Dark Lord's soul end up in something my brother kept? I thought he was supposed to be dead. Maverick curled a smile, then closed his fist. The charred remains cracked and crumbled like brittle glass, slipping through his fingers and scattering as ash across the floor. Turning to the fugitive, he answered, "He never died, Mr. Black, but you just helped destroy a part of him. So, congratulations." With that, snap, the world around them rippled. The mirror-like warps in the walls began to smooth out. The shimmering bends in space snapped back into place. Edges sharpened, colors deepened, and with a soft click, like glass settling into its frame, the mirror dimension peeled away, returning them once more to Regulus Black's old office. "We're done here." Saying that, Maverick gave a slight nod, signaling it was time to leave. "Wait," Sirius stepped forward. "You can't just drop something like that and not explain anything. What the hell do you mean that madman isn't dead?" He wasn't convinced, and for good reason. Maverick understood it as well. "My friend will fill you in, Mr. Black." He had no intention of keeping the man in the dark, and telling him about old Valdi now wouldn't make any real difference to his plans anyway. With that thought, he opened a portal in the middle of the room and stepped through. Behind him, Ali let out a quiet sigh, already thinking he would be stuck playing babysitter for this grown-ass walking trouble a while longer. "Come, Sirius Black, we have a lot to talk about and I shall explain to you everything." A couple of minutes later, they were back in the same residence where Sirius had first been brought to recover and heal. "What you need to do now, Mr. Black, is focus on healing. The Ministry has mobilized the most unthinkable assets in their arsenal to search for you, all over London, and even at Hogwarts." Sirius sat down on the bed, listening to Maverick's instructions, reluctantly, of course, since they mostly boiled down to one thing: he wasn't allowed to leave the place. That said, he understood the reason. He had more or less recovered by now, at least enough to think rationally. He let out a bitter chuckle at the mention of unthinkable and muttered, "Does Fudge really think that highly of me? Sending unspeakables, of all people." Maverick sneered and shook his head. "No. Although you're probably the first recorded escapee from Azkaban, you're still not relevant enough for those old relics to make a move. And Fudge, just because he runs the Ministry doesn't mean he has the power to order them either." By now, Maverick had learned a great deal about the British Ministry of Magic from Lord Greengrass, things that weren't written down, but were core secrets known only to the upper circle of power. One of these secrets involved the so-called unspeakables. Apparently, there were 2 great magi among them who weren't registered with the ICW. That also made him realize that much of what's on record might not be the full truth. Who knows how many old fossils are out there, quietly hiding their true abilities all over the magical world. He paused at the thought, then added to his earlier remark, "It's your old buddies from Azkaban, the Dementors, who have been let loose to hunt you down." "You're joking?" the fugitive asked, taken aback. "I'm afraid not," Maverick said firmly. "Precisely, it's because of those creatures you have to stay hidden for now. They don't have eyes, but their senses are sharp, and they can detect magical signatures. So unless you can stay in your animagus form indefinitely, even if you disguise your face as someone else, they can, and will, eventually track you down." "Am I then supposed to stay here for Merlin knows how long until you finish whatever it is you have in mind?" Sirius asked again, though this time without the maddening rage. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not being ungrateful and can think clearly now, but it's just—" "Not for long," Maverick cut him off. "I'm already working on something to disguise your face and suppress your magical signature. It'll take a couple of days, but until then, just stay put. He glanced at Ali and added, "In the meantime, my friend here will fill you in about what happened earlier and about Tom Riddle too." Of course, that wouldn't be all of his secrets, just enough to keep Sirius in the loop without it affecting anything important. Maverick didn't say that part out loud, and Ali understood it without needing him to spell it out. The fugitive's face lit up at the mention of being able to move freely. He didn't doubt Maverick could deliver on what he had just promised and said gratefully, "I understand and thank you." Maverick smiled inwardly. Finally, the man was cooperating sincerely, and the rest would be easy to handle. Glancing back at Ali, he said, "I'll return in a day or two. After that, you can take him along wherever you go." Back to Sirius, he advised one last time, "Remember, Mr. Black, this is all for your own good. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Follow Ali's instructions, and depending on how well you cooperate, we'll tell you more. Like why I'm keeping Pettigrew captured instead of handing him over to the Ministry or killing him outright." Sirius's fists clenched at the mention of the rat again, but he kept his temper in check and gave a stiff nod. "Good," Maverick gave one last look, then turned and left the place. Chapter 183, The Brave Who Ran VII, ch. 203. Time passed, and soon the remaining weeks of the summer holidays were drawing to a close. True to his word, Maverick crafted a disguise much like the ones he had made for the Stark couple, with some added features to conceal the magical signature. It wasn't difficult. After all, the alchemical technology wasn't new. Most ancient family rings had the ability to hide a wizard's magic, and Maverick only needed to make subtle adjustments to that. Sirius Black was recovering at a noticeable rate, slowly putting on muscle and a bit of fat to fill out his skeletal frame day by day. With the ring on, he no longer had to worry about being discovered. He looked like a completely different person to the eye and even to any extraordinary senses. He followed Ali without protest, and at last, Maverick had the time to focus on other things. And speaking of other matters, out of Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes, only Nagini and Helga Hufflepuff's cup remain as material objects. The locket has been destroyed, making 4 out of 7 gone, and Harry Potter is a whole other matter entirely. That serpent, Nagini, had been especially difficult to track down. Over a year had passed since he had people searching for it, but there were still no leads. The goblet, however, was almost certainly hidden inside Gringotts and wasn't going anywhere. Maverick already had a solid plan to steal it, but that was something to deal with at a later date. The next few days, Maverick spent organizing the lesson plans for the new year. Once again, his workload at school was set to increase. Last year, he taught 1st and 2nd grades, then 6th and 7th. This year, 3rd grade would be added to the list, but it would still be manageable for him. He also paid a visit to Durmstrang to discuss the inter-school Quidditch tournament, offer advice, and introduce his own people who would take key parts in organizing the event. After all, this was his project, one that generated a lot of galleons for him, and he couldn't just blindly hand it completely over to the host school. This year, Hogwarts would be traveling to Germany, but unlike the previous year, Maverick didn't plan to escort the students himself for every round of the tournament. He would let another professor handle that. Of course, if Hogwarts made it to the finals, that would be a different story. And while he went on getting one thing after another checked off his list of personal and Hogwarts-related tasks, at Diagon Alley, Harry Potter finally found out about the escape of Sirius Black, apparently Voldemort's most loyal follower. After coming back from America and spending a couple of days at home, Harry got in touch with the Weasleys, and the Redheads came to pick him up from the Dursleys. Coincidentally, the time he sent his owl was just as the Weasley family returned from their vacation, so together, they came to Diagon Alley to buy the year's school supplies. At this time, Harry was taken to a corner inside the leaky cauldron by good old Mr. Weasley to tell him a big, not exactly a secret. Posters of Sirius Black were plastered everywhere, and nearly every magical soul in Britain now knew of the man's escape. "You best be careful this year, my dear boy. A dangerous criminal is on the loose, as you can see," Mr. Weasley said, nodding toward the wanted poster on the wall not far from them, then turned back to Harry with a series of odd expressions, like he was trying to say something without actually saying it. "I know, Mr. Weasley. Everyone knows, Harry said, looking puzzled as to why Ron's dad was going through so much trouble just to tell him that. Good, good. Mr. Weasley clearly didn't realize he was only making Harry more confused, when all he meant to do was make the boy a little more cautious this year, without actually revealing the whole truth. But the way Mr. Weasley's eyes kept darting left and right, glancing around nervously, did nothing to help his case. It was plain as day. Even a half-blind troll could tell he was either hiding something or afraid of being overheard. And as a result, even Harry, with his classic Gryffindor brain, finally caught on that something was off. "You think Sirius Black escaped to come after me?" Harry asked, bewildered by the sudden thought. "What? No, how did you?" "But why? What did I ever do to him?" Harry pressed on, and gave the older man no room to refute. Poor Weasley, he had truly bitten his own tongue. Merlin's thick beard, why did I even start, he thought. He had only meant to warn Harry to be careful, to avoid sneaking around the school after curfew, especially that dangerous forest they called Forbidden. And as a former ministry official, he was well aware that the area didn't fall entirely under the castle's protective measures. He also knew the kind of troublemaker this boy was, and his own sons no less. Trouble didn't find them, they went looking for it themselves. That's all Arthur could think when it came to these kids. Sigh. "Listen, Harry, that criminal won't be able to reach you as long as you stay inside the school. I'm just saying. Try to stay out of trouble this year, will you? No late-night adventures and absolutely no sneaking around after curfew." Arthur realized he had failed rather miserably at achieving what he had intended in the first place, and could only fall back on a stern warning. Unfortunately, that, too, had the opposite effect on the boy who lived. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Weasley," Harry said with a sheepish grin. "Besides, you haven't answered my question, why would that criminal be coming after me?" That Gryffindor curiosity kicked in hard, and now Harry was dead set on getting every detail. "I need to know," he pressed. "And would he really be stupid enough to come to Hogwarts? There's the headmaster, and Professor Caesar after all." Arthur opened his mouth to respond to the barrage of even more sensitive questions, but hesitated. He was dangerously close to digging himself into a deeper hole, and Harry didn't look like he was going to let the matter drop. Begrudgingly, the older man realized he had already said too much. There was no point in holding back now. With a heavy sigh of resignation, he finally offered a vague but honest admission. "It's not that they're stupid, Harry. You can't judge Vald. You know whose followers, especially a madman like Sirius Black by normal standards. They're absolutely mad beyond reason, the lot of them. But you're absolutely right on one thing. With Headmaster Dumbledore and Master Caesar at the school, Sirius Black won't be able to lay a finger on you." "Arthur, what are you two whispering about so secretly?" Mother Weasley's sudden call startled the man, and he quickly swallowed the rest of what he was about to say. "Right, you got the general idea," he whispered one last time to Harry before turning to his wife. "Nothing, dear. Just checking if Mr. Harry here managed to buy everything earlier today." "Really?" Mrs. Weasley narrowed her eyes at him like a hawk, making Arthur swallow nervously before she turned to Harry with her usual warm smile. "Well, did you manage to buy everything?" Yes, Mrs. Weasley, everything's bought. Fred and George went with me this morning, remember?" Harry answered, fidgeting a little. She really was a strange mix of motherly warmth and quiet intimidation. "Wonderful," she smiled, then sighed. "Ron still has a few things left to get, and would you believe it?" She shot a sharp look at Arthur, who was supposed to be keeping an eye on the boys while she went with Ginny. "He's been lying asleep all morning while the three of you were off shopping. Honestly, I've given him a proper telling-off already, such a lazy boy." Harry's eyes twitched, and he spared half a second of silence for his best buddy. She was right, though, Ron hadn't exactly been in the best mood. This morning, he, Fred, and George all tried to wake him up, but he just grumbled and stayed stubborn. There wasn't much they could do, so they left him to sulk. "Would you do me a favor, dear, and check on him?" Mrs. Weasley asked, this time with real worry in her voice. "He's been in such a state ever since that pet of his disappeared, sulking like it's the end of the world. Honestly, that boy. Usually one stern word from me is enough to set him straight, but losing Scabbers has really got to him. "I will, right away, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said quickly, and with that, he turned and ran off toward the stairs where the Weasleys had booked their rooms. And speaking of pets, meanwhile, in another part of Diagon Alley, Hermione Granger was strolling alongside her mother and father when she suddenly came to a halt in front of the magical menagerie. Behind the glass, a large, fluffy ginger cat sat lazily on a perch, its squashed face and thick tail twitching slightly in boredom. Its eyes, golden and oddly intelligent, met hers through the glass. Hermione's breath caught. She stared, wide-eyed, with an expression that hovered somewhere between surprise and wonder, as if she'd just recognized something she hadn't even known she was looking for. The butterflies had long taken flight, wings stirring currents that twisted the flow of fate, but even in chaos, time has a strange way of guiding the pieces back to where they belong. One by one, the puzzle finds its shape. Next chapter, we officially start Book 3. The summer holidays arc ended up dragging on longer than I originally planned, but honestly, I'm pretty happy with how it all turned out in the end. I really tried my best to cut down on redundant paragraphs as much as possible, and I hope you guys noticed that too. Please leave your feedback. Seriously, your constructive criticism helps me improve how I tell the story more than anything else. And finally, thank you so much for your continued support. Over 200 chapters and 400,000 words in just half a year, I never thought I'd actually pull that off. All the credit goes to you, my amazing readers. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 184, Expect No You Don't. Ch 204. September 1st, 1993. The morning sky over London was a cool gray, brushed with streaks of pale gold where the sun had begun to break through the clouds. A light breeze carried the scent of autumn leaves and chimney smoke, brushing gently against coats and jackets as people walked along the streets. Cars moved steadily through the narrow roads, buses hissed to a stop beside crowded pavements, and people hurried in every direction, holding coffee cups or checking their watches. Parents guided sleepy children toward school, tourists squinted at folded maps, and office workers rushed toward trains and underground stations. It was the kind of morning that felt like a fresh start, and it was, as schools were opening their doors for the start of a new academic year. At King's Cross Station, the pace only quickened. The air was filled with the sounds of trains coming and going, whistles blowing, and announcements crackling over the loudspeakers. Suitcases rumbled across the floor, and voices rose and echoed beneath the high ceiling, blending into the familiar chaos of a busy morning. Passengers hurried between the numbered platforms, weaving past one another, some bound for Edinburgh, others for Leeds or Newcastle. Most had no idea that, tucked quietly between platforms 9 and 10, there stood a stretch of wall quite unlike any other. To ordinary eyes, it was nothing more than brick and stone. People brushed past without a second glance, their attention fixed on tickets, luggage, or the morning paper. But if someone looked closely, very closely, they might have noticed something strange. A boy pushing a trolley loaded with a large trunk had just vanished straight through that very same, seemingly unremarkable wall. A moment later, a woman followed, her hand resting gently on the shoulder of another child carrying a cage with a snowy owl inside. No one seemed to notice. Every now and then, a similar scene would play out, yet to the rest of the station, nothing appeared out of the ordinary, as if some unseen force gently nudged their attention elsewhere, causing them to ignore it entirely. After all, there was magic at work here. This was the entrance to Platform 9 and 3/4, a hidden gateway between the ordinary and the extraordinary, shielded by powerful enchantments that only a few could see and even fewer could understand. Stepping through it, everything changed. On the other side, the atmosphere was entirely different. The air felt warmer, livelier. The platform buzzed with movement and sound, full of the familiar charm of the magical world. The scarlet steam engine of the Hogwarts Express stood proudly on the track, releasing gentle puffs of smoke that curled into the bright September sky. Children in black robes weaved through the crowd, some dragging their trunks behind them, others levitating their luggage with a flick of their wands. There was a sense of urgency, but also excitement in the air. Just like schools across the country were opening their doors for a new term, so too was the School of Magic. For young witches and wizards, this was the start of another year filled with spells, potions, and all manner of magical learning. And it began, as always, with this familiar scramble to board the train on time. A little farther down the platform, a nervous first year clung tightly to her mother's hand, wide-eyed and silent as she took in the bustling scene around her. Not far off, a group of older students were already laughing and catching up, trading stories and thumping each other on the back like no time had passed at all. Parents stayed close, not quite ready to say goodbye. They adjusted robes, handed over packed lunches, and brushed away specks of dust that weren't really there. The whole platform buzzed with energy, quick hugs, last-minute reminders, and the usual jumble of farewells. By now, the crowd had grown into the thousands, with parents, students, and staff filling every corner of the platform. But not everyone here had come through the enchanted wall from King's Cross Station. Near the stone barrier at the far end, soft cracks sounded now and then, the quiet pop of people apparating in. Many wizarding parents preferred to arrive this way, appearing out of thin air with their children clinging to their arms. Amid the hum of voices and steam, no one gave them a second glance. It was all perfectly normal here. And at that moment, at the far end of the platform, tucked away from the bustle and drifting steam, a similar soft crack echoed through the air. Two more figures had appeared, one tall, dressed in a long black coat, and the other a little girl with a satchel slung over her shoulder, still clutching the man's arm from their slightly bumpy arrival. The girl clearly did not look like she had just had a pleasant experience. She was half-crouched, coughing, and holding one hand to her head as if the world was still spinning. The man beside her, however, seemed rather amused. He stood calmly, waiting as she got her balance back. It did not take long. Once she straightened up, he gave her a pleased smile, said something quietly to her, and began walking toward the train. "I don't think I'll ever get used to that, Professor," she muttered, trailing after him. "I never want to do that again." The man chuckled. Right, let's find Harry and Hermione first." The girl perked up at the mention of the two familiar names, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She glanced around, taking in the scarlet steam engine and the lively scene on the platform. She was Jean Grey, of course, and the man beside her was Maverick, who had gone to the States to bring her here. Originally, he had planned to let her experience walking through the enchanted wall at King's Cross Station. But he had already told her there were two ways to reach platform 9 3/4, and Jean had been adamant about coming by the second option. She was probably regretting that decision now. Meanwhile, near the usual entrance to the platform, a group of boys and girls had just come through, most of them with the same unmistakable shade of red hair. The Weasleys had arrived, all together as usual, with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley flanking their children like bookends. Among them were two who didn't quite match the family look, Harry and Hermione, of course. "The sooner we get on the train, the better," Ron muttered, nudging Harry's arm as he quickened his pace. "I want to get away from Percy. He's been reminding me he's a prefect every single day, bloody annoying." And right on cue, the man in question strode past them, nearly knocking Ron aside as he puffed out his chest and called, "Penelope!" His voice was bright with importance, and he made sure his shiny new badge caught the light as he marched over to a girl with long, curly hair. "That's his girlfriend," Ron added, looking even more annoyed for some reason. "Come on, let's go," he said again, tugging at Harry's sleeve. Harry shrugged and followed without any protest, seeing that his friend had at least moved on now from losing that pet of his. But just as they took a few steps toward the train, Hermione jogged up behind them. "Wait, you two, why are you in such a hurry?" "Ron wants to find an empty compartment before the train fills up," Harry said straightforwardly. Hermione crossed her arms. "Are you forgetting something?" Harry cocked his head. Forgetting what? And then he realized what she meant. "Right, Jean." "Yes, Jean. We're supposed to wait until Professor Caesar arrives with her." "The girl from America, right?" Ron asked them. Harry and Hermione had already filled him in on what he had missed while he was vacationing in Egypt. Needless to say, he wished he had gone too, but the time he spent with his family wasn't bad either, so he didn't sulk much. "There she is," Hermione suddenly pointed across the platform. "Jean, she called, waving excitedly before running over. The girl on the other side spotted her as well and ran toward her in return. "Did you learn any spells yet?" Hermione asked the moment they hugged. They looked a lot like sisters than friends in that moment, grinning wide and talking over each other. Maverick followed a few steps behind Jean. His purpose was simply to escort her to the station, not to travel with her all the way. "I'll leave her to you, then," he said with a nod to the trio. Turning to Ron, he added, "Mr. Weasley, heard you had a fun summer." Ron smiled. "I did, Professor, though I wish I could have joined them too." "Next time then," Maverick told him. Then, turning to Jean one last time, he added, "Good luck, and I'll see you at school." He turned and left without drawing any attention to himself, making his way toward the train. No one around seemed to notice him, almost as if he wasn't even there. It was like when Muggles passed enchanted wards or walked right by a notice-me-not spell without ever realizing it. Only in his case, both Muggles and wizards overlooked him, except, of course, the few like the trio he had revealed himself to on purpose. As for why he was boarding the train, it was simply to make sure things played out the way they had in the original story. There was a separate staff compartment near the front, and that was where he planned to stay, just resting during the trip, with no intention of interfering in anything. And things might not go exactly as they had in the original story. After all, Harry and Hermione weren't exactly pushovers anymore. They had already learned to cast the Patronus, at least partially, and that alone could change a lot. Meanwhile, Hermione had already taken the lead, and was ushering Jean and the others onto the train. They checked the compartments one by one, looking for an empty one, but each seemed to already be occupied, with at least one student inside. Making their way toward the back, they continued searching and even passed a compartment where an adult man in shabby robes was fast asleep, slumped against the window with his face hidden behind a copy of the Daily Prophet. Deciding that wasn't the place for them either, they moved further down the corridor until, thankfully, they found an empty one near the end. As soon as they had settled into the compartment, Hermione turned eagerly to Jean. "Right, tell me everything you learned over the past month." "Seriously," Ron groaned, slumping into his seat. "School hasn't even started yet, Hermione," Harry added as well, clearly having the same thought as his best buddy. Hermione either didn't hear them or simply chose to ignore them. Jean giggled at her enthusiasm and happily launched into a lively account of her past few weeks. The chatter filled the compartment, and soon Harry and Ron joined in as well. Hermione's new cat, Crookshanks, was curled up like a furry cushion under the table, looking perfectly content with the atmosphere. Finally, about half an hour later, the train gave a soft jolt and began to move, slowly pulling out of the station. Chapter 185, Expect No You Don't, Roman 2, ch. 205. The Hogwarts Express let out a loud hiss, followed by a long whistle, and began its journey with a heavy lurch, its wheels clacking into a steady rhythm as it pulled away from the station. Inside the train, faces pressed up against the glass as windows flew open with a rattle of old frames and creaky hinges. Little hands waved out eagerly, some with big smiles, others, mostly the first years, trying hard to hold back a few tears. Harry, seated beside the window, slid the glass halfway open as well and leaned out to wave at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Ron squeezed in beside him and added his own energetic wave, while Hermione opened the window across from them to wave at her parents. They waved until the train curved gently around the bend, and soon the station disappeared from view in a cloud of smoke and distance. Harry slid the window shut and sat back in his seat. "Well, we're off," he said with a smile, inwardly looking forward to another year. "So, what do we do during the trip?" Jean asked, looking curious as she glanced around at the trio. "Sleep and eat," Ron answered instantly, sinking deeper into his seat. "Mostly sweets. The trolley lady has some brilliant stuff." "Don't listen to him," Hermione shot him a sharp glare. Then turning to Jean, she said, "There's plenty we can do. Like a quiz, we can stick to first-year stuff to keep it easy." Harry rolled his eyes. "Don't say we, Hermione. Besides, she literally hasn't even set foot in school yet." Jean gave an awkward smile as well. She, too, wasn't exactly looking forward to spending the ride buried in lessons, even if she was excited about learning all about magic. Harry picked up on her expression and quickly changed the subject. So, who do you think the new defense against the dark arts teacher is going to be? Anyone but Lockhart, Ron muttered. Or Quirrell, Hermione added, exchanging a look with the redhead. Why were they not good? Jean asked curiously. There was an awkward pause inside the compartment at her question until. They weren't exactly the best, Harry said vaguely, scratching the back of his head. But don't worry, I'm sure the headmaster will hire a solid professor. Hermione nodded. Anyway, did you all get your permission slip signed for Hogsmeade? The conversation moved on as they talked about Hogwarts, their favorite sweets, and all the things they were looking forward to this year. In the relaxed atmosphere, little Jean Grey also got the chance to clear up many things about the school that she hadn't managed to ask when she first met Harry and Hermione weeks ago. Outside, the countryside rolled past, changing slowly as the train traveled farther north. The fields gave way to rocky hills and wild moorland. Clouds thickened overhead, and by late afternoon, heavy rain splattered against the windows. The view outside turned into a blur of gray, and shadows deepened as the sky darkened. One by one, lanterns flickered to life above the luggage racks and down the corridors, casting a warm, sleepy glow. The train rattled on through the storm. Rain hammered the windows, and the wind howled against the sides, but inside the compartments, it was quiet now. Most of the students had already dozed off, lulled by the rocking motion and steady rhythm of the journey. Jean was curled up next to Crookshanks, who purred like a motor by her side, while Ron had dozed off with his head tilted against the window, mouth slightly open. Hermione sat reading beside Jean, her eyes skimming over the pages, while Harry kept staring with a slight frown at the gray blur beyond the glass. A creeping unease was tightening in his chest, one he couldn't quite explain, and he was starting to feel a strange chill. He glanced at Hermione across from him and saw she, too, was likely feeling the same, seeing her rubbing one hand over her arm. Are the warming enchantments broken? He asked quietly, careful not to wake the sleeping duo. Hermione frowned, thinking the same. Should we call the attendant? She suggested. And just then, the two of them glanced up at the same time, hearing the faint crackle of the flickering lights, and saw the enchanted lanterns above them begin to flicker once, twice, before an eerie stillness settled around them. Harry sat up straighter, feeling the unease he was sensing spike all of a sudden. Did you feel that? He said quietly. Hermione became alert as well and nodded. More strangeness followed. Outside the corridor, they saw the glass on the door fogging over, and the rattling of the train gradually slowed. Are we stopping? Harry muttered, glancing around, now more alert than ever. Before Hermione could say anything, they heard the hiss of the train slowing to a stop, and then all the lights inside and out went out completely. Get your wand, Hermione said, leaning over Jean and gently pushing her inward into the seat. Lumos. Their movement woke the other two as well. Ron blinked at the sudden darkness, and the light that followed from Hermione's spell as soon as he opened his eyes. Are we there yet? Jean also stirred and opened her eyes slowly. Hermione sat down and met her gaze. You stay seated unless I say otherwise, okay. Harry fished through his robes for his wand and quickly gripped it, ready for action as well. His breath misted in the cold air, and he could feel it now, something terrible pressing in on them, or drawing closer. What the bloody hell's going on? Ron voiced, squinting at them. Why do you two look like you're about to go hunt an acromantula or something? His words stopped, and his eyes widened as he looked at the door to the compartment. There, behind the frosted glass, stood a shadow, tall as the door and unlike anything human. The four of them turned their heads and saw the same thing, freezing at the sight just like Weasley. Especially Jean, as this was the first time she was experiencing something so utterly creepy. They saw a gray, rotten-looking hand curl around the edge of the doorframe. And then, with a low creak, the compartment door began to slide open very slowly before a towering black figure loomed into view. Its hood hung low over its face, hiding whatever lay beneath. Tattered robes swept across the floor as it glided inside without a sound. To the four of them, it felt as though death itself had stepped into the compartment. Harry's heart thudded wildly in his chest, and for a moment, the pulsing fear left him paralyzed, unable to think properly. But he was no longer the powerless boy who had only just discovered the extraordinary side of the world anymore. And more importantly, this wasn't the first time he had come face to face with something that, in his mind, was out for his life. No, you don't. Muttering grimly under his breath, he clenched his jaw, summoned every ounce of courage he had, and shoved the negative thoughts aside. He would not cower. His thoughts cleared, and he came to understand exactly what this thing was and what to do when faced with one. And it wasn't only him, so did Hermione. Their training over the holidays hadn't just been about dueling. They had picked up a fair bit of new knowledge as well, including a handful of spells they normally wouldn't have learned at Hogwarts until their new years. As luck would have it, one of those spells was precisely meant for dealing with creatures of pure darkness, just like the one now gliding into their compartment. But still, knowing what to do and actually acting in the moment were two very different things. Some time earlier, inside one of the front carriages of the train, in one of the private compartments arranged for staff, Maverick lay, relaxed on the bed with his eyes closed, enjoying the rhythmic sound of rain tapping against the windows. Seemingly, of course. By now, he had figured out something he hadn't quite understood when watching the Harry Potter movies in his previous life. Exactly why the Hogwarts Express had come to a stop in the middle of its journey, and why Dementors had boarded the train like some bizarre version of magical traffic police. It turned out that, aside from the train's operating staff, there were also ministry officials on board. And when he had listened in on their conversation, everything made sense, especially what was going to happen midway through the journey. It was essentially a security inspection, personally arranged by Cornelius Fudge to check whether Sirius Black had boarded the train disguised as a student. To that end, they were bringing along Dementors who, aside from serving as mere deterrents to boost the menacing prestige of that ominous prison, were also known to be capable of distinguishing individual magical signatures. Polyjuice potion, full-body transfigurations, none of the usual disguise methods would fool their senses. If Sirius was on board, they would know. To Fudge's credit, it was a solid arrangement, but only if he had absolute confidence that the creatures in question were, in fact, under his full control. Maverick didn't believe that was the case. As far as he understood, the only thing keeping the Dementors in check was a simple agreement, a word of promise between the British ministry and the creatures. In exchange for being allowed to feed on the emotions of Azkaban's prisoners, they were expected not to run rampant across the country. A convenient arrangement, a win-win for both sides, but nothing official on paper. There were no concrete safeguards, no real means of enforcement if either party broke their word. All of this Fudge should have been well aware of, but his obsession with capturing the fugitive, the first ever escape from Azkaban and one that had happened under his watch, must have bruised his reputation badly. And to restore it, the idiot was, whether knowingly or unknowingly, risking the lives of schoolchildren. What exactly gave him the confidence that no accidents would occur, Maverick couldn't say. But the fat man had at least convinced the two officials carrying out the inspection that everything would go smoothly. Foolish, Maverick thought, mocking the obese moron. And just as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes slowly opened and focused on the ceiling above. He wasn't exactly looking, his senses had simply picked up movement overhead. Most likely, it was the very creatures he had just been thinking about. Chapter 186, Expect No You Don't. CH 206. There were two reasons why Maverick had chosen to travel to Hogwarts via the Express today. First, he wanted to see whether events would truly unfold as they had in the original story. And second, because Jean was on board. He would make absolutely sure nothing happened to her. If she lost control, there was no telling what the consequences might be, and Maverick wasn't about to leave that to chance. Aside from that, he had no intention of interfering with the ministry officials or their reckless plan to bring Dementors on board. Chu Siachoo. Two loud whistles echoed from above, and Maverick felt the train begin to slow. He sat up straight and slipped off the narrow bed. Then, with a nudge of magic to the ring on his finger, his clothes began to change, morphing smoothly into the full-body black suit. A soft hum followed, and the next moment, he vanished from the spot and reappeared above, already in motion, flying along the top of the train as it gradually decelerated. With his magic suppressed as much as possible, invisibility in place, and the extraordinary trait of true concealment masking his presence entirely. Not even the Dementor's senses could detect him gliding silently over the train. Dozens, perhaps more, he could see the creatures flying overhead, slowly entering the train one by one from the front. The two officials were giving them verbal instructions, and what he saw next made him raise a brow. The Dementors actually nodded, as if they understood and intended to carry them out. It was a strange sight. Everything happening was now within his range of observation as he silently landed atop the second-to-last carriage, the very one where Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Jean were seated. The train had slowed down considerably by now, and soon it came to a complete halt. The inspection had also started, beginning from the front carriages, as one Dementor after another opened the compartment doors. Maverick's senses were on full alert, but he would only step in if a student's life was truly in danger. Until then, he would be just a spectator, watching this so-called inspection play out from a third-person point of view. One particular carriage caught his attention. A group of Gryffindors were seated inside and... Remus Lupin, he thought, spotting an adult sleeping in the same cabin. The lights were off, and when the train had stopped, the kids inside had stirred awake. One of them he was quite fond of, a bit of a genius in his alchemy class, Neville Longbottom, the other boy, who lived. The Dementor opened the door, and the children inside obviously went pale with fear. But then, Maverick's brow furrowed. His magical sense picked up one of the students' magical energy being drained rapidly. No, two, Longbottom and the kid next to him were both reacting the same way. Sure enough, the creatures couldn't help themselves and were feeding on them. Not to life-threatening levels, but subtly, and even so, they were just kids. It would leave a scar on their minds. And it wasn't just that carriage. Maverick noticed the same thing happening in several others. Some of the Dementors were doing it intentionally, or more accurately, they were simply helping themselves to a small bite of the feast Fudge had practically laid out for them, probably thinking it wouldn't matter to anything. Maverick's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand, ready to put a stop to it all. But just as he was about to act, he sensed a sudden movement. The sleeping man jolted awake, sprang up, and with a flick of his wand, blasted the Dementor in his compartment. It was a Patronus. A wolf, of course, and it did the trick. The Dementor fled, but Lupin didn't seem to want to stop there. Maverick observed as the man said something to the students in that cabin, then stepped into the corridor before unleashing an even stronger Patronus. At his command, it surged forward from carriage to carriage, scattering the Dementors like shadows chased by sunlight. Quite impressive, and with that thought, Maverick slowly lowered his hand and turned his focus back to the carriage beneath him. One of the Dementors had just entered. He saw Granger bravely shielding little Jean, and across from her, Harry stood ready as well. The boy did look frozen for a moment, but then he pulled himself together, and it seemed the scene from the original story, where he fainted, wouldn't be repeating itself. What followed was the two of them, Harry and Hermione, doing their best to cast the Patronus. They weren't having much success, though. Understandable, after all, they had only come across the spell about a month ago. However, it didn't take long before, from Miss Know-It-All's wand tip, a faint white mist began to form. It wasn't anywhere near a corporeal Patronus, but even that was enough to keep a Dementor from at least approaching. Again, quite impressive, Maverick remarked inwardly. He was ready to act should they fail to hold it, even if it was just a small whiff of their emotions. He didn't plan to let it happen, not with Jean involved, considering the unknowns. Harry was trying too, muttering the spell again and again, but the savior still wasn't quite there. The Dementor lingered at the doorway, hesitant, watching the flicker of magic, which, to it, though faint, was like a piece of the most disgusting thing standing between it and its meal. Maverick's focus shifted to Jean, and he was surprised to see that her expression wasn't quite like that of a frightened child. She wasn't exactly calm, but she wasn't frozen in fear either. He watched as her hand rose slowly, as if preparing to cast a spell of her own, wandlessly. No, Maverick thought sharply. Was she about to use her mutant ability? Would it even work against a creature like that? But she didn't get the chance, as suddenly, "Expositio Pieteroneam." Harry's voice rang out loudly, and surprisingly enough, was strained with frustration rather than fear. A white mist, slightly brighter than Hermione's, burst from his wand and began to fill the cabin. "You shall not pass, evil creature." Harry shouted again, and from Maverick's perch above, one of his eyes twitched. "Is this kid Gandalf now?" he couldn't help but mutter amusedly. The Dementor gave a screech of frustration and bolted from the compartment, only to fly straight into an enormous form of a silvery wolf that lunged and bit into its ragged cloak. Lupin's Patronus wasn't exactly a werewolf, but more like a Mackenzie Valley wolf, one of the largest wolf species in the world. Maverick watched as the Dementor struggled for a moment, then finally broke free and tore away like its robes were on fire. Whoever said Dementors couldn't be harmed clearly didn't know what they were talking about. Maverick could sense it. The creature's magic, foul as it was, had diminished noticeably from just that brief clash. All in all, it seemed he wouldn't have to take action personally today. The sorry excuse for what they dared call an inspection finally came to an end. The Dementors, all of them, began to leave, heading off to Merlin knows where, and Maverick spotted the two officials yelling frantically into the air at their hasty departure. It was clear now that the whole operation had been a complete failure. Dozens of compartments remained unchecked, and from what Maverick gathered while eavesdropping on their panicked conversation, their main concern wasn't exactly the unfinished job, but the fact that several students had nearly passed out being drained of their emotions. Nothing akin to a permanent injury to their bodies or magic, but still, they were just students, and it was sure to be a scarring experience. Worse still, a number of those students were heirs to noble houses, some aligned with factions directly opposed to Fudge's own. Once word reached their parents, the ministry would undoubtedly be in for a storm. Watching the two men bicker over what excuse they could offer, Maverick's lips curled into a knowing smile. He already planned to have the details of this disaster spread to every corner of the country by morning. Time crept by, and at last, the Hogwarts Express lurched forward once again to finish its journey toward Hogsmeade Station. Maverick had no reason to linger any longer. After casting one last glance, using his magical sense, through the roof at the compartment below to make sure the children were all right, his body rose silently into the sky. There were still around 2 hours left before the train would reach its destination. Then, a moment later, a sharp snap echoed where he hovered, and he vanished, returning to Hogwarts for the first time since the holidays had begun. Chapter 187. Candles in the Hall Again, Ch 207. Might I have a word, Professor, in my office? The sun hung low behind a blanket of thick gray clouds, casting the castle grounds in a soft, dull light. Shadows stretched long over the stone walls, and the air carried the crisp dampness of a late afternoon threatening rain. Maverick had just appeared above Hogwarts and was descending toward the tower that housed his office when he suddenly paused mid-flight, catching a faint sound in his ear. A glowing construct shimmered into view before him, wings outstretched majestically. As far as he knew, there was only one person in the world whose patronus took the form of a phoenix. And from the sound of it, it seemed a bit urgent, so he got curious as well and changed course toward the spiraling tower of the headmaster's office. He hadn't been back since the closing feast of the previous term, nor had he contacted Dumbledore or McGonagall. Normally, the staff returned a day or two before the students to go over lesson plans and discuss the general direction for the year ahead. It wasn't mandatory, but more of an unspoken rule, something all staff knew, or at least should know. Surely I'm not about to get a proper lecture. Maverick mused, half amused. Wouldn't that be something, his first telling off as an employee, in either of his lives? A quiet chuckle escaped him. When he arrived outside the window, he saw the old man already inside, making a few odd gestures with his wand. Then, as if the wall itself had come alive, it split cleanly down the middle and parted with silent grace, creating a space just wide enough to let him through. It didn't seem like transfiguration, but rather a built-in feature of the castle, woven into the wards for convenience, and likely something only the headmaster could command. His boots touched down gently on the stone floor as he stepped through, and he saw it wasn't just Dumbledore inside. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape were present as well. "I feel like a bad employee now," Maverick joked with a faint smile, making his way around the desk before settling into the seat beside McGonagall. "How was your summer, Professor?" "It was good, Professor Caesar," McGonagall said with a small smile. "And yours? I take it things went well on your end." "Fantastic," Maverick replied, settling comfortably into his chair as he glanced around the room. "That's good to hear, Professor Caesar," Dumbledore chimed in, his eyes twinkling in that familiar way. "We were just going over a few last-minute details for the year before the students arrive." Glancing across the four of them, he went on. "Earlier this morning, a delegation from the Ministry of Magic paid us a visit to discuss school security. As you are no doubt aware, a dangerous criminal is still at large, and the minister fears he may attempt to breach the grounds in pursuit of the students." Without pause, he continued, "As such, Dementors will be stationed around the outer perimeter of the castle, namely at the gates and along the boundaries where the wards taper off. I ask for your cooperation in this matter," he said, letting his gaze rest briefly on each of them in turn. "More importantly, caution the students not to provoke the creatures under any circumstances. While the minister assures me they are fully under control and pose no threat to the children." Dumbledore paused, his expression growing more serious. "I would still prefer our students be properly warned to keep well away from them. In other words, no testing limits, no attempts to interact." His eyes twinkled faintly as they settled on McGonagall, especially from those with a reputation for curiosity and courage. Maverick held back a chuckle. That last bit was definitely aimed at McGonagall, as her house did have the biggest troublemakers after all. The meeting continued, mostly to brief the professors about the Dementors and to share a few details Dumbledore couldn't openly mention during the upcoming opening feast. That, and the matter of the new defense against the dark arts professor, were the main points of discussion. The fact that the new defense against the dark arts professor was a werewolf couldn't be kept from everyone, certainly not from those present in the room. So Dumbledore took the time to explain everything in advance: why he had chosen the man for the position, the precautions he'd taken, and the safety measures that would be in place should anything go wrong. Basically, it came down to the simple fact that capable candidates were hard to come by, and although Lupin had his condition, he was at least competent where it counted. A few remarks were made, mostly by Snape, and judging from his expression, he wasn't pleased in the slightest. Still, he acquiesced in the end, albeit reluctantly. Flitwick seemed more neutral, if a little curious, and McGonagall said nothing at all, likely because she already knew everything, or perhaps she was the one who had chosen to hire Lupin in the first place. Maverick kept his thoughts to himself on both matters, simply nodding along and following the discussion in silence. Within the hour, the meeting wrapped up, and the professors returned to their offices to prepare for the evening feast. "Professor Caesar, thank you for agreeing to join us so promptly after your arrival," Dumbledore said once the others had left. "I hear you took the boy traveling." "I did, him and Granger, actually. Just a bit of cross-exposure practice," Maverick replied. He could tell the old man had more on his mind, so he remained behind, and sure enough, the old man wanted to ask about Potter. "That's good. I would very much like to see the boy's progress." "Not much yet, but he should be ahead of the others in his year. The kid's a natural when it comes to dueling, headmaster. He and Granger. Granger's even better, to be honest." Dumbledore smiled gently. "Then would you consider making it official, taking them as your disciples?" Maverick raised a brow, then shook his head. "Not yet, maybe after they graduate." "I see," Dumbledore said simply, letting the matter drop. After a pause, he changed topic again. "What are your thoughts on Sirius Black?" Sirius Black? Maverick wasn't expecting to be asked so directly. He paused, weighing whether to share his plan, and the fact that he had already found the fugitive. Best to keep things to myself for now, he thought, and maybe tell the old man later, perhaps before handing Pettigrew over to the ministry. After carefully choosing his words, he said, "I've read a bit about the case. Honestly, quite a few things don't sit right with me." He glanced at the headmaster and, with a thoughtful expression, spoke his mind. Everything about his life before that day paints the picture of a very different man than the monster they claim he became. I don't believe he was the perfect spy. And then there's the trial, or rather, the complete lack of one. It seems you've read more than just a bit, Professor, Dumbledore remarked with a twinkle. Maverick waved it off. Spare me, I only paid attention because Potter was involved. Dumbledore chuckled, and he didn't seem the least bit worried about the so-called dangerous criminal, whom he had emphasized moments ago in the meeting. Maverick was sure the old man knew about the inconsistencies too, but why he hadn't pressed the ministry or investigated further was unclear. Maybe he had, and Maverick just didn't know. Very well, Professor. I shall see you at the feast, Dumbledore said, signaling the end of the matter. With that, Maverick gave a nod and took his leave. In just a few hours, the quiet halls of the castle would fill with noise and laughter, marking the start of a brand new school year. 2 hours later, the Great Hall was now fully prepared to welcome the new school year, with floating candles casting a warm glow from above and the banners of the 4 houses hanging proudly overhead, gently swaying in a breeze that wasn't really there. Some of the professors, Flitwick, Sprout, Sinistra, Trelawney, and Pomfrey, were already seated at the high table, dressed in formal robes for the occasion. The headmaster and the others were still making last-minute preparations or on their way, while Professor McGonagall was likely out to meet the students arriving from Hogsmeade Station. Meanwhile, today Maverick wore a sleek black robe trimmed with faint crimson lines, layered over a crisp white shirt neatly tucked into black trousers and polished boots. After sorting out a few things in his office and freshening up the old-fashioned way, he made his way toward the Great Hall as well. And just as he reached the entrance, he spotted Hagrid approaching from the opposite direction. He raised an eyebrow. The man's familiar umbrella was present as always, but it wasn't what drew his attention. The half-giant was dressed far more formally than usual, and his wild beard had actually been combed. Something was definitely going on. "How do I look, Professor?" Hagrid asked proudly, puffing out his chest with a grin. Very gentlemanly," Maverick told him half honestly. He did look the part, at least compared to how he usually carried himself. And in the next moment, he saw the large man's eyes welling up with tears. "Did I say something wrong?" Maverick wondered, a twitch forming at the corner of his eye. "Should I have said handsome?" "Mr. Hagrid." The gatekeeper quickly switched the umbrella in his hand to the other side and pulled out a worn handkerchief from his coat pocket, dabbing at his eyes. "It's wonderful. I've been waiting for this day for so long." His voice cracked a little. The more he spoke, the more Maverick found himself confused until a memory clicked into place. Right, wasn't Hagrid supposed to be appointed as the care of magical creatures professor this year? But that only happened after certain events, and those events hadn't happened. So how? "I'm sorry, Hagrid," Maverick said, stepping closer. "I wasn't around the school this summer, so I've no idea what you're talking about. Mind filling me in?" "Oh, right." Hagrid's expression brightened into his usual innocent grin. "Well, Headmaster Dumbledore, don't know how he did it, but he somehow found new evidence, something solid. Brought forward the real culprit or something from that Chamber of Secrets business 50 years ago. Even got Myrtle's testimony. The ghost girl." Maverick nodded slowly, listening. "Anyway, with all that, the Ministry lifted my ban. The one they slapped on me for Bane, the alleged killer of Myrtle. So now I'm cleared, free to use my wand proper." Hagrid beamed with pride. Maverick glanced at the large pink umbrella in Hagrid's hand. "Isn't your wand always hidden in there?" "SHHH, SHHH," Hagrid hissed, holding up a hand quickly and glancing around. Then he grinned again. "You're right, Professor, but now I don't have to hide it anymore, see? It's just part of my style now." He raised his bushy eyebrows up and down in exaggerated fashion, clearly pleased with himself. "Right," Maverick said slowly, dragging out the word as he eyed the big man. It seemed Dumbledore had pulled a few strings, and somehow, things had conveniently fallen into place. Maverick had no idea what sort of evidence the old man had even managed to dig up, other than Myrtle's testimony, maybe. Not that he cared all that much. Honestly, he didn't even want to know. He glanced back at Hagrid, who was still grinning stupidly at him with that same goofy smile, and said, "Well, I'm happy for you, Mr. Hagrid. And I take it you've been given a new position." "That's right," Hagrid puffed out his chest even more. "You're lookin' at the new care of magical creatures professor. Professor Kettleburns retired, bless him, and the headmaster asked me to step in. We're real colleagues now, eh?" Maverick returned a grin of his own, genuinely pleased for the man. "Congratulations. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Hagrid. No, it should be Professor Hagrid now, right? I've no doubt you'll make an excellent teacher." Hagrid looked absolutely over the moon. His cheeks flushed a deep shade of red that, to Maverick, looked, frankly, weird AF on a man that size. With a cheery wave, Hagrid said, "Right then, I'll be off to pick up the little ones. See you in a bit, Professor." Maverick nodded, smiling as he stepped aside to let the half-giant pass. Hagrid then lumbered off, practically bouncing like an oversized kid on Christmas morning. Shaking his head amusedly, Maverick then strolled off toward the professor's table. Chapter 188. Candles in the Hall Again, ch 208. The start of term feast was just minutes away, and the great hall hummed with quiet anticipation. Floating candles glowed softly overhead, their warm light dancing across the polished golden plates set neatly on the long-house tables. Everything was in place, and all that remained was for the students to arrive and bring the hall back to life. At the high table, Maverick settled in among his colleagues, exchanging light conversation as the rest of the staff gradually filled their seats. Before long, Headmaster Dumbledore arrived too, though from the corner of his eye, Maverick noticed that the usual twinkle in the old man's eyes was strangely missing tonight. Dumbledore did not take his seat right away, but instead walked straight over to Pomfrey and leaned in to whisper something to her. Whatever he said must not have been anything good, as Maverick saw her expression change at once before she stood up and left the hall without a word. Only then did Dumbledore take his place at the center of the table, still clad in a thoughtful expression, eyes fixed ahead in quiet contemplation. "Seems the news of the Dementors going rogue has reached the school," Maverick thought as he glanced inquisitively at the headmaster. The old man did not hide anything from him and first let out a tired sigh before saying softly, "I have received word that there were complications aboard the Hogwarts Express. The Ministry conducted an inspection mid-journey, employing Dementors, and, regrettably, a few students suffered mental injuries." So, Dumbledore wasn't aware that a raid was happening. Maverick had assumed the headmaster was in the loop about the inspection, but it seemed he wasn't. And Fudge, the fat moron, really wasn't taking the old wizard seriously at all. "Is it bad?" "A night or two in the hospital wing," Dumbledore nodded regretfully. "Did the minister not inform you in advance of such an arrangement?" The old wizard narrowed his eyes before shaking his head. "Had I known, I would never have agreed, or at least arranged for personnel to be on board." Maverick didn't press any further and simply shook his head. "Your patience with Fudge is simply remarkable, Headmaster." "I shall have a word with him," Dumbledore said, picking up on what Maverick was implying. "This matter will not go unaccounted for." The old man looked as calm as ever, but Maverick could tell he was royally pissed this time. Time passed, minute by minute, and soon the great hall filled with the low murmur of voices as students from 2nd to 7th year gathered at their house tables. But unlike the usual start-of-term excitement, there wasn't much laughter echoing off the stone walls. Instead, nearly every conversation circled back to the same thing: what had happened on the Hogwarts Express and what everyone had gone through. A few students sat quietly, looking pale and withdrawn, clearly still shaken or worried about the friends who had been taken straight to the hospital wing. The rest were more talkative, eagerly recounting what they had seen, with no shortage of dramatic embellishments. A few even claimed to have seen the Dementors up close, describing them with wide eyes and voices that grew more theatrical with every retelling. One in particular, Weasley, of course, was loudly retelling how his best mate had heroically repelled a Dementor with a majestic lion patronus, saving the entire train in the process. Some students were impressed, others weren't buying it. At the Slytherin table, a certain blonde boy cast a long look toward the Gryffindor side, his gaze landing on Harry with a complicated expression. While their relationship hadn't quite sunken to the level of archenemies, in this universe, there was still an unspoken rivalry between them. And at the moment, Draco Malfoy was cursing under his breath. Potter had outdone him again, top of the class, star of the school Quidditch team, and now this. When the Dementors boarded the train, Draco didn't dare move an inch. And now, he had to sit there and listen to everyone talk about how Potter had actually fought one off. Of course, he didn't believe every word of the redhead's story, but even Draco had heard from others that a blinding flash of light had erupted from the carriage where Potter and his gang had been sitting. That part, at least, seemed to be true. At the high table, the professors sat with unusually grim expressions, and not one of them looked particularly pleased. They had only just learned what had happened, as Dumbledore had been uncharacteristically quiet, speaking only briefly, and only to Maverick. Even so, a shared thought seemed to hang in the air between them. What in Merlin's name had the Ministry been thinking? Sending Dementors to patrol a train full of children. Fortunately, someone among them had been on board, and although this particular individual's appointment hadn't been formally announced yet, he was still a professor. And judging by the chatter among the students, the new professor, Remus Lupin, had played a major role in protecting everyone and driving the creatures away. As for Potter's supposed feat, casting a corporeal Patronus in third year, none of the staff were inclined to believe it. Of course, had they known the boy had been, and still was, personally mentored by an archmage for over a year, they might have thought differently. But Maverick hadn't told anyone, and neither had Dumbledore. Even the Gryffindor trio had kept it to themselves, just as Maverick had instructed. Meanwhile, Maverick's gaze landed on a particular wizard who had just taken a seat at the staff table. The man was dressed in a tattered robe patched at nearly every seam, the sort of clothing that hinted more at survival than style. He looked exhausted, like someone who had only just managed to escape a storm, figuratively or otherwise. Though his face was still youthful, streaks of white threaded through his brown hair, suggesting he'd lived through more than his years should allow. This man was none other than the very professor the staff table had been praising for his prompt, yet expected actions during the Hogwarts Express incident, Remus Lupin. And just as the man sat down, Maverick's magical sense caught a sudden flicker of intense malice, but it wasn't aimed at him. He turned his head and saw that it came from none other than Snape, directed squarely at the newcomer. The potions master was glaring at the newly arrived professor with such hatred, it was almost comical. His silver fork bent in his hand with a sharp ting, and his face twisted into something between a sneer and a snarl, like he had just laid eyes on a personal nemesis. Good Lord, just how much had Lupin and his gang bullied the old bat to make him hold on to this much hatred? Maverick thought, shaking his head with a hint of amusement. Right then, as if on cue, Dumbledore, who had been unusually quiet up to this point, finally spoke, his voice calm and clear as he introduced the wizard to the rest of the professors and staff. And whether by coincidence or on purpose, Maverick noticed that Dumbledore didn't look at Snape once during the announcement. Amid the buzz of student chatter and whispered stories, and the quiet conversations happening at the staff table, the tall oak doors of the Great Hall opened once more, and Hagrid stepped inside, leading this year's line of wide-eyed first-years. Usually, it would be Professor McGonagall who escorted the freshmen through the school, while Hagrid was in charge of bringing them from the express across the lake. Maverick guessed she was probably busy dealing with the matter of students affected by the incident. In her place, Professor Flitwick stepped forward to handle the sorting ceremony. Without wasting a moment, he unrolled the parchment and began calling names. One by one, the nervous first-years approached the stool, the sorting hat was placed on their heads, and slowly they began finding their seats among the 4 house tables. Callum O'Reilly, Gryffindor, Eliza Good, Hufflepuff, Dorothea Inkwell, Ravenclaw, Astoria Greengrass, Slytherin, Jean Grey. Maverick's eyes landed on the little redhead as she stepped up, her back turned toward the staff table. From what he could tell, she doesn't seem particularly shaken now by the whole Dementor incident. When he observed her inside the carriage earlier today, at least, she had definitely looked very scared. Maybe the awe of the Hogwarts had already swept her up, pushing the whole episode aside beneath the castle's wonder. Still, he made a mental note to check on her later, maybe after class tomorrow. Gryffindor. Oh, his eyebrows lifted slightly in surprise as he glanced over at the Gryffindor table, where the trio was already on their feet, clapping enthusiastically. Did they talk her into it? Maverick wondered. After all, the tricks with the sorting hat weren't exactly a secret among older students. Everyone knew that if you wanted it badly enough, you could nudge the hat's decision. Technically, it was just a rumor, but one with enough weight that most students believed it. He let the thought go with a small shrug. In the end, it didn't really matter. Whatever works. With that, he joined in the clapping as well. When Jean finally took her seat, her gaze drifted toward the staff table, just as Maverick raised his goblet in her direction. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Jean." He sent his voice gently into her mind, offering her a warm smile. Around the end of the sorting ceremony, when only a handful of students remained, Professor McGonagall finally appeared through the side door reserved for staff and quietly took her seat at the table. One look at her expression told Maverick she was barely keeping her temper in check. Messing with her precious students was probably the one line you really didn't want to cross. "Albus, I don't care what you do, but I expect an answer for this. Or you make that baboon of a minister answer for it." Her voice was low and controlled, of course, but not so quiet that it slipped past those with sharp enough senses. Dumbledore gave a single nod in response, and although it was a simple gesture, Maverick had never seen the old man that serious before. "Ravenclaw." With the last name called aloud by the sorting hat and applause echoing through the hall, Professor Flitwick stepped forward, removed the stool, and carried the old antique away, finally marking the end of the sorting ritual. A moment later, Dumbledore rose from his seat and stepped to the center of the high table, his gaze sweeping over the hall like a kindly grandfather. Inwardly, he wasn't in the best of moods, but none of that showed on his face. Not when he was standing before his students. With a gentle smile, he raised both hands and pressed them down slightly, signaling the hall to settle. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you all, and as one of them is rather serious, I think it best to mention it before you become befuddled by our excellent feast." Dumbledore cleared his throat and went on. "As you will no doubt be aware, following their inspection of the Hogwarts Express, our school is currently playing host to a number of Dementors from Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic official business." Chapter 189. Candles in the Hall Again, CH-209. Welcome, everyone, to a new year at Hogwarts. I have a few words to share with you, one of them rather important. So I thought it best to say it now, before you're all distracted by the delicious feast before you. Dumbledore cleared his throat and went on. As many of you will already know from the search on the Hogwarts Express, several Dementors have been stationed at the school by the Ministry of Magic to carry out official duties. A low murmur spread through the Great Hall as students glanced around at one another, especially those who had seen the Dementors on the train, their faces still carrying a shadow of fear. They are stationed at every entrance to the school grounds. While they remain here, I must make it absolutely clear, no one is to leave the castle without permission. The headmaster's face was set and serious as his gaze swept the room, pausing briefly on the Gryffindor table. Dementors are not fooled by tricks, nor can they be deceived by disguises, not even invisibility cloaks. They do not distinguish between excuses and legitimate reasons, so I urge you, do not give them any reason to harm you. He turned briefly toward the staff table. Heads of houses. Then his gaze swept back across the students, and prefects ensure that no student comes into conflict with the Dementors. Percy, seated a few places up the Gryffindor table, puffed out his chest and glanced around with a self-important air. Dumbledore paused once more. His expression stayed serious as his gaze slowly swept across the silent hall, giving the students a moment to take in the news. "On a happier note," he said, his tone softening just a bit, "I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this year." The headmaster then introduced the 2 new professors with enthusiasm. The former was the generous substitute for defense against the dark arts, Professor Lupin, and the latter was Rubeus Hagrid, who takes on the position of care of magical creatures professor while fulfilling his duties as the keeper of keys and grounds. Lupin stood up, offered a modest smile, and nodded politely around the hall before sitting back down, while Hagrid responded to his introduction with far more enthusiasm. The students applauded warmly for both of them, with particularly enthusiastic cheers from the Gryffindor table at the half-giant, officially joining the ranks of the professors. Dumbledore's speech, as always, was concise and ended there before he turned to Maverick to address the hall. Just like in the previous 2 years, Maverick briefed the students on the arrangements for the inter-school Quidditch tournament, outlining the team selection process and announcing this year's host. He also kept his explanation short and to the point, then handed the stage back to the old headmaster, who finally declared the start of the great feast. In an instant, a variety of delicious-looking food and desserts appeared on every plate, and the goblets brimmed with drinks. The great hall buzzed with energy once more, and gradually, the gloomy expressions brought on by the unpleasant experience on the train began to fade, replaced by the cheerful clatter of knives and forks. An hour later, once the plates were finally cleared, Dumbledore stood and instructed the prefects to lead the students to their respective common rooms, obviously marking the end of the opening feast for the new school year. While the house leaders guided the new students away, Maverick returned to his office, then quietly slipped out the window and vanished into the night beyond the castle walls. The following morning, Maverick sat in the great hall having breakfast, holding a copy of that day's Daily Prophet while tuning into the various bits of gossip buzzing among the young witches and wizards. Some students clutched newspapers, surrounded by groups animatedly discussing the headlines. It wasn't just the students. At the staff table, every professor had a copy in hand as well. Dementors run amok on Hogwarts Express. Ministry's reckless oversight leaves students injured. The headlines struck like a punch to the gut for Britain's magical administration, as the article made no effort to hide where the blame lay. The entire operation had been pushed through by Fudge himself. At the center of the staff table, Dumbledore set down his copy of the Daily Prophet and turned his head, raising a very pointed eyebrow at the man beside him who was nonchalantly sipping tea and reading the same paper. Maverick glanced sideways, lips curling into a faint smile, and placed his paper down as well. The fat moron is going to have a difficult time after this, wouldn't you say, headmaster? Cough, cough. From Maverick's right, Professor Lupin, who had just taken a gulp of pumpkin juice, nearly spat it out, managing to swallow it down with great effort before breaking into a fit of coughing and clutching his chest. Are you all right, Professor Lupin? Maverick asked, turning calmly in his direction. I'm cough. Lupin took a few sips of water, eyes watering slightly as he regained his breath. I'm fine, Master Caesar, just something caught in my throat. Maverick's smile deepened, clearly amused, before he turned back to Dumbledore. Around them, several professors chuckled behind their cups. Maverick had never hidden his disdain for Fudge, and after 2 years of working alongside him, most of the staff were used to his occasional sharp remark. At the very least, could you refrain from arranging newspaper deliveries to the school in that manner? This is an institution of education, not a gossip pub, Dumbledore said mildly, though his eyes twinkled with pointed awareness. He knew perfectly well who was behind all this. After all, this wasn't the first time a swarm of news owls had raided the school. Headmaster, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Maverick replied with a straight face before casually taking another bite of food. Meanwhile, across magical Britain, the wizarding world was waking up to the same front-page headline and reacting in equally dramatic fashion. In homes, shops, and crowded pubs, witches and wizards of every background were abuzz with disbelief, mostly outrage. With very few exceptions, public sentiment leaned heavily toward condemnation. The fact that children had been put in harm's way struck a nerve, and even among those who usually supported the ministry, the operation was seen as a reckless failure. Noble families, in particular, were incensed. Their outrage was personal. After all, it was their heirs who had been put at risk. The justification of capturing a dangerous fugitive meant little in the face of that. Even members of Fudge's own faction found themselves uneasy. Discontent simmered, and many were already preparing to descend on the ministry, demanding an explanation. Bam! A pudgy hand slammed down on the large, ornate desk, the sound echoing through the high-ceilinged office like a thunderclap. Papers crumpled beneath the weight of the blow, their headlines barely visible as they bent under the pressure. Cornelius Fudge, red-faced and seething, glared across the room with wild eyes. His jowls trembled with rage as he clenched the offending stack of newspapers in his fist. "What is the meaning of this?" he barked. "Has that fool Barnabas finally gone senile, or does he think he has nothing left to lose?" Across from him sat the only other person in the room, a squat woman in a sickly pink cardigan, every inch of her radiating smugness. Her short, curly hair framed a toad-like face, and her wide, fake smile never quite reached her cold, calculating eyes. Dolores Umbridge folded her hands neatly over her clipboard, entirely unfazed by the minister's outburst. The scene before her was all too familiar: Cornelius Fudge, red-faced and sputtering, losing his composure yet again. "I've already dispatched a team to summon Editor Barnabas for questioning," she said in her usual syrupy tone, though there was a sharpness beneath it. "But, Minister, I don't believe this is merely the Daily Prophet taking liberties with your noble image. I fear we may be looking at something larger. A coordinated effort, perhaps. A conspiracy." "Conspiracy?" Fudge echoed, narrowing his eyes. At the mention of the word, only one name came to his mind, and that was Albus Dumbledore. He clenched his jaw. For reasons he could never quite explain, even to himself, Fudge had always believed that Dumbledore was working against him. That behind the old man's calm demeanor and cryptic words lay a quiet campaign to unseat him, to take back control. It didn't matter that it had been Dumbledore's own endorsement that helped him rise to power in the first place. Logic meant little when pride and fear were involved. And right now, with scandal flooding the headlines and nobles knocking on his door, paranoia found fertile ground. While those uneasy thoughts about the Hogwarts headmaster churned in his mind, a deeper, even more unsettling worry also began to gnaw at him. The Daily Prophet had always stood by his side, echoing his policies without question. So why now? What had changed? What could possibly have driven them to publish something so audacious, so openly undermining his authority and tarnishing his name? He wanted answers. He needed answers. "No matter what, bring me Barnabas. I'll have a word with him myself." Across the desk, Umbridge, his undersecretary and ever-loyal sidekick, nodded with her usual syrupy smile. For someone who had clawed her way up from the very bottom, groveling to anyone with influence and licking every shoe and backside along the way, there was nothing more satisfying than watching powerful men stumble. It was, quite frankly, euphoric for her. Unfortunately for both her and Fudge, the scene they hoped for and the answers they sought wouldn't come so easily this time. At least, not yet. Even though Cornelius Fudge was the Minister for Magic, he couldn't simply summon people without cause or force truths out of those unwilling to share them. Because while he could coerce the common and the naive, force them to do things against their will and even get away with it, things changed when the person in question was someone noteworthy, someone backed by powerful allies. Then, it became a political tug-of-war between equals, a matter of who had the bigger fist. Back at Hogwarts, Maverick finished his breakfast and made his way to the first-year alchemy classroom, his first lesson of the day, absently flipping through his schedule for the year as he walked. Every Friday and Tuesday, he had 2 morning classes and 2 in the afternoon. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays were lighter, just 3 classes spread through the day, so his schedule wasn't exactly tight. He planned to use the free time during the first term to finish combing through the rest of the books in the Chamber of Secrets. There were still shelves in that hidden library he hadn't fully explored, and he made a mental note to return later that afternoon. With that thought, he stepped into the classroom. Chapter 190, Cheat Code Denied, ch 210. Every year, Hogwarts enrolls an average of 100 or so students, and this year was no exception. As Maverick went through the roster of this year's 107 new freshmen, he noticed a name that piqued his interest. Astoria Greengrass, the younger sister of Daphne Greengrass. He had seen this little witch a few times during his visits to the Greengrass Manor, but at the time, he hadn't really paid her much attention. Seeing her in his class now, he suddenly remembered from the original story that this girl was born into a cursed bloodline, one that made her physically weak and left her with long-lasting magical issues. It was the result of a blood curse that had affected the Greengrass family for generations. At a glance, he saw no sign that anything was wrong with her. Even a quick scan of her magic showed nothing unusual, but curses were like that, like cancer. You couldn't always see the damage from the outside. Still, he made a mental note to take a proper look at her later, just to see if she suffered the same fate in this universe as well. Even though this world was a chaotic blend of several others, most major storylines still seemed to follow the pattern he remembered. That said, plenty of things had turned out differently too, so it was entirely possible that her bloodline curse didn't exist here at all. And speaking of things that didn't exist, one of the biggest no-shows this year was, in Maverick's opinion, the ultimate cheat code of the entire Harry Potter universe, the Time Turner. According to the original timeline, it should have made its debut around now. If he could get System Daddy to replicate its time travel characteristic, it would have handed him an ability that bordered on broken. He had very much been looking forward to experimenting with it. But that hope didn't last long. Hermione never received such an item. And when he poked around out of curiosity, he found no mention of it anywhere. Not in the library, not in any records, not even as a concept. As far as this universe was concerned, the Time Turner had never existed in the first place. And honestly, that made sense. This world leaned more toward the Marvel side of things, and anything involving time was sensitive. If underage students could casually travel through time just to squeeze in extra classes, then the Time Stone, and every other time-related magic or ability would be reduced to a complete joke. Anyway, it was just a temporary disappointment. Even if Time Turners didn't exist here, there was still the Time Stone. Sooner or later, he would get his hands on it. Good morning. Sitting lazily on the corner of his desk, he addressed the class, instantly silencing the buzz of chatter. Hopping off, he walked to the front, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted Jean seated dead center in the front row, her books neatly arranged, and her alchemy set placed carefully to the side. Since it was the classroom, he gave her no special attention and simply carried on with the lesson. As was customary at the start of every year, he began with a brief introduction, but judging by the looks on their faces, it was hardly necessary. Even the Muggle-borns, as far as he could tell, already knew exactly who he was. Seeing the undisguised admiration, which they weren't even trying to be subtle about, Maverick could only sigh inwardly. Several of the young witches were staring up at him with the sort of wide-eyed awe usually reserved for famous Quidditch players or singing stars. Alas, I pray to the one above all I don't end up a Lockhart too, he thought dryly. Next, he had the students do the same, introduce themselves one by one. Today was more about getting to know each other, and by the time every witch and wizard had taken their turn, there was very little time left before the end of the lesson. Classes at Hogwarts were 2 hours long, and he usually managed to finish all of that with at least an hour to spare. But for some reason, the students this year were particularly enthusiastic, and by the time they were all done, more than an hour and a half had passed. Because of that, he skipped the introductory alchemy activity he usually taught in the first lesson of the year, postponed it to the next class, and allowed the remaining half hour for the children to do whatever they liked, which, of course, resulted in him having to answer a barrage of silly questions. And during this leisure time, while quietly casting an illusion spell over the entire class, Maverick managed to perform a thorough diagnosis on the younger Greengrass witch, and finally confirmed that she, in fact, had no problems with her physical body. Another inconsistency with the original story, and fortunately for the girl, this one turned out to be a good thing. Professor. After Maverick dismissed the class, little Jean lingered behind, clearly wanting to speak with him. Jean, how was your first day? Hope you got some good sleep last night. Jean nodded with a quiet stepping up to his desk. It was good. Gryffindors are very friendly. They are, aren't they? Troublemakers too, Maverick said with a small smirk. Don't go picking up bad habits from them. Jean bobbed her head, though Maverick had a feeling the little lions were going to spoil her sooner or later. Right then, what is it you wanted to ask? Jean chuckled sheepishly, then said, I know you're doing special magic training for Hermione and Harry. I was wondering if I could join. Maverick raised a brow. Did they tell you that? No, I sort of, accidentally, overheard them talking. Maverick frowned slightly. Accidentally, he wondered if she might have used her powers to read their thoughts. It was back at the mansion, the day we first met, she added quickly. I didn't think much of it then, but now I guess it's kind of a big deal, being personally trained by you. Maverick sighed inwardly and thought for a moment before saying, You can join, but next semester. You've only just started school, so it's better to settle in without anything extra on your plate. For now, focus on the basics in your regular classes, all right. The little redhead looked a bit disappointed at first, but then brightened. Okay, next semester then. Maverick gave a nod and a small approving smile. Good, now off you go. He watched the girls smile back and walk out of the classroom, then checked the watch on his wrist. Since there was still some time before the next class, he decided to head to his office first to clear his head. Even an archmage needs a break after surviving a barrage of bizarre questions from 111-year-olds. Time passed slowly, and as a teacher, it could feel especially so. At 11 o'clock, Maverick taught Muggle science to the Newt students. At 1, it was the same subject for the 6th years, and finally, his last class of the day was alchemy for the 2nd years. Each subject for each grade had at least 1 day off per week, and today it was the 3rd-year alchemy students who had no class. With his classes done for the day, Maverick decided to spend the rest of the day in the Chamber of Secrets before more students showed up at his office, wanting to clear doubts from today's lessons. He did quite enough of that for 1 day. Besides, there were still books left to go through down there. Most of the material wasn't exactly new, but every now and then he stumbled across something odd or unexpected, so it wasn't all bad. But before that, he made a call to Jameson to hear how the fallout from today's article was unfolding, particularly how the fat minister had taken it. After all, the entire exposé had been Maverick's doing. Last night, right after the feast, he had gone straight to Lord Greengrass to set everything in motion. Together, they paid a visit to the chief editor of the Daily Prophet and convinced him to run the story. It wasn't as if the article was false or fabricated, so it couldn't exactly be called coercion. Besides, Maverick was now a small shareholder in the Daily Prophet and perfectly entitled to flex a bit of decision-making power. Of course, Maverick had also assured the man that he would stand behind him if Fudge tried to pull any strings. And Lord Greengrass, who was no small voice in the Wisengamot these days, had given his word as well. With an archmage and a political faction leader backing him, Barnabas didn't put up much of a fuss and had agreed to run the article. She's his undersecretary. The woman's demanding he come to the ministry to give an explanation or publish a public apology in tomorrow's headline, otherwise they'll make things very difficult for him. Hearing the public's reaction to today's headline, and then the fat man's retaliatory antics over it, Maverick couldn't help but chuckle down the line. Honestly, he would almost prefer it if Fudge went completely off the rails and did something stupid, like arresting Barnabas. That would give Jameson the perfect card to play. Can you handle things? Maverick asked. I can. Unless the idiot sends a great mage to knock on his door, I'll take care of everything from here. Good, Barnabas has my ring too. He knows how to reach me if it comes to that. Until then, keep the pressure on and see how desperate Fudge gets, Maverick said. Also, arrange a meeting with Bones and Shacklebolt for next week. It's time they decided whether they're boarding the ship or not. Understood, leader, came Jameson's voice from the other end after a brief pause. Maverick hung up the phone and gave some thought to his own last remark. For his plan next year, he needed a loyal and obedient leadership. Spectators, or the so-called no-faction people like Bones, would only be a variable, and he had no place for them in the blueprint. Either they got on board or stayed out of the way for good. After all, this was about bringing down the statute of secrecy, and not just killing off a Dark Lord. With that thought, he made his way toward the headmaster's office, where the new, more convenient access to the Chamber of Secrets was located. Chapter 191, Beyond Earth's Grip, ch 211. The start of every academic year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was usually full of life and excitement. This year, however, the presence of Dementors patrolling the outer grounds changed everything, casting a heavy gloom over the castle. It was late afternoon, and if this had been any other year, the castle grounds would have been scattered with students gathered in cheerful little groups. Today, however, Maverick saw only a few here and there, and most had returned to their common rooms after filling their stomachs in the Great Hall. He remained seated on the wide stone steps that stretched out toward the edge of the lawn, allowing his thoughts to drift as the breeze stirred faintly around him. In the original story, Voldemort had no direct involvement in the school year at all. Everything from beginning to end revolved around Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. But now that Maverick had taken both of them off the board, he couldn't help but wonder if something unexpected might unfold at Hogwarts this year. Perhaps something might happen on Halloween, or would it be Lupin who lost control? Dumbledore had assured him, and the others during that first meeting, it would not be a problem. Lupin's condition would be managed by Snape, or so they had all been told. He sat there for a while, lost in thought, until a quiet sigh slipped out. Maybe he really had grown attached to this place. 2 years wasn't a long time in the grand scheme of things, but somewhere along the way, this castle and the kids running around inside it had started to mean something to him. That probably explained why he kept going in circles over nothing. After all, this wasn't just some ordinary school. Whatever came their way, Hogwarts could take it. And with the people walking its halls, even a lunatic like Tom Riddle at his peak would have to think twice before even making a move. "Professor Caesar, what are ye doing out 'ere?" came a familiar booming voice, snapping him out of his thoughts. Maverick stood up from the stone steps and lazily cast a cleansing charm over his robes. He turned around just in time to see the half-giant making his way over, bundled up in that old moleskin coat of his, looking cheerful, more than usual, actually, and practically beaming with excitement. "Nothing in particular," Maverick replied, smiling at the man. "What about you?" "Got me first class at 4, so I'm out collectin' a few things," Hagrid said with a grin that reached his eyes. "Gotta make sure everything's ready." Maverick raised a brow. "You're planning to introduce a magical creature in your very first lesson." "That's right," Hagrid's face lit up. "It's Buckbeak, ye know him, don't ye? He's real gentle, that one. The students'll love I'm sure." Maverick tried his best to come up with a polite way to steer him off the idea. He liked Hagrid, he really did, but when it came to being cautious, the man wasn't exactly known for it. "Hagrid, listen," he said finally. "You're brilliant with magical creatures, no doubt, but the students aren't. You'll need to be extra careful. Not every kid's going to know how to handle a hippogriff." "Don't you worry, Professor Caesar." Hagrid thumped his chest with one meaty hand. "I'll keep an eye on 'em. It'll be fine." It was like not a single word had reached the man, or maybe they had just gone in one ear and flown straight out the other. Maverick sighed. "Just be careful," he said, "and take the kids' personalities into account when you're planning, whatever it is you're planning." Hagrid only grinned wider. Before Maverick could press further, he felt a soft vibration from his pocket. He pulled the device out, gave it a quick glance, and straightened up. "I've got something to take care of. See you around, Professor Hagrid." That last part made the half-giant blush right down to his beard. With a flustered nod, Hagrid turned and lumbered off, humming happily to himself. Maverick smiled, then glanced down at the device once more to double-check the message. A knowing smile tugged at his lips as he slipped the phone back into his pocket and looked around the grounds. With a quick wave of his hand, his patroness sprang to life, wings beating softly as it hovered in front of him. After a brief moment of eye contact, the shimmering raven turned and soared toward the headmaster's tower. He might not make it back tonight, so it was only fair to give the old man a heads up. With that thought, Maverick vanished from sight and rose smoothly into the sky, slipping past the wards before disappearing from the area entirely. North London. With a soft hum, Maverick appeared high above the city, the faint shimmer of displaced air vanishing behind him. The sky was gray, with a lazy drizzle hanging in the air, like the city hadn't quite made up its mind whether to rain or not. Below, rows of red brick houses stretched neatly along the narrow streets, speckled with moving cars and the occasional umbrella. He hovered for a moment, taking in the view, then slowly descended toward a completely ordinary-looking home on a completely forgettable street. Without pausing for flair or theatrics, he walked straight up to the front door, flicked a smooth alohomora, and pushed it open, all in the same breath before stepping inside. Inside was plain beige walls, a worn carpet, and a modest living room where two men were slouched on a couch, watching a game show with the kind of focus only boredom could bring. They didn't overreact when the air shimmered and Maverick appeared out of thin air. Clearly, they recognized both him and the bit of magic that had just occurred. They exchanged a few quiet words, and with a final nod to the two men, Maverick stepped further into the house, crossed over to a tall bookshelf against the far wall, and pulled out a thick, dusty-looking book. He opened the book and shook his head with amusement, seeing how typical it was to hide a button inside a book on a bookshelf that led to a secret door. It was all Howard's idea, he thought, then pressed the secret button. Click, creak. Sure enough, he saw the shelf slide backward, then swing sideways, revealing a hidden doorway beyond. He stepped through without hesitation, and the shelf quietly closed behind him. The men on the couch spared the whole scene a glance only, then promptly returned to their program. Behind the shelf, he saw a metal platform, an elevator, sleek and silently descending. He slipped his hand into the pocket of his long coat as an indicator blinked on and off in front of him. This place was the entrance to the underground lab, well, an entrance to one of the underground labs he had set up for Howard. This one, in particular, was where Howard was working on the pod designed to survive in space and Mars' atmosphere. The first step was getting there, and for that, he didn't need anything big. Moreover, there was no need for something like a rocket, as getting a pod spacious enough for just two people beyond Earth's atmosphere was hardly a challenge for a wizard like him. Besides, there was also portal magic from the sorcery system, so they wouldn't even have to spend time inside during the journey. SSSS. The elevator came to a smooth stop, and the doors slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a vast, brightly lit chamber. Maverick walked in, his eyes sweeping the room, and what immediately caught his attention was the beauty in the center. The first thing that came to mind upon seeing it was the Quinjet from the Marvel films, though there were a few differences here and there, and it was definitely smaller. The body was smooth, made from some dark alloy, and it hovered just above the ground on a set of stabilizers. Two large engines were fixed at the back, mounted on joints that looked like they could rotate in any direction, giving it a sense of flexibility and control. A dozen or so people were still working on it, and they weren't just engineers. Among them were a few alchemists Maverick had handpicked for the job. With their combined expertise and magical abilities, this team was more than capable of getting it done. "Didn't think you'd be here so quickly," said Robert, or rather, Howard in disguise, as he walked over to him. Maverick had stopped a short distance away, quietly admiring the machine. "I wasn't expecting it to be completed so soon," Maverick said, eyes still fixed on the sleek machine before him. "It's not a big project," Howard replied with a casual shrug. "A machine that can survive in space and theoretically handle Mars' atmosphere, with decent room inside for two people." Maverick finally turned from the machine to look at him. "When can we begin?" "Begin?" Howard tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Now, if you want, we just finished the final tests. It's ready to go whenever you are." "Good." A grin tugged at Maverick's lips before he could stop it. He was genuinely excited. After all, it was space. Who didn't want to go to space? Howard chuckled at his expression. "You look like a kid getting his favorite toy." Maverick ignored the jab and clapped his hands, calling the team over. The engineers and alchemists gathered, following him into a smaller room off the main lab that had been set aside for briefings. They spent over 2 hours there as Howard, alongside the engineers and alchemists, walked him through every aspect of the machine, its systems, strengths, and of course, its limits. Essentially, Maverick's job was simple, at least to him. His role was to get the vessel beyond Earth's gravity well, bypassing the need for any conventional launch infrastructure. Once the pod exited the atmosphere and reached a stable trajectory, the hybrid propulsion system would take over. The flight path had been carefully calculated using Muggle astrodynamics, and the team had plotted a direct trajectory to Mars using basic orbital mechanics. It wasn't the most fuel-efficient course, since they weren't waiting for the ideal planetary alignment, but it was still stable and fast enough to get the job done. With the help of the ship's hybrid propulsion system, they estimated the journey would take somewhere between 3 and 5 months. Maverick remembered that before his transmigration in 2024, NASA space programs typically took 6 to 9 months for a mission to Mars, so he was perfectly pleased with the 3 to 5 month estimate Howard and his team had produced. Once the pod approached Martian orbit, Maverick would take control again. While the vessel was equipped with atmospheric maneuvering capabilities, Howard had designed it with the assumption that Maverick would handle re-entry manually, using his magic to land safely. If it were before, he would have placed importance on the machine's capability of maneuvering within Mars' atmosphere, allowing for surface exploration, but he had no interest in that now. For him, what mattered, the only thing that mattered now, was getting there. Because, with mastery over the sorcery system's portal magic, he could simply establish a stable tether between Mars and Earth, making the return trip and all future trips instantaneous. The machine was simply a means to an end. "Tonight, then, gentlemen," Maverick said to the team. Turning to Howard, he added, "Get Bucky here as well. I'll be back around midnight." He stood up and grinned at the group, who looked just as expectant as he was for the whole operation. Let's make history tonight. Chapter 192, Beyond Earth's Grip, II, CH 212. London was draped in its usual moody gray, the kind that made everything seem a little sleepier than it really was this time of year. A thin mist clung to the rooftops, and a breeze drifted through the streets, not quite cold, but just brisk enough to suggest that summer had packed up and was ready to leave. And hundreds of meters above the city, flickers of orange light suddenly began to shimmer against the clouds. They danced for a second, then spun together into a perfect circle, growing larger and larger until it stretched dozens of meters across. It was clearly a portal, a big one, easily wide enough for something large to pass through. From within, a young man emerged, looking small against the vast opening, and he didn't exactly step out. He floated slowly, his back to the open sky, eyes locked on the glowing portal as if in deep concentration, like he was carefully guiding something through. Moments later, something big did follow, a fighter jet of some sort, drifting forward without any engine noise or thrust. From the looks of it, it was the young man who was controlling it, guiding it through by some means that was anything but scientific. Once the machine was fully through, the massive portal began to shrink, slowly at first, then faster, until it vanished entirely. Moments later, the young man disappeared as well, leaving behind only a soft hum in the air. Inside the aircraft, the space was cramped and clearly not designed for comfort. The cockpit held just 2 seats, and behind them was a small area barely big enough to stand and move about. Dark panels lined the walls, while soft strips of light ran overhead, casting a muted glow over the cabin. Howard Stark sat hunched in one of the narrow cockpit seats, staring out through the sloped glass with a look caught somewhere between nervous anticipation and quiet excitement. He was about to go to space, after all, and although he had seen and experienced his fair share of extraordinary things, this was definitely the pinnacle. What's more, he wasn't about to take off in a rocket or shuttle, but in a way he never imagined would be possible. A soft snap echoed behind him, and when he turned his head, he saw his soon-to-be fellow astronaut appear out of thin air, stepping neatly into the narrow space at the rear of the cabin. "All right, do your thing," he muttered, trying for casual, but his fingers had tightened around the armrests before he even noticed. Excitement was there, certainly, but so was the unmistakable edge of nerves. This was no ordinary journey after all. "Buckle up, Stark. Don't say I didn't tell you to stay behind for this," Maverick told the man while rolling his shoulders once before closing his eyes and channeling his magic. Even for an archmage, this would be no easy feat. Pushing a machine weighing several tons, tens of thousands of meters into the air to escape the planet's pull. Moments later, the aircraft began to rise, straight up, without tilt or sway, climbing higher and higher without pause. 1,000 meters. 5,000. 15. Time seemed to pass especially slowly during this time, as the cabin creaked under pressure and the wind outside screamed past the jet. Howard sat at his station, watching the readings closely while Maverick handled the heavy lifting. "What's our altitude?" Maverick called out. He was really starting to feel the drag now, magic pulling like a tide against him, far heavier than he had anticipated. "Not even close," Howard shouted back, his voice gruff for a man who was only sitting. While he wasn't channeling anything that would cost him stamina, the G-force was pressing down hard, flattening him against his seat like an invisible hand. Still under 20. Half an hour had passed, then another. The machine's ascent hadn't slowed, but since this was no conventional launch, it wasn't nearly as fast as a rocket racing to escape velocity. The commonly accepted boundary between Earth's atmosphere and space, the Kármán line, lay roughly 100 kilometers above sea level. At that altitude, the air thinned to the point where ordinary aircraft could no longer depend on lift, and anything hoping to stay aloft had to follow the rules of spaceflight. Luckily, they didn't need to reach escape velocity. Not yet, at least. As long as Maverick maintained his hold, the aircraft wouldn't fall, even if it stopped climbing altogether. Still, making it to 100 kilometers, high enough for the thrusters to take over, was putting a tremendous strain on Maverick's magic. "A bit further, boss man. We're now over 90,000 meters. Howard was fiddling with the controls, his hands moving quickly while also relaying instructions to the team back at the lab, making final preparations to launch the engines. At the same time, Maverick was nearing his limit. His reserves were thinning fast, and for the first time in a while, he found himself questioning just how impressive the rank of Archmage really was. At this rate, he would have to dip into his system points to restore some of his magical energy, something he preferred to avoid unless absolutely necessary. 93,094. Activating the anchoring runes to simulate gravity. Maverick could only grit his teeth and push, channeling his magic even harder as the tech genius continued announcing one thing after another. His only job was to lift, and right now, he was pretty much pouring everything he had left into the final stretch of their ascent. 98,000, just a little bit more. Howard had his hand over the ignition button ready to press at any moment, while his eyes stayed fixed on the steadily rising numbers. T-7. T-5. 3-2. Taking a long inhale, Howard decisively pressed the buttons as soon as the indicator reached the target altitude. "We're burning fuel. All indicators are green." A deep hum vibrated through the aircraft as the systems roared to life, and from the back of the jet, or perhaps now it should be called a spacecraft, the twin engines began to light up. "Just a bit longer. Wait till I thrust." Howard continued to announce each step he was making to Maverick and the team listening to him back at the lab. Finally, they felt a movement that was unmistakably mechanical as the craft jolted forward, slow at first, and knew it was almost over. 500 meters per second. 1 kilometer per second. With no air resistance to hold the spacecraft back, the powerful engines, designed from the best that science and magical alchemy could offer, began accelerating the machine rapidly. 5s. 10. Finally, when the velocity reached 11.2 kilometers per second. "We've hit escape velocity, Caesar. You can pull your magic back now." As soon as Maverick heard him, he released the enormous burden without a second thought and collapsed onto the metal floor on all fours, gasping for breath. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt so drained. Not even his duel with Morvain had pushed him this far. Carrying this thing into space for nearly 2 hours straight had almost completely emptied his stamina. Lifting his head slightly, he saw Howard still fiddling with the controls. Beyond the man's shoulder there was nothing, or rather it was all black. After saying something into the comms, Howard finally turned to glance over his shoulder, while Maverick, now having caught his breath, walked up to the front of the cockpit and looked out through the sloped glass for the first time. Ahead was nothing but black, but off to the side, he saw the blue planet in all its glory. He figured this scene would definitely make for an upgrade the next time he gave the introductory lecture in the Muggle science class. "We're officially astronauts, boss man," Howard grinned, unbuckling his seat. The tech genius beamed at the young man who looked like he had just finished the most punishing workout of his life. "So we are," Maverick said, and a pleased smile tugged at his lips. The space jet had its course pre-programmed. First, it would make a few orbits around the planet to test systems, communications, propulsion, navigation, make any necessary adjustments, and only then would it slingshot toward its destination. The two men walked to the side viewport where they could see the blue planet hanging in the void. For a moment, they simply admired it in silence. "Are you sure no one's going to pick us up on their radar?" Howard asked, glancing sideways. "Yes, no current-age technology can detect us. We're invisible to both radar and the naked eye, even telescopes." Another moment passed in silence before Howard spoke again. "When are we going back?" Maverick chuckled. It hadn't even been 10 minutes, and the man already sounded impatient. He wondered, if there hadn't been an option to return during the journey, would Howard have even agreed to board the ship? "Why, you don't want to enjoy the view a little longer? You do realize, out of 8 billion people, not even a handful will ever experience something like this. Or, how about bringing Maria up here before the jet begins its real course toward the red planet?" That suggestion made Howard's eyes light up with genuine interest. "You know what? That's actually not a bad idea at all." Maverick laughed again. The scenery would remain like this for a few more hours, and he had promises to keep in the meantime. The team below, though small, was made up of people who mattered. Each of them deserved to witness this moment. He wanted to bring them aboard, even if just for a brief look at the beauty of space. "Right then, let's go back." Moments later, both men stepped out of a portal, returning to the underground base where their team had been waiting. Cheers erupted the second they appeared, filling the chamber in celebration of a successful mission. But this was only the beginning. The journey ahead would last somewhere between 3 to 5 months. Only at its end would they reach the true goal of all this effort. Over the next few hours, Maverick made several more trips, first taking Bucky, then the rest of the team, 2 by 2, to see Earth from above, technically making each of them astronauts. It didn't take 24 hours to make a full rotation, only around 2, so each party had just a short moment to experience the wonder. Howard somehow managed to convince his wife to make the trip as well, and Maverick took the couple aboard before the ship completed its final orbits around Earth. Then, for the last trip, Maverick went and picked up Isabella. It would have been a sin for her to miss something like this, so he spent a few hours with her admiring the scenery. A quiet, romantic gesture for his soon-to-be wife. He would never admit that anything of the sort happened between them that would omit thousands of words. It was, and only was, purely a romantic move on his part. In the end, everyone was left happy. And Maverick especially, because this was just the beginning, a big step toward his final goal. Meanwhile, the team would continue to monitor the aircraft throughout its journey. Maverick left the technical concerns in their capable hands. For now, his role was done. He was practically just the muscle, and frankly, he didn't want to worry about the details when someone like Howard was at the helm. If anything came up, they would call him. Until then, he returned, once more back to Hogwarts. Chapter 193, Remnants of Mischief I, ch. 213. The next morning, with the sun just starting to rise behind a curtain of gloomy clouds and a cool breeze drifting through the castle halls, Maverick left his office and made his way toward the Great Hall for breakfast, feeling rather pleased with himself. It had been a very successful evening, all things considered. Even managed to make it back in time for today's classes and still squeeze in an hour of sleep. And on his way down, he happened to overhear bits of gossip from yesterday's classes coming from passing little witches and wizards. Thank Merlin none of it was about him. The first was about yesterday's third-year care of magical creatures class, where Mr. Savior had apparently flown a bloody hippogriff around the school. It seemed not a single word of Maverick's earlier advice had made it through that half-giant's thick skull, and with that thought, he let out a resigned sigh. Fortunately, no one seemed to have gotten hurt, but still, Hagrid was probably going to get a warning. The second bit made him chuckle quietly to himself. It was still the same trouble magnet class, of course. During their defense against the dark arts lesson, the new professor had introduced them to a boggart, a creature that takes the shape of one's worst fear. Boggarts weren't particularly powerful, but their effect on people with deep fears or fatal weaknesses was remarkable, especially if they were caught off guard. During the lesson, one student's greatest fear turned out to be none other than Severus Snape. With a bit of encouragement from Lupin, the student managed to face it head-on and cast the boggart banishing spell, Ridiculous. The result was apparently as ridiculous as the spell's namesake. The old bat, who had loomed moments earlier in full fearsome form, transformed into a woman, except for his unmistakable face, dressed in a frilly bikini, with a pointed sun hat perched on his head and a massive red handbag swinging from one arm. It was a bit different from the version he remembered, and honestly, it sounded much funnier. Maverick wished he'd been there to witness the spectacle himself, not that he had any weird fetishes or anything like that. He simply wanted to see the little genius from his alchemy class in action. As soon as he sat down at the high table, he heard the nosy old man doing what he did best, poking into other people's business, and asking him about his prompt disappearance yesterday. "Ah, Professor Caesar, I trust your little excursion yesterday went well. Anything interesting to share with the rest of us?" Maverick shot the old headmaster a sideways glance as he cut into a piece of bread. Quite actually, it was an out-of-this-world experience. "Oh," McGonagall leaned in from the other side, her brows arching. "Did something happen we ought to know about? What trip is Albus referring to?" "I was off school grounds after my classes yesterday to take care of something. And yes, something great did happen," Maverick said, flashing McGonagall a wide, all-teeth grin. "But I'm not telling. Not yet." "May I guess?" Flitwick also piped up from a few seats down. "Another breakthrough with one of your remarkable inventions, perhaps." Maverick chuckled and gave the tiny professor a thumbs up. "You're right, Professor, but I'm still not telling." Typical light and easy chatter carried on between the staff, while the hall in front of them buzzed with the usual breakfast-time energy. Students laughing, chattering, and clattering cutlery like any other morning at Hogwarts. By the time Maverick parted ways with the others after breakfast, it was nearly 9 o'clock, just in time for his first class of the day. Time moved slowly, and before long, evening had crept in. The Great Hall was once again alive with noise, laughter, gossip, and the day's stories flying across tables, each more dramatic than the last. The lively hum of chatter gave the hall its usual warmth, perfect for the dinner hour. Tonight, Mr. Savior didn't seem in the mood to enjoy his dinner, lost in thought over the one big piece of gossip making waves in the hall at that very moment. And it probably had to do with why some of his classmates kept shooting furtive glances his way, as if he might drop dead any second. "Don't worry, mate," Ron said, leaning in with a mouthful of mashed potato. "It's all rubbish. To hell with the black dog, and to hell with her and her bloody grim." It turned out that in divination class, Professor Trelawney had predicted some eerie things for Harry, eerie enough to completely ruin his appetite. "Ron's right," Hermione chimed in as well. "You're worrying over nothing. Besides, didn't Professor McGonagall say divination is one of the most unreliable subjects in magic?" In fact, Harry himself knew he was probably overreacting. But there was something about what his divination professor had said, that one bit about a black dog, that really stuck with him. He hadn't told his friends yet, but on the day he came to King's Cross with the Weasleys, he really had seen a large black dog. And for some reason, it had caught his attention in a way he couldn't quite explain. And the reason his thoughts kept drifting back to that brief but vivid moment was because, at the exact second he made eye contact with the creature, he could have sworn to Merlin the dog gave him the most human-like nod, like it was greeting a friend or a family member, before strolling off with its owner, who also gave him a peculiar nod. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, just something odd, nothing more. But after today's divination class, he could feel it in his bones. That dog wasn't normal, and its owner very likely knew who he was. The Grim, the black dog, something about it felt connected, and Harry's thoughts started racing wildly. Harry. "Wah, what? I'm not deaf, Hermione." She shot him a sharp glare. "You were completely zoned out, and I asked you twice to pass me the pepper." "Right," Harry mumbled, passing her the bottle absently. Hermione reached with a soft sigh. "Honestly, Harry, you clearly need to talk to someone. If it's bothering you this much, I suggest you talk to Professor Caesar." Harry mulled it over and figured that wasn't a bad idea at all. At least, he thought, the professor wouldn't laugh at him and would really listen. So he made up his mind to tell Maverick about what he had seen that day as well. That man and the dog were definitely suspicious, and if anyone could find out more, it had to be Professor Caesar. With his mind made up, he instantly felt lighter. He gave Hermione a quick grin and finally turned his attention to the food in front of him. Maverick pushed open the window of his office, squinting up at the sky as the night breeze brushed coolly against his face. Moonlight lit up the clouds drifting lazily overhead, and every so often, something dark moved among them, shadowy figures gliding in and out of view. He wasn't sure if it was coincidence, but the sky hadn't cleared once since those things began patrolling the school. It had been 2 weeks since the school year began. Nothing major had happened, at least, not here at Hogwarts. Well, maybe except for that first week when Potter came to see him, talking about a black dog and a Grim, looking like someone was out for his head. Well, there was someone, more than one actually, but it probably had nothing to do with what the kid was talking about. It was only after that conversation that Maverick learned Sirius Black had somehow convinced Ali to let him see Potter one last time before school started. Unlike in the original story, Black had no reason to come to Hogwarts now, so knowing he wouldn't see Harry for a long time, he thought it best to say goodbye. Of course, Harry never said it was Black or Ali, but Maverick was sure. The mention of a black dog and a man with brown skin was enough for Maverick to make the connection. But Sirius, the Git, had to be the dog, even though Maverick had already given him a near-perfect disguise. And because of that, some of the events that followed ended up oddly similar to the original story, like Trelawney and her divinations about a black dog and bad omens for Harry. In the end, Maverick could only tell the boy something similar to what McGonagall had said in the original story. Divination wasn't exactly the most reliable branch of magic. Especially with Trelawney, who was known to predict the so-called Grim for at least one student every year, and nothing ever came of it. Fortunately, Harry took his advice to heart, and his demeanor returned to normal almost immediately that same day. Harry never voiced it, but Maverick could sense it clearly. The kid had placed a quiet, unwavering trust in him. And because of that, he felt a twinge of guilt for keeping certain things from the boy. There was still the matter of the Peverills, and now, Sirius. Not that he was trying to keep secrets like a certain old man, he wasn't Dumbledore. He was just too busy. But not for long. His plan had always been to tell Harry everything about Sirius before Pettigrew was handed over to the Ministry, and to explain what really happened the night his parents died. Knock, knock, knock. The steady tapping at his office door pulled Maverick back to the present. Without turning from the window, his magical sense extended through the walls and quickly told him exactly who the visitor was. A smile curled his lips before he turned, crossed the room, and lowered himself into the chair behind his desk. Then, with a wave of his hand, the door swung open to admit the visitor. It was Lupin, and with a silent nod in response to Maverick's gesture, he took the seat across from him as the door shut gently behind him on its own. Chapter 194, Remnants of Mischief II, ch. 214. "There's no need to be so nervous, Remus," Maverick said with a faint smile, noting how tense the man looked. "I just want to ask a couple of questions on a certain matter, nothing too heavy." Despite the worn, patchy robes he still wore, Maverick could see that Lupin's complexion had improved considerably since 2 weeks ago. At the very least, he no longer looked like someone unsure of where his next meal would come from. Taking out a cup and a steaming jar of tea from seemingly nowhere, Maverick poured the man a drink and passed it over. "So, how is life as a professor treating you?" Though he suspected there was more behind the offer than simple hospitality, Lupin still gave a polite nod and accepted the cup. "It's better than I expected," he said after a sip, feeling the tea settle his nerves. "Teaching a room full of lively 11-year-olds is, More interesting than I imagined. Maverick chuckled softly. I know, right? It's a strange feeling indeed. Pleasantries out of the way, Maverick didn't keep him hanging any longer. Lupin looked calm enough, but Maverick could tell there was a mess of feelings underneath. Nervousness, fear, a bit of admiration, all tangled up. It made sense. The fear was understandable, the nerves likely tied to his particular condition, and the admiration, well, that was easy to place too. Right then, I won't keep you in suspense, Professor, he said matter-of-factly. I asked you here to hear your thoughts on the murder of the Potters, and more specifically, your take on Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. He paused briefly, then added in a gentler tone, I know this is sudden, and probably not something easy to recall, considering how close you all were. But even so, I'd really appreciate your cooperation. Lupin looked like he had 1,000 things to say or ask, and that was understandable. Maverick had been quite forward, after all, so he said no more and gave the man a moment to process. First came the expected why, followed by a few more questions. Lupin clearly needed some convincing. Maverick answered them patiently, mixing in a few half-truths where needed, until the man finally gave a slow nod and agreed to talk. Half an hour later, as Maverick sat and listened quietly, he found that Lupin's story matched Sirius's in most ways. But unlike Sirius, he hadn't witnessed the end. All he had were second-hand accounts, rumors, and the Ministry's word. James was gone, betrayed by someone close. Peter, too, killed, supposedly, by that same traitor, and all fingers pointed to Sirius Black. Yet Lupin never got the chance to face him, to ask if it was really true. I just don't understand why he chose to break out now of all times, Lupin finished with a melancholic remark. I don't even know what to think of my former friend anymore. Tapping his finger against the desk, Maverick wondered if he should really bring this man into the formula. That was the whole reason he had called Lupin in and asked about the Potters in the first place, to get a read on his character, to see if he could be trusted, and maybe brought on board too. From what he had seen, Lupin was actually a pretty solid wizard. Maverick had been quietly observing his classes, especially the 6th years and the Newt students, and Lupin handled them well. Really well. After a short pause, Maverick leaned back in his chair. Then just asked, plain and straightforwardly, do you want to see him? Lupin, head bowed as he stared into the empty cup cradled in both hands, let out a dry chuckle. He couldn't even count how many times he had gone to the Ministry, asking to see the imprisoned man just once. But every time, he had been denied, brushed off, treated like he was nobody. If it was before he escaped, you could have used your influence to get me into Azkaban. But now, what difference does it make? Fair point. Maverick didn't say that out loud, of course. Instead, he checked the time. Then, glancing back at the dejected man still staring into his empty cup, he stood up, walked around the table, and simply said, Come with me. Lupin raised his head and gave him a puzzled look. Where? To see Black, Maverick said, stopping by the fireplace and motioning for him to come over. Lupin's mouth fell half open, and a rush of questions flooded his mind. For a moment, he didn't know what to make of that statement, until Maverick clarified. You can think of it as me having captured him. Captured. Moments later, the fireplace flared to life in a burst of vibrant green, and the two men vanished from the office. Half an hour later, in a quiet corner of London, inside the house where Sirius was currently staying, two old friends who hadn't seen each other in years were finally having the long-overdue conversation they both needed. When Lupin first laid eyes on Sirius, his instinct had been to hex him on the spot, but somehow he held himself back. At first, it got loud, shouting, swearing, years of pent-up frustration spilling out. But eventually, the volume dropped, and it sounded like they were actually talking now. Maverick had left the two of them in a separate room to sort things out, while he and Ali waited in the living room. In the meantime, he checked with Ali about Sirius's behavior over the last couple of weeks, how cooperative he had been, and also confirmed whether both he and Ali had indeed seen Harry on the 1st of September this month. It turned out to be true, and just as Maverick had guessed, the man had simply wanted to see his godson one last time before school began. Maverick didn't ask Ali any more questions regarding the matter and just left it at that. More time passed, and soon an hour had gone by, yet the two marauders still hadn't finished their talk. Then, as a thought crossed his mind, Maverick took out his phone and gave Jameson Greengrass a call, informing him that he would be visiting shortly. Once Lupin and Sirius were done with their reconciliation, or whatever it was, Maverick planned to take them to see Pettigrew tonight. There was no way. He just thought it would be better to let them get some things off their chests if he wanted them to truly cooperate. Another half-hour passed before the two men finally emerged from the room. Maverick couldn't help but raise a brow at the dark bruise forming around Sirius Black's left eye. "Don't ask." Sirius raised a hand before anyone could say anything. Lupin approached from behind and stopped beside the sofa where Maverick sat. There was no hesitation in his eyes as he looked at Maverick and said directly what had been weighing on his mind. "I would like to see Peter Pettigrew, Master Caesar." "What a coincidence," Maverick murmured with a faint smile. He appreciated Lupin's composed demeanor. The man was remarkably good at keeping his emotions in check. "I was thinking the same thing just a moment ago." "Wait, what? Caesar, are you serious?" Sirius became visibly excited, almost crazed, at the thought of finally meeting the rat, and blurted out, unable to contain himself. Maverick paid no mind to the flaring mutt and opened a portal directly to the Greengrass Manor. Before stepping through, Maverick gave Sirius a long, squinting look. The man's eyes were already bloodshot, and that half-insane look Maverick had seen when he first captured him was starting to resurface. Still, Maverick decided to give him a chance to see if he could keep himself in check. At worst, Sirius might try to kill Pettigrew, and Maverick could intervene in time. However, after that, Black would be completely ruled out of Maverick's future plans. He didn't need a ticking time bomb. Even Ali shot him a disappointed look, seeing how easily Sirius lost control. Greengrass Manor. Flickering torchlight cast long, wavering shadows, revealing cracks and patches of moss clinging stubbornly to the ancient stones. Lord Greengrass, followed by Maverick, Sirius, Remus, and Ali, descended a narrow stone staircase that spiraled downward. The air grew colder and damper with every step, carrying the faint scent of mildew and rust, until the stairwell finally ended at a heavy iron door. Beyond the door lay a small, cramped dungeon chamber. In its center stood a sturdy iron cage, bars thick and cold, enclosing a hunched figure chained tightly to the wall behind him. Peter Pettigrew looked no different than the last time Maverick had seen him. His pale, twitchy face still carried that same rat-like look, and his watery eyes darted around like he expected something to leap at him any second. His entire demeanor screamed coward, and to be fair, that's exactly what he was. Chained up and trembling like a cornered rat, it was a fitting look for someone whose animagus form was one. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Pettigrew turned his head toward the noise. His beady eyes landed on the familiar figure. Yes, the same man who had been feeding him like he was some farm animal these past few weeks. He still had no idea how he ended up in this mess. One moment he was relaxing in what he had long considered his home, the benevolent Weasleys, and the next he woke up locked inside a cursed cage that not even all his frantic, pathetic efforts could break. He had tried everything. Nothing worked. He had tried talking to the man he believed had captured him, bribed, begged, and lied through his teeth, offering things he didn't have and couldn't possibly deliver. But the man was practically a mute. At least he recognized him. Jameson Greengrass. Stubborn old pureblood lord, not once had he spoken a word to him, just came in, left him a bit of half-rotten food to keep him alive, then walked away. Every day, like clockwork. But today, something felt different to him. "Merlin, help me. Am I going to die here?" he had wondered more than once. More footsteps. Wait, that's not just him, two more. Pettigrew squinted in the dim torchlight, peering past the bars of his cage. He didn't see Maverick or Ali, as Maverick didn't want his involvement known during the trial. He had already told Greengrass, Sirius, and Ali to simply pretend that he and Ali weren't there. Those two figures flanking Lord Greengrass, why did they look so familiar? An ominous chill ran down Pettigrew's spine. His already sweat-slicked face grew even damper as realization crept in, each second a stab to the gut. He gulped. Remus, CC Sirius. Chapter 195. Remnants of Mischief III, CH 215. There were witnesses who claimed they saw you die, Peter, Lupin said, not knowing what to feel. A whole street full of them. His emotions were in complete turmoil. Yes, Sirius had told him a completely different story from the one that everybody knew about that day. And even though it sounded much more believable and logical in every sense, he still hadn't been able to fully accept it. After all, they had been brothers once. James, Sirius, Peter, and him. He needed to hear it from both of them. Of course, thinking rationally, it was clear enough who the real traitor was. But when it came to family or friends as close as family, who could possibly think rationally? The iron door clanked open with a groan, and Jameson stepped aside wordlessly. Inside the dimly lit cell stood a second cage, and Peter Pettigrew sat curled at the center, chained with heavy enchanted manacles. He wasn't going anywhere. Sirius brushed past Lupin, entering first, his boots echoing across the stone floor. His fists were clenched, and his wand was already in hand, trembling slightly. Jameson moved to the back to stand near Maverick, who leaned silently against the wall just outside. They were only here to observe while the two men confronted their past. They didn't see what they thought they saw. Sirius snapped, voice raw with years of bottled-up rage, responding to Lupin's earlier remark. He looked ready to pounce, barely restraining himself from hexing the rat into mincemeat. Sirius, Remus? Pettigrew finally managed to find his voice after the shock of seeing the last people he ever wanted to meet. His eyes darted toward the now-open cell door, but that was all he could do, look. To escape, he would have to get free from the enchanted chains first, then unlock the smaller cage, and only then could he make a move. And even if by some miracle he managed that, how, in Merlin's name, was he supposed to get past his so-called old friends? Back in their school days, James, Sirius, and Lupin had always been better than him with a wand, and there was no reason to believe that had changed. My friends, my old friends, he choked out, eyes darting wildly, mouth twitching with panic. Should he plead, apologize, try to lie his way out, maybe fool one of them? He didn't know what might work, only that he had to say something. Sirius's wand arm rose at once, but Lupin seized his wrist and gave him a warning look. Not yet. Sirius growled low in his throat, then held back the urge. Lupin then turned his gaze back to the caged man again. When he spoke to Pettigrew this time, his tone was unnervingly calm. We've been talking, Peter, about the night Lily and James died. He took another step closer, eyes narrowing slightly. I might have missed some details back then, so why don't you fill me in on what really happened? Pettigrew's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. Remus, he squeaked out finally, sweat beading across his already pasty face. You don't believe him, do you? He tried to kill me, Remus. You have to believe me. So I've heard, said Lupin. And that's exactly why I'd like to clear up one or two little matters with you, Peter, if you'd be so. He's come to try and kill me again. Pettigrew's fat body visibly trembled as he tried to make excuses. He killed Lily and James, and now he's going to kill me too. You've got to help me, Remus. Sirius's face twisted in fury as he stared at him with eyes dark as thunderclouds. He was trying, really trying, not to hex the life out of him right then and there. No one's going to try and kill you until we've sorted a few things out, Lupin said firmly. Sorted what out, Remus? Squealed Pettigrew, looking utterly desperate, eyes wide and wild like a cornered animal. I knew he'd come after me. That's why I hid all these years. I knew he'd be back. You knew Sirius was going to break out of Azkaban, said Lupin, his brow furrowed, when nobody has ever done it before. He's got dark powers the rest of us can only dream of, Pettigrew shouted. How else did he get out of there? I suppose he who must not be named taught him a few tricks. At that, Black started to laugh, a horrible, mirthless sound that filled the whole chamber. Really, Peter, that's the best you've got. Voldemort teaching me tricks. Pettigrew flinched at the name. That terrible, terrible name that still gave him nightmares. Yes, even now, after all these years. In truth, that was the real reason he had gone into hiding. Although it had been over a decade since the Dark Lord was declared dead, Peter was still too much of a coward to face the world, convinced even the Dark Lord's ghost might come after him. What, scared to hear your old master's name? Sirius asked mockingly. I don't blame you, Peter. His lot aren't very happy with you, are they? Don't know what you mean, Sirius, muttered Pettigrew, his breathing faster than ever. His whole face was shining with sweat now. I get it now. It's not me you've been hiding from for 12 years, said Black, every word laced with a mocking edge as he took a step forward. You've been hiding from Voldemort's old supporters. He crouched down in front of the cage, eyes burning with contempt. I heard things, Peter, in Azkaban. They all think you're dead, or else you'd have to answer to them. I've heard them screaming all sorts of things in their sleep. Sounds like they think the double-crosser double-crossed them. Voldemort went to the Potters on your information, and Voldemort met his downfall there. And not all his supporters ended up in Azkaban, did they? There are still plenty out here, biding their time, pretending they've seen the error of their ways. His voice dropped to a cold whisper. If they ever got wind that you were still alive, Peter. Don't know what you're talking about, said Pettigrew again, more shrilly than ever. He wiped his face on his sleeve and looked up at Lupin. You don't believe this madness, Remus. I must admit, Peter, I have difficulty in understanding why an innocent man would want to spend 12 years as a rat, said Lupin evenly. Innocent but scared, squealed Pettigrew. If Voldemort's supporters were after me, it was because I put one of their best men in Azkaban the spy. He jerked his head toward Sirius. Sirius Black. Black's face contorted in fury as he rose to his feet in one swift, jerking motion. How dare you, he growled. Me, a spy for Voldemort? When did I ever sneak around people who were stronger and more powerful than me? But you, Peter, I'll never understand why I didn't see you were the spy from the start. You always liked big friends who'd protect you, didn't you? It used to be us, me and Remus, and James. Pettigrew wiped his face again. He was almost panting now. Me a spy? Must be out of your mind. Never, don't know how you can say such. Lily and James only made you secret keeper because I suggested it. Black hissed so venomously that Pettigrew flinched, expecting a hex at any second. I thought it was the perfect plan. A bluff. Voldemort would be sure to come after me, would never dream they'd use a weak, talentless thing like you. It must have been the finest moment of your miserable life, telling Voldemort you could hand him the Potters. Pettigrew was sweating buckets now, frantically thinking of a retort, a convincing lie. Something, anything. Lupin was now nearly convinced himself, and it was only the final confession that kept him from pouncing too. But there was one more thing he needed to clarify. I have a question, Lupin said, voice tight. Since you, Peter, as the rat, have been sleeping in Harry's dormitory for 3 years, if you're working for you-know-who, how come you never tried to kill Harry? Yes, that's it, Pettigrew said shrilly, like he'd found the perfect excuse. Why should I, Remus? Because I'm not a spy. Like you said, I've slept in their dorms for years and never done anything. I've never hurt a hair on Harry's head. I'll tell you why, said Black. Because you never did anything for anyone unless you could see what was in it for you. Voldemort's been in hiding for 12 years. People say he's half dead. You weren't about to commit murder right under Albus Dumbledore's nose for a wreck of a wizard who'd lost all his power, were you? You'd want to be quite sure he was the biggest bully in the playground before you went back to him, wouldn't you? Why else did you find a wizarding family to take you in? Keeping an ear out for news, weren't you, Peter? Just in case your old protector regained strength and it was safe to rejoin him. Pettigrew opened and closed his mouth several times. He seemed to have lost the ability to speak. All he could do was pray to anyone, that Remus would believe him. Remus, please, it's me. It's Peter, your friend. You have to believe me. Lupin waited. The confession still hadn't come. He needed to hear it, needed Peter to say it. Master, noble master, clever master, you won't let them kill me, will you? Help me. Peter, finally giving up on his lies, turned toward Jameson outside the cell and began to plead. The Greengrass Lord paid him no mind and ignored him completely. Remus, whispered Pettigrew, finally losing all hope. The lies had failed. What was left? Begging like the pathetic rat he was, no matter how pathetic he looked. Remus, my friend, show me mercy. And there it was. Instantly, both Black and Lupin strode forward, wands raised in perfect sync. You sold Lily and James to Voldemort, said Black, who was shaking now. Do you deny it? Pettigrew burst into tears. Sirius, Sirius, what could I have done? The Dark Lord. You have no idea. You can't imagine. I was scared, Sirius. I was never brave like you and Remus and James. I never meant it to happen. He who must not be named forced me. Don't lie, bellowed Black. You'd been passing information to HIM for a year before Lily Ann James died. You were his spy. He was taking over everywhere, gasped Pettigrew. What was there to be gained by refusing him? What was there to be gained by fighting the most evil wizard who has ever existed? Said Black, his face a mask of terrible fury. Only innocent lives, Peter. You don't understand, whined Pettigrew. He would have killed me, Sirius. Then you should have died, roared Black. Died rather than betray your friends, as we would have done for you. Black and Lupin stood shoulder to shoulder, wands raised. You should have realized, said Lupin quietly. If Voldemort didn't kill you, we would. They both looked ready to cast the killing curse. The green light humming at the tips of their wands was restless, itching for release. Chapter 196, Remnants of Mischief IV, ch 216. Hi guys, I want to address something first, so before you scroll down to the chapter content, I'd really appreciate it if you read this AN. I know some of you, okay, maybe a lot of you, feel that the pacing of this fic is super slow. First of all, I want you to know that I read every single one of your comments across all platforms, and I always keep your feedback and recommendations in mind whenever I can. Back to the point, I do my best to avoid redundant content, repetitive dialogue, and everything in between before each publish. I'm sure you've noticed by now the improvements since the beginning of the story. I really hope you have lol. Now, the main reason the arcs may feel long is that I don't want to leave behind any plot holes or loose ends. Yes, it would be very easy to let the MC wing it and steamroll through every challenge and arc. Because, well, he is quite overpowered for this time period. That might feel exciting at first, but in the long run, it would inevitably weaken the story. One of the problems with many main character stories or fanfictions is that, after a certain point, the plot becomes chaotic or repetitive because the MC's strength overshadows everything else. Conflicts lose their weight, stakes feel meaningless, and the story loses its spark. By pacing things carefully, I'm making sure the world still feels alive, the challenges remain believable, and the MC, the side characters, their growth, and the arcs themselves all have proper context. I spend a lot of time outlining, drafting, and weaving the ideas together before I even start on the final draft. That way, when the MC does act decisively or shows his overwhelming strength, it carries real impact instead of feeling like just another easy win. So yes, the story might feel slower at times, but it's deliberate. I'd rather build something solid and satisfying than rush into a power fantasy that burns out too quickly. This is, after all, a Harry Potter x Marvel X, more that I haven't even mentioned or even decided on crossover. It's going to be a long ride, but I genuinely love every moment of turning the ideas in my head into ink. I also want to say how much I appreciate each and every one of you who takes the time to read and follow along. And finally, if the pacing really does feel unbearably slow for you, my suggestion is to stack up a few chapters and binge through them. On average, I release at least 20 chapters, around 40K words per month, unless something urgent comes up, so there's always plenty of story waiting for you after a short break. I hope you understand, and again, don't forget to leave your feedback. I'm not joking when I say it's the single most important thing that helps me improve the story. P.S. Have mercy, XD. Okay, enough of my rant. Please enjoy the chapter. If looks could kill, Peter would have been dead 100 times by now. Seeing that the two he once called best friends hadn't believed a word of his lies, he could only wail, counting the seconds. No, no, please. Snot oozed down his rat mouth like a broken pipe, mixing with the spit and tears as he blubbered for mercy. My friends, please, it's me. It's Peter. And all of it, the whimpering, the pleading, the pitiful little gasps, just bounced off the two of them like rain on stone as they watched the traitor fall apart. Why don't we start with their favorite curse, Remus? The one Voldemort's lot used on so many of us. Would be a shame to let him die without a little pain, don't you think? No. Pettigrew shook his head frantically, as if he had just heard his own death sentence. He looked between them with desperate eyes, hands pressed together in mock prayer, sobbing pitifully, stripped of all dignity. "I'm your friend, you wouldn't, please." He was so repulsive, so far beneath contempt, that the two of them nearly abandoned their plans to make him suffer. Killing him would be a mercy, not for him, but for them. Perhaps that had been the rat's plan all along, to abandon every last shred of dignity, hoping their sheer disgust might change their minds. After all, traitor though he was, he had once been their friend, and he knew them better than anyone. For a moment, it actually worked. Black and Lupin both lowered their wands. Unfortunately, Pettigrew let out a pitiful little sigh of relief. And that was his mistake. Black and Lupin's expressions darkened at once as they realized they had been played again. They shared a look and, with a single nod to each other, reached an unspoken agreement. Peter watched his former friends slowly holster their wands, thinking his pathetic display had finally worked, until he saw them crack their knuckles. His face fell, and his expression twisted into one of sheer terror. Seeing the wicked grins stretched across their faces, wide, a little unhinged, and far too gleeful, Peter was suddenly reminded of the schoolyard bullying they used to dish out back at Hogwarts. Only this wasn't going to be anything like that. This time, he was on the receiving end, and what he was about to get had 12 years of betrayal and bitterness packed into it. His eyes widened so much, it looked like they might pop out of their sockets. "W8 Remus, Sirius, please wait." "No." "Stay back." "Please." "No." Outside the cell, Maverick listened to the pitiful wails and allowed himself a small smile, the first time since coming down here. He was hoping Black wouldn't give in to impulse and kill the rat on the spot, and thankfully he didn't. That was good, because Black could be a very useful tool, an ally in the future, both politically and as a mage of reasonable talent. Of course, even if Black, or even Lupin, tried to kill Peter, Maverick was ready to intervene. Though he looked relaxed, he was always prepared to step in if things went too far. As for the bloody beating happening now, he saw no reason to stop it. If anything, letting the two men vent their long-buried rage was probably the healthiest thing for them. The beatdown continued. Sirius and Lupin didn't use any magic, relying instead on good old fists and boots to do the heavy lifting, pounding the pathetic rat until he was barely clinging to consciousness. Maverick, standing off to the side with Jameson, occasionally cast healing charms, just enough to keep Pettigrew breathing and reset the cycle. The sounds of crying, howling, and flesh striking flesh went on for nearly an hour. By the time it was over, it wasn't Pettigrew who collapsed. Maverick had ensured the rat stayed conscious, barely alive, but alive all the same. Instead, it was the two marauders who finally dropped to their knees, every ounce of strength wrung out of them. Their fists throbbed, their muscles screamed, and their chests heaved with exhaustion, but the rage had passed. What remained was a shattered traitor lying in a pool of his own failure, bloodied, broken, but still breathing. The matter was over, at least for now. Pettigrew would still remain in captivity, but Sirius and Lupin had earned their moment of catharsis before the rat was handed over to the British Ministry of Magic. Later, in the private study at Greengrass Manor, they all gathered, partly to discuss the road ahead, partly to share a few drinks. Of course, Maverick already had the plan mapped out in his head, but it never hurts to hear what other people had to say. It was decided. Pettigrew would be handed over to the Aurors, specifically to someone tough enough not to flinch and too straight to be bought. Maverick already had the perfect person in mind, and the handover was set for the Christmas break. Until then, Pettigrew would remain presumed dead, just as he had been for the past decade, and Sirius would continue to lie low. "I never thought your goal was to take over the ministry, Caesar," Sirius muttered, slouched in a velvet armchair with a bottle of magical liqueur in hand. He looked like a man who had both achieved long-awaited revenge and at the same time lost the purpose that drove him. "And here I thought you were helping me out of the kindness of your heart." "Don't be rude, Padfoot," Remus said, sipping from his own glass, half full or perhaps half empty, depending on how much magical alcohol was clouding his judgment. "If it weren't for Master Caesar, you'd still be hiding in alleyways, digging food out of garbage bins." And mind you, Lord Black, Greengrass added with a stern tone, you're speaking to an archmage, and my leader, in my own house. I suggest you show some proper respect. Maverick didn't mind Black's sharp remark. By now, he understood the man well enough, wild, undisciplined, reckless. The type who never thought more than a step ahead, but fiercely loyal to those he cared about. He let it slide with a shrug. Besides, Black was clearly drunk. Sirius then, all of a sudden, burst out laughing, making everyone turn their heads to him. Ah, apologies, gentlemen, I just never imagined I'd be addressed as Lord Black one day, he hiccuped bitterly. Feels like a joke. You are, officially or not, the heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black, Greengrass said. The only other living black-blooded individuals don't bear the family name. And given that your father was Orion Black himself, no one has a stronger claim than you. Sirius hiccuped again and shook his head. I've got absolutely no interest in being lord of that blasted house. To hell with the Black family. Poor Headmaster Phineas. He'd probably claw his way out of his portrait in Dumbledore's office if he heard that, Maverick chuckled. Though if you reject the responsibility, it will eventually fall to Lucius Malfoy's son. And I hear you and Lord Malfoy aren't exactly best mates. Sirius blinked, the realization dawning despite the fog of drink. His scowl returned, but he said nothing more. And Maverick was sure of one thing from that brief change in expression. Sirius wouldn't let the family fortune fall into Lucius Malfoy's hands, even if the heir in question was Draco, son of Narcissa, his own cousin. Turning to Greengrass, Maverick changed the subject. Have you spoken to Bones and Shacklebolt? I have, Lord Greengrass nodded. They've agreed to meet, time and place at your discretion. Good, Maverick said, rubbing his chin. Set it for the beginning of next month. Invite them here. What are you planning to do with Bonesy, Caesar? Sirius interjected, voice slurred. Maverick raised an eyebrow and looked to Lupin for context. Remus chuckled knowingly. He didn't mind at all that Sirius was right next to him and spilled all the details. Apparently, back in their school days, Sirius and Amelia had a thing for each other. Even after Hogwarts, it never really stopped. It wasn't quite a relationship, more like a constant push and pull. They liked each other but were just too different to make it work. Sirius groaned and nearly threw his bottle at Lupin. Shut it, Moony. Unfortunately, the damage was done, and the men shared a quick laugh over it. Returning to the discussion, Maverick laid out his instructions to Greengrass on how to proceed until the meeting next month. He spoke freely, even with Sirius and Lupin present, because there wasn't anything particularly sensitive in the first place. Besides, he was certain that he would have both men fully on his side sooner rather than later. For Sirius, the chance to take revenge on Peter, to avenge his dead best friend, and to clear his name was more than enough of a favor. As for Lupin, the promise of justice held the same weight, but Maverick also had something planned for him, something significant enough to change his entire life for the better. Winning him over was only a matter of time. Later, Maverick helped the drunken mutt back to the London residence, where Ali was already waiting, then used the fireplace to return to Hogwarts with Lupin. With that, the night's business was done, and Maverick was satisfied with how everything had turned out.